Doctor Who. Is it just stinky nerd stuff? Or is it epic stuff? This is the question that Michael Grade and Peter Green answered, the men who ultimately cancelled classic Doctor Who, its original run on television in 1989. They said, nerd stuff.
I thought it was rubbish.
Boo! Boo! 35 years later, and Doctor Who just got bought by Disney, celebrated viewing numbers consistently over 10+ million a week on national TV, yes, just the UK at the time, and has one of the most avid and passionate fan bases of any show. I think cementing that Michael Grade was in fact the one who was a stinky nerd. This video will be tackling why and how the revival of Doctor Who in 2005 was such a success and everything that went into it, including behind the scenes, story, character and thematic analysis. Hello, my name is Harry and you're watching The Harry Show. It's mine, you can't have it. This video includes minimal spoilers for classic Doctor Who from 1963 and Doctor Who Series 1 that came out in 2005, while I was 4 years old and went to speech therapy to fix a lisp and my teachers wanted to test me for autism. Anyway, this is a multiple hour long video about a single series of Doctor Who and I'm not going to make eye contact with the camera. I think what's really great about Doctor Who is that it was exploring science fiction on TV back when it was still seen as not really that cool or trendy, other than its ephemeral spiritual predecessor, Quatermass. Doctor Who began exploring sci-fi in 1963, and in fact, it was one of the first science fiction shows as we know it. It's a genre famous for taking us into the future with stories that mirror today's in order to critique them in a weird and wonderful way. It often challenges writers to think big and make a spectacle of it, otherwise they could have just written a regular story. Look no further for an example of this than the first television broadcast of a science fiction variety, which was in 1938 on the BBC with the movie R.U.R. It was originally a play but was adapted into film, written by Karel Čapek, born in the Austro-Hungarian Empire in 1890. The translation of the play's name, RUR, roughly translates to Rossum's Universal Robots, and is widely credited as introducing the word robot to the English vocabulary, though it was in truth Karel Čapek's brother, Joseph Čapek, that initially invented it. The origin of the word comes from the Czech counterpart, robota, which translates to forced labour. And therein lies the soul of science fiction, the genre asking you to imagine a future and how we got there, a place with supernovas powering space stations and teleporters transmitting matter through light years of stardust. Whatever technology you have as a backdrop, it is almost always used to critique the society it lives in, and the one constant is robots. This ideology drastically informed Čapek's vision when writing RUR. The story is an odd one, but true as that of so many earlier science fiction works. Here's a brief overview and analysis. The play begins with the protagonist, Helena, a secret member of the League of Humanity, meeting with Domin, the general manager of Rossum's Universal Robots. RUR is a factory full of robot workers, who Helena intends to liberate because she believes they have souls. Domin explains to her the history of the company, one in which the founder Rossum goes to study marine life on an island and comes to invent a substance which resembles organic matter with one key difference. It has a new chemical composition. The matter is very malleable and could be used to create new life, and Rossum argues with his uncle over the application of this new invention. His uncle wants to create new animal species, believing that this would only be possible in God's hands. Doing so could disprove the existence of God. Rossum, however, is greedy and only wants to use the matter for selfish means. Eventually, he locks his uncle away and uses the matter to initially create monsters, horrors of nature, but soon, robots that will do his bidding. The story follows Helena's life through the years, including advocacy for the robots and her destroying the formula used to create new ones. Years would pass and Helena would die at the hands of the robots during their uprising, their passion and defiance against the order being proof of their soul that was tormented with unrelenting work since their creation in Rossum's lab. The robots spare only one human, Eccleston, a construction worker at the factory, saying that because he works with his hands, he's like them. Decades pass and Eccleston has been attempting to recreate the formula that Helena destroyed because the new robot government begged him to recreate the matter. They want him to finish his work, even if it means he has to dissect other living robots to do so. But whilst he's working, he realises that the two robots introduced earlier in the play may have fallen in love. It previously was unknown if robots even could. He tests their love's resolve by threatening to dissect one of them, and when each of them beg to sacrifice themselves for each other, Eccleston knows they are truly in love. He believes they are the new Adam and Eve, and gives them the power over this new world. Presumably the ending means that now these robots can do the bong bong in bed now and can have children because they're in love. I always preferred the story about mummy and daddy hugging so hard that a stork brings them a baby in the morning. Funnily enough, the play takes place circa the year 2000, so get ready guys. Sadly, nothing in the original broadcasts exists today except some audio and a few telesnaps, a service offered to broadcasters in the early days of television. Professional pictures would be taken of the TV upon airing to preserve the programs they had, in some way at least. This is actually how many early episodes of Doctor Who survive even today. That, and a couple fanatic fans that would tape the audio in a very rudimentary way so they could listen back to it. This is all because in Britain, reruns of television broadcasts were very frowned upon, because of the television license. If I'm paying for TV, I expect new TV. But it was also costly. The Actors' Union enforcing the rule that they must be paid again upon a second transmission past a certain time period, which governed Doctor Who's infancy. This, and a complete lack of foresight, was in place upon the airing of RUR, which is why again, barely any of it survives today. The film reels of programmes after their initial broadcast in the UK would then be sent to British colonies to be aired there. Then, the film would often just be thrown away or put in storage because you can't record over the reel. And thank God for this, because that's the only reason so much of Doctor Who still survives today. And we have the grandfather of them all to thank for paving the way. Capek's story for me perfectly encapsulates and embodies what science fiction stands for. Even today, the inciting incident of Rossum inventing a new, malleable organic matter while studying fish, one that could produce new original life, is wild. It's something with themes that only science fiction could tackle in such a wonderfully mad manner. Look no further than Rossum's uncle pleading with him to use the matter to make new animals. This is to see if man can be created themselves, now either proving God a fairy tale or unnecessary for such cosmic intervention. But for Rossum, it means becoming God himself. The story asks if man should have that right. It also tackles problems with capitalism too, how the system encourages business owners and CEOs to get every ounce of productivity out of their employees, only rewarding those who crush the spirit and souls of their underlings to get every bit of effort and work from them, all the while trying to compensate them with as little money as they can get away with. It makes you, a worker, feel like a robot, because that's what the system wants you to be. This is what it breeds, and it rewards the greed of people like Rossum. These are the people with the power to do good, but would much rather commit atrocious crimes to get their ill-gotten gains than pay their employees fairly and treat them ethically. The capitalistic themes and the ramifications of the Industrial Revolution is very much lifted and inspired by a previous work, a Capek brothers book, aptly named The System. In the book, we hear from a factory worker about his philosophy on productivity and autonomy in this speech. Exploit the entire world. The world is nothing but raw material. The world is no more than unexploited matter. The sky and the earth and the people, time and space and infinity. Everything is just raw material. Gentlemen, the task of industry is to exploit the entire world. Everything must be speeded up. The worker's question is holding us back. The worker must become a machine so that it can simply rotate like a wheel. Every thought is insubordination. Gentlemen, Taylorism is systematically incorrect because it disregards the question of a soul. A worker's soul is not a machine, therefore it must be removed. This is my system. I have sterilized the worker, purified him. I have destroyed him in all feelings of altruism and camaraderie, all familial, poetic, and transcendental feelings. I don't know, he pretty much summed up capitalistic greed. He kind of slayed there. The kitchen is out of food because he ate. Back to RUR, when Helena destroys the formula used to create new robots. By doing this, she thereby denounces the system in which the robots are oppressed, yet she is still killed by the ramifications of that very system's actions, that which it is designed to do. There is no escape. The story believes there is no beating the system from within inside the system. You are stuck in capitalism. You are Robota. At the story's end, Alceste is spared by compassion from the robots. He's allowed to live because they feel he's the only one who understands their struggle. Instead of flesh bound by metal, the factory made him a metaphorical robot. With the robots dependent on him to recreate the formula that Helena broke, the very one that creates new robot life, Alceste has all the power now. He is the creator, he is God, and he has a choice just like Russell did. Except Alceste chooses love and compassion, opting not to exploit something beautiful for selfish reasons like Russell did. I feel even Russell's uncle is proven wrong by the narrative. His desire to create life against the natural order to test God's existence, looking sick and twisted in comparison to two robots falling in love and creating life out of that. How the plot explores its themes to me is beautiful and hopeful. It asks the viewer to act out of love and treat their fellow human with kindness, never to be cruel or greedy. But it's the how of it. We learned this lesson. We get to ponder on this message of compassion via a story designed to critique capitalism with that of a robot uprising prophesied 100 years in its future. The point of science fiction is to take something absurd and use it to critique something. Science fiction is an exploration of the cosmic, places of which humans have never touched before and maybe never will. But its message, its reason to exist, is about as human as it gets. And perhaps the most human example, in my opinion, is Doctor Who. Just before Iron Man, the Avengers and Batman films really blew up and became actively popular in the 2000s cultural zeitgeist, there was a guy in a blue box traveling the universe, and it rocked. One week, we were fighting Cybermen, and the next, there were massive green monsters who couldn't stop farting, becoming Prime Minister of Britain. Yeah, it succeeded to become mainstream, not just because of the monsters and aliens, but because of its creative writing and compelling characters determined to be as human as possible. Okay, so for those uninitiated and stinky enough not to have watched Doctor Who yet, if I haven't bashed you over the head with it enough, it's a science fiction show. The Doctor goes around planet to planet from time to time, just trying to have fun, like the girls from that song. Usually this gets interrupted by bad guys doing bad things, but that's okay. The Doctor has fun stopping them too, and they've been doing it for more than 60 years as a family show on TV. Now, just because it's a family show, that doesn't stop Doctor Who tackling mature themes. They just don't have adult references and nobody swears. Because of how long the show has been running for, the Doctor has been played by multiple actors between versions of the character, and no, I'm not going to get into how they explain that within the narrative. Not just yet. But each version of the Doctor has their own distinct personality and mannerisms, but what stays the same is the essence of the character. The Doctor has a strong sense of justice, but doesn't rule an iron fist. They're charming most of the time, and this works in their favour, but for wildly different reasons between actors. They're also all incredibly energetic in a chaotic way, and have a very commanding presence in every room they go into. And their intelligence is leaps and bounds beyond humans. Why is that though? Because the Doctor is an alien that looks like a human, but is in fact from the planet of the race, the Time Lords. Time Lords have perfected the art of time travel with the use of a time machine called a TARDIS. It can blend in with its surroundings, but the Doctor's, who's not like other Time Lords and very quirky, their time machine is stuck as a blue police box.
Things in my 2012 Tumblr girl bedroom that just make sense. The crowning glory! The TARDIS! I may have been cringe, but I can never say I was not happy.
They landed it in 1963, London, and the disguise hasn't budged since, thus creating the iconic image that you've probably seen before, and hence maybe still believe that we still have police boxes in the UK. No, we don't. You're lucky if there's a red phone box somewhere. TARDIS stands for Time and Relative Dimension in Space. So the TARDIS can travel in not only time, but space too, making the show's adventures week to week very dynamic. On these adventures, the Doctor is usually accompanied by what their fans refer to as a companion. They're usually just a human from modern day Earth, so the show has an audience surrogate that we can experience all the sci-fi magic with. We'll mostly see the early episodes from their perspective because they'll often have questions that we, the audience, need answering too, and the Doctor is there to hold our hand through that. Whilst we do see a lot of cool stuff, the show largely centres the Doctor and the companion's relationship dynamic as each series goes on. Their chemistry, their fights, their save-the-world moments, and their growth as complex characters are what pull you in and keep you watching. People's most beloved characters are usually the ones who had a fun and uniquely engaging dynamic with the Doctor, who they often, rightly, get very emotionally attached to. So, what does Doctor Who do with this premise? Well, kind of anything the showrunner wants to do. It's pretty open-ended. They can go anywhere, do anything, tell any story. The usual plot of an episode, however, is that the Doctor, with his companion, travels to far-off galaxies in the past, future, or trips back to present day, and when the big blue box lands, they discover not everything is as it seems. There's a mystery afoot, and the Doctor is Sherlock Holmes against some random alien or recurring villain. Notice, I didn't say Rambo. An important thing to note is that the Doctor is a pacifist on these adventures, so they'll often defeat their enemies by outsmarting them or empathising and offering them a way out. Unless their hand is forced. Due to only one of the actors who have played the Doctor being a woman, this is a very subversive portrayal of a male hero. Often in movies and shows, male heroes are portrayed as virtuous in their violence, shoot first and ask questions later. But the Doctor, usually played by a male actor, avoids this violence at all costs, believing in giving a second chance and talking to their enemies to resolve things. Of course, this would get old fast, right? We want to see some action. So we do, just not explicit violence. Sometimes the Doctor is in a position where their only option to save the day is destruction of some science fiction variety. Most of the time it's just blowing stuff up, but it's always sick as hell. They're usually introspective and regretful about doing so though, or not the one doing it. It seeks to unteach men to fight first. It's refreshing to see this. You don't see many men in this role of de-escalation. It's so often performed by women in and outside of the big screen. The Doctor has a deep, rich history of this too. Yeah. History. Lore alert! Lore alert! This show is a reboot of Doctor Who. The show got cancelled all the way back in 1989, like I mentioned. People have coined the original series Classic Who, but you don't need to watch it in order to understand the show at all, as Series 1 does such an amazing job at reintroducing everything. But with references scattered about, you can have that "I know that thing" moments. I myself have spent so much time writing this video that I've watched 6 series of it, and I recommend The Chase. It is a revelation. Classic Doctor Who can be kind of slow and meander at times. It's not the show's fault, it was just 60s TV. But then you get to The Chase. It's like they decided to lace the food in the writer's room with LSD and they wrote everything everywhere all at once 60 years before they did. So what is the show like to watch? A constant part of the show is its light comedy, and in the middle of that is so often the Doctor. I think one of the best examples of this is from the classic series, played by Tom Baker, arguably the face of Doctor Who. The Doctor is getting arrested and is told to turn around so he can be handcuffed. So he does a full 360.
Turn around, Doctor.
It's silly, and the Doctor knows that. They're one of the smartest people in every room. He does things to screw with people because he kind of enjoys getting in trouble for it. Their interactions with their companions are always filled with light jokes and humour. But over a given series, they deeply emotionally bond with each other. Part of why these bonds are so special is because the Doctor looks like a human, but is in fact an alien. They can be socially awkward and sometimes inept, but behind that, they have a deep well of empathy for those they choose to travel with. The Doctor's compassion and love for human beings has been something that only grew since the show's introduction in 1963. For the first big handful of episodes, the Doctor is abrasive and a bit callous, but then they come to care deeply about the people who travel with them, and there's a big reason why that is. They meet people, deeply connect with them over their adventures, but know eventually they must say goodbye. Life with the Doctor can be dangerous. If they get too close, they might get burned. But overall, the show doesn't take itself too seriously. It's famous for its incredibly camp nature, but that doesn't stop the show tackling hard subjects like capitalism or the impacts of war, and those subjects are usually embodied by the monster of the week. The monsters can be really scary. Doctor Who can be really, really scary. Especially if you're a kid or you scare easily. In fact, the phrase hiding behind the sofa to emphasize how scared you were at something is directly so popular because of Doctor Who. Parents would note that their children would literally hide behind the sofa, too scared to watch, but too excited to stop. So, Doctor Who is kind of everything. It's a science fiction show first, but one with lots of variety. It's scary, it's funny, it's emotional, it's fantastic. Series 1 of The Revival aired in 2005 when I was 4 years old. I remember watching every episode with the excitement of a kid at Christmas. I truly loved this show, even though at the time I couldn't understand entirely what was happening. I was a very dumb kid. I'm not even convinced I understood English yet. I can remember very specifically staring at their lips and all I was hearing was I was living in Animal Crossing, but this show spoke to me on such a deep level. It was my favourite show. I was so excited week to week when it was airing. It was all I waited for. My whole family would sit around the TV after dinner and watch it together. We all loved it. This was just before phones really advanced in their technology, and this is not me on my lawn chair screaming, "Back in my day!" But it really was a nice feeling being united in something, us all being so excited and enthralled by it. It was truly a show that all the family could watch. There's scary monsters for the kids and deep emotional storytelling for the adults. Watching it as a kid inspired me to create home movies, and I made so many.
Hello, Timmy. Do you want to get pushed on the swing? Yeah! Okay, go! Somebody call me an ambulance. You're an ambulance.
I made James Bond parodies with my brother.
So, we meet again, Mr. Bond.
Game over.
I made a comedy short film where I got stuck on the toilet with no toilet paper.
And I don't think there's any loo paper. Damn it!
5 hours later.
My God.
I just discovered.
Hey, there's loo paper there! How come I didn't notice? Damn it!
Watching that last one back, I think I may have been a comedy genius. Not only did my family sit down to watch Doctor Who together, but in the UK, it felt like everybody's did. Doctor Who was a phenomenon, a cultural powerhouse of British culture. You could not go outside past 2005 without seeing posters of Doctor Who. Magazines, collectibles, the Doctor's little gadget, the sonic screwdriver being sold at a price my parents would not cough up. I don't think I've experienced something in UK culture so universally beloved. I ask every British friend I make if they've watched Doctor Who, either recently or as a kid, and the answer is always yes. And they always mention an episode of it that scared them half to death. I love almost every era of the show, but a single series has stood out to me personally as undoubtedly one of its best in terms of character writing and overarching plot, and that was Series 1. Before we go there, I'd like to talk about how we got here. The long way round. Like I said, Series 1 of The Revival came out in 2005. It had been 16 years since fans of Doctor Who had any new official episodes of the show to enjoy. It was cancelled in 1989 by Peter Cregeen after ratings went down during Colin Baker's run on the show, even though it still had dedicated fans that felt it was an underdog, because it always was. In 1963, Doctor Who was originally put on air by executive Sidney Newman, believing in the potential of a young Verity Lambert as a producer. Verity Lambert would be the first woman to produce an official programme for the BBC, but not only that, the youngest. The BBC had a slot open in its broadcasting schedule, but nothing to fill it because, like I mentioned, reruns of shows were frowned upon. Newman commissioned a new show and noted a gap in the market for a science fiction programme. But the BBC was not excited about this, giving it little budget. Newman needed an underdog, someone to believe in, somebody with fight and, quote, blood full of piss and vinegar, and chose Verity Lambert because of that. Verity had a chance to prove herself, be a beacon of hope for women in TV, and be taken seriously. She was given a tiny studio to work in, one whose sprinklers would routinely go off because of the heat in the studio. Her magic time machine was a retired prop from a previous show, and she was given such little time to turn this all around. A constant companion in all of this, though, was the youngest director, Waris Hussein. Gay and Indian in England in 1963, he felt like an underdog too. Together, they convinced William Hartnell, a veteran actor, to take on the role of the Doctor. He was initially reluctant and refused, but came round to the idea after some negotiation. After a quick turnaround, they finished the pilot episode, but disaster struck when Newman refused to air it, saying, "It was terrible." The Doctor came off as too abrasive and rude, and Newman worried that kids would find him too stern to like. But Newman, reluctantly believing in Lambert, commissioned a redo of the pilot episode, even though he knew the BBC would be furious. One where the Doctor would be less stern and more mysterious. So they got to work and filmed it all again with some changes, and Newman much preferred their second effort. All was ready to go. However, a second catastrophe struck, but not in England. On Saturday, the 22nd of November at 5:15 p.m, President John F. Kennedy was assassinated in broad daylight by Lee Harvey Oswald. The news shocked the world, and coverage of its updates took the lion's share of TV broadcasting. The event was so massive and culturally significant that widespread power cuts occurred due to pressure on the electrical grid like never seen before. Doctor Who would air the next day. Lambert, I think furious that JFK stole her thunder, marched to Newman in the hallway and demanded that the pilot be re-aired in its intended time slot the next week and that the next episode be aired straight after. Newman was taken aback initially, but then remembered he was the one who asked for this. He wanted somebody with blood full of piss and vinegar. The pilot was re-aired the next week, with its subsequent episode airing immediately after. It was released to mixed reviews, but children were big fans of the show, and William Hartnell became fond of the attention he would get from them on the streets, often pretending to be the Doctor on a break from his adventures. The show would reach untold success upon airing a serial including the Doctor's first arch-nemesis, the Daleks. Dalek mania would sweep the nation like Beatlemania would soon, and Doctor Who cemented itself as a cultural mainstay. The day after the first Dalek serial aired, a serial that Newman passionately detested, Lambert was on the bus to work and witnessed children in front of her running around and pretending to be Daleks, and she immediately knew they had succeeded. The first episode of the serial reached 7 million people. By the fourth, 10 million. Lambert would leave the show in 1965 and went on to produce many British programmes, eventually being awarded an OBE for her contribution to television. Lambert paved the way for women in her industry and is a testament to women's courage, despite the obstacles, never giving up. But by Colin Baker's run as the Doctor in the 1980s, it seemed that the BBC was giving up on the show.
I thought it was pathetic. I mean, I'd seen Star Wars, and I'd seen Close Encounters and E.T., and then I had to watch these cardboard things probably clonking across the floor, trying to scare kids. You know, you just sit and laugh at it.
The first Star Wars movie had a budget of $11 million USD. The average Doctor Who episode at the time, with its currency converted, reports suggest around $25,000 USD. So, it's fair to say he might have been judging it rather unfairly. With executives believing the show wouldn't recover under Baker, they brought in Sylvester McCoy, but even him and his wonderful jauntiness couldn't recreate the success. It was officially taken off air in 1989. Until it wasn't. Paul McGann! In an effort to recreate the success of Doctor Who in America, BBC Worldwide partnered with Universal Studios and commissioned a TV movie for 1996. Except this time, we're in the US of A, baby! There's guns, there's a hot babe the Doctor kisses, there's gang violence, the Doctor is hot now. His arch-nemesis, the Master, is a super-ripped green alien snake-eyed monster, and the Doctor is half human? It went on well with British audiences, but America didn't seem to like it very much. I myself love it. I think it's so dumb, but Paul McGann is delightful in the role. The movie marked a false start, and nothing ever came of it. Even in Russel T Davies' show, Queer as Folk, two characters having a conversation say that Paul McGann didn't even count in the list of actors to play the Doctor.
Paul McGann doesn't count.
Wait. Did you say Russel T Davies? Big man Russell, word to your mother, otherwise known as Russel T Davies, is a big gay Welshman, and we love him. Russell was exactly 7 months old when the first episode of Doctor Who aired. On that day, I'm sure he got very good sleep, and his mother had a tingling sensation every time she touched him. Russell originally wanted to be a comic artist, but every time he drew a good one, it would mysteriously burst into flames. It wasn't his destiny. Whenever Russell's family would sit down and watch TV, the lights would flicker and their family cat would hiss at an empty corner of the room until Doctor Who would come on. Russell would feel a warm, soothing rush come over his body, and he would black out and start floating in the middle of the room until the episode finished. This became such a problem that when people saw Russell walking past their house, they would unplug their TVs, scared of the neighbourly whispers of cruel electric shocks coming from their remotes. I'm just kidding. I made that bit up about the cat. Many people view Russell as the saviour of Doctor Who. Growing up, he was a massive fan and was very sad when the show was cancelled. But when he hit success writing for soap operas and gained critical acclaim for his shows Bob and Rose and Queer as Folk, he had one mission: revive Doctor Who. Bob and Rose was a 6-part series following a gay man who would fall in love with a woman unexpectedly. It wasn't like he wasn't gay anymore, it was just her. Something about her. Queer as Folk would seek to recreate and dramatise Russell's own experience in the Manchester gay scene, and prominently features Doctor Who. One of the main characters breaks up with his boyfriend because he can't name all of the actors to play the Doctor.
How many Doctor Who's can you name?
Russell loves Doctor Who. After Bob and Rose aired, the BBC offered him some writing work for their new show Linda Green, and Russell obliged them and wrote an episode for it. They loved his work and offered him some more in the form of period pieces, but Russell declined. He would only write for the BBC again if it was for Doctor Who. It was shortly after his show Mine All Mine aired in 2004, a show about a family realising they own the city of Swansea, when the BBC finally commissioned Russell for Series 1 of Doctor Who. Russell is very good at writing compelling character work. He is incredibly talented at getting you to care about his characters quickly, and is especially good at making you cry if he wants to. All this meant was that the revival of Doctor Who promised to be one that played fast and loose with its own logic, but did that to prioritise the fun and compelling character moments without getting tied up in its own rules about time travel and what's possible. Russell wasn't exactly sure yet who he wanted to cast as the Doctor and their companion. But there was one thing Russell was sure about going into production, and that was the music.
Bum bum. Bum bum. Bum bum.
Murray Gold was born on February the 28th of 1969. His mother reported that he came out crying in a C-sharp minor. When Gold was 5, he tested positive for a rare disease: disco fever. On family trips, his father would put the radio on in the car, but Murray from the back seat would ominously lift his hand up to point to the speakers and the music would halt. Only then Mozart would blast from them, shaking the whole vehicle aggressively. Upon meeting Russell for the first time, their family cat started hissing at an empty corner and Beethoven rose from his grave. Just kidding. I made that bit up about the cat again. Murray Gold originally pursued drama, but upon realising he might have a talent for music, as it was one of his hobbies, he started focusing on that and eventually became the musical director for Cambridge University's comedy sketch troupe. I can't find exactly when Russell and Murray Gold met for the first time, but in all but one collaboration between Russell and Red Productions, Gold would compose the music. So, when Russell emailed asking him to work on the revival of Doctor Who, Gold immediately took him up on the offer, already having a good working relationship together. Murray Gold would compose almost all the music electronically in his flat, but honestly, you wouldn't be able to tell. His music for Doctor Who is incredibly orchestral and classical, lots of bombastic instruments. I think that tends to be what you remember about his music. His music is so deep and rich, and it would only get better as he started to work with the BBC's National Orchestra of Wales from Series 2 onwards, and it's hard to describe just how incredible and emotionally cognizant their music together is. Gold's music is often angelic, pulling you into the screen without even realising. But as soon as action hits, the serenity is engulfed in fire as percussions and drums smash themselves in and scream at you that action is about to happen. Murray would compose character themes that would play in emotional moments for them. The Doctor's theme was wistful and heart-wrenching. To me, the melodic singing of a woman is like a siren's call, luring him in, and he knows it. He wants this to be his last song, and we want to find out why. What happened? The Doctor's companion in Series 1, Rose, has a theme that starts wistfully too. The piano and strings sound like that of a funeral song, but she's so young and can't have lost hope yet. But that's when the entire orchestra comes in, bellowing as the piano takes a back seat. She's met someone that makes life feel worth living. It's wondrous, and as the song mellows out, we are left with uplifting notes with a message of hope, so different than it started. It was a message from the grave. Now, it's from the stars. This is Rose, and her song must overpower the Doctor's, lest their symphony end too soon. It's hard to picture characters in Doctor Who without hearing Murray Gold's music for them. At least for me. I've been watching Doctor Who with a friend for the first time recently, and she doesn't even notice the music, and I've thought for a long time about why that is. Why does it stick with me and many others for so long, but not her? I think it comes down to this. The music complements the moments in the show so well that I think sometimes you don't even realise that half of what's pulling you in, magnetising you to the characters, is the music. It feels like Murray Gold's score was always meant to be there. It was always there from the start, like the end of The Shining. It was forever in the picture itself. He would go on to compose for Doctor Who from 2005 to 2017, and then come back for Russell's return to Doctor Who in 2023. In my opinion, there's Doctor Who without Murray Gold, and then there's Doctor Who with Murray Gold. They are two different shows. Gold would also recompose the introductory music to Doctor Who, and it is a banger. If you haven't heard it because you've not watched the show, you actually have, because I've been singing it in between chapters to avoid using the real music and getting copyrighted. It's so catchy that it's been stuck in my head since I first heard it as a child. I don't know much about music and all the intricacies of how it's made, but I don't think it would be an overstatement to say that in all of the shows I have ever watched, Murray Gold's score towers over all the others that I've ever heard, casting a massive shadow over them all that I don't think will ever be eclipsed. Just while we're talking about music, I would like to quickly mention the BBC's radiophonic workshop founded in 1958. When Verity Lambert looked to source the introductory music to Doctor Who, she looked to composer Ron Grainer, who wrote the famous tune and then sent it to Delia Derbyshire, who was passionate about the potential and beauty of electronic music and synthetically made sounds. The BBC's radiophonic workshop was at the time a department that nobody really wanted to be a part of, but Delia was the first person to actually ask to be sent there. She loved electronic music. This being the 60s, technology was very manual. There were no computers as we know it. The theme tune under Verity Lambert was to be otherworldly, matching the nature of the stories they wanted to tell, so they wanted the music to be mysterious and off-kilter, something that would surprise and unnerve people watching at the time. Electronic music was then the perfect option. There were so many rudimentary effects that Delia had learned that she seemingly gave them all a go. At once. Under Delia's control, technicians used oscillators and wobbulators on plucked strings and white noise, then reportedly sped the tapes up, recorded that, then slowed those tapes back down. At this point, it did resemble music, thankfully, but since they were tapes, they were all individual pieces of sounds and music. So the team recorded the tapes together till there was only 3 of them left. Then, with one last mixing, the team yelled, 3, 2, 1... go! And pressed play on all 3 tapes at the same time and recorded that. The end product was indeed an otherworldly experience, especially at the time. Audiences were surprised at hearing such an uncanny and unsettling theme tune. Sidney Newman was even worried that the music would be too scary for kids. However, still what remains of it today in the modern version is the essence of what first came. You can still tell it's the Doctor Who theme song, even though they sound completely different. And we all have Delia to thank, who, by the way, was not credited for her work until Doctor Who's 50th anniversary special. So, we know what it sounded like. But what did it look like? Yeah, the intro to Doctor Who has always been iconic and always will be. In 1963, Verity Lambert was stuck with the question of how to even start the show. What should the introduction be? It was Norman Taylor, BBC's technical operations manager, messing around with a camera that answered her question. He realised that when a camera faced a monitor showing its own feed, it would enter a visual howl-around. Lines and distortions would appear and disappear in a seemingly random and unexplained manner, and it looked very cool. Using an optical printer, the logo for Doctor Who was imposed onto the film. It was in the Patrick Troughton era, the second actor to play the Doctor, that the introduction resembled what was referred to as the time vortex. The time vortex is the dimension the TARDIS is in when it's travelling around in time and space, and this is far more clearly shown in the second Doctor's serials. Ever since then, the introduction to Doctor Who would include the time vortex and a version of Delia's music. The time vortex changed appearances over time, but generally stayed the same. But when Russell took over, he had a different vision for it. We would now follow the TARDIS as it races through a howling wind of blue and red concentric circles, and it looks sick. It's so simple and yet effective. All the more made a better experience by Murray Gold's composition of Delia's. The intro to Doctor Who, series 1 to 4, has an almost hypnotic effect, and I think that Verity Lambert would be very happy about that. Her intro music is still unnerving people today. The intro also helps educate people on the cast, as their names fly through the vortex. But luckily, they aren't lost to time. Christopher Eccleston would play the lead role of the Doctor. He was a very esteemed actor with superb talent, and he came to fame despite his very financially poor upbringing in the north of England. This gave him a view on the world highly informed by the experiences he had gone through trying to beat out the British class system, and he hates Margaret Thatcher. Who can blame him? He starred in things such as Our Friends in the North, a political historical drama about the classes in Britain, The Second Coming by Russel T Davies, a fantasy drama about a man coming to find that he's the son of God and a judgment day is coming. And was even in 28 Days Later, a very gritty zombie movie set in London. Very serious cinema. But Eccleston, not wanting to be typecast or put in a box, wanted to prove he could do something with some comedy. People always thought he was just a miserable sod. So he decided to email Russell asking for a chance to audition for Doctor Who when he heard about the revival, and they loved him. The casting crew then made the utterly amazing choice to pair him with Billie Piper to test their chemistry. Billie Piper, one of the most loved actors in all of Doctor Who, was not exactly celebrated at the time of her casting. See, Piper was not an actor. She had been a musician, and a very successful one, at that time being the youngest female artist to enter the UK singles chart at number 1, being just 15 years old. Despite winning a scholarship to the Sylvia Young Theatre School at 12, people really doubted her acting ability, and it's hard to overstate that. She was seen as just another blonde pop star airhead. A very misogynistic stereotype. Basement-dwelling fans worried that their beloved show was going to be ruined by a dumb blonde who couldn't act. What they probably didn't know is that Piper was trained at the same school that produced such talents as Emma Bunton from the Spice Girls, Dua Lipa, Leona Lewis, Tom Fletcher from McFly, Rita Ora, and brace yourself, the audience shudders. ... Amy Winehouse. Amy Winehouse. I can't tell you guys just how much I love Amy Winehouse. She was so cool. So there we have it. The stage was set. Our actors were cast. Everybody's ready to make a series of TV. Why is this video so long? I just started writing and I didn't shut up. God, please tell me your opinions about every episode. You're so cool. Thanks. At the end of every episode, I'll rate it from 1 to 10. I'm sorry if you disagree with any of my ratings. It's nothing against you personally, Gabby. My opinions change all the time, but please, we can talk about it in the comments below. I'd be really happy to talk with you guys because if you haven't noticed, I really like talking about Doctor Who. Just so you know, the way I rate things is by starting at 5, and it loses or gains points based on how bad or good I personally think it is. If something is above 5, it's good. If something is below 5, it's bad. You're so cool, but please, just get on with it. Get ready for a long one, guys, girls, and everyone in between. Timestamps for certain points will be in the description, and subscribe if you're liking the video because there will be more. On my second channel, I've got a Minecraft series going on. It's chill. No fast editing or brain rot feeling involved.
Oh yeah, man. This is already starting to look lived in, raw and real. Is it a good time to say that I have mob creeping off?
On this channel, I'm thinking of doing more retrospectives and analysis video overviews of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Firefly, and Alice in Borderlands. Far in the future, maybe even Supernatural or Sherlock when I watch it, or Desperate Housewives, Glee, Pretty Little Liars, Gossip Girl, the Pokemon franchise, Lilo and Stitch, Scooby-Doo, H2O, Just Add Water, pop culture. Anything Harry approved can be on the Harry Show. I think the next video, however, will either be on Doctor Who Series 2 or an analysis on Series 14, because I really like it. I know it has a lot of flaws, but I really enjoy it, and this is a channel to talk positively about things. I refuse to be one of those channels that just shits on everything. Can we just be nice? You know, like, why are we all so angry? Do you like anything? If you think I haven't mentioned anything that I should have in this introduction, like pieces of cool information, then please drop that down below in the comments. Anyway, to fill, we've got a lot of time. Machine. Time machine. Wee. All the hopes and dreams of the fans rested on the shoulders of Russel T Davies and what he could create. After 16 years off air, this was Doctor Who's chance. Shows don't get revived twice. This had to be the one. Doctor Who in the 80s became a show that seemingly only nerds watched. I mean, hey, they pay their TV license, so they definitely should be catered to, but we must then ask the question, should we treat them like humans? No. Doctor Who has to be cool now. The bullies watch Doctor Who and the nerds are too fucking lame for it. So first things first, the Doctor wears a leather jacket now, and he's cool. His outfit isn't silly or whimsical anymore like it was in the classic series. We want people to see him as a masculine hero that would steal your girlfriend, and this is the fastest way to do that. He's got a northern accent now because he's not a posh twat anymore, so working class people can actually relate to him. The Doctor's ship interior is completely overhauled. It's now grungy and edgy. It's bronze. Out with that chrome, I use edge. I actually do. One day Chrome just stopped working on my computer, so... Buffy the Vampire Slayer just had great success with a young female audience because they treated their teenage girl characters as real people with complex lives and stories worth telling. So, we're going to introduce the show through Rose's eyes. She's going to have a family, problems of her own, and a relationship with her boyfriend soon to be made complicated by time travel. Already a camp show, Doctor Who is now being led by a gay man. And not to stereotype, but the show got camper. But camp never stopped the show exploring its characters on a deep level. And like never before, we're going to explore the Doctors, learn more about them, and see how the relationship to Rose changes them. Don't forget, science fiction is a genre obsessed with humanity. And Russel T Davies is one of the most intuitively emotional and human of writers. Of course, this story about traveling the stars is going to be about the people in it. Wee-oo! The title card ends and we are treated to some pretty impressive CGI for TV at the time. We pan to Earth from outer space, conveying that the stories we're about to tell are not of this world. We zoom into London and boom, we meet Rose. Rose is my joint favourite companion of all time. She is just so good. We see her wake up to an alarm clock in a messy room, indicating she doesn't have her life together, and she races out the door as she says bye to her mum, who is also outrageously iconic. They make careful effort to show just how bustling and busy London is in a montage of Rose's day, purposely to juxtapose just how little is going on in her life. She gets off the bus and they show a bunch of mannequins in the shop window. This is where Rose works. We see her walking around stacking clothes, and again, a mannequin behind her. But then, shock and awe, a boy. Scandalous. This is Mickey, Rose's on-screen boyfriend. This is a customer announcement. The store closes in 5 minutes. Wait, why are they focusing on mannequins? As Rose is leaving, the doorman stops her and gives her one last thing to do. She's got to go back in. Rose goes up the elevator to a pretty vacant floor looking for Wilson, I've got the lottery money. Sorry, she's a Londoner, so it's more like, Wilson, I got the lottery money. I'm very... Londoners, I'm very sorry. But gasp. No reply from Wilson. Something bangs. Yeah, that was the sound of the second big bang. This is Rose's world, and we're all just living in it now. She goes into a storage closet to find Wilson, and turns on the lights to see, can you guess it? Mannequins. Dun dun dun. She walks by them with no thought, but suddenly the doors slam behind her. Something bangs. Yeah, actually, that was the third big bang. The sound of my 4-year-old jaw hitting the floor. Rose is scared now and thinks somebody must be pulling a prank. Maybe the prank patrol? Barney, where are you? Mannequin's head slowly starts turning behind her and then walks towards her. Rose thinks it must be Derek. We never find out who Derek is, but he sounds like a rapscallion. Kind of guy I would hang out with. Suddenly, all the mannequins start moving. They slowly corner her and get ready to strike, and the world stops for a second. A buzz cut, leather jacket wearing, middle-aged mystery man with a northern accent appears and grabs her hand. Run! They get out of there as the mannequins give chase, and they run into an elevator, but one of the mannequins manages to reach their arm in. This man grabs the arm, and instead of pushing it back behind the door, he starts pulling it in. And it comes off. Rose is confused, but the man, quickly brushes it aside. It's plastic. This mystery man throws the arm at Rose. She catches it like, what the hell is this? Rose thinks they must be students pulling a prank, so the man nonchalantly challenges her. Why would they be students? Rose says that to get so many people doing something this silly, they'd have to be students. And he's impressed with how fast she's thinking on her feet in a situation like this. Most people would just panic. But he denies that idea. They're not students. Rose tells the man that Wilson will get them all in trouble, whoever's behind the mannequins. However, things take a turn when the man says that Wilson must be dead. The elevator stops and they get off, and he pulls out some device and points it at the lift, and sparks fly out. Confused, Rose demands to know who the mannequins are, and the man tells her they're living plastic controlled by a relay device on the roof. But no problem, the mystery man has a bomb. Not usually a good thing. The man's leading the way to safety outside as he says that he might die destroying the device, but she should go home and eat lovely beans on toast. Americans all around the world shivered. Rose goes outside as the man tells her to keep this all a secret. Anybody who knows about this could get killed. And then he's gone. Door shut. But door opens! He's here to introduce himself. Guys, who do you think he is? He's the doctor, and he wants to know who Rose is. Guys, 10 points to anybody who can tell me Rose's name. The doctor says it's nice to meet her, but to run for your life. And she does. And in good time, because boom, the roof explodes, and Rose runs away. Might I add, past an old-fashioned blue police box. But Rose, you might have shoplifted that arm. Thus ending one of the best introductory 8 minutes to any show I've seen. It's so quick. It introduces Rose and relays what her life is like in seconds. Mundane as the bustling world carries on despite her. But she's a fast, adaptive thinker and doesn't freak out easily, even when Wilson, somebody she knows, might be dead. It also introduces the Doctor as someone who knows something we don't. And he's this badass rogue hero who rushes into danger like it's fun. Even though he seems to be a thrill seeker, enjoying this all, he's concerned about other people. He took a risk walking into the danger Rose was in, but he took her to safety when he didn't need to. He prioritizes other people's lives over his own as he rushes back in to blow it all up. But what does he get out of it? Judging by him coming back and asking for Rose's name, maybe some company. We cut to Rose back in her flat, and do you remember her mum? Guys, gals, pals, get ready for the mother of the show. It's Jackie, who's gossiping to everybody she can on the phone. She's lucky to be alive. Honestly, it's aged her. Skin like an old Bible. I love Jackie. Her daughter narrowly avoided an explosion, but she's 10 steps ahead. She knows how much a chemical peel will cost to remove her stress lines. Now, in comes Ricky. I mean Mickey. He's worried about Rose and thinks a drink at the pub will calm her nerves, but knowing him, Rose knows that there's a football match on and that's why he wants to go. Rose isn't framed as being annoyed by this, more used to this sort of treatment from him. Jackie comes back in and says she's got an interview for her that will pay £500. Rose takes the phone and immediately hangs it up. It's played as a joke, but this is good. Rose took the doctor's warning seriously. She's not going to tell anybody. A less conscientious person would take the interview in Rose's circumstances. Jackie says she needs a way of making money. After all, her job did just get blown up. And then she says Rose should sue for shock and trauma. Icon. Rose then jokes around with Mickey, showing that their relationship isn't all bad. They do have chemistry, but she probably just wants a quiet night in. She tells him to clear off and take the mannequin arm with him. And, oh, Mickey? That's not foreboding at all. Once outside, Mickey throws the arm in the bin, and is all good. Until we start to hear it rattle inside. Rose wakes up the next day, same time, but no job to go to. And it's not as if she jumps out of bed excited for new possibilities. She sits up and then slumps straight back in. It's breakfast now though, and Jackie brings up suing her workplace again. Honestly, a defining character trait of Jackie for me, threatening legal action, and I love it. I'll sue you. I'll sue you. Jackie tells Rose she should get a job at the butcher's because they're hiring, but Rose doesn't want to. It would be her second meaningless job she doesn't have the motivation for. There's no zest for it. Then Rose hears the cat flap. But they don't have a cat. Dun dun dun! That wasn't the big reveal though. The big reveal is that the doctor shows back up investigating Rose's cat flap because it's plastic. Rose invites him in to talk about the night before and all the craziness when the doctor passes Jackie's room. Jackie makes a pass at him, and initially it feels like he'll go for it, but when she makes it more explicit what she wants, the doctor jovially shakes his head and says, no. Why am I making him sound like Batman? This is Jackie being messy, but it also characterizes the doctor as someone that's not really interested in, let's say, dancing. This divides fans a lot, as some really like romance. However, it was never explored in classic Doctor Who, so some people feel it betrays the character. More on this later. Rose and the Doctor are in the next room, as the Doctor just looks through all their things. These are small moments, but they mean a lot for tone and storytelling. The Doctor is flipping through their things, and he finds a magazine, and quips that a relationship won't last because one of them is gay and the other is an alien. It's campy and silly, but it also sets out that a lot on this earth is not as it seems. Explicitly mentioning that somebody is gay and that not being a bad thing firmly places the culture that Series 1 was made in and made by. Tabloids were massive in the UK at the time. Gossip columns and magazines ran rampant. They were largely enjoyed by people trying to indulge in a different part of culture, not associated with the bleak political climate after 9/11 and the consequent wars in Iraq and Afghanistan led in part by Tony Blair. This will come up later too. I'm not just bringing this up for no reason. This joke kind of shines a mirror in the face of a large part of its target audience. Teen girls. Doctor Who Series 1 was compared and contrasted to Buffy the Vampire Slayer a lot, and I firmly believe without Buffy's impact on the culture, the Doctor Who revival would have been an even bigger uphill battle. But this joke about a magazine is like the show saying, yes, we get it. This is escapism for you. This show is too. We're not going to make fun of teen girls. You're literally a main character now. The Doctor also flips through a book to quip again that it was a sad ending. It implies that the Doctor has some unique abilities, but really what it comes down to is that he's very quick and he's very smart, beyond any human. He then looks at himself in the mirror and says that it could have been worse. Does the Doctor not know what he looks like? Why How could he not? But we don't linger on it because suddenly the Doctor is attacked by a mannequin arm. It's Revenge of the Arm, guys. Rose has been in the other room making coffee for them while yapping away about getting the police involved. So when she comes back in to see him seemingly making the same joke Mickey made with the arm, she thinks he's just being quirky. But then the arm starts attacking Rose. Get off her, arm. Get off her. I'm serious. I just know they had to be feeling so silly pretending to fight a mannequin hand. But the Doctor then disables the arm with his magic wand thing, and he just can't help himself but make a joke. See? Armless. And that's the type of humour you can expect from this show. Camp at its peak. But by making this joke straight after nearly being strangled, it further cements the idea in the viewer's mind that he's very used to this type of thing, typified by the fact he's now walking away like nothing happened on I don't care mode. But Rose chases after him and demands answers, as she should. You blew up her job. There's so much to say about this scene as they just walk and talk. I could honestly yap about it for so long, but what you need to know is Rose is determined to know what's going on, and we learn that these two meeting was just a coincidence. The mannequins were after the Doctor. Rose just got in the way. The arm went after Rose because she met him. That's why she can't tell anybody else. It might put them in danger. Remember that. Rose finds it funny, but also charming that this man thinks everything's about him. But she doesn't disbelieve it because he's got a swagger about him that feels real and earned. It's only him, though, fighting these sort of things, and humanity is clueless to it, he says. Just eating chips and all that. Note that down as well. Chips. They laugh and joke as Rose doesn't quite buy it all. Her worldview isn't going to be shaken this easily, but she's intrigued by the Doctor and wants to know more. So she asks him as he's about to walk away, "Tell me though, Doctor, who are you?" And he stops. Like the answer to the question is something that excites him. He goes back to what they were talking about, the Earth revolving, but this time not exactly around him. The answer to who he is might be hard to believe. So you've got to cast your mind back to being a kid when everything was new. You learn that the Earth turns and you just can't understand it because it doesn't look like it is. It doesn't seem possible. Well, the Doctor can feel it. It doesn't make sense to us, but he can. He can feel the ground spinning, Earth racing round the sun. Right now, Rose and him are falling through space, but only he would know it. If we could feel it too, we'd be holding on for dear life. But if we let go of everything we think we see in front of us, everything we hold up as impossible, and dare to open our minds to what's outside of that, the wonders of the universe, that's where we'd meet the Doctor. It's too dangerous, though, and he tells Rose to forget him. But this speech is to entice Rose. This isn't the sort of thing you say to someone to make them go away. It's the exact opposite. Something in him, some feeling, made him stop and answer the question. Maybe it was a masked confession to himself. Maybe he wants company. But something holds him back as he decides to walk away and into a big blue box. Rose isn't looking though. She's walking home to eat more chips, but she hears something. It's loud and strange sounding and came from the direction the Doctor was going. She runs back, but nothing out of the ordinary is there, because the blue police box is gone. Curious about the Doctor, Rose goes to Mickey's house to use his computer. And canonically, he's the only person in the world who has a computer in Doctor Who. Don't fact check me. Mickey asks if she wants some coffee, and Rose tells him she'll have one, but only if he washes the mug. Ew. He then panics about her going on his computer and tells her not to check his emails, implying he's messaging other girls. It's kind of played as a joke, but that still happened. When Rose gets on the computer, eager to find out about this mystery man, she searches up Doctor. Girl, what did you expect? Honestly, this is Rose haters' biggest piece of ammo. Rose has more luck and finds a blog about the Doctor after searching Doctor, blue box. The blog asks for anybody who has seen the Doctor to contact Clive. Who is Clive? Remember when I said that Doctor Who kind of was inspired by Buffy the Vampire Slayer? A little bit, calm down. Well, Clive is kind of like Giles. He knows stuff. He's got books. Rose gets Mickey to drive her to Clive's house and stay in the car as she knocks on the door. And who answers? But this kid that gives off such Tracy Beaker vibes. Dad, it's one of your nutters. 2 words. bog off. Anyway, Clive tells Rose that the Doctor and his blue box keeps cropping up all over the place, and he's noticed. He's all over history, but his face never ages. He was there for the Kennedy assassination, the Titanic sinking, Krakatoa's eruption. Suddenly, the Doctor's esoteric speech about the wonders of everything seemed much grander than first thought. There was already something especially strange about him, but now what must be the trails of his family lineage, father to son across human history, are scattered across moments of catastrophe. Clive warns Rose, though, it's not all harmless intrigue. When disaster comes, he's there. He brings the storm in his wake and has one constant companion: death. It's interesting to hear this now. It both contrasts and yet completely aligns with what we've already seen. The Doctor was there when disaster came for Rose. He saved her, but Wilson died. The Doctor also rigged explosives to destroy the life in those mannequins, but then tracked plastic back to Rose and made sure she was safe. But maybe that speech about letting go of the world wasn't about then landing in Wonderland, but the dangerous unknown. Given everything that Clive knows, he's sure that if Rose has seen the Doctor, then it can only mean one thing: we're all in danger. But Clive also has much grander theories. He thinks the man scattered across history is the same man every time, not father or son, a kindred face or myth. Clive thinks he's immortal and far, far away from whence he came. It's a really spooky introduction to the concept of the Doctor. He's completely shrouded in mystery, yet we know enough that we're conflicted. Is he dangerous, or is he not? Rose has had enough. She leaves Clive's house because she thinks he's crazy. I mean, immortal alien? Come on, you expect me to believe that? But while she was talking inside, outside, Mickey was getting eaten by a plastic bin and it burps. He then gets replaced by a plastic clone and it's giving Robbie Rotten. And how do you not notice, Rose? My God. They then go on a dinner date because Mickey's plastic clone is very hungry for pizza. I never said this show was perfect. Rose is talking about what she's going to do in life, that it all went wrong when she left school for Jimmy Stones, and she wants to know what Mickey thinks about it all. But plastic clone spy Mickey wants to know where the Doctor is. Rose is clearly sick of it, though. She doesn't feel like Mickey listens to her. Whilst they're arguing, a waiter shows up offering champagne. But scandal! It's the Doctor! He shakes the champagne and shoots the cork into Mickey's head, but Mickey absorbs it and spits it out. But don't worry, because then the Doctor just pulls off his plastic head. Only in Doctor Who. But Rose shows quick thinking and trips the fire alarm, which I think subtly shows a parallel between her and the Doctor. When she could have just ran away, she thought of others first. But now they're being chased by headless Mickey with hands like a shovel, don't ask. So they run outside and are faced with a big locked metal gate as their only exit. Rose tells the Doctor to open it using his magic wand thing, and he corrects her. Sonic screwdriver. Lore alert! Lore alert! After begging him to open the gate, the Doctor calmly walks into the blue police box parked in the middle, and Rose panics. What's she meant to do? Hide in a wooden box? After moments of scared anticipation, she quickly goes to check inside the box. What's he doing in there? And here we have it. Honestly, the most iconic part of Doctor Who. Rose is silently shocked as she looks around. She can't believe it. She even goes back outside to run around it, even with Mickey's clone bashing the door down. She's checking there's no magic tricks or illusions. She runs around the entire box again, just to prepare herself to go back in. See, I neglected to mention one thing. The Doctor's blue box, it's bigger on the inside. I love this line from the Doctor telling Rose she's safe in here from anything. It's the first thing he says. The assembled hordes of Genghis Khan couldn't get through that door, and believe me, they've tried. It's a nice warm hug while she goes through the shock of landing in that aforementioned Wonderland. It's so magical yet scary as we zoom out and pan across the TARDIS interior and see how truly vast it is. There are columns branching out from the floor, holding up the dome that towers over them, covered floor to ceiling with carved circles. It's all a rustic bronze and borderline steampunk. If it wasn't bigger on the inside, you can imagine that the Doctor built it all himself from scrap metal he got from some intergalactic flea market. There's a bizarre console in the middle that glows a dirty green, and an arcane luminescence lights the translucent floor below them from a curious origin. Energy flows through a beacon in the middle as the mechanism sounds as if it breathes, but not on air, perhaps stardust. It's a transcendental experience calling into question everything one could know about physics, an epiphany in a room, but normality for the Doctor. While Rose is taking it all in, he's busy trying to trace the signal that Mickey's head is animated from. He turns around though, to ask her, "Where do you want to start?" Rose stammers as she gets out that it's bigger on the inside. The Doctor nods along as she says it's alien, and she asks if he is too. He confirms it, but asks if that's alright. Rose says yes. She's fast to adapt, so the Doctor tells her the ship's name. It's called the TARDIS, which is an anagram for time and relative dimension in space. The Doctor thinks it's all too much for her as she starts to cry. But, in an important piece of character work, Rose isn't experiencing culture shock. Did they kill him? Mickey? But the Doctor didn't even consider that. This shows another side to him. He's seen so much death, yes, and unfortunately, he might have gotten used to it. He doesn't have much time to reflect on it though, because Rose cries out that he's even going to let Mickey melt. The clone's head is melting on the console, and the Doctor cries out, but he runs around the console pressing buttons as we hear a familiar sound, that indescribable metallic groaning as everything around them shakes, and then he runs outside. Rose cries out that it's not safe. Mickey was just outside, but as she walks out too, she sees that they've somehow travelled to the centre of London. This is where Rose really grapples with the absurdity of everything, not quite knowing what to think, and the Doctor is not being helpful. She asks if the TARDIS flies, and he dismissively answers the question, saying that it just appears, and she wouldn't understand. Rose doesn't get angry though. She's worried about other people, as there's still a plastic clone of Mickey on the loose. The Doctor is frustrated with losing the signal from the head though, so he passively aggressively explains that the clone would have melted too, then asks her if she's gonna witter on all night. She's still coming to grips with everything, however, probably not fully appreciating his tone. But when the Doctor looks back confused as to what Rose is talking about when she says that she'll have to inform Mickey's mother that he's dead, she snaps. She's quickly adapted to the situation, but she's not getting any support from the man at the centre of all the trouble. She's feeling a complete lack of understanding from the Doctor, who's not seeing all the tangible human impact this is having on Rose, who's still thinking of others first. She yells at him that he was right. He is alien. The people caught in his crossfire are staring him in the face, but he just can't see it. And this is frustrating because this is second nature to her. She has a strong resolve that's going underappreciated. The Doctor rises to a challenge though, yelling dismissively over Mickey's death that he's trying to save every stupid ape blundering about on this planet. It's ironic here that he's called the Doctor, yet seems entirely dismissive over a life lost. But it's partly understandable. He's got a lot on his shoulders being the only one who knows how to stop the mannequins. However, he should have at least a sense of responsibility to the people caught in the middle. That's why Rose is so furious. She's about to walk away, but a question pops into her head. If you are an alien, how comes you sound like you're from the north? Lots of planets have a north. I really think this line is so funny. It's meta without breaking the fourth wall. We know from this dialogue alone that we don't have to question literally everything in the show. It invites us to create our own theories as to why everybody sounds British across all of time and space. We get some respite though when Rose starts to ask the Doctor the questions he wants to hear. She asks what a police public call box is, and he perks up, smiling as he tells her it's a disguise. He seems really pleased with himself and excited to talk about it. He loves that box. I mean, who can blame him? With his prior grumpy demeanour melting away, you get the sense he's having fun. He was kidding himself trying to shake off Rose, and as long as she's not challenging what seems to be a sore spot for him right now, his empathy, she's fitting into his life rather well. Rose asks what the mannequins have against us, and it turns out the plastic beings are kind of like a hive mind called the Nestene conscious. They desperately want to take over Earth because of all the pollution in the air that makes it good for the plastic to live in. This is obvious commentary on pollution, single-use plastic, and the over-reliance on cars. On release in 2005, climate preservation was really becoming a hot-button issue in the public consciousness, and only a decade later was it started to be taught in schools. It's fun to anthropomorphize this though. Mannequins attacking us, if not a little on the nose. But this is what people mean when they say Doctor Who is camp. It's over the top and has exaggerated and sometimes silly villains. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. Shout out Mike's Mike. So, it turns out all the Doctor needs to do to stop the Nestene is to use an anti-plastic cocktail on the source of the consciousness. It just so happens that the Doctor says the transmitter would have to be a huge round circular shape. Kind of like the London Eye. It's right behind you. Rose looks at the Doctor like he's a dumbass until he finally turns around and realizes. Fantastic! This is the Doctor's catchphrase for this series, if you can call it that. I love it. I'm constantly saying fantastic in his voice. New flavour of Coca Noodles for 30p. Fantastic! Sex and the City complete box set for £10. Fantastic! No spoilers though, I haven't watched it yet. The Doctor and Rose run over Westminster Bridge, holding hands as a big red London bus goes hurtling past them. It's a moment where they really connect for the first time. They finally understand each other a little, having seen each other's world and stopped arguing. Now, they're going to face the Nestene consciousness together. They find a manhole cover below the London Eye that's glowing red. Oh boy, I wonder where the monster is. They step in to discover this huge red glowing vat of plastic, and this is it. This is the true monster. Rose wants the Doctor to just tip in his anti-plastic, but he says he's not here to destroy it. He needs to give it a chance. This, in essence, is really what the Doctor's about. He has the power and know-how to destroy most things, but he always gives them a chance. And this moment usually surprises people on first watch. It's a monster, so just kill it. But that's not how he operates. There's a better way. Anyway, Flop Mickey is here. Boo. So the bin ate Mickey, but Mickey's here. Did the bin walk all the way to London Eye for lunch break or something and drop him off? We haven't seen the mannequins teleport, so what's the deal? Turns out they kept him alive so they could make the clone of him, but then what? Keep him as a pet? The Doctor then steps up to talk to the Nestene consciousness and evokes the Shadow Proclamation. You'll hear this a lot if you watch the show, especially in the earlier seasons. It's basically just universe law, stuff like you can't invade planets with intelligent life. Like here. The Doctor commands the space and is a voice of authority in front of the Nestene, pleading with them to go and throwing a few jabs. But importantly, he speaks well of humanity in his own grumpy way, just after calling us all stupid apes. He says that our planet is just starting and humans are capable of so much more. But just as the Doctor is negotiating, two mannequins come up from behind him and grab him, taking the anti-plastic. They've also taken the TARDIS, their only means of escape. We can't understand the consciousness as it screeches, but the Doctor can, and presumably the Nestene recognizes the TARDIS as a war machine. I couldn't save your world. I couldn't save any of them. This serves as a hint as to why the Doctor has been so grumpy throughout the episode, but we don't get any more information yet. The consciousness recognizes the TARDIS as superior technology and gets startled, which begins the final phase of their invasion, so the Doctor urges Rose to run away. But she doesn't. Instead, Rose calls her mum, but she doesn't have a good signal, she can't warn her, and shocked, Jackie is going to do some late night clothes shopping. Near the mannequins! Cut to our Doctor sleuth Clive, and his family are out shopping too, when the mannequins suddenly start breaking down the glass and one walks up to Clive, unlatches its hand to reveal a blaster, and shoots him in the head. R.I.P. Clive. Our first on-screen game over. Rose and Mickey try running to the TARDIS, but they're out of luck. It's locked. All while chaos breaks loose out on the street. The mannequins are just blasting everybody, and Jackie is in the trenches. Luckily, Girl boss Rose hatches a plan just as the mannequins are about to blast her mum. Rose may have no A-levels, no job, no future, but she got the bronze medal in school gymnastics and swings from a chain and drop kicks the mannequin holding the anti-plastic into the consciousness. It's a great moment as she talks to herself about having achieved very little, but she's psyching herself up to save the world. Boom! Everything around them starts to explode as Rose has saved the day. They run to the TARDIS as everything is on fire and cut to Jackie hiding in a corner as she realizes the mannequins have been Fortnite boogie bombed. They're all glitching out and fall on the ground. The gang go into the TARDIS and take themselves to safety, and when they land, Mickey runs out and drops to the ground like a coward. No congratulations to Rose, might I add. As Rose is walking out, she turns around and looks to the Doctor. You were useless in there. You'd be dead if it wasn't for me. Anybody getting the parallels between Buffy the Vampire Slayer? No? The Doctor commends Rose on a job well done and thanks her, but you can tell he wants to say something else. He says he's got to go, but pauses. Unless, I don't know, you could come with me. This is the first invitation to the TARDIS. This is cinema. Rose asks if it's always like this, dangerous and world-ending, and the Doctor happily says, yeah, he loves this kind of stuff. Rose stands there as Mickey clings to her legs and reluctantly says she can't. I've got to go and find my mum, and someone's got to look after this stupid lump. And the Doctor takes a beat. And just the look in his eyes tells you everything. He's really disappointed. He looks so sad. The acting is superb. Eccleston expertly conveys the deep longing for companionship, because what worth is a time machine that can go anywhere without anybody to go with? Okay. See you around. And he shuts the door and off the TARDIS goes. This would be the last time Rose ever saw him, as she walks away slowly, contemplating the events of a once-in-a-lifetime adventure. But the Doctor comes back! Did I mention it also travels in time? Rose looks to her boyfriend. Thanks. Thanks for what? Exactly. And Rose leaves Mickey in the dust, and thus starts the best show in the world! 9 out of 10. Rose was enjoyed by 10.81 million viewers in the UK, and I think it's a perfect start, even with a burping bin. By the way, that's genuine shock and trauma, Jackie. You should sue. This episode expertly reintroduces everything you need to know about the show. It's so good. Rose is immediately likable because Piper's acting is so authentic. Eccleston's performance as the Doctor is equally amazing. He just exudes charisma and portrays emotion so well. Nothing feels fake. Everything leads the viewer perfectly to each realization Rose makes, as each barrier of disbelief is broken. Because of that, you feel the wonder and awe she feels. You hurt when she hurts. You celebrate when she does. Careful effort was made so this didn't put off general audiences. Russell said that if in the first 5 minutes Rose was attacked by a green tentacle monster, then you really risk a lot of viewers turning off. And he's right. The decisions to make these monsters the Nestine conscious, i.e. mannequins, leads you to believe that they could actually just be people in suits. But then each barrier of disbelief is broken, like I said, instead of just expecting you to be immediately used to science fiction shenanigans. So, a lot of this episode was spent setting up just how dangerous life around the Doctor can be. But we ultimately see that he's a force for good when he refuses to just destroy the Nestine. Everything happening around him is just an unfortunate byproduct of being in the eye of the storm. But what will that mean for Rose? We've seen she's capable of holding her own and even saving the day, but what will inviting her into a life of this mean? What could the consequences be? Find out. We've got 12 more episodes to talk about. There was a big sentiment that this episode had to be a big one, the one that you remember. And if you don't, then they've wasted their time. With people like Michael Grade comparing Doctor Who to Star Wars, this episode had to impress with its visuals, and they really went all out. With 110 plus visual effects shots in a single episode, it was akin to a feature-length movie's worth of CGI at the time. The visual effects still hold up today, and they did an excellent job. Alongside the CGI, they also had a mountain of practical effects to do, with many creatures and aliens receiving full costumes that still look excellent. Though, because Doctor Who Series 1 was shot in 576i resolution in the Digi-Beta era, there is no way to upscale it to high definition, meaning that a lot of imperfections are far less pronounced in the reduced detail, and we might think differently of it if it was in 4K. Nonetheless, I'm still left impressed and very pleased with the effects, procedural and practical, in this episode. After the last, getting introduced to the concept of a Doctor Who alien in a manner that scales over the story, this episode seeks to throw you into the deep end and present you with what the show is truly capable of. We start right where we left off, and the Doctor asks if Rose wants to go backwards or forwards in time. They flirt a little bit about how the Doctor wants to impress Rose. Going a little overboard, they travel to the end of planet Earth when the sun finally expands, and will watch on board a satellite. At this point, everybody on Earth has colonized other planets and has crossbred with other species, meaning Rose is the only true human left. But it's hopeful somehow. We made it. Billions of years in the future, we made it. They walk out of the room they landed in to a grand party room and are greeted by a blue hospitality alien asking them about their invites. And the Doctor flashes them a blank piece of paper, and the Smurf lets him stay. What's going on here is that the Doctor has a psychic paper that shows anybody what he needs them to know. It's another one of those handy plot devices where if they need to get in somewhere, they just use the psychic paper. If they need to open the door, they just use the sonic screwdriver. Otherwise, half the plots would just be them getting kicked out of places or not being able to get in. The Doctor says that this party is for the great and the good, but he corrects himself and says the rich. This sets up a main thesis of this episode. Also, this blue man is an alien. You'll come across this a lot in the show. Some aliens will just be a straight up dude. Just some guy. So now it's time to start the party. So then they begin introducing the rich as hell guests. There's tree people, blue Jabba the Hutt, shadow people, Wookiees or something. There's a lot of aliens, okay? But all have fantastic practical costumes. It's customary here to swap gifts at these events, and the Doctor, coming empty-handed, gives them all the gift of air from his lungs. The tree lady loves this, because photosynthesis is very highbrow. You have to have a very high IQ to understand the jokes in Doctor Who. She maybe loves his air a little too much, because Rose gives her a very dirty look. Wait, does Rose maybe fancy the Doctor a bit? But then there's more. There's special guests. Here's the face of Bo. Everybody got up from their seats on the bus and clapped. They definitely all heard me lecture that old lady in the Tumblr post. Meanwhile, the shadow people, who, by the way, are called the repeated meme, are just giving gifts of just balls. Just balls, man. But one more special guest. The last human, Lady Cassandra. She's shady, she's messy, she's iconic. She's also a sheet of skin, played by Zoe Wanamaker. And remember, everybody was giving out gifts? Well, what does Cassandra have? The gift of iPod, which is just in fact a jukebox that plays humanity's greatest composers. What does it play? Tainted Love. Tainted Love. Oh. Cassandra also gives the gift of ostrich egg. But taking it all in is getting a bit too much for Rose. She looks around, slowly getting more and more overwhelmed by the aliens. She's on an alien spaceship, and that just didn't quite sink in. She's so far away from home. Perhaps the braveness that she showed last episode is in fact impulsiveness. She didn't really think, she just went with the Doctor. She's now on a satellite in space, surrounded by aliens watching the world burn. How did she end up here? She starts becoming overstimulated and runs off. It's all too much. The Doctor tries to run after her, but Tree Lady gives him a quick scan. Meanwhile, the repeated meme are even giving their gifts of balls to the steward. Whilst that's happening, we pan over the Mox of Balhoun quietly discussing the Bad Wolf scenario. I'm sure that will never come up. That's probably nothing. And then we pan over to Tree Lady asking the scanner what species the Doctor is. And when she gets her answer, she's shocked. But there is a scandal afoot, ladies and gentlemen. One of the gifts of balls lets out a nanobot and it scurries off. Anyway, Rose has run off to a random room and is having an existential crisis looking out of a window at the sun exploding. You might think that this will be the whole episode. Rose's panic will grow and grow and at one point explode. Though, one thing that Russel T Davies is really good at doing, in my opinion, is humanizing these alien environments. Everything feels lived in, and that's exactly what Rose needs to feel right now. Not that she's in a strange, far-off place, but somewhere with at least some familiarity. In comes a blue girl. Rose turns around and is initially a bit spooked. Rose asks if she's allowed to be in here, and the blue girl responds, "You have to give us permission to talk." Rose is taken aback by this, and in the tone of a question says, You have permission? She's uncomfortable feeling above people. Coming from a working class background, she's so used to being on the other end of this. The blue girl sincerely thanks her and they introduce themselves to each other, and the blue girl's name is Ruffalo, so I can stop calling her blue girl now. Turns out she's a plumber and needs to fix something. This is the moment in the conversation you can really see Rose's mood shift for a moment. They still have plumbers? She jokes. And this is what I mean about Russell's world feeling lived in. It's a small detail. It would be easy to just say the ship is automated and have Rose look out the window and lazily throw flashbacks of memories of a mum conveying that she's missing that familiarity. But here she is, meeting someone that's completely normal doing a normal job that Rose can befriend. The point is, though, she's not normal. At least not to Rose. She's an alien, but for a moment, she's just having a chat with a nice person. This is showing Rose that there's adventure to be had in these far-off worlds, no matter how scary they may initially be. They go back and forth until Ruffalo asks Rose where she's from. A long way away. She slowly realizes just how far from home she is with a man she barely knows. It's scaring her how potentially naive she's been. Rose says bye to Ruffalo as she has to leave. She needs some alone time to think about everything. This leaves Ruffalo alone as she opens up a vent to fix something, only to find a nanobot, the one from those balls, that's probably not meant to be there. Then 2 of them. And then way too many. She gets dragged into the vent as we hear her screams. And if I die to AI, no, I didn't. I will get back up and jump off a bridge to do it right. We then cut to the blue man who we met at the start, and after accepting the gift of balls, he goes into his office and places it down on his desk, and a nanobot comes out. The steward announces that whoever owns the blue box needs to report to a steward immediately because teleportation is strictly forbidden on this ship, meaning they might get stuck. Rose has run off to another viewing deck, and while she talks to Tree Girl's gift of a potted twig, the gift of ball that she set down behind her opens and comes out a nanobot. The nanobot starts scanning Rose, but the Doctor, looking for her, knocks on the door and the scared nanobot runs to the vent. Haha, Among Us or something. The Doctor invites himself in and says jovially, "What do you think then?" Rose answers unconvincingly that it's great. It's fine, once you get past the slightly psychic paper. She then says what's bothering her. Everything's so alien. I love this shot. The Doctor and Rose sitting far apart because right now, Rose is feeling very unsure of him, far flung from them holding hands over Westminster Bridge. The comfort and familiarity of a world she actually knows is gone. Rose then wonders why everybody speaks English, all the aliens. So the Doctor explains that the TARDIS has a telepathic field that translates everything for everybody. It's another little handy thing so they can explain why everybody speaks English. But Rose is annoyed, rightfully, that the Doctor didn't even ask if he could do this. The TARDIS is in her brain, changing her mind. What else could it do? She's feeling disrespected and gets annoyed at the Doctor's jovial approach. He's an alien too, and right now it's freaking her out, so she wants some semblance of security in who she's with. So she asks, "Who are you, then, Doctor? What are you called? What sort of alien are you?" This is Rose's way of lashing out. But the Doctor doesn't answer. He doesn't want to talk about where he's from for some reason, or even what species he is. Anything to know that she's in safe hands. So she yells at him, "Tell me who you are!" But the Doctor yells back, "This is who I am, right here, right now, alright? All that counts is here and now, and this is me! The Doctor is incredibly defensive about his identity, and we, the audience, are left wondering why. For classic era viewers, the Doctor's backstory is known, so the question of why he doesn't want to talk about it leaves a bigger question. Did something happen since they last saw this character? Maybe that war? Frustrated, the Doctor gets up and walks down the steps. He doesn't want to talk about himself at all. Rose, sensing she's touched a nerve, she's an empath, guys, walks down to him. Rose jokes not to argue with the designated driver to lighten the mood. He's upset with her, and she knows that. She jokes that she can't exactly call a taxi to pick her up if they fall out, and the Doctor knows she needs some comfort, some reassurance that she's safe. He realizes he overreacted, and what's better to make that up than a slice of home? So he takes her phone and does some jiggery pokery. The Doctor has fixed up her phone so she can always call anybody from any time. And finally, you can't spell familiarity without family, as Rose calls her mum. They have this conversation as Jackie does the laundry, about Rose's top falling to bits, about a lottery syndicate. Suddenly, Rose has home in her hand, and all the tension is gone. The Doctor knows Rose didn't mean to touch a nerve, and he feels bad about yelling back, as well as Rose now feeling she's being listened to, which she got so used to the opposite of with Mickey. The Doctor makes a joke about the call as they're both now feeling closer. I think that's amazing. You want to see the bill? This show's banter is very good. This scene is so well written. Everything is full of subtext you can come back to and watch after discovering new information. No bit of dialogue is needless exposition or wasted. Everything has its purpose, and the actors nail every bit of it. However, as it all seems to be going great, the ship suddenly starts to rumble and shake in a way that the Doctor knows is off. Over in Blue Man's office, he's starting to worry. He bickers with Control about what might be going on, and then he gets his answer. A nanobot climbs on to his desk. It then presses a button on his keyboard and disables the Windows sun filter. The sun comes shining through as he desperately tries to undo it, but it's not working. R.I.P. Blue Man. The first Blue Man to die in Doctor Who. The Blue Man group would have loved you. The Doctor and Rose return to the party room as the Doctor reports that he wants to go investigate. Tree Lady walks up to the Doctor and Rose, and the Doctor clues her in to his concerns. She's called Jabe, and says that the maintenance floor is very close to her room if they want to go check it out. So the Doctor and Jabe agree to go, but Rose doesn't. She stays behind to talk to Cassandra, and I quote, "Have a quick word with Michael Jackson." Rose would have been a great celebrity on Twitter in like 2012, just messy, unfiltered beef with other famous people, no media training at all. She would have ratioed everybody though. Rose talks to Cassandra where she says she was born a little boy on Earth so many years ago. What was that about Doctor Who never being political? If you can even call someone's mere identity political. Anyway, Cassandra, being a metaphor for society's overindulgence in plastic surgery, says Rose should have her chin tucked. So Rose RKO's Cassandra. It's better to die than live like you, a bitchy trampoline. Rose, you just won the internet today. In the meantime, the Doctor and Jabe get to know each other as they walk down a maintenance corridor. They flirt and banter a little, but Jabe finally gets to her burning question. The Doctor's ancestry. Jabe talks on as he sonics a control pad, pretending to not care about what she's saying. She thinks maybe why the Doctor enjoys trouble like this is because there's nothing else left for him. He starts to break, but holds back his emotion until Jabe lets out what she knows. I know where you're from. And this is where we get our answer as to why the Doctor was so upset at Rose for asking him where he's from, and why he was so grumpy last episode, as Jabe comforts him. I just wanted to say how sorry I am. So, something happened to the Doctor's home planet. But what? Perhaps that war? Well, we don't know yet, and this not knowing is key to give the Doctor an edge in this revival series. It's why his theme music is so somber and mellow at the start. Some gritty and hard trauma was thought necessary to make the Doctor a more complex character that could grip the respective modern day viewers. By the way, just this screenshot Oscar-worthy. You can literally tell how stiff that upper lip is. But back to the plot, and the Doctor finally gains the control system and opens a door. The door to the main control room to see what's going on. The main control panel, however, is on the other side of these giant spinning metal sharp fans. Yeah, who designed this? The designer of this and the Death Star should really combine forces to make one of the worst ships imaginable, or just a really hard Fall Guys level. The Doctor notes that for a main control room with lots of hot machinery meant to be working, it's a bit cold. Hey Doctor, it's probably because of those massive spinning fans. Meanwhile, Rose is getting whacked in the head by the repeated meme. Why are they doing that? She left the main viewing room after her argument with Cassandra, and this is what she gets in return? She should be paid for that sass. So, one can assume that the repeated meme and Cassandra are in cahoots. But for what tomfoolery? Is it kind of poetic justice though? Drag for a drag? Over in the control room, the Doctor is trying to find out what's happening to the ship. So he sonics and opens a control panel, and out comes a nanobot. The Doctor recognises it's up to no good, and with the heat about to rise exponentially with Earth ending in 10 minutes. They scram to the party room. Scram! I love that word, scram. I should say that more. I've got to skedaddle. I'm scramming. Back at the party in Morning of Earth, Cassandra puts on another traditional Earth ballad, and the jukebox plays Britney Spears' Toxic. Yes, this is good TV. Yes. The Doctor and Jabe, on their way to the party, walk past a room that's smoking, and no, it's not a sentient room with a blunt. Jabe worries that the blue man is in there, with the Doctor answering, "You can smell him." So, now the Doctor knows tomfoolery level is at critical. It's just like when I put cinnamon in my bolognese and I, completely ruined it. I don't know, sometimes my spice cabinet, it just looks a little bored. So I open it up, talk to it, what's the time? I'm here all night. Looking at the control panel, the Doctor then realises there's another sun filter programmed to descend. Where, you might ask? Cut to Rose waking up in an observation room. Sun filter descending. Sun filter descending. Watch out, sun filter. Jackie will sue you. And it is not looking good, but the Doctor gets to the door just in time to find it locked. The Doctor works on it, but the sun filter slowly descends till Rose is forced to drop to the floor to get out of the way. A few moments pass and the Doctor finally beats it, but with the lock melted, Rose is stuck in the room for now, as the Doctor runs off to the party. This scene was initially meant to be slightly different, as the ship was intended to have tilted on its side by this point, so Rose would have been directly standing on the glass cracking beneath her. This concept was cut for budget reasons. Jabe, already in the main room, has scanned the nanobot and confirmed that it has sabotaged the whole ship. Sabotaged. When the Doctor arrives, he knows exactly what to do with the nanobot. You know those videos of two people telling their dog to sit and then they both run in opposite directions to see which one the dog loves more? Well, go on, little nanobot, who do you love more? Cassandra? No. It's the repeated meme. Yes. But then the Doctor goes up to one of them and just yanks off his arm. He's got a thing for yanking off people's arms. They're remote control droids. Oh, right, okay, but who's controlling them? Cassandra? Yes. This bitchy trampoline. She says she hoped to manufacture a hostage situation and collect enormous compensation money so she could continue to have cosmetic procedures. But since the Doctor busted her, she's got plan B. She'll illegally teleport out and let all of them perish because she's got shares in all their rival businesses. Eat the rich! The Doctor and Jabe now have to go fix the ship before the sun expands. Because of their earlier investigation, they know the switch they need to override everything is on the opposite side of all those razor-sharp fans. Good news though, there's a lever to stop the fans, but because of the malfunctioning caused by the nanobots, the lever won't stay in place. This means Jabe has to hold it down whilst everything heats up, because they're turning off the big-ass fans. But she's a tree! Put your bets in, everybody. Does the only black character survive? As Jabe pulls the lever down, the Doctor realises the sacrifice she might be making. Jabe, you're made of wood. Thanks, I'm sure she didn't know that. Then stop wasting time. Time Lord. Lore alert! Lore alert! This is the first reference to the Doctor's species in the revival. Epic! Meanwhile, the main observation room's glass is starting to crack under the heat, so now we're in a major time crunch. Even with Jabe holding the lever down, the fans are still super fast, and the Doctor needs to pick his time perfectly to get between them. He needs to hurry up though, because the observation room Rose is locked in is also starting to heat up majorly as rays of sun start shooting at her. The Doctor is nearly there though, as the party room guests start getting hit with sun rays too, but sadly, it all gets too hot for Jabe as she lights a blaze. The Doctor looks back, only to hear her screams and see glimpses of fire between the fans. R.I.P. Jabe. In my first draft of the script, I just called you Tree Lady the entire time. Though, there's good news. She can just be recycled. But everything comes down to this moment. Earth death in 10, 9. This is where the Doctor shows off an ability he has, where if he focuses super hard, thinks really fast, he can slow down time for himself and notice the smallest things, think through something super analytically or just do something cool, like here. He goes full concentration mode and thinks of Rose stuck in that room, and passes through the final fan. On the other side, the Doctor flips the override switch to raise the shields, just as Rose's deck was about to burn to a crisp. Then, the sun expands. The Earth is gone. The Doctor then, walking back, looks at the remains of Jade, who sacrificed herself for the safety of others. And you can't help but think, Cassandra is screwed. The Doctor returns to the party room, now definitely more of a sharty room because everyone hit their pants. The Doctor reverses Cassandra's teleport with some jiggery pokery. The teleport link was in the ostrich egg. You'd be forgiven if you forgot about the ostrich egg because it was introduced like 40 minutes ago and they concentrated on it for like 2 seconds. Cassandra is teleported back to the party room, but with no minions to moisturize her in the heat. She's creaking. Cassandra starts screaming in pain, and even after everything she's gone through, Rose still asks the Doctor to help her. But the Doctor, furious at Cassandra for Jabe's death and countless others, while exploiting Earth's last moments only for financial gain, stares coldly at Cassandra. Everything has its time. Cassandra's skin then gets way too tight. Catapults everywhere. Bits of skin go flying across the room. It's grim. Goodbye, you bitchy trampoline. After everything is calmed down, Rose stares out the observation deck window at the Earth consumed in flames. All those years, all that history, and no one was even looking. It's a testament to Rose that she sees the bigger picture here. She nearly got burnt alive, but instead of ruminating on Cassandra, she has empathy for the Earth. She's thankful she's alive. With Rose feeling odd about the future by simultaneously finding the good of humanity still left at the end of Earth in Ruffalo, but also the downfalls of it in the greed and vanity of Cassandra, she rightfully has some pretty complex feelings about everything. So the Doctor takes her back home to the streets of London. Rose stares wistfully at everyone surrounding her, this bustling street, before just the set dressing of her world, one that reminded her of how little is going on in her life, is now a sonderous relief and a warm hug. She may have just seen the Earth burn, but humanity lives on, then and here. The Doctor and Rose look around as he laments that one day it's all gone. Even the sky. Their minds are on the end of it all, contrasting with everybody walking around them with so much life left. It strikes a familiar chord with the Doctor, and he feels like it's time to open up and share in Rose's pain. My planet's gone. It burned, like the Earth. It's just rocks and dust, before its time. Rose asks what happened to the Doctor's planet, so he tells her that there was a war, and we lost. Rose asks with who, and the Doctor stays silent. The answer is something he'd rather not say, and after their argument on the observation deck, she understands not to push him, but now knows why he has those boundaries. She asks about his people, and he solemnly answers, I'm a Time Lord. I'm the last of the Time Lords. I'm left travelling on my own because there's no one else left. And Rose finally understands why the Doctor was so agitated earlier at Rose's insistence to know who he is. It would be a painful reminder to talk about it, but they don't have to. She knows what he's feeling in this moment because she's feeling it too. They've bonded through this shared experience, so they've grown closer. It's why when Rose says, "There's me," it feels incredibly earned and beautiful. The Doctor asks Rose if she's sure she wants to travel with him after she's seen firsthand how dangerous it can be. But whilst Rose is thinking it through, she smells chips. The comforting and familiar smell of what to her represents humanity. They laugh. Finally some relief from their emotional tolls. Rose insists he take her to get some chips, but the Doctor, being the Doctor, has no money. So this chip shop date will have to be on her. But she doesn't mind. 7 out of 10. The End of the World was enjoyed by 7.97 million viewers in the UK. Something off about this episode is the Doctor's apparent ability to slow down time for himself. It's used very rarely and often dropped and forgotten about because it's overpowered. I cut them some slack though, because this was early days. They were still trying to figure out what exactly the Doctor could do in the revival. Personally, I think the better criticism of this episode is that why the hell would you put a really important control panel at the end of a Fall Guys course? The Doctor literally has to beat Slime Climb with Jabe griefing him. Also, Deus Ex Machina. There is one singular button that will just save the day if it gets pressed, so of course the writer has to put it behind some incredibly unnecessary, arbitrary complication. Otherwise, this would all be resolved insanely easily. There's also something else I don't quite like about this episode. Cassandra is meant to be a criticism of the plastic surgery industry, where celebrities get so many surgeries that they're barely recognizable as them. That's the idea of Cassandra. Obviously, this is a complex issue. I just support people getting what makes them feel genuinely comfortable and confident in themselves. But that's not what the show is saying here. The show is making fun of specifically women for overdoing plastic surgery in an industry that will historically value them much less once they hit 30 and, quote, lose their looks. They're doing it because of societal pressure caused by Eurocentric beauty standards, and I don't blame them. Society is heavily critical of women's appearances in a way that it is not for men in mainstream media, though it definitely does still exist for men. Can we then blame them for being insecure? We're the reason why. That being said, despite the fact that I don't like this element of the episode, this was also the prevailing attitude of the time, but still, that doesn't stop me wanting better. Ultimately, The End of the World is a very camp and extravagant episode that was great at developing Rose and the Doctor's character and relationship dynamic. That's what saves the episode for me, as well as how sassy and iconic Cassandra is. I will never forget that Britney Spears' Toxic played on Doctor Who. But there's one last thing to say. The Doctor, in kind of a sick way, took Rose to the end of her world so she could understand his feelings. It's definitely a morally grey moment, but perfect morality is never interesting. I think that's a big reason why the Doctor let Cassandra succumb to the elements, and it's a great moment. She detracted from everyone's ability to truly mourn the Earth, and after the loss of his planet, he couldn't stomach someone else's world going without ritual, without respect. He definitely went too far though. He gave the Nestene consciousness a second chance, but felt righteous here. He definitely let his anger get the better of him. Oh, Doctor, taking someone on a date to the end of their world instead of just talking about your feelings. Honestly, there's not a billion and one things to say about this episode. I like it. I think it's fun for what it is. Charles Dickens is in it, played by Simon Callow, and he breathes a lot of life into the character. This period piece is very atmospheric too, and poses its first really big moral quandary that I will talk about later in this video, because it does link to an ongoing narrative theme present across a lot of the show, but especially this series. We start the episode in this funeral parlor, which I'm sure is very unassuming and nothing bad will happen in it. Yeah. The stiffs are coming back to life. And no, that isn't the tagline for some ED medication. Mr. Mutton Chops here, played by Alan David, tells his customer he can have a moment with his grandma, but suddenly she attacks! But when Mr. Mutton Chops comes back in and sees this, he's just like, oh no. Anyway, as if he's just used to it at this point. Grandma, played by Jennifer Hill, gets away and runs off after making her son, Mr. Redpath, played by Hugh Reese, worm food. She deaded him. he dead. But the Doctor and Rose show up, just wanting to see what's up in the past after going so far in the future last time. So, Rose gets dressed up, and the costume design goes hard. Blimey! Keep it in your pants, Doctor. The Doctor told Rose that there's a dressing room in the TARDIS and gives her a billion directions. Basically, the TARDIS is not just bigger on the inside, it's massive on the inside. It has a swimming pool, a library, a botanical house, a zoo. Do we ever get to see them? Barely ever. It's such a missed opportunity. Like, imagine if the TARDIS crash landed while they were in the pool. Funny jokes ensue as the Doctor walks around in a wet t-shirt and tropical swimming bottoms whilst trying to stop an alien threat. It could be a funny gag for like 5 minutes, you know? Anyway, they've landed in 1860, so it's off they go to adventure. The Doctor thought they landed in Naples, but it's actually Cardiff. And this gets Rose really disappointed, even though it's her second ever experience time traveling. The show has a sense of humour about Wales that persists all the way throughout RTD's reign. In the funeral parlour, Mr. Muttonchops calls his maid, Gwyneth, played by Eve Miles, who has the gift of foresight. Mr. Muttonchops implores Gwyneth to use her gift to predict the movements of Grandma Ghoul, not to be confused with Gabagool, but I will have some if you're offering. Outside, they're on horse-drawn carriage as Gwyneth sees a vision. Before she passed on, she was going to see him, all the way from London, the great man. Sounding a bit Scottish there. And we immediately cut to Charles Dickens. Is it nitpicky for me to say that this is bad use of suspense? With the gift of foresight, Gwyneth could easily confuse where the Doctor just came from, London, for his home. So we could at least worry for 5 minutes about a ghoul looking to hurt the Doctor. Though I understand wanting to introduce Charles Dickens early into the story to pull viewers' interest. Charles Dickens is sitting in his suite, waiting to do a dramatic story reading. He pretty much immediately spells out to us his purpose in the story when a stage assistant asks if he's okay. He says that he's super uber sad, that his imagination is failing him, and that he doesn't think he'll come to realize anything new. He's about to encounter the supernatural, and you could guess it, reevaluate his concept of life and its limits. But still, I like this. It's clunky dialogue for sure that pretty bluntly sets up the story, but there's 3 characters in storytelling that I'll never get bored of. Santa, Charles Dickens, and... wait, it's hazy. It's the memory of this guy. He travels in time and space with a suspicious amount of attractive early 20s women. I just can't remember. Anywho, Charles goes out to his audience with a surprise guest. Ooh. Midway through his narration of A Christmas Carol, Grandma goes all ghouly. And then he says one of the best lines of the show. What phantasmagoria is this? Everybody goes crazy. What did they used to say? Hysterical. There was historical hysteria in this area. Ghouls in his house to Avaria. Scared fools with limp mouths frozen that won't shout about phantasmagoria. Yeah, I got it like that, but I don't like to brag. The CGI is honestly decently creepy, and the practical effects on Grandma Ghoul is pretty good. It very much toes the line of being scary, but not too scary for children. Though, seeing this poppycock with his own 2 eyes, Charles refuses to believe what he's seeing because, remember, he's funk everything he ever will funk. You see the themes of this episode yet? They're very subtle. You have to have a keen eye to spot them. Even when ghouls start flying out of Grandma, he still refuses to believe it. Muttonchops and Gwen come in just in time, though. There she is, sir! Yeah, I think he would notice. Yeah, that glowing woman with blue translucent ghouls flying around her in the middle of the room that everyone is running away from. I'm stumped. The Doctor and Rose, walking outside, having just landed the TARDIS, hear the screams and excitedly run in, ready for a true adventure. Suddenly, for whatever reason, the spirits leave Grandma, and she slumps back into her seat. Rose chases Gwen and Muttonchops as they escort Grandma outside whilst the Doctor talks to, who he doesn't know yet, is Charles Dickens. Charles thinks the Doctor must have set all this trickery up with mirrors and stuff. Charles, it's right in front of you. Like when people say that God doesn't exist. Then explain the praying mantis. What's it praying to then? What's it praying to then? Checkmate, atheists. Rose fights her way to Grandma, and when Rose discovers she's passed, Mutton Chops chloroforms Rose and chucks her in the carriage with Grandma. What the flip? What the heck, guys? Most importantly, why do you have that? Yeah, I'll have my chloroform into the go bag, thank you. Back in the auditorium, the Doctor notices all the ghouls flying about pass into gas lamps before running after Rose with Charles, who won't let him just run off. He's still yammering about reflections on glass and stuff, but this brings up something that I find really interesting. Charles Dickens was a big skeptic in his life, particularly with seances and the supernatural, but still found it fascinating to write about. The Doctor runs to a horse and carriage and tells the driver to follow Mutton Chops' hearse. The driver says, "I can't do that." Am I good at Welsh accent? I really don't know. But the Doctor asks why. Then in comes Charles. "I'll give you a very good reason why not. Because this is my coach." And ever the silly little guy, the Doctor yells, "Well, get in then!" This is such a good example of Eccleston's Doctor's cheekiness that I just love. He's got such dry humour and at times has a whimsy about him that is hard to describe. The driver shouts back to ask if Dickens is alright and if he wants to throw out the Doctor. Hearing this, the Doctor's face lights up. "Dickens? Charles Dickens?" The Doctor gushes over how great Dickens is, and suddenly he doesn't seem to mind sharing his carriage. Back to the funeral parlour where Mutton Chops and Gwen have laid Rose out. Laid Rose out in the same room as the Stiffs. It's Attack of the EDs. And uh-oh, the gas lamps are on full force. "Are you alright?" Rose asks to this man in a coffin. But just in time, the Doctor comes barging in, not before immediately putting his ear to the wall and stating that there's something inside them. Why does he listen to the wall first thing instead of saving his friend? I plead the fifth. The Doctor, through only the power of hearing, decides that there must be something living in the gas pipes. I get that he saw the ghouls go into the gas lights at the auditorium, but at least point your sonic screwdriver at the pipes or something and pretend that it did something. Rose picks up a vase and looks as if she's about to cry, throwing it at the ghoulies. And this is me being forced to do shot put at Regional Sports Day. I was there for the 100-meter sprint. I foul through 2 out of 3 times. The ghouls, though, are not phased at all and just keep marching on towards Rose, and she screams for the door to be opened. The Doctor hears this and boom, we are in action. The Doctor swings around the corner and kicks open the door, and the Doctor snatches Rose from the ghoul's grasp. The Doctor demands to know what the entities are, and in a ghastly symphony of childlike voices, the walking corpses answer,
"Failing, open the rift, we're dying, trapped in this form. Cannot sustain us. Help us."
And the blue forms of ghosts leave the bodies once again. Some time passes and Rose is roasting Mutton Chops for chloroforming her and says that she felt his hand wandering. Yeah, I'm starting a Mutton Chops hate page on Twitter. Who wants in? The Doctor then surmises that the parlour must be placed on a rift in time, allowing things through, and that since everything is only getting worse, the rift must be getting bigger. How does he figure this out? I plead the fifth. A little more time passes, and in the morgue, Charles is caught by the Doctor checking for any strings or wires. He refuses to believe in the world of fantasy he just witnessed, and in a well-written scene beautifully brought to life by Simon Callow, Dickens wonders if he's wasted his time on Earth in ignorance. The Doctor comforts him by imploring him to look at it this way. He's not wrong. There's just more to learn. Uncle Iroh and the Doctor would get along. This will be my crossover fanfiction. On the other side of the house, Rose goes into the maid's quarters and talks to Gwen. They have stark contrasts of worldviews, but Rose encourages her to look beyond her life now. She tells Gwen to ask the boy she fancies to tea, and wonders if she can truly be happy with her life under Mr. Sneed. Mutton Chops on the street. It's another scene with Rose talking to someone underprivileged and empathizing with them like Ruffalo. It shows that Rose finds it easy to look beyond her own life and convictions and relate to other working class people like her. During their conversation, Gwen keeps inferring greater knowledge, talking about Rose's dad, who passed on. How could she know that? But then starts having a vision. seeing Rose's life with metal birds in the sky and people flying in them, and the vision stops as Gwen sees the big bad wolf. Whatever could that mean? It probably won't come up again. I probably wouldn't worry about it. The Doctor, though, standing quietly in the doorway, hears all this and thinks Gwen must have gained clairvoyancy by growing up near the Time Rift and becoming its psychic link. He thinks her ability would be best used now by holding a seance for the spirits. Guys, I love ghost stories. Give me a ghoul. Gabagool. The Gabagool. A ghost that talks too much. Everybody joins hands around the dining room table, with Charles particularly reluctant. Spirits start filling the room, and the seance has breached the ethereal gap. Answering to Gwen's link, they identify themselves as the Gelf. They're gaseous creatures, like me when I eat cheese. They used to have a body, but rifts from the Time War destroyed their home and form. Time War? These Gelf are the last of their kind, just like the Doctor, as a result of the very same war. The Gelf want bodies to inhabit once again, and the corpses of mankind are a perfect home for them. Rose has reservations about this, but the Doctor points out that just because the solution isn't polite or decent, that doesn't outweigh the good of saving their lives. It might be strange and alien, but, well, the Doctor is an alien. He'll see moral questions differently to us. When it would cause us distress and our gut feeling says no, he sees a solution. He doesn't have the same pseudo-religious reverence for our dead, though it could also be guilt he feels over his feels over just read the sentence. Though it could also be the guilt he feels over his unclear role in the aforementioned Time War. Would he, under other circumstances, make the same decision? The spirits once again leave Gwen's body and the seance is stopped. The main message coming across: get Gwen to the rift and open it to let them through. I did it. I couldn't read until I was about 7, so I think I'm doing a good job. With Rose still feeling conflicted about letting the Gelf inhabit a few bodies, the Doctor lays down his law. It may be a very different morality that she's used to, but that doesn't mean that this one is flawed either. The Gelf only need a few bodies, and to deny them is to respect the deceased in a traditional fashion. This would be to forsake that, but bring survival to the last of a species. To me, the answer is clearly the Doctor's. However, Rose serves as an audience surrogate who probably wouldn't want their nan digging herself up and tucking them into bed. I get it. You might be thinking, well, if the Gelf succeeded, then Rose would know. Corpses weren't walking around in 1869. This is where the Doctor explains something pretty important for the show. Time is almost always in flux. Some things can change, some things can't. How do we make that distinction? Well, you can't, the Doctor does. And he'll arbitrarily say when things can or can't change when it serves the narrative. As you can imagine, in a time travel show, this comes up frequently. But does this get in the way of things? No, not really. They tend to avoid situations that can't be changed because that's no fun. But when they do, it's very good and satisfies our curiosity as to what would happen. This episode now stands as a metaphor for transplants and using the dead bodies to harvest organs. Some people are squeamish about it, but ultimately, it's the right decision. You're dead. You're not using it anymore. Give it here. Give it to me. Now. Give it to me. Give it. Give it. Give it. Back to the story, and Gwen exactly locates the rift in the basement morgue, and in their weakened form as gas, the spirits appear. The Gelf plead for help, and the Doctor negotiates that as soon as the transfer is done, he will take them somewhere else. Somewhere they can form proper bodies and live peacefully. Gwen stands under the archway in the weak point of time and summons the Gelf to let them through the rift. But as soon as the gate is opened, the Gelf come teeming through in their billions. They're launching a full-on invasion as the Gelf shows its true form, fire engulfing their form in raging red flames and the shark-like teeth protruding from a vicious smile. The cadavers start to rise from their beds and kill mutton chops. Honestly, deserved. Jail time for owning chloroform. Charles cowers and runs away, and honestly, good for him. I'll be running away to a bar because I'm not going out sober. But oh, it is not looking good for our protagonists. They are cornered in a little chamber with corpses hoarding at their only exit. I would just open the door and train them around the stage. Am I right, gamers? I once made it to round 98 on Nectar and Totem. Yep. This is where the episode unfortunately also becomes a metaphor for refugees. It's hard to not see the link. And saying that refugees would come to your country and then immediately invade is exactly not the precedent you want to set, and is also not the truth. That being said, I don't think this was an intentional allegory, but it's there. But like I said, good for Charles being a complete coward, because he ran off and had time for an epiphany. If the Gelf are gaseous creatures, they can just blow them up, baby. Yeah. See, that's what I was talking about in the intro like an hour ago. Let's blow some stuff up. Charles runs around the house, turning up all the gas gauges to max, as Rose and the Doctor say their goodbyes to each other. They say they'll go down fighting and that they're glad they met each other. But Charles comes blazing down the stairs announcing his plan. The Doctor explains it. Fill the room with gas, it will draw them out of the host, suck them into the air like poison from a wound. Now this as an explanation for the solution. Yeah. The spirits come out of the gas multiple times and inhabit the bodies because, as they say in the episode, as bodies break down, they release gas, and the Gelf can exist in that room and take over a body. So, why would filling the room with gas suck the spirits out? They're already in a seemingly symbiotic ecosystem in the body. Is gas magnets? Is gas magnet? Tell me. The plan works though, and the corpses are left unpossessed as the Gelf get drawn out into the gas. The Doctor demands Gwen to send the spirits back through the rift, but Gwen, standing in the gateway, the only psychic link, and the only way to resolve this, says, I can't send them back. She takes a pause, and her face stiffens, but I can hold them. Gwen then takes a matchbox out of her pocket, as Rose pleads her not to. The Doctor tells Charles and Rose to leave as the gas fills the room. He begs with Gwen to leave, and he'll sacrifice himself instead. But, with a gaunt look in her face, he suspects the worst. He checks her pulse. Opening the rift was the last thing she did, and only her spirit is remaining, figuratively left to hold the torch for humanity. The Doctor kisses her on the forehead and thanks her, leaving grateful history didn't repeat itself, wherein the home of another species doesn't have to burn in war like the Time Lords. Gwen lights the match and destroys the Gelf's plans, taking herself with them. And if any doubt was left that Eccleston's Doctor is badass, cool guys don't look at explosions. I chimed in with the haven't you people ever heard of? The house is engulfed in flames, and the day saved. So here, the Gelf used the Time Ward to guilt the Doctor into letting them in. They weren't actually in need, but it shows the Doctor has a lot of guilt over it. Feelings undealt with as he snaps at Rose for not wanting bodies to be used. Rose's feelings are understandable, but the Doctor doesn't treat them as such whatsoever. He's motivated by something stronger than just doing the right thing. But this gives Rose and the Doctor meaningful conflict that draws you into their dynamic, which is great. We don't want them to agree with each other all the time. Their differences make each of them more compelling. Importantly here, Rose's human instinct was correct, meaning in order to make the right decision sometimes, the Doctor must use his more human instincts, which he seems to be disconnected with as he lacks empathy. Charles Dickens, surprisingly to everyone because the narrative theme was so subtle, has completely cheered up from the start of the episode, having learned there is far more to the world than he ever could have known. He says he'll write of the great sights and otherworldly things he experienced and go make amends with his family on Christmas. Yes, this episode is a spoof on A Christmas Carol. The Doctor says goodbye, but Dickens stops him to ask how long his books will last. The Doctor, cherishing this moment, stops and says, forever. And as Charles watches the TARDIS fade away for one last surprise. One must wonder, who's going to put that fire out? We're in the middle of Cardiff. 6.5 out of 10. The Unquiet Dead was enjoyed by 8.86 million viewers in the UK. My rating might make it seem like I don't enjoy this episode a whole lot, but I love it actually. My vibometer is at 10. It's just that there isn't really too much going on that stands out. It's just a fun romp with Charles Dickens and maybe some logic that I don't personally understand. The continuation of the Time War narrative is great too. It gives an edge to the Doctor that makes a lot of his decisions have underlying subtext that you can read into for days. This episode also has a nice message that if you feel like your life is practically finished and you've seen all you can see, you're wrong. You're depressed and you're wrong. Get a grip. This episode was filmed in Swansea with 70 plus extras and snow made of paper. They picked the oldest and most preserved street and asked that everybody park their car somewhere else so as to not ruin the illusion. But somebody didn't listen. There was a sports car still parked on the street when they came to film. So they covered it in hay. Checkmate, Carman. I hate cars. I bought a car last year. I've driven it like 4 times. I just hate driving. I don't like it. I don't understand the appeal. I can't lie. I just don't get it. I like boots to ground. If I'm just walking, there's no chance I crash my car because I'm not in one. I'm not driving one. So. It feels like 3 episodes is enough to introduce our characters and understand who they are and what they would do in a given situation, right? So, now is the time to mix it up. We've been to the future and the past, but what if we revisited present day? How will Rose have changed compared to her environment? It's an effective way to show growth in a character, but what exactly about her? We'll find out in this episode. It's the first part of a 2-part story. Obviously then, the first double bill of the revival. It should be able to show off what a Doctor Who story can be if it was given more time to develop. So, how well will it do? We start the episode with clips from the first, showing Rose's home life with her mum and her love life with Mickey, and end with Rose running into the TARDIS, conveying that this episode will be about how Rose leaving has impacted them, which shouldn't be that much, right? We have a time machine. We can come back right when we left, right? The Doctor is pretty convinced he's 100% epic at time travel. Turns out, he's more like a drunk driver. Rose just wants to go see her mum, and as she excitedly bounds up the stairs, her life renewed, the Doctor slowly notices a flyer. A flyer for Rose. She's been missing. I'm back! I was with Shireen. The Doctor, turns out, was 5 times over the legal limit because it's not been 12 hours. It's been 12 months. Rose looks at her mum, staring at her like she's seen a ghost. Jackie drops her cup of tea and millions of Brits around the world. No, who am I kidding? Millions of Brits in the UK and the ones that moved to Benidorm for retirement shuddered at tea gone wasted. This moment is sold beautifully by Camille Kiduri, who plays Jackie, as she weeps in Rose's arms to her surprise. The Doctor runs up to the apartment. It's not 12 hours, it's 12 months. You've been gone a whole year. And then cheekily says, sorry. It's an emotional moment, not at all undercut by immediate comedy, but definitely something at this point you can imagine the Doctor doing. He's a Time Lord. His concept of time must be very different, and he simply moved the decimal point over a bit. But this brings up a valid question. Why can't they just go back in time and get it right? What are the rules of Doctor Who time travel? We've seen them interfere with the past, the future, the present already, so why not now? This will be answered much later. We're out of the title sequence, and a kid is spray painting Bad Wolf onto the TARDIS. What is with all this wolf stuff, Russell? Are you a furry? We cut to Jackie mid-argument shouting at Rose, which is something I like. We don't need to see every piece of dialogue in this case. We can infer pretty easily that an argument started when Jackie began asking Rose where she has been, and the emotions that Jackie is showing right now is far more impactful than finding out how we got here. We then pan to find out Jackie has called the police, and probably a lawyer, to sue for emotional damages. We find out that Rose left her passport, meaning the travelling narrative won't work with her mum easily. Rose tells her she really meant to phone, but she just forgot, and in a barrage of rage from a mother that I think we all know too well. Be nice to your mum or I will find you. Jackie screams. For a year! You forgot for a year! And I'm left sitting here! I think the domesticity of Davies' Doctor Who worked perfectly, and I think this is a shining example of why. Rosa's time travelling has impacted Jackie greatly. Worrying about her daughter for a year for her safety. It doesn't ignore the effect that time travel could have on somebody's life. Jackie's really angry here, but we know Rose didn't mean for this to happen. So it's all just to show how much Jackie cares about her. It's beautiful character and world building. Not only do we care about Rose, but we care about her family. When Rose is in danger, it's not just Rose, it's Jackie's daughter, and we worry for her too. So the emotional stakes are higher. The Doctor tries to defuse the situation in his own misguided way, telling Jackie that it's his fault because he hired Rose as his companion. Yeah, you might want to work on that wording, buddy. The Doctor's oblivious to what that would really mean, and Jackie takes it literally, and both Rose and the Doctor protest that. Then what is it? Because you waltz in here all charm and smiles, and the next thing I know, she vanishes off the face of the earth. I know it's obvious to point out, but I like this writing because Rose literally does vanish off the face of the earth in the TARDIS. But we empathize for Jackie here. She's left in the dark, and all she knows is that Rose left for a year with a man she doesn't know. She met him only once and didn't realize the significance of it at the time. Now she knows she could have stopped it. The conversation goes on and Jackie slaps the Doctor in a short moment that is meant to be comic relief and drama at the same time. My problem isn't with the drama. It's with the depiction of violence against men in our domestic setting that is meant to be funny. I don't find it funny. Men are often silent victims of this treatment or laughed at for it, and I personally don't like it being included as what is meant to be comedy. I hate this sort of rhetoric because it is often misused, but if it were the other way round, people would rightfully be uncomfortable with seeing this. I understand that it might not seem like a big deal, but that's why this problem is so pervasive. It sets back true understanding and empathy for male victims that is already sorely lacking. That being said, I obviously don't think the intent behind these jokes are insidious. Later on, Rose and Jackie hold each other as they both weep. Rose has been shown to be incredibly empathetic, and seeing her mum so upset has made her equally emotional. Jackie cries as she asks Rose if she thought of her at all during the year. Obviously, we know she hasn't been gone that long, but it hurts Rose that her mum thinks she was. This plays brilliantly on a common fear that I think many of us have. In that simple question, we know what Jackie has been feeling. I think we all have moments where we doubt that our friends are really our friends. Like, do they really, truly care about us the way we do them? It's sometimes easy to think that we don't even come to their mind. And I think Davies is really good at getting to the emotional core of things like that. We know Rose has thought about Jackie. It was one of the first things she did in The End of the World. She was the first person she thought to call. I got ghosted by an incredibly close online friend of years, and it hurt me incredibly deeply for the longest time, wondering if she had even given me a second thought. The lesson here being that if they are a real, true loved one, then if they can, they will show you your love back. The heartbreaking truth here being that Jackie can never know. Rose tries to tell her that she did think of her, but Jackie feels an urgency to be heard and interrupts, asking why she couldn't have even just called once. But Rose doesn't have an answer for her. How could she? She just sees her mum crying. So she apologizes, but it hurts her equally that she can't tell the truth. And that's what scares Jackie. What could have been so horrible that she can't tell her mum anything? This dialogue cuts right to the core of a fundamental feeling we have over our loved ones, the desire to protect, and the hurt it would cause us knowing we have failed to do that. Jackie is terrified of the unknown circumstances of Rose's disappearance. She knows nothing, so she doesn't know if she failed in her duty to protect her daughter or was powerless to it. Is she a bad mother? Or a victim? Later in the day, Rose and the doctor are on the roof of the apartment complex and they get to talking. Rose says she has no idea what to tell Jackie because the truth won't be believed, and the doctor doesn't want Jackie knowing it because he's not taking her aboard the TARDIS. Why? Because Jackie slapped him. When he mentions that it hurt, Rose replies, "You're so gay." I've already talked about why I don't find it funny, but also the use of gay as an insult is just wrong. This was written by Russel T Davies, a gay man himself, and he's since said that he was just writing how people talked at the time, but he regrets doing it now. I mean, listen, what am I going to do? Crucify him? Segueing away, the Doctor drops some absolute banger lore. Lore alert! Lore alert! 900 years of time and space, and I've never been slapped by someone's mother. Yes, the Doctor is really, really old. Not as old as that plate you left in your bedroom, though. Go clean it up. In a perfect moment of irony, as Rose talks about how it's weird to think she's the only person in the world who knows the true extent of what the universe has to offer, blah 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 in the cosmos, an alien ship flies over their heads in the middle of London. The ship seems to be out of control and even crashes into Big Ben. Big Ben bongs. Dude, I didn't know Big Ben was cool like that. The ship crash lands into the Thames, and immediately we see the ramifications of this. The army is instantly blockading the surrounding areas so as to not let anybody in, but Rose and the Doctor have already ran in their direction, and the Doctor, not wanting to cause any more panic, doesn't want to land the TARDIS here too. So Rose suggests they just go home and watch it all unfold on TV instead, to which the Doctor gives this look. Does anybody else think he really looks like a pigeon here? Maybe a concerned meerkat? The same way I think Thomas Muller, he looks like a crocodile. Anytime I say that to somebody, they look at me really weird, but like, if I'm looking at pictures of Thomas Muller, I'm looking at a crocodile. Like, you cannot tell me that Thomas Muller is not a crocodile in a man suit. News alert! News alert! News broadcasts would become a staple of the Davies era. The casters are usually played by real-life British news anchors, which helps ground the story in a weird way. We can't talk about this, though, without mentioning the recurring fake news anchor, Lachelle Carl, played by Trinity Wells. Wait. No, that's the other way, right? No, that's the other fucking way. Yeah. Without mentioning the fake recurring news anchor, Trinity Wells, played by Michelle. She's an American news anchor, by the way. And she's an icon. Cutting to the Tyler residence, as people flood in to watch the news, the Doctor and Rose watch on intently. As we're updated, they've found a body. A body is found outside the ship and taken out of the water. By the way, I absolutely love the fact that the first thing Jackie does at the sight of an alien spaceship is immediately invite everyone she knows around her house so she can be the queen bee of the first alien contact. Like, she's so dance mums. If any of the dance mums were nice. Side note, this kid keeps changing the channels as they watch. And I love that this 2-year-old is just trolling the oldest being on Earth right now and doesn't even know. You'll love Minecraft, kid. You've only got 4 years left to wait to be able to just grief public servers. The news reports that the body recovered from the ship is being transported to Albion Hospital, with General Asquith of the army, played by Rupert Vansittart, following closely behind it. General Asquith goes into the hospital to see the body for himself, where he meets the scientist dissecting it, Toshiko Sato, played by Nyako Mori, who also appeared in the Doctor Who spin-off. By the way, Nyako Mori, like, she doesn't age. Just doesn't age. Tosh, as she's referred to, unveils the body to Asquith, who simply says, "Good God!" Tosh is advised to keep the body hidden as to not cause panic. So, the body is locked into containment, but they don't do a good job actually locking it. We see Tosh run out of the lab to follow Asquith, apologetically asking, "Is it true what they're saying about the Prime Minister?" To which Asquith, with a momentary face of dread, stiffens his upper lip and walks away. Honestly, at this point in Britain, I believe it. Our political climate at the moment is just in shambles. Like, if I heard none of them turned up for work, I'd believe it. Forsaking the Prime Minister, we finally get some real leadership. Joseph Green, the chairman of the Parliamentary Commission on the Monitoring of Sugar Standards in Exported Confectionery, has arrived, played by David Very. This guy knows how to get a job done. He's welcomed at Downing Street by Indra Ganesh, played by Navin Chowdhury, who will be his liaison. And let's not pretend any of us know the meaning of that word. We'll refer to Joseph Green as Sugarman from now on because there are a lot of characters in this story. So, Sugarman is very nervous, understandably, asking where the Prime Minister is. Harriet Jones, played by Penelope Wilton, a reporter, shows up and is like, my appointment? Harriet Jones, MP for Flydale North. Girl bossing at the wrong time, I think, because she's talking to Sugarman. And due to the city's gridlock and the unexpected emergency, he's the most powerful person in Downing Street right now, making him acting Prime Minister. Now, this makes Sugarman very nervous, and he starts farting. He farts up a storm. And because this is Doctor Who, you're like, he's an alien! Indra takes Sugarman upstairs to a room to meet Margaret Blaine, an MI5 agent played by Annette Badland. With her is Oliver Charles, her transport liaison. Don't pretend you know what that word means. Played by Eric Potts. Margaret assures Sugarman there's no more information on the Prime Minister's whereabouts, but that she personally escorted him to his car. Oliver, who we'll call Taxi Man, says that his car seems to have vanished as well. Sugarman ushers his only two officials inside, what I'm going to call the no silly business room. Not before Indra gives them a big red bookbind of emergency protocols in case of an alien invasion. Sugarman, Margaret, and Taxi Man, once inside the no silly business room, immediately get up to silly business. They all start evil villain laughing. And this is me, if you guys even care. I will start evil villain laughing at anything remotely mischievous, and only a couple people at this point have joined in, and those people are suspicious. Like my friend Bird, who is in fact, and I've checked, not actually an evil villain, which was a relief. Later on at night, the Doctor leaves the Jackie Tyler alien party, obviously overstimulated, wanting to just leave and watch Bluey and cry as Mackenzie overcomes his trauma. Watch Bluey. Guys, I'm not kidding, it's so good. Rose notices this though and follows him outside. Rose wants to know where he's going, and the Doctor just says, it's just a bit human in there for me. He says he just wants to go on a walk and that Rose shouldn't worry because he believes this is genuine first contact. Crash landing completely on accident. No invasion threat at all. Rose asks the Doctor to promise not to disappear, and in reply, the Doctor gives Rose a key to the TARDIS. This is a huge display of genuine trust from him, and it shows how quickly they've grown close. Rose isn't just a passenger on the TARDIS anymore. She's here for the long haul. While the Doctor is leaving, a goth girl from the Jackie Tyler alien party shouts at him, "Oi, gorgeous! Come back and join the party!" I would literally do a 180 if an alt girl told me to come back. They're the nicest people on earth. You can talk to them about anything. They're so non-judgmental. Isn't that epic? I could actually talk to somebody about Doctor Who and they would listen. As the Doctor leaves the party, he's immediately spotted going to the TARDIS by Ricky. Sorry, I meant Mickey, who before this was sniffing his own shoes, by the way.
Yeah, toe fungus.
Mickey immediately gives chase and runs after him. Mickey catches up, but only just as the TARDIS starts dematerializing. But he's determined. He will grab onto those doors that the assembled hordes of Genghis Khan couldn't even get through and open them. Just kidding. As the TARDIS disappears, Mickey runs straight through it and into a wall. Mickey, you're going to need a few ribs out if you want to achieve that. Harriet Jones, MP for Flydale North, brings Indra a cup of tea in an attempt to girl boss too close to the sun. See, this is a cunning ruse to trick Indra of caffeine into taking one of the Harriet Jones, MP for Flydale North's, proposals, even though an alien literally just landed in London. Harriet Jones, MP for Flydale North, explains to Indra that she's determined to get the... She introduces herself like that every single fucking time, so she's determined to get the proposal seen because she doesn't usually get to do this, walk these floors, as she's a faithful backbencher. She's happy to sit back and do the work and not be showered in glitter as congratulations, but this is her chance to make a change. Sugarman and crew come out of the no silly business room as Harriet Jones, MP for Flydale North, pitches her idea, only to be shot down. Foolishly, though, they leave the door wide open, and Harriet must have thought the sign said, "Silly business room, mischief encouraged," because she immediately gets up to silly business. Harriet opens up the emergency protocols and puts her proposal on top. I hope no one opens that up in a panic to see that in the event of an alien attack, they should fund public transport more. But she captures a glimpse of the protocols and just can't help herself. We then cut to Tosh, the scientist at the lab, and she hears distant thuds. Thuds that sound like something trying to get out. She gets up to realize exactly where the noise is coming from. Inside the alien containment cell. A point in favor of this scene's tension is that we haven't seen the alien yet. We have no idea what sort of threat this poses. But before we find that out, the Doctor lands somewhere in the hospital's quarters to find the TARDIS parked right in front of a container of rubbish, meaning he has to squeeze past it to get out. This is a simple point of comedy they rarely use, but when it is, I find it really funny. You'd think the Doctor would accidentally park the TARDIS badly all the time, but it doesn't happen and is used solely in more campy episodes. I think it would be really funny just to have a scene of the Doctor failing to parallel park the TARDIS, but something jumps out at Tosh and she screams. Hearing this, the Doctor goes outside to see a bunch of soldiers pointing a gun at him. Hilarity ensues, but he then says something vaguely military sounding and they follow him to investigate. The Doctor tells all the soldiers to spread out and clear the surrounding rooms. The Doctor is comforting Tosh before they hear rustling and slowly crawls to what sounds like something moving low down, and he peeks around to see a pig's head. It's actually very cute. I think they changed the design partway through because the pig has very human eyes in the first shot, but in the second it has completely black eyes like in a cartoon. Pigs do stink though, but so does Vinny. Don't you, Vinny? But the pig creature gets spooked and starts running away, so the Doctor shouts at all the soldiers not to shoot. It runs into the hallway though, and into the direction a soldier. He looks confused as to what he's seeing, but then panics and fires. The Doctor strides over to the man, chastising him. It's something he'd never seen before, and it scared him. But really? What danger did it pose as it ran away confused and scared of people? The Doctor strokes the creature as it groans in pain. This is where the Doctor's more alien side comes to aid him. Whereas last episode being more human would have helped, here his empathy for aliens shines through. Anyway, I'm changing my Mickey hate page to exclusively make fun of this soldier. Did he have to be so rash? Did he have to go so hog wild? Anyway, Sugarman Gang shows back up at the no silly business room as Harriet Jones, MP for Flado North, is still there. So she runs to hide in the closet. Following behind them is General Asquith, shouting at them for their lack of action. But they're not taking the situation very seriously, and they start laughing at him in a manner that is meant to be menacing, but then they start farting. They're evil farters! They started farting! Menacingly! And in a moment that I can't quite seem to get out of my head, Margaret says, "I'm shaking my booty!" and then farts really hard while making a silly face. You know what, guys? I think I've reviewed enough. The show was cancelled immediately upon airing this scene. The General says he's going to relieve Sugarman of his duties, and all I can think is, he's been relieving himself this entire scene, but go off. But in a moment that shows the potential of these villains, Sugarman starts walking toward the General, and in a really dismissive tone yells, "Oh, I'm scared!" Inching closer to the General, the confrontation continues. I mean, that's hair-raising. Literally, look! And in a great effect, he starts unzipping his forehead. A blue, fluorescent light beaming from the opening as the sound of buzzing electricity fills the room. Taximan and Margaret join in, unzipping their heads too as the General looks on in horror, with Harriet feeling exactly the same way, still hiding in the closet. We hear the General scream as Harriet can't look anymore. Whatever they're doing to him is far too horrid. I feel that this moment builds great tension as we don't get to see the monsters yet. Our imagination is doing that for us. It builds curiosity as to what the creatures could possibly be, what the significance of the zip on their forehead is. Is it to hide the creature inside? Or are they psychics containing their power within their brains? Back in the lab, the Doctor and Tosh have had time to look at the pig creature, and the Doctor says that it's a fake. It's not a real alien, just a bunch of different parts of animals sewn together. The show is playing on the fact that a large majority of alien hoaxes commonly use this trick, but any biologist can easily tell its lack of authenticity when examining them. Obviously, this then begs the question, if the pig creature is a hoax, then what is it distracting from? Meanwhile, Mickey, having seen the TARDIS, realizes that Rose might be back, but when he shows up at the Tyler house, the party goes completely silent. Everybody looks up at Jackie and she says, "Well, it's not my fault. Be fair. What was I supposed to think?" Turns out Jackie had been blaming Mickey for Rose's disappearance, and I mean, it is usually the lover, so you can't exactly blame her. But I think from everything we've seen of Mickey, he's a little bit of a bumbling coward. A lovable one though, but definitely not someone capable of that. Some time passes, and Mickey is letting both Rose and Jackie have it. He was taken in for questioning on Rose's disappearance 5 times, knowing full well he couldn't tell the truth. The truth being that Rose went off adventuring in a time machine with an alien. But Jackie doesn't know either, so Mickey still can't say anything. Mickey lets on that he knew Rose went with the Doctor in front of Jackie, and then smugly tells her that the Doctor left. He saw the TARDIS fade away. Rose runs down to where the TARDIS was, saying that he wouldn't just go, he promised me, as Mickey rubs it in that the man she ran away with is now gone himself. I can't really blame him. He must be feeling pretty righteous right now. As we pan around, we see that Jackie has followed them down too, wondering what's going on. Upon Mickey's accusations, Rose denies that the Doctor is her boyfriend, saying he's much more important than that, as she looks down and sees the TARDIS key starting to glow in her hand. Multiple times, Billie Piper has stated that it's incredibly hard to tell just from reading the script what the Doctor and Rose's dynamic actually is about. And this spills over actually into the show. Many people having watched Series 1 unsure of what their dynamic actually is, but it's because it is so complex. But we'll get to that. With the TARDIS key in her hand glowing, the TARDIS starts materializing in front of them as Rose runs to her mum telling her to go inside, but there's little use. Jackie sees the TARDIS appear in front of her eyes, and she reacts like anybody would who doesn't know what the hell is going on. How'd you do that then? Simple, understated British humour. She thinks it's a magic trick. Rose runs into the TARDIS and the Doctor starts talking about what's going on before she interrupts him to say, "My mum's here." And he looks back to realise Jackie and Mickey have walked in with her. The Doctor complains, begging Rose not to make the TARDIS domestic. It's a joke, but it also makes sense. He just lost his entire family in some war. Being in that environment must be painful for him. Jackie is horrified though and runs away. Honestly, real. Fight or flight, I'm getting out of there too. Although I've actually discovered that I'm more of a freeze. Anytime that I'm in some conflict, I just sort of freeze up and stand there. Rose goes to follow her, but rushes back in, wanting to know what's going on. Mickey points something out though. It's a strange way to invade, putting the planet on red alert for aliens, which is actually a smart thing to point out. Mickey redemption arc? Push the button and let me go, yeah. Back at home, Jackie's in her room, thinking of everything she just saw. Her daughter wasn't running away from home. She's on some strange adventure with a man now even more mysterious than he was. I'd like to point out that these 2 episodes are basically just Rose, but for Jackie. From Jackie's perspective, she's rightfully concerned. And the news is asking for anybody to call in that has information on alien sightings. So, after a little thought, worrying for Rose's safety, she calls. She mentions the Doctor, Blue Box, and TARDIS. And this rings major alarms at Downing Street. Somehow, they know the Doctor.
Plot hole, they actually didn't say TARDIS in that scene. What the hell, Russell? You really flipped that one up.
In the TARDIS, Mickey and Rose are talking. He tells her that every day he looked around every street corner, trying to find a blue box for 12 whole months. It's hard not to feel bad for him. He may not have been the best boyfriend, but not knowing where your girlfriend is, if she's safe, while being accused of doing something to her, has to have been horrible. Mickey has a lot of heart here. It'd be understandable if he was still mad, but he's just glad to see her again. He's got a big heart. Rose tries her best to explain that it's only been a few days for her, but for Mickey, all those 12 months still happened. It's the repercussions of time travel, not on some cosmic scale, but an interpersonal one designed to show the emotional core of these characters. Rose tells Mickey she missed him too, and they almost kiss. Before the Doctor interrupts them, he's patched a radar back 12 hours and can follow the flight path of the crashed ship and find out who sent it in. Only to reveal the ship came from Earth? Dun dun dun! It was shot into space but came back down. If only we knew there were some aliens already here. Maybe some farting ones. Back in the no silly business room, Taximan has changed into the General's skin and clothes, meaning the aliens now have military power. We must fix the gas exchange, it's getting ridiculous. So, they're not farting for no reason, thank God. They throw Taximan's skin into the closet where Harriet Jones, MP for Flydale North, is in. She picks it up in morbid curiosity and horror to realise he's been skinned. Fart Gang leaves the no silly business room, which right now has been used exclusively for silly business, which I'm not happy about. But Indra stops them to tell them the news. The Doctor has been found, the ultimate expert on aliens, which Harriet Jones, MP for Flydale North, overhears. So my other hyperfixation is on soft drinks. This is Fanta and it's from China. I was like top 1000 in GeoGuessr Country Guesser. Pretty sure this has to be Chinese. It's like a strawberry or like apple flavor. I think that's apple. Any soft drink that I haven't tried before, yeah, buying it. I love trying them. I love it. The Doctor and crew leave the TARDIS, hoping to go undercover and investigate the crash landing, but they're surrounded by the military. Apart from Mickey, because he literally just legs it and hides in between some bins somehow. There's a literal helicopter overhead. How do they not see him? Jackie runs out, seeing her daughter in danger, but this time, it's because of her. She called these people in. Red apple. And it is China. It is Chinese. The soldiers stop Jackie getting too close as she realizes she made a mistake. The Doctor is loving this though, and with a big grin announces, "Take me to your leader!" In a great little scene, Rose thinks they've been arrested, but the Doctor knows what's up and gleefully tells Rose they're going to Downing Street. The Doctor asks her who the Prime Minister is, and Rose says, "How should I know? I missed a year." At the time, it was a dig at how fast prime ministers were swapping around, but has sadly only become more true in recent times. It also might be a blonde joke about how Rose is stupid. Blonde Gang will get you, Doctor Who. Blonde Gang is here. Over at Jackie's, after her call, she's being interviewed by the police about the Doctor, but uh-oh, they already have him. So, what are the police doing here? All is answered when the police officer sits down and he farts. It's worth mentioning that my friend went, uh-oh, when the camera panned past the police officer's stomach, because, well, all the aliens are fat. You'll see why that is at the end, but this episode makes you suspicious of all the fat people in it. Davies is a big man himself, so all I have to say here is that we should all enjoy our own bodies as we like, and not comment on others in a disparaging way. Genuine concerns about health are one thing, insults are another. Over at number 10, Rose isn't being let into the alien expert room that Fart Gang are gathering. But you know who's around to have a chat? Harriet Jones, MP for Flydale North. She overhears Indra call our hero the Doctor. So she offers to keep Rose company, but she wastes no time introducing herself. Harriet Jones, MP for Flydale North. Guys, do you know her name yet? She asks Rose if the Doctor really is an expert, and then starts crying. You feel really bad for her here. She's taken on all of this herself. It must be such a relief to share what's happening. She leads Rose to the silly business room. Yep, that's right. I changed the name because, frankly, it was getting ridiculous. Harriet shows her what Fart Gang has been doing to people. Get ready, because we're going to be switching between locations very fast. In the expert room, the Doctor completely takes over. immediately talking about how an investigation of an undersea blip of radiation was cancelled because of the alien ship crash, as if something was trying not to be found. Over in the silly business room, Rose investigates and opens up a big cabinet, revealing the body of the Prime Minister. Here all along. Indra walks in, shocked. In the expert room, the Doctor is monologuing and realizes that the whole thing is a trap to get every expert in the same room who might have the power to stop the aliens. And what? Do what with them? Upstairs, Margaret catches them in the act. Oh, has someone been naughty? It might sound ridiculous, but I honestly do find the villains unsettling right here. The way they talk. So childlike and flippant about morbid matters, like they think nothing can stop them. At Jackie's, she goes into the kitchen whilst talking to the police officer, and he starts talking about how his job is eliminating trouble, as he takes off his hat to reveal a zipper on his forehead. Indra exclaims that it can't be the Prime Minister on the floor because he drove away, when Margaret gleefully asks, "And who told you that?" before grinning ear to ear and answering her own question. Me. In the expert room, as the Doctor talks, Sugarman starts, yes, farting, before the General takes off his hat and starts unzipping his head too. Slowly, he pulls his skin down to reveal the top of a green bulbous head with bug eyes, as the Doctor looks on in horror. Upstairs, Margaret has fully pulled her skin down to reveal the same thing, but with big arms and hands with 3 fingers with massive talons on the end. At Jackie's, blue light is engulfing her kitchen as we hear the sounds of gurgling and electricity. In the expert room, the General has fully shedded his skin to reveal a practically made alien costume, which I think is really good. You might not find it particularly scary as an adult, but I remember being terrified of this as a kid. It's a full body costume as well, which is surprisingly uncommon. The General, in a raspy, almost robotic, oscillating voice, announces, "The Slovene." Upstairs, Margaret grabs Indra and shows immense strength by picking him up by the neck with one arm, pinning him against the wall. At Jackie's, the police officer, Slovene, fully shedded, starts marching towards her as she screams. In the expert room, Sugarman stands up to address the room. "Thank you for all wearing your ID cards. They'll help to identify the bodies," before raising his hand with a button in it and pressing it, electrocuting everybody. End of part 1. Aliens of London, upon broadcast in the UK, was tolerated by 7.36 million viewers. I will rate this 2-part episode at its conclusion. There's a lot to say about this episode, but one great thing about it is the character work. Seeing Jackie in a sympathetic situation really humanizes her and gives the story a chance to show how close she and Rose are and how time travel has deeply affected them. Seeing Rose and Jackie cry as they both try to understand what's going on while showing each other immense empathy is truly touching. Mickey is similarly humanized, as we empathize with his struggles after losing Rose. It gives him much more dimension than just a comedic character, and shows how he truly cares for her. Good world building is achieved as well, with real-life news anchors reporting on the events of the episode. For British viewers, it makes the experience all the more realistic, as it grounds the episode with familiar faces. However, whilst come off as genuinely creepy in some moments, skinning people and reveling in the chaos of it, all fear factor for a lot of viewers is completely lost as they continue to fart relentlessly. It's childish, but Doctor Who is a family show, and this was clearly intended for the kids watching. Maybe they worried the Slovene would otherwise be too scary for them, but I'm not sure anybody would miss this element. However, Harriet Jones is introduced in this episode, and she's a great part of it. The simple comedy of introducing herself with her title every time is silly, but it works. It's a delight that the next episode will continue to develop her. Dun 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 dun. Continuing straight on from the last episode, the Doctor gets up and forces the electricity into his hand, and like a superhero, stands up and says, "Deadly to humans, maybe," and shoots the electricity from his hand at the Slovene's neck collar. Both Slovenes in the room seem to be inherently connected, as both of them get electrocuted, which is a massive plot contrivance, no? Like, upstairs, Margaret too gets electrocuted and drops Indra onto the floor. Jackie's Slovene also gets electrocuted just before it is about to strike her. Rose and Harriet both run out of the silly business room holding hands, and it's so sweet. They're gal pals. They're in this together now. Mickey runs into Jackie's house, presumably because he heard a commotion or was going to talk to her anyway. They don't explain it. So, like, what are you doing here, Mickey? Why are you loitering around Jackie's house? Nonetheless, he grabs Jackie's hand to run out, but not before snapping a quick picture of the Slovene. Evidence! Maybe Mickey isn't so useless. Over with the doctor at the expert room, he runs outside to get the soldiers, excitedly telling them about the Slovene. In the expert room, Sugarman reaches over to General Slovene's collar and presses it, and this stops the electrocution somehow. In such a short sequence, we've fixed last episode's cliffhanger, and in not a very satisfying way. I don't feel like we bested them. Then, Sugarman runs over to the General's skin and goes to put it back on, and it honestly looks really silly, like they're trying to put on jeans that don't fit them anymore, except now they're a 10-foot green alien. Guys, slim fit jeans are oppressive. Upstairs, Harriet quickly realizes they left the emergency protocols on what to do during an alien invasion, so they go back, but are quickly chased away by Margaret coming out of the room. For one shot, the Slovene is computer generated, and the mobility of that, compared to the practical costume, is night and day, and that is a big issue with the episode. The CGI shots convey what rightfully looks like a mobile apex predator, and the practical costume looks bumbling as it walks around, and I think that's because the prosthetic has no bend at the knees or the hips, and in general, decreased mobility. Downstairs, the doctor and the soldiers reach the expert room, but all they find is Sugarman and the general, who accuse the doctor. Eccleston absolutely sells the hopelessness of this line as he replies, "I think you'll find the Prime Minister is an alien in disguise." He looks at the soldier next to him, is just like, come on, buddy, like. So, he just bolts it out. This is where the episode really just becomes a big chase scene. The soldiers chase the doctor and he gets cornered. The general orders them to execute him, but the doctor is so cheeky and mischievous and just backs into the lift behind him. The lift takes him upstairs where he's immediately greeted by Margaret. So he just sonics the door to close it and leaves Rose and Harriet, who, by the way, he sees. It's a little out of character, but whatever, it's funny. There's a genuinely creepy scene as Rose and Harriet hide in hopes Margaret won't find them. Margaret slowly walks around the room saying she can smell fear and brittle bones. She finds Rose, but Harriet jumps out and screams for Margaret to take her instead, which is so brave and altruistic. I just love the camaraderie between these two. If there's anything to get out of this episode, for me, it's definitely that. But the doctor bursts in before anything can happen, though, and sprays Margaret with a fire extinguisher, allowing Rose and Harriet to get behind him. Harriet introduces herself to the doctor, and can you guess what she said? Harriet Jones, MP for Flydale North. They all run to the silly business room to get the emergency protocols, closely followed by the Slovene. They only just get in as the doctor bluffs with his sonic screwdriver that he can make a bottle of brandy ignite 3 times as strong. He can blow them all up. With his threat, he gets information out of the... Wait, I just realized that's foreboding. Spoilers, he blows them up. The doctor is not violent unless he has to blow something up. With this threat of getting exploded, he gets information out of the Slovene. First, that they're a family, and second, that they're out to make a profit. The Slovene slowly realize the bluff, so the doctor informs them of a doomsday device in the room. Turns out, the silly business room is the cabinet room. And yeah, so I lied about its name. I made it all up. I did it because it was fun. Honestly, my name still fits. Because the cabinet room is an important room, there was a doomsday device installed that encloses it in 3 inches of steel, so the Slovene can't get in. Rose points out the obvious flaw in this idea, though, and how do we get out? Eccleston, you're so cheeky. Eccleston, you're so fun. Even more new arrivals of the Slovene start arriving. I think to up the stakes, but honestly, they're all so irrelevant that there's no point talking about them. Except this one, who is the chairman of the North Sea Boating Club. And I don't know why I find that so funny. It's like me showing up as a Fall Guys expert at Downing Street, like, guys, I know the world is ending, but have you seen these new shortcuts on Slime Scraper? All the new people come in and they have like a revolving door of Slovene as they go to get changed, and Margaret takes their clothes, which is just the skin of the people they've been living in. So at least the episode is funny. Jackie's feeling bad about accusing Mickey of hurting Rose and being embarrassed that, of all people, he came to rescue her after everything she said and done. After going through an alien attack, Jackie is rightfully worried about Rose and wonders if the Doctor is dangerous too. Mickey confirms this. His only experiences with the Doctor have been perilous, and he feels he lost Rose to him. Feeling rightfully victimized though, he does say that the Doctor might have a big green bog monster in him too. They just don't know. He's definitely over-exaggerating, but it ties into what I think is the episode's key theme: trust. Rose trusts the Doctor, Mickey and Jackie don't. Harriet distrusted John Green to do a good job, and through inquisitivity, found out she was right too. Inquisitivity. That's a word? I wrote that? It's not a word, I made it up. I just... TM, Harry. This conversation also highlights the theme of unmasking or hiding your true self. The Doctor is an alien, something that Jackie and Mickey have little reason to trust the integrity of. They don't truly know his intentions and need to experience an unmasking of him to do so, just like Rose did. The quite literal unmasking of the Slovene is not a metaphor lost on many. The government is full of people saying one thing and then doing another. The scene finishes as they worry that the police officer Slovene is still out there. At number 10, the Doctor asks for Indra's name, but Harriet sadly doesn't know it. He just sets him down slowly and says that he's sorry. Sorry for what happened to him. It's a big part of the Doctor's characterization that he cares about everybody and won't let someone's loss be forgotten. It's as important to convey that in the small passing moments as it is to have big ones where the Doctor is making a speech about it in a no man left behind or forgotten way. It also shows the Doctor doesn't view saving the day as winning. People have died and he's not just going to let that slide. So it's more like justice than victory. It also parallels well with episode 1, Rose, where he coldly remarks that Wilson is dead. No emotion in his face. Yet now he's grieving over Indra, someone he barely met because Rose has helped him reconnect with his more human side. Then we finally get an explanation for why the Slovenes fart, and that's to do with the collars around their necks. Guys, get ready for fart lore. It's a big gas exchange to fit their big bodies into human skin, so that's why they fart all the time. I would have just not made them fart in the first place, and then I wouldn't need to explain why I wouldn't need to explain why I held up a mic to my ass after drinking milk. I needed that recording. It's for the show, guys. Who would win? One small glass of milk or me? Yo, yeah, one small glass of milk might make me fart. No fair. For you! I'm a tall chap of ilk that won't shart. So yeah, you'll be flushed. It's not lush, but neither were you from the start. Milk's turn. What the hell? No fair. You got hands quilling bars with. What's the skill? Because you can't land eating Milky Bars, kid. King of the hill, I'm lactose. You lack jokes. Just remember to shut that lid. Who won? You decide. I don't know. I wrote this like 4 months ago. Anyway, the Doctor says that he's sure he's heard the name Harriet Jones before, but Harriet assures him she's nobody important. The emergency protocols also prove to be useless as they just list the names of people who are downstairs in the expert room, well, who got electrocuted. Mickey texts Rose the picture of the Slovene, and she shows this to the Doctor, who might now think he's not completely useless. The Doctor admits to Mickey on the phone that he needs him right now, and you can tell how hard that sentence was to get out. It partly unmasks the Doctor to Mickey, seeing how he's asking for his help in part to save Rose, motivations of which they obviously share. Famously, Mickey's the only one in the Doctor Who universe who has a computer because he actually invented them. Don't fact check me. So, he hacks into a super top secret government system with the help of the Doctor on a phone call who tells him the password is just Buffalo for every firewall. These are the passwords to weapons of mass destruction, by the way, that could accidentally be hacked into a child who's enthusiastic about wildebeest. I've seen some people say that this is a play on the idea that buffalo, 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 buffalo can be a sentence in English. And like, maybe. But does that make it better? Also, here's a screenshot of the Doctor insinuating Mickey is the Bane. Jackie then takes the phone and starts talking to the Doctor. I've seen this life of yours, and maybe you get off on it, and maybe you think it's all clever and smart, but you tell me. Just answer me this. Is my daughter safe? Will she always be safe? Can you promise me that? Rose tries to interject and say that she's fine, but the Doctor has this conflicted look at Rose and stays completely silent. As they cut to her, she's nonchalantly standing with a hand on her hip, looking around uncomfortably. She knows it's dangerous, and she can admit that to herself, but she trusts the Doctor, and that's mirrored in her comfortableness. But Jackie is challenging something she can't reliably argue against. She won't always be safe. She knew that ever since she met Clive. The Doctor's one constant companion is death, but they've bonded past that worry. They trust each other. Jackie doesn't. The Doctor is still conflicted though. That's why he doesn't answer. He may not worry about it because he knows Rose is capable, but he knows there's a chance she may die anyway, despite any of his efforts. It would then be reasonable to say that the Doctor is being selfish by keeping company. But he's lived 900 years, and it would, in turn, be selfish to deprive him of that. To force a long life to be a lonely one. And this is the source for much of the conflict of Doctor Who, and serves as a compelling one that deepens the character of the Doctor in turmoil. Then, Mickey clicks on one of the things on the government website he just hacked. Don't think about it too hard. And it plays the signal that this Levine sent out. The one that the Doctor mentioned last episode with very little setup for it. So, the Levine are sending a message to the cosmos. But what? Well, they're a family business, so they want to make money from the Earth. But how? But uh-oh, there was a knock at the door. It's farting policeman! The time pressure is on now because the Levine starts shedding its skin, the light beaming through a peephole in the door. Still on call, the Doctor starts Jimmy Neutron blame blasting. He started Jimmy Neutron blame blasting, and I started blasting. As he takes in all the information about the Levine that they know. He knows they're a family, but from what planet? What species? As they talk out everything they've seen them do, he finally unleashes his brain blast and realizes they're from Rexicoricofallapatorius! Say that 10 times fast. Rexicoricofallapatorius, 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 Rexicoricofallapatorius. Rexicoricofallapatorians are calcium-based life forms. So, they would explode in contact with acetic acid, vinegar. So, Jackie mixes everything acidic in Mickey's kitchen together like pickled eggs, onions, and gherkins. They throw it at the Levine just as he reaches the kitchen, and canonically has a fart attack and explodes all over them with this green gunge. Threat neutralized and incredibly tense. I love the bit where it farted and died. Back at number 10, Sugarman, sensing this loss as some sort of pack unity, immediately holds a press conference to beg for the nuclear access codes. He claims that there's a spaceship above orbit with massive weapons of destruction capable of being deployed within 45 seconds. This is the episode's biggest parallel to real-life politics. It mirrors closely, but not perfectly, the words spoken by Tony Blair when talking of Iraq and Saddam Hussein. It was fear-mongering, and a lie. There were no WMDs of that description whatsoever. It was all to lend credit to an invasion that was completely unnecessary at the time, as peaceful options had not yet been fully explored. Soon after, it would be deemed an illegal war by the UN. Prevailing opinion nowadays is that the war's primary motivation was oil, and the war on terror was simply an excuse for that. It was then Russel T Davies' wish to satirize these politicians who he once believed in, and satirize he did, giggling as he wrote, Tony Blair farts and dies. The Doctor, seeing this plea, goes into action mode and he opens the steel barricade to talk to the Levine. The Doctor has realized what the signals sent out must be for. They're an advert. Margaret just straight up tells them their plan like every villain in a movie does eventually. Once they have the nuclear codes, they'll send them back onto Earth and blow up everything, burning the Earth into fuel to sell and then leaving. On their own spaceship, they crash landed into the Thames. Gagged. It's actually a good plan. Like, the Doctor gives them his customary first warning, telling them to leave or he'll have to stop them. And Margaret laughs so creepily here, like a mean schoolgirl bully. What? You? It's such a shame that they fart because they actually are kind of menacing. However, the Doctor, knowing everything he needs to know now, shuts the door back on them. There's a quick news broadcast scene on the streets of London, completely deserted, and there's no music. It's just the performance of Jack Tarleton, and it's really effective. Like, it's actually really good. It perfectly instills you with that feeling of dread that the episode wants, as he talks about the fate of the Earth hanging in the balance. Wait, shut up, guys. It's Trinity Wells. All the Slovene go into the Prime Minister's office, and they're just super giddy and excited about their evil plan. In the silly business room, Harry and Rose are discussing what to do, and they think they should just leave, get out somehow, and get help, when the Doctor interjects in the most "you're not gonna like what I'm about to say" way. He says there's a way out, and there always has been, so why hasn't he done it? And as dialogue for the Doctor, is written perfectly as he explains. He doesn't know if Rose will be safe if he does it, but if he doesn't, everybody will be in danger. Jackie protests it, but Rose gives him her blessing without question, the blind faith being something that the Doctor points out. Rose has come to trust the Doctor completely, in a way that has developed incredibly quickly. Hearing that everybody else will be in danger instead of her, she immediately gives her life to faith, born from belief, a trust in the Doctor, unmasked. Jackie pleads with the Doctor that Rose is just a kid, her kid. And again, it does point to say that Rose's trust, her belief, could be born out of naivety. And in one of the most quintessentially Doctor lines, he says, "Do you think I don't know that? 'Cause this is my life, Jackie. It's not fun, it's not smart, it's standing up and making a decision because nobody else will." Rose asks him what he's waiting for. If he can save the day, then just do it. So he lays his bleeding heart on the table. "I could save the world but lose you." Rose and the Doctor's trust is built both ways here. It comes from the foundation of them saving a part of each other. Rose has saved him from loneliness, the bitter life he was leading with only the Time War as company. And the Doctor saved her from a life with a squandering future, no passion or excitement. They both trust each other deeply, but now with the possibility of it being ephemeral. Neither of them want to lose each other, but then neither of them could save the day. But then Harriet Jones swoops in, baby, and tells the Doctor it's not his decision, it's hers. In a full circle moment, Harriet Jones is now the most powerful person in Downing Street, making her the de facto Prime Minister, and she demands the Doctor to save the day. Harriet Jones, PM for Great Britain. Unmasked as a good person, not a busybody or an unself-aware pest, but altruistic and brave. I love it! Harriet Jones is such a great part of what makes this episode enjoyable for me. Her character is so plucky and determined, brave and selfless, and finally standing up for herself after selling herself so short is great to see. In the Prime Minister's office now, the Slovenes shed their skin, ready to celebrate their victory naked. I'm 12 years old, awaiting the call for nuclear access codes. The Doctor, with the emergency protocols, gets Mickey to hack into the Navy, who conveniently also used the Buffalo password. That's good news. Mickey thinks the Doctor wants to launch a nuke, but he reveals they only need a regular missile. But Jackie stands over Mickey and tells him that in this moment she could stop him. She wants to, and she really could. She wants to protect her daughter, she doesn't stop him. This is where Jackie needs to trust the Doctor in order for that to happen. The Doctor already saved Jackie with vinegar. Now it's Rose's turn. In a great moment for Mickey, apart from the Doctor calling him Mickey the idiot, the world is in his hands. He started the series as a coward, but now, for Rose, He needs to be as brave as the Doctor as he commands him to fire. The audience is left wondering where the missile is meant to be hitting, but as Rose looks around the room for something to get under to cover her, we realise the missile is hitting number 10, with the Doctor, Rose and Harriet still in it. Meanwhile, New York votes to release the nuclear access codes. All they need to do is call number 10. One of the soldiers inside gets notified that there's an incoming missile and evacuates the first floor before going upstairs to notify the Prime Minister. And when he opens the door to do that, he sees this. Just a room of bug-eyed monster Slovene. What does he say? The most awkward sorry you've ever heard. But our heroes brace themselves for impact as Harriet tells them it was nice knowing them. Well, it was nice knowing you, Harriet. The Slovene realise a missile is about to hit them, and they almost swear. On a family show, guys! Think of the children! It is kind of funny though. It reminds me of brain rot memes where something is happening and they just edit a missile exploding it with a loud... Everything explodes. And there's a moment of silence as we mourn the loss of our great protagonist. That's it. The show's over, guys. Doctor Who was done in 2005. I lie. It's fine. They're okay. And thank God, because they still have 8 episodes left to do. In celebration, the Doctor hits the griddy and Rose does the stanky leg. It's really cool. I don't have screenshots for it, but you gotta trust me. It was epic. They only survived the blast because of the steel walls around the cabinet room, but also because the steel was made in Britain. Yes. I love patriotism. Yes, let's go. England, England, England. Much better than stinky America. God. Harriet realizes pretty quickly after just getting bombed, like, she does not care, hard as rocks, that girl, that there's no Prime Minister. The Doctor and Rose tell her that she should give it a go, and she shrugs that off. She couldn't do that, before rushing to a news van to tell them everything. It's then that the Doctor realises how he knows her name. Harriet Jones, future Prime Minister, elected for 3 successive terms, the architect of Britain's golden age. Girl boss. What a heartwarming scene. Like, I love to see Harriet go from an unconfident and unassuming busybody to proactive and altruistic, especially when she tries to save Rose from the Slovene by like jumping at it herself and saying, you know, take me, take me. It's a nice underdog story and it's beautifully played by Penelope Wilton. She really did like an amazing job. So did Annette Badland. Like, wow. In the aftermath, Rose goes back home where Jackie's waiting for a hug. Rose sits down to watch the TV and Harriet Jones is there addressing the press. Jackie complains it should be Rose. If one thing is for sure, Jackie will fuss and moan. We all know a Jackie. Instead of being relieved Rose is home and safe, she's more annoyed that Rose isn't getting a knighthood. After seeing the Doctor save the day, save Rose and the world with her, she's warmed up to the idea of him. No longer is he an unknown entity. He's a force for good. Unmasked, though. She wants to cook him dinner so they can have a sit-down. She's going to cook shepherd's pie, which, by the way, is so good. It's like a British dude just sat down one day and thought, what if we added flavour, guys? But Rose gets a call from the Doctor, and he says he's ready to go. Rose tells him about Jackie's dinner plans, to which he says that he doesn't do that. The more people around him, the more people are in danger, and he lost his family. It must hurt to be around one. The Doctor gives her a choice. She can stay and have that dinner or travel across all of time and space with him. It's not fair, but it's also a complex issue. He's not considering Rose's peace, but he's clearly restless and never stops. He feels he doesn't have time to sit around, but why is that? Jackie comes out of the kitchen and we find out Rose's answer. She's not there. She's in her room, packing. Jackie begs her not to go. Even though the Doctor saved Rose, she wants her daughter back, who only returned to her yesterday. Jackie can trust the Doctor now, but he never answered her question. Will Rose always be safe? Ultimately, Jackie wants what's best for her daughter. She cares about Rose, and maybe that means letting part of her go. That control. Not just anybody gets to travel in time and space, unshackled from the confines of her room that suffocated her. Now she's seeing her daughter unmasked. This is who she can be, but it doesn't stop it from hurting. As Rose packs, indicating she's going to be gone for a long time, she tries to endure Jackie's cries. So far from their shared weeping upon reuniting, she knows it's going to be too painful to engage. She'll cry too. It also shows Rose has conviction in her own choices. She didn't mean to be gone for a year, but this time she does, in a way. Outside, Mickey is waiting with a newspaper at the TARDIS as the kid who spray painted Bad Wolf on it cleans it up. Wait, did he say Bad Wolf? What is that about? Like, no, it's probably nothing. The paper's claiming the whole crash landing was a hoax. Not sure how solidly that holds up logically, but the show sets this up so in future stories, the world doesn't know about aliens again. It also speaks to the world's collective ability to ignore facts and science. Also, Mickey's definitely reading the Sun there, right? You know, like, that's something the Sun would say. Mickey says the world are just idiots, and the Doctor replies, well, not all of you. And Mickey is like, thank you for validation, Dad. The Doctor then gives Mickey a CD containing a virus that will spread and remove any online mention of him, which neatly sets up the next episode. Mickey asks why the Doctor would want to remove mentions of him from the internet, and the Doctor acknowledges that it's because he's dangerous. He doesn't want anybody following him. Mickey rightfully points out that if he knows he's dangerous, then how can he take Rose with him? To which, the Doctor ignores the challenge and invites Mickey into the TARDIS. Let's go! Let's never talk about our emotions, just ignore them. Therapy what? Stupid. But Mickey says the life the Doctor has is too much for him. He couldn't handle it. It's a great character moment to have a man admit he's scared and have him admit this to another man who doesn't judge him for it. Mickey asks the Doctor not to tell Rose. He still wants Rose to think of him as a Giga-Chad who saved the world. And this is Mickey's bravado. He doesn't want that challenged. And that's when Jackie and Rose come down too. Jackie again asks Rose to stay. To comfort her, Rose tells her that she'll be back in 10 seconds. It's a time machine after all. She can experience all of time and space and still be back in time for tea. That is, if they don't forget they said that whilst having fun without them. And that's what happens. The TARDIS dematerializes but doesn't return. It's a somber moment and Mickey chooses to keep waiting, holding out hope that they'll come back. But Jackie just goes back home. Mickey's not ready to let go of Rose, any part of her at all, but Jackie always knew she'd grow up and eventually leave. It speaks to a feeling of being left out and forgotten when your friends and family move on from a part of life that you're still in. But this was always going to happen. Emotional turmoil on high and danger to those close. Rose is travelling with a man who told her to forget him, to tell no one about him, what she's seen, because it'll put them in harm's way. But they get tied up in his tangled web too. His one constant companion being death, it was luckily only their enemy's turn. 6 out of 10. World War III, upon broadcast in the UK, was farted at by 7.98 million viewers. Had the Slovenes not been farting the whole episode, I really think a lot of people would look differently at Doctor Who's first two-parter. The mystery of the alien ship and the world's reaction to it feel real and capture the spirit of the time. If the episode had taken its villains more seriously, though I understand why they didn't, I could imagine this being thought of with much more kindness. It's a family show though, and I think the aliens of this week were more intended for the kids watching. The first 10 minutes are fantastic though, just focusing on Rose's disappearance and the emotional damage it caused. Davies is, and always has been, really good at writing emotionally resonating moments. Despite this story's silliness, the emotional subplots are terrific and well fleshed out. I get a fuzzy feeling from this episode, and that's something you can count on with Davies' Doctor Who. Piss yourself! Dalek is an episode that really should have been named something different. Doctor Who and the monsters you will come to know very intimately are inextricably linked. The Daleks were the first actual monsters introduced to classic Doctor Who and immediately launched it into success, despite the BBC's reluctance to include bug-eyed monsters. Without the Daleks, there probably would be no Doctor Who today. That being said, Russel T Davies spoke to the media about the upcoming Doctor Who revival and explicitly said there would be no returning villains, in an effort to surprise audiences when the Daleks return. However, news from the Terry Nation estate, the original creator of the Daleks, was leaked. He had allowed the Daleks to be used. That being said, nobody knew when the villains would appear in the show, that being until the episode's titles were released. The episode plays the return of the Daleks as a shock. However, anybody who was simply paying attention to the title sequence or looked at the TV guide knew what this episode was going to include. I understand that after the... Ow! Bit my lip. After the news leak, using the Dalek name as a pull-in for returning viewers of the classic series was good for marketing, and probably a necessary one. Each episode needed to pull in viewers in order for another series to be commissioned, and the Daleks were massive in popularity among fans. However, the title completely spoils what would have been an incredibly shocking revelation for viewers not aware of the news leaks. I think now the episode can be safely re-edited to be called Metaltron to actually surprise new viewers. But the cat's out of the bag. If you don't know about the Daleks yet, then it wouldn't be surprising to see them back because they would be completely new to you anyway. By the way, this episode is an absolute banger. Blimey. Like a great museum. Something has pulled the TARDIS off course, and we have landed in 2012, a half-mile underground in Utah. In the little amount of episodes we have here, it's still surprising to hear that something can pull the TARDIS off course, especially something from 2012. What could possibly have that power? The answer is that they've landed in no normal museum, but an extraterrestrial one. They have moon dust, the mileometer from the Roswell crash, a Slovene's arm, and a weird futuristic helmet that the Doctor has a big reaction to. He says that they're an old friend of his, before correcting himself and saying they're an enemy. This is a metal dude or something? I don't know, I forget. They're not important, right? The Doctor says that here, the stuff of nightmares has been reduced to an exhibit before he goes to touch it. But suddenly, an alarm booms out, and they are surrounded by security guards. If somebody's collecting aliens, that makes you Exhibit A. Yeah, just blow your cover immediately, Rose. Give the bargaining chip away. We don't need it. Take my money. Rose, you clearly need to read up on your Sun Tzu. Know thy enemy or something. I don't know. Bad Wolf 1 descending. Bad Wolf 1 descending. Out comes the helicopter. This big reach. Kobe, you do not want to be guarded by Shaq. You got that big reach. This big rich American tycoon, Mr. Van Staten. And he's the definitive man that would watch How to Be Sigma videos and the Joe Rogan podcast thinking about it. He would watch that. He would love it. He'd be like, oh, Joe, you're so smart and I just want to oil you up and spin you around. And played by Corey Johnson. Mr. Van Staten's assistant tells him that the president sends his best wishes, but he doesn't care. He wants him replaced. His assistant is clearly used to this and says that he doesn't think that's wise. So Van Staten fires him on the spot for questioning him and sends him to get his memory wiped and thrown on the streets in a state beginning with M. A lady comes rushing forward to fill his place though. This is Diana, played by Anna-Louise Plowman. Along with them, there's also this science nerd called Adam, played by the disgusting and disgraced Bruno Langley, who tells Van Staten that he brought 10 more artifacts, meaning this is Van Staten's alien museum. The scene quickly conveys this tycoon's entitlement and view on his fellow man, seeing them as easily replaceable and their lives of little value compared to his. He has an ambivalence towards them, more invested in his own power. Is it any surprise that a billionaire has this lack of humanity? Considering the broad-scale exploitation one must sleep with at night, knowing they're the one perpetrating it. This is, after all, the only way somebody achieves that position. Of course, in a world where the extraterrestrial exist, they would be only a trophy to such a person, valuing surplus material gain over true human connection. This also serves as a parallel to the rich's obsession with exoticism, collecting historic artifacts from far-off regions, not because they respect it and want it preserved properly and authentically in the right hands, but because it's simply a status symbol among the vain. Diana informs Van Staten of 2 intruders, Rose and the Doctor, and tells his guards to bring them in, before saying he wants to visit his little pet. Diana pulls aside to use her AirPods, like, Diana, you don't need to flex on us like that. She communicates with a man downstairs, demanding good news, an update on whether it is talking. Whatever they've got isn't communicating, but they are making it scream in pain by drilling into its shell. Its cries are very robotic, yet natural, like an organic voice filtered through a mechanism to produce a higher-pitched, oscillating tone. Whatever life is in there, though, Van Statten is well aware of what they're doing to it. The Doctor and Rose are brought into Van Statten's office, who's looking at the new artifacts Adam has bought. Van Statten's fidgeting with one of them, and the Doctor informs him of its use. It's a small musical instrument that needs a delicate touch. The Doctor demonstrates this and gives it back to Van Statten, who plays it clumsily before finding a sweet spot. Satisfied, but unimpressed, he immediately throws it aside without respect. He's used to the fanciful notion of alien objects. But only somebody lacking human wonder could possibly be so callous. He has infinite power and money, so he sees no use in such imagination when he can hold anything in his hand. But how is Van Statten so rich? He owns the internet. Let's ignore that no one can own the internet. That's not how that works. But what? Like, you're gonna suspend your disbelief now? I was with you on the fighting aliens, but no. He owns the internet? No, I'm out of here. Like, that's not how that works, actually. The Doctor notes that Van Statten must be an expert in everything except the things in his museum. Just because he owns the internet doesn't mean he knows everything on it. But hey, like, maybe you got the Elon Musk brain chip. They're probably best buds. Rose and Adam are left to canoodle or spoon, whatever you British do, by Van Statten as he's impressed with the Doctor's alien knowledge. So he invites him to come look at his pet. Downstairs and outside of the room they're keeping this creature in, Van Statten informs the Doctor that it's in some sort of shield, but there definitely is life within it. One of the scientists informs the Doctor that the last guy to touch the Metaltron burst into flames. Juxtaposing their lack of respect for life, the Doctor says he simply won't touch it. The Doctor goes into the creature's room, and the door is sealed behind him. He slowly approaches a single small spherical blue light that shines dimly in the corner of the dark room. The Doctor apologizes for what it's going through, to forget about Van Statten's torture for a moment because he's come to help. He then introduces himself. I'm the Doctor. We zoom in to the blue light, now revealing two more. They're yellow and in place of what would be ears that illuminate when it starts to speak. Doctor, it says slowly in a vibrating, high-pitched groan. Bewildered and stunned into motionlessness for a moment, he yells out, "Impossible!" His jaw dropping unwillingly with an expression of pure terror. The Doctor! The lights surrounding the creature beam on to reveal what had been in front of him the whole time. Shrouded in darkness, the creature is in a bronze metallic mech suit, bulbs protruding from a rotund bottom section of connected panels, and a tank-like grip to the floor. Two arms of unknown purpose extend outwards, meeting air vents and then a stunted helmet for a head. Exterminate! Exterminate! And as the Doctor runs to the door, discovering it's deadlocked, Van Statten has shut him in and watches on, thrilled the creature is talking. But the Doctor is terrified. What one thing in the whole universe across all of time and space could terrify the Doctor? You are an enemy of the Daleks! You must be destroyed! A metal protrusion of what seems to be a blaster moves and jolts as if it's trying to shoot, but something's wrong. It's completely malfunctional. The Doctor is safe in a room with a thing that terrifies him, and he's thrilled about it. At first, the Doctor laughs in its face, gleeful from Dalek impotence. Fantastic! He shouts. He revels in the creature's powerlessness, calling it a great space dustbin, half part laughing with joy and relief, and then with red-hot rage. It's therapeutic for the darkness within him, but it's deeper than that. Something his soul harbours and hides, like the side of the moon we never get to see. Ballistic, still screaming, the Doctor launches forward. How does it feel? The creature jolting backwards as far as its chains will allow, oscillating out with fear in its robotic voice. Keep back! As the Doctor continues to lunge forward, retorting with a thrill. What for? The purpose of such a machine manifests in his words. If you can't exterminate, Then what are you good for, Dalek? Van Staten is shown watching from CCTV, smiling, now knowing the real name of his prized possession. The Doctor asks insultingly, "What the hell are you even here for?" "I am waiting for orders." The Dalek says that it was bred to be a soldier. All it does is execute orders given to it. It demands orders. With insidious euphoria, the Doctor is more than overjoyed to lambast the Dalek with the knowledge that orders are never going to come. Just like his own, the Dalek race is dead. With one fell swoop, all of them burned. 10 million ships worth. The Dalek refuses to believe him. "You lie!" But we learn why the Doctor has this side of him, played so close to his chest. To learn why is to unmask his most abhorrent of actions. The ships didn't just burn irrespective of him. "I watched it happen! I made it happen!" The stunted robot jolts. "You destroyed us!" But the Doctor suddenly is silent, contemplating, before he walks away from the Dalek, for his shame and guilt rears its ugly head. "I had no choice." Somberly, the Dalek asks of the Time Lord's fate. The Doctor takes a second, racked with complex grief. "They burnt with you." "Lore alert! Lore alert!" And no, that's not something I say when my friend Lorelei walks in the door, nor does it mean someone just committed a crime. I'm talking Five Nights at Freddy's MatPat lore. The Doctor is responsible for the destruction of all Daleks and all Time Lords. The Doctor is the last of the Time Lords because of his own choices, of which he claims he had only one. Given how afraid the Doctor initially was of the Dalek, we're inclined to believe it is incredibly powerful. But 10 million ships full of them must have been a universe-ending force for him to do such a thing. The Doctor was put in a position of absolution. He could lose all of his kind in possible defeat, or he could end it all and destroy everything, ensuring the safety of the rest of the universe from such fate. Given the Dalek is here in 2012, we can assume the Daleks can time travel, giving a whole new meaning to the Time War. This was not only a war, but a war across all of time, making it a universe-threatening event. Meaning, maybe what the Doctor did was necessary, but still horrible. It's something we can't imagine our hero ever succumbing to the temptation of. His name is that of a healer. Yet, he strayed so far from what we know as his role. This is why he was so ill-tempered when Rose first met him. The idea he had of himself had been destroyed. He became just as bad as the creatures he fought against because of that one action. And then he's faced with a situation mirroring his own planet's war. It's either the Nestine consciousness or humans, possibly neither. And he's put in between that again. Now we can understand why the Doctor reveled in the Daleks' lack of power. The war against them forced him into the ultimate sacrifice, challenged who he is. But now the embodiment of it can do nothing but take what he throws at it. Continuing the confrontation, the Dalek reflects on the war and jabs at his foe. "And the coward survived." But the Doctor mocks the Dalek back, making light of the signal the Dalek sent, taking the TARDIS off course, calling it a cry for help and effectively pathetic. It hoped someone could help it. How far it has fallen. In contemplation on both sides of world-shattering isolation, the Doctor is pensive, but there's no one else coming, because there's no one else left. The Dalek's eye stalk tilts down as it contests with the loss of its kind. "I am alone in the universe." The Dalek looks hopeless and almost sympathetic, but the Doctor revels in it. He jeers. "Yep." But the Dalek reaches out. "So are you. We are the same." You'd be forgiven if you sympathise with the Dalek here, because it's a touching moment where the Doctor finally meets something else, who is, as well, the last of their kind. But it's just that. A moment. The Doctor gives in to his most base-level instincts, taking himself back to the moment he ended the war, furious at the notion of the Dalek trying to relate to him. He becomes incensed and activates the electricity Van Statten had set up to torture the Dalek into submission as it screams for mercy. The Doctor we know is a pacifist. He wants to avoid violence at any cost. But in the face of what we'll learn is the antithesis of that, he's reduced to what he hates. Hate itself. But still, is more than that. The Dalek can't fight back. It's helpless, yet he has no qualms with hurting it as he relives his trauma from the war, able to recontextualize it from his newfound position of absolute power. Seeing this, Van Statten opens the door and the guards haul the Doctor away. Van Statten is ecstatic that he finally knows the creature's name and demands the Dalek to address him, but it stands there in silence. Van Statten feels so entitled to the autonomy of his prized possession that he orders his scientist, Simmons, played by Nigel Whitney, to make it talk again under any means necessary. It speaks to the cruel nature one must have to exploit their workforce so heavily, in the form of cheap global labour and brutal working conditions to produce soulless obedience. Van Statten is a man willing to do anything to get what he wants. He feels proud to sacrifice such things as a basic respect for life, as long as it aligns with his goals. Autonomy is just something in the way. The Dalek will speak. Meanwhile, on an upper floor, Adam and Rose are talking and looking at alien artifacts, and Adam is using science to rizz up Rose. To me, he's very nice guy vibes, but that's probably because I don't like him and he sucks. Glad I got that out of my system. I'll treat him fairly from now on. Adam, the absolute nerd, hacks into the security camera in the Dalek's room, and Rose sees it screaming as Simmons drills into it. So she rushes down looking for the Doctor. After all, he wouldn't stand for that. Meanwhile, the Doctor and Van Statten are talking, and the Doctor informs him that the Daleks are genetically engineered creatures with every single emotion removed, except hate. This could give a whole new light to the conversation the Doctor had with it. When the Dalek expressed sadness, its eye stalk lowered. But how could it feel that? The Dalek was feigning vulnerability. It was actively trying to be manipulative because without any order, it defaulted to survival, and the Doctor at that point seemed like its only chance. It was an attempt to garner sympathy. Or this is just how the Doctor sees them. They represent everything he hates. And even though there are shades of grey in such a feeling, he can only see them with a lens of disgust. Though we do see the Dalek exhibiting emotion, we can't know if any of it is real. However, it seems far more likely that the Daleks are emotionally stunted than not experiencing anything at all other than hate. The Dalek jolts back in fear as the Doctor lunges at it, for example. But for this instance, I'm going to respect the text at hand.
Interruption! So I don't know how I only realised this after like my 13th rewatch of this series, but the Doctor says that he didn't survive the Time War by choice, meaning his last action to blow it all up was something that he didn't think he could live with the consequences of on his soul. You know, he thought that it was such a terrible, bad, not good thing to do that he wanted to die doing it. But obviously surviving this means he has to live with what he did, and he's 100% suffering from some survivor's guilt. You can even link this back to Cassandra, where he stares at her literally dying in front of him, and he says that everything has its time and everything dies. Maybe because he thinks that of himself. After such a terrible thing he did, maybe he was projecting the feelings he had of himself onto Cassandra. Analysis over.
But then Van Statten is like, wait, Doctor? You're an alien, what the hell? I freaking love aliens! So he chains him up. Van Statten scans him and finds out the Doctor has 2 hearts. A binary vascular system. Lore alert! This barely comes up, but I don't know, it's good to know. That's all. Van Statten then brags about all the advancements that alien tech has allowed him to make. But his interest is really only in the money it makes him. But it's not that Van Statten's only need for alien tech is money, it's that he approaches such things with a cynicism inspired by greed. That's why he threw away the alien instrument at the beginning of the episode. It's not useful to him. Music is something only those with humanity left can enjoy. It's not productive. The Doctor tells him that the Dalek's intentions are pure. It sincerely wants to destroy everything except itself. But Van Statten's ideals are without care for his fellow man, making the Dalek morally better than him, in the most tribalistic sense. Basically, the Doctor is saying that Van Statten has no friends, when even a Dalek does. Meanwhile, Rose goes downstairs with Adam to see the Dalek, without any knowledge of what just happened with the Doctor. She tells the Dalek that she's here to help, along with the Doctor. Before he came here, the Dalek never spoke, so as soon as it hears that, it knows there could be a way out, so it starts talking. When Rose asks for the Dalek's name, it only replies, yes. The Dalek's eye stalk slowly lifts up to look her in the eye. I am in pain. They hurt me, but still they fear me. Do you fear me? Completely ignorant to the Dalek's true cause, Rose says no. It looks like a machine of war, but Rose's empathy, willingness to do what she deems right, doesn't allow for her to not look past this. All she sees is a creature chained up. The Dalek then sorrowfully gleans to Rose that it doesn't have much time left, but it's glad it met a human who did not fear it before its death. It tells her that its race is gone, and it will ultimately end its life alone. Saying this, the Dalek employs noticeably human synchronicities, like tilting its head down as it says something sad. This is the Dalek being manipulative for its own goals. It simply can't feel such things. That doesn't stop emotions from being tools to them. It speaks to why so many creatures in horror look like humans in some sort of way. It's the uncanny, something not human exhibiting humanity. A Dalek can exhibit weakness and hopelessness, but can never really experience them. It's just to pull you closer. A monster crying in your mother's voice. Feeling pity for the Dalek, Rose goes to stroke its shell to comfort it. But for once, her empathy was a mistake. She got pulled close. Instantaneously, the Dalek jolts into life, shouting, "Genetic material extrapolated!" The Dalek didn't need the Doctor or Rose to get it out. It needed something else. The Dalek starts moving, shifting, struggling, and breaks the chains it was bound in. Simmons, seeing this, bounds in and comes close to the Dalek. What are you gonna do? Sucker me to death? Yes! The visual was genuinely very good for 2005 and effectively scared a good part of its audience who did not see it coming. You can even hear what sounds like bones cracking. It makes the death eerily visceral, separated from all the other sci-fi laser blasts in the show that don't reflect anything we see in real life. Yet, I'm cooking something up. As alarms start blaring out, the Doctor goes badass mode while chained up. John Wick vibes. Release me if you want to live. Okay. So they do. It's all good though, because the Dalek is still stuck in the room. Don't worry. I'm sure it can't get out. Oh, what's that? Over the intercom, the Doctor informs us that the Daleks are actually super geniuses who can calculate 1,000 billion combinations to a pin in 1 second flat. Good thing that door just has a simple handle then. The Daleks don't have hands. Oh, it has a touchpad pin? Why didn't we think of that? Good thing for once though. We're in the US of A, baby. They have guns and rocket launchers and stuff. So when the Dalek opens the door, cracking the code, they open fire. But nothing penetrates. Not even a little bit. The Dalek doesn't seem to even notice it or perceive a threat at all. In fact, the Dalek, with its newfound strength from Rose's DNA, runs to the nearest outlet and drains almost all the power in the base and from the west coast of America, repairing itself. It also absorbs the internet in 2012. I wonder what it thinks of memes like Bad Luck Brian and Overly Attached Girlfriend. Did it like them? But absorbing the internet does mean it knows every weakness of the human race. It might be corny by today's standards because we're much more cynical about the World Wide Web. But in 2005, we were much more in awe of the internet and its possibilities than we are now. Rose and Adam, seeing all this, are encouraged by the Doctor to run away. The Doctor tells Van Statten that now is their only opportunity to successfully attack the Dalek. It's still healing and recharging. As soldiers amass along the corridor adjacent, bullets raining down, the Dalek seems isolated, outnumbered, vulnerable. But as a soldier runs to inform the others of their strategy, the Dalek shoots them down with little effort as hellfire propels towards it. He falls to the ground in agony, screaming, but as he hits the floor, he's already dead. The Dalek shot took him out in an instant radioactive blast, so powerful it illuminates the surrounding area and renders their body an X-ray, revealing their skeleton to every witness. We then get a very Matrix-like shot of the Dalek under fire, the bullets evaporating before contact in a transparent force field around its shell. The following scenes act to portray the hopelessness such a creature would inflict, all unceremoniously capturing the dread of the situation, locked in a bunker with hundreds of soldiers, opposing one singular Dalek. The soldiers tried to flank the creature, firing on both sides. Maybe there's hope. But quickly, the Dalek rotates its middle quadrant equipped with its blaster and fires into both groups quickly and ruthlessly. We don't know their names, their story, or anything about them, but this is what soldiers are in the face of war. Pawns in somebody else's game. The Doctor's experiencing the Time War all over again, as the screams of the guards echo throughout the bunker. But suddenly, as Van Statten orders them to stop shooting his prized possession, silence falls. Every guard on that floor gone. The pawns for the king. But there's one glimpse of hope as the Dalek encroaches through Van Statten's bunker with a breakneck pace and unrelenting confidence as it marches forward unblinkingly. It reaches a flight of stairs. What happened next was one of the biggest pop culture moments for a year in the UK. See, something people made fun of the Daleks for in the classic era of Doctor Who was that they had one fatal flaw. They seemingly couldn't go upstairs. Yes, I'm not joking. Detractors of Doctor Who would always mention this silly limitation, despite the Daleks then being tanks. Tanks can't really go upstairs, but they're like, you're gonna run away from a tank, yeah? So, when the revival of Doctor Who came about, people were discussing what the Daleks would be like. Could hack comedians make the same tired jokes?
Piss off, you Dalek, I'm up the stairs!
The Dalek, from the stairwell landing, slowly looks up to Rose, Adam, and a guard with them. Adam, rather metatextually, gloats at it. It's been defeated by a flight of stairs. But Doctor Who has always worked to make children hide behind their sofas. And now it's because they're not safe anywhere from a Dalek. No cheap tricks anymore, as the Dalek ominously announces, "Elevate!" and starts to fly. Rose and Adam run for their lives as one of the guards sacrifices themselves for their escape in an optimistic attempt to penetrate the Dalek armor, being completely in vain. As they run away, her screams echo behind them. As such, this is the most potent antithesis of Van Statten to me. He's in his ivory tower, almost completely divorced from danger himself, just listening, never getting his own hands dirty. Being at the topmost floor with anybody on it, he will be the last to do the work himself, as he listens to the working class die for him. His hands will not dirty. Without care or connection to others, disconnected from humanity to justify them as capital, nothing more, he will never reach into the ground for them. Not for a faceless horde of screams, not even for one brave woman's cry, alone and scared. His ego's hurt, and control is lost. So Van Statten attempts to challenge the Doctor, inviting him to reason with the Dalek, to which the Doctor responds by asking a question: the population of the nearest city, of which he tells the billionaire will all burn at the hands of the Dalek because it honestly believes they deserve it. The Dalek believes that anything different to it is wrong, mirroring the ideals of one real life, true evil. I'm sure you know what I mean. This being the only idea it's ever known, seeks to comment on the ignorance of people in real life that think even close to the same way, uneducated and self-righteous. It's a big combo. The bunker has set up a blockade, a firing squad of soldiers and personnel. The Doctor informs them over the intercom to aim for the eye store, concentrated fire being their only chance to stop it, but the commander doesn't listen. Recklessly confident in himself, Rose and Adam run through to safety, with the Dalek closely following. It initially ignores all the soldiers, only looking at Rose instead. Rose mentions this to Adam as she gets the feeling that something was looking at her from the inside. The commander gives the go-ahead to open fire as tens of guns rain hell onto the Dalek. Power is restored to the security camera watching over the room in Van Statten's office. The Doctor notes that it wants them to see, but It's not gloating. It doesn't have the emotional range necessary. It's strategy. It shows the true power of the Dalek in remarkable fashion. It's not only effortlessly taking an onslaught of bullets, but having so little regard for them that it thinks to restore power to the camera just so the Doctor can see. The Dalek slowly starts to levitate, and you may think it's a simple power trip, to look down upon its enemy, rendered small and insignificant from a vantage, or that it's going to leave, fly forward and onwards into the bunker. But it slowly turns and shoots the fire alarm, setting off the sprinklers. The system rains down on everybody, leaving the question behind, why? This is the last line of defense. What little soldiers they have left are being supplemented by working personnel. It's damp, cold, no bullets are penetrating the armour. It's hopeless. But this is just the calm before the storm, because in a showcase of its strength, the Dalek shoots at the water on the floor, conducting the electricity in its blast along the spine of the room, shocking everybody and eliminating them all in 2 strikes. What falls after is an eerie silence following the loud crackling of hundreds of bullets in succession, as we look at everybody, lifeless, on the floor in the pouring rain. You sit with this moment, the show unshy of letting you fester in a morbid reality with its characters, before the security camera feed shuts off. Van Statten, confronted with the gravity of the situation, being now only 1 degree of separation from the Dalek, that being Adam and Rose, he suggests they abandon the bunker. The lives departed, just a cost that pales in significance to the value of his own. But the power was massively drained by the Dalek, and closing it in would require closing the steel door bulkheads that separate the upper floors from the lower ones. So, under the will of the Doctor, Van Statten gets to work rerouting all the power to prepare to close. Sally sells seashells by the seashore. Where she sits, she shines, and where she shines, she sits. All the power to prepare. So, under the will of the Doctor, Van Statten gets to work rerouting all the power to prepare to close the bulkheads. Take that, lisp. Yeah. There's only one problem. Rose and Adam are still down there. Interrupting this, though, the Dalek initiates the security camera again, announcing that it shall only speak to the Doctor, putting them on level terms. The Dalek proclaims that it fed off Rose's DNA when she touched it, feeding off the time energy Rose had accumulated through time travelling. The Doctor tries to be tepidly playful, not showing his hand, keeping his emotions in check, as he jokes that the Dalek's going to get rusty. But Daleks don't joke or banter. They communicate with clear purpose, mirroring their actions. It says it scanned Earth satellites and radio telescopes, but it doesn't finish the sentence, almost as if it wants its anguish to be inquired on. The Doctor sincerely wants to know, for his own reasons. It takes its time to answer. There's nothing. The Dalek knows it's the last of its kind. Without anybody else, it's a soldier without orders. Without any orders, it will simply follow the primary one, to destroy and conquer. The Doctor becomes incensed, unable to hold back his anger. He questions the point, the goal of such a thing. Dalek supremacy is now exclusive to this one. Its bigger purpose no longer exists to serve others around it. It must now create its own purpose, free from the confines of Dalek ideology that no longer serves a greater cause, but is incapable of doing so. The Dalek doesn't answer, so the Doctor affirms it. The Dalek race is gone. Everything that it represented is lost, but it can't think for itself, or at least was not programmed to. So it asks the Doctor what it should do. The Doctor thinks on it for a second. He smiles only for a moment as he's cast back to his position of control over a powerless Dalek, and wants it back. He tells the Dalek to kill itself. It would finish the time war that he thought he had ended, once and for all. If it doesn't die, if it can escape, then everything he did in the war would have been for nothing. But the Dalek can't comprehend such a thing. Survival is an imperative of its race. Irrespective of their absence, it denies the order. The Doctor's rage boils over, no longer able to contain his fury. In abject disgust, he screams that there's no point, that it should finish the job and make the Daleks extinct. Rid the universe of its filth! And screams at the Dalek, questioning why it won't just die. To which the Dalek sits for a moment, with the barrage of wrath receiving what it could only perceive as majestical hatred, bathing in it, impressed by it, only to coldly remark to the Doctor, "You would make a good Dalek." Like, I'm actually getting like chills thinking about it. I know this is a multiple hour-long video, but this is probably the nerdiest moment. I'm literally like, I can't believe they did that. That's so cool. This is the coldest line in the history of broadcast television. The imagery here is so powerful. The Daleks standing amongst a room lined with bodies, people that even the Doctor couldn't save, as it rains down on them. And the Dalek addresses him as an equal, uncharacteristically, only for him to rise to that challenge. Cinema! Oh yeah, this one's got legs, Johnny. Put it on the press. Las Vegas, baby. We gotta put it on the big screen, Johnny. The Doctor, in part embarrassed by his outburst, shook by the Dalek's striking words and a complete failure to negotiate their safety, he immediately commands Van Statten to seal the vault, effectively shutting everything in behind the Vault 46 bulkheads. This is going to take some doing, though, through rerouting what little power they have left to seal them. So, the Doctor calls Rose to tell her to run as fast as she can. She's 3 floors away. The computer in Van Statten's office is tracking their life signs, and as they get close to the bulkheads, knowing that the Dalek is right behind them, the Doctor knows he may well be choosing between Rose or the human race. I'm sorry, he solemnly mutters, as he presses the button to start closing the doors. But the bulkheads are slow and cumbersome. They might have enough time for Adam and Rose to get through, but seal the Dalek behind. They're running for their lives, and we see Adam slip underneath as he rolls through, with Rose closely behind. We're left with the Doctor's point of experience as he watches her life signs stop moving, and he jolts up. "Rose, did you make it?" "Sorry, I was a bit slow." The Doctor's eyes tinge with redness as it looks like he's staring a million miles away, dissociating from the reality that he just condemned his loyal companion. The Dalek slowly approaches her. Rose says goodbye to the Doctor, and to not blame himself because in any case, she wouldn't have missed their time together for anything, as she even left her mother for it, before we hear the Dalek shout, "Exterminate!" The Doctor projects his rage onto Van Statten, lambasting him for his selfishness and greed, wanting to protect his only living specimen by condemning his staff and foolishly ignoring the Doctor's warnings, allowing the situation to deteriorate to the point that Rose was lost too. It's not that the other deaths are insignificant, of less value intrinsically than hers, but it particularly hurts him. His sense of self is lost in the storm of the day. He's no longer the protector and saviour of the good. He's led by egotistical desires that only allow space for a self-invested perspective. The man that told Rose to leave irrespective of his safety as the nesting consciousness started its invasion is gone. We are left with a man that serves his own needs as he bargains with the lives of the soldiers downstairs to finish the cause of a war they have no involvement in. But here, in a deteriorated state, self-reflection is not something allowed within himself. He is someone to blame rightly. Van Statten, but he's only a punching bag, not a scapegoat for the tragedy he, himself, has allowed to happen with little resistance once the ball started rolling. He pushed the button, but his vitriol needs a visage. He looks to Van Statten's rotten intentions. They were to reach the stars, but characteristically with a cynicism awoken by power and money, he pulled them down with him. He never appreciated the true value and wonder of what he had collected. Instead, there were icons of his vanity that amounted to Rose's grave. Pranked! I got you, didn't I? Rose is alive. The Dalek wants to shoot her, but is suddenly feeling some brand new conflict about it. When Rose touched the Dalek, it absorbed her time energy, but it absorbed something else with it. Rose's DNA. Her emotions! The Dalek says it's been contaminated. It can feel her fear, empathize with it. As a choice of words, it very much sounds like it views the emotions as some sort of insect that must be fumigated away. It doesn't appreciate the expansion of its worldly experience, as in the face of its shared DNA, Rose, it can no longer operate as expected. It can't shoot her. The Dalek once again opens communications with Van Statten's office, telling them to open the bulkheads or it will exterminate Rose. The Doctor Seeing this is elated, but Rose pleads with him not to open them, as she knows the consequences. There's honour in altruism, but in staring at his redemption, the Doctor won't do it. He can't condemn her twice. What follows could be interpreted in a few ways. What use are emotions if you will not save the woman you love? You could view this plainly. The Dalek is manipulating the Doctor, just as it tried to do in the beginning. You could also view it in this context. Having absorbed Rose's DNA and therefore her emotions, the Dalek has come to understand a perceived love between them, and thus uses it as a bargaining chip here. You may also view it as the Dalek understanding Rose's emotions enough to know that she hopes the Doctor is in love with her, as she is with him. This would then be the first explicit mention of love between the Doctor and Rose. Is it romantic or platonic? Either way, he opens the door, and they start to panic. But Adam says that he might be able to help, because he hid some artifacts from Van Statten in case he ever needed to fight his way out. But he doesn't know what any of them are. But the Doctor does. Most are broken. One is a hairdryer. The latter, though, alien blaster. Dun, dun, dun. Another one bites the dust. I have the time. No, that's definitely a remix, right? Rocky's definitely done that, right? Rocky or something, or like Die Hard. They're like, holy shit. We're getting awesome. Rose and the Dalek are in an elevator together. Listen, I'm very socially awkward, but what small talk would you guys recommend if I'm ever in this situation? My usual go-to to skip chit-chat is asking if they believe in aliens, but I don't think that would help in this situation. Luckily for Rose, they have a pretty big icebreaker, which is the Dalek's existential crisis. As the question's why it won't kill Rose. That's lucky. I'm jealous. The elevator reaches Van Statten's office, and the doors open to something different than telegraphed. The Dalek is emotional, no longer talking in stunted sentences that sound like logical equations. The Dalek sounds human, as it draws breath with every word. Van Statten, you tortured me. Why? The Dalek goes to exterminate Van Statten, but Rose jumps in front and pleads with it not to, asking what else it could want instead, it replying with more breath than ever in its voice to illustrate the most human of urges. I want freedom. This wish is given to the Dalek, and Rose walks out with it to the top floor. The Dalek shoots a hole in the ceiling and sunlight beams down on it. Its freedom manifest. But it doesn't fly away. It doesn't have an ulterior motive anymore. Its purpose right now is in this moment. Far flung from the ideals of supremacy, Rose has changed it with her touch, just as her contact with the Doctor has changed him, both for the better. But the Dalek wonders about the sunlight. How does it feel? And the Dalek opens its shell to reveal for the first time the monster inside. It's a strange, otherworldly octopus-like creature with one eye and a bulbous brain above it, covered in its own bodily oils. Wet, pitiful and weak-looking. It's almost pathetic. It completely juxtaposes the hard, intimidating exterior, for only now a Dalek is truly vulnerable. In this moment, you honestly feel sorry for it. It looks oddly pathetic in contrast with its shell, humanizing it. It's fleshy, a real live being trapped inside with a beating heart that suffered Van Statten's treatment, not even knowing that it was the last of its kind. This is its reward. It's not the same being. It has transmuted into something else. A Dalek of Theseus. How many parts of a boat can you change, swap, repair before it's a different ship? The episode asks you to decide. It reaches its tentacle out tentatively, experiencing the genesis of its first earthly pleasure. The moment of peace is, however, disturbed by the Doctor, brandishing a weapon, threatening to slaughter the Dalek, demanding Rose to move out of its way. She refuses, though, exclaiming that the Dalek is changing. It's experiencing true life. The Doctor lets his emotions out, angrily detesting the Dalek for destroying his home and his people. But when he sees the Dalek, a symbol of absolute hate and death, reaching for the sunlight, something better, he has a complicated realization that, here and now, it's not so easy to be the Doctor. Oh, Rose. They're all gone. Just as the Dalek mutated, he threatened to change, to be judge, jury, and executioner, to lose himself completely. Basking in the sunlight, the Dalek laments. Why do we survive? I don't know. The Doctor has been separated from Rose for almost this entire ordeal, and without his emotional anchor, he has fallen deeply back into himself, his pain, suffering and loneliness. Without the reminder of what's great in his world, he lost his cause and purpose, going back to who he was before he met Rose, cruising, forgetting why.
I am the last of the Daleks.
Not even that. You're mutating.
Into what?
Something new. I'm sorry. Rose interjects. Shouldn't that be better? Not for a Dalek. The Doctor is no longer staring at the object of hate he would have killed. He doesn't have that. No outlet to pour his feelings into destroying. There's something frustratingly melancholic in front of him that understands his feelings instead of expectedly detesting them. The Dalek and the Doctor are the last survivors of the Great Time War, from opposing sides, both irreparably damaged and furious at the result of their battle, but right now, they understand each other.
I can feel so many ideas, so much darkness. Rose, give me orders. Order me to die. This is not life. This is sickness. I shall not be like you.
For a Dalek, experiencing a fantastic range of emotion is horrid. It's grim. To be a merciless soldier having no respect for life, claiming so many lives, just to then be given a soul, one that can reflect, feel guilt, grief, existential dread over your... Dread? Who's dread? Existential dread over your own experience. It would feel like sickness.
Order my destruction. Obey! Obey!
And in a moment of pure cosmic emptiness, Rose gives it the order.
Are you frightened, Rose Tyler?
Yeah.
So am I.
The Dalek lifts itself off the floor, closing its shell to be alone in the end, and self-destructs. It's so weirdly touching and horrifically beautiful as the Time War ends. The Doctor wins. It doesn't feel very good, but that's closure. We cut to Diana, who is ordering some backup soldiers to take Van Staten. She has rightful sass, blaming the 200 lives lost on him. She orders them to wipe his memory and leave him in some state beginning with S. And everybody got up and clapped. After this, Diana moved to Seattle and starred in her own rom-com movie where she learns to be her own independent woman until she meets Van Staten again, a changed man with no memory of what he did, but a good heart. Get working on the spin-off, Russell. Anyway, Adam the scientist nerd comes with the Doctor and Rose, and everybody booed. We don't even see Adam's reaction to the TARDIS, like, even the show didn't care. I've been harsh on Adam, and not really talked about his role in this episode. It's just that his part is so undercooked and feels a little forced. He's explicitly flirting with Rose, and that's just getting in the way of what we are trying to understand. The Doctor and Rose's dynamic. He does serve an impactful narrative purpose, just not in this episode. Robert Shearman, the writer of this episode, in an interview with Mr. TARDIS, said that Adam was an element of the story he didn't understand the purpose of, but Russel T Davies outlined that he must be introduced. In my opinion, you can tell. There's not really much heart in Adam's character, so it leaves a lot of viewers wondering why he's even there in the first place. It does make sense, though, because this is a story so focused on the Doctor, Rose, and the Dalek, that he just gets the least time to develop. God, just give me Diana. She could have come with 9.5 out of 10. Dalek, upon broadcast in the UK, made 8.63 million viewers hide behind their sofa. This is an episode thoroughly worth watching. It's an incredible piece all the way throughout, written by Robert Shearman. Robert Shearman, speaking to a friend of his at a pub, internet reviewer Stu Bagfull, said that Dalek is a metatextual metaphor for Doctor Who's existence. Doctor Who, for a lot of its life, has fought to stay on air and clung to its life on multiple occasions with threat of cancellation. The Dalek, found weak and barely holding on in a basement, gaining its power back and fighting against the odds just to see sunlight at the top floor, is really the story of Doctor Who. Is it a perfect metaphor? No, the Dalek kamikazes itself at the end. So, say what you want about modern Doctor Who. To me, it certainly hasn't got to that point yet. This was also about as best of a reintroduction to the Daleks as humanly possible. As far back as the first story introducing the Daleks, running up behind it as it couldn't turn very fast was used as a solution. This was just one of the things that lazy, uninspiring commentators would harp on. So Davies set out to rectify every perceived silly weakness. Something that increasingly became the butt of jokes coming to the end of the classic era was the Dalek's suction cup arm on its right. All it did in the classic era was be used like an arm, to use touchpads, to open doors, and in its first serial was even used to give a piece of paper to another Dalek. Truly how far we have come. Also, the Daleks can fly now, so no more lazy jokes for you about stairs. Dalek also subverts the robot developing feelings trope by actually not being a robot, just being perceived as one engineered to only ever feel hatred. When this is changed for the Dalek, it feels an existential dread. This is very
against my programming.
Yes, but when the Dalek is already fond of one emotion, hatred, that being challenged by others, is far more compelling. This is especially true when in contrast with the Doctor, who we thought embodies everything else, but becomes enraptured by hatred for the Dalek, essentially swapping places as the narrative goes on and the Dalek becomes the merciful one. This is why
you would make a good Dalek
is such a powerful line. In the face of universal terror, becoming what the Daleks represent is one of the only ways to stop them. They do not know mercy or compassion as the Doctor does, but giving into that is never the answer. Miles and minutes. The long game is an apt description of how this episode feels. Whether it's an annoying character, pretty on-the-nose metaphors about journalism, or lack of action pieces, this episode will have something that either bores you or annoys you. I don't think this episode is anywhere near as egregious as other bad episodes in all of Doctor Who, but for me, it certainly fails to create sufficient tension to keep the story entertaining. The one good thing about this episode, which is usually a great thing about Series 1 stories, is that it connects to the overarching plot. Specifically, this sets up the series finale. But don't worry, just because this episode is a stinker, doesn't mean what it sets up stinks too. This is also Adam's first and last adventure in the TARDIS, which I'm very glad about because, well, I hate him. Something about Adam joining the TARDIS so quickly feels wrong to begin with because he isn't really characterized sufficiently enough for him to be interesting. So you wonder why narratively he's there in the first place. He also is staged as a love interest for Rose, and God knows she doesn't need any more of them because her relationship with the Doctor grows every episode, and to be honest, they're just far more interesting together than any other pairing she gets, especially when it's still in contrast with Mickey, who is a great part of the show in my opinion. The most interesting part of this episode to me is how it shows what a bad companion to the Doctor would be like and why he's so careful about who he chooses as a friend. A bad companion just puts everybody in danger and is more of a nuisance. Mademoiselle is more of a nuisance, causing the Doctor to be cynical, whilst a good companion puts others before them and helps him stay in touch with his human side. It makes sense that there comes a point where the companion is experienced enough in time travel to feel used to it and relatively safe in unfamiliar circumstances. This is the first episode where this feels true for Rose. We start the episode when the TARDIS crew land on a spaceship and the Doctor tells her exactly where they are and when and to try a gate he sees. So Rose knocks on the TARDIS door to tell Science Nerd it's safe and pretends to know everything about where they are. It's kind of cute. Turns out they're on a big satellite station above the fourth great and bountiful human empire. This is another example of time being in flux, though. Given the point in history, everything is meant to be perfect, but it's not. In fact, everything is awful. The satellite is insanely hot. Every floor is counted as a class divide between workers. The economy is awful. And most importantly, frozen people are operating the security system. Managed, of course, by Simon Pegg, who plays himself. No, he doesn't, but I don't know. I don't remember his name. And I didn't write it down. They see the Doctor and are like, who are they? Or so we're led to believe. We learn that we're on floor 139 out of 500, and instead of money, they have cards. So the Doctor hacks money for them, and Science Nerd calls home with Rosa's phone, and she gives him a key to the TARDIS, just in case. The Doctor pretends to be from management, testing the workers, so these two women, played by Christine Adams and Anna Maxwell Martin, tell him that they're the news. And this is where we find out from the Bad Wolf channel that the face of Bo is pregnant. Good for them, honestly. Like, you know, we love the face of Bo. Wait, did you say Bad Wolf? I swear I've heard that before. No, it's probably nothing. Now, this is really weird, but the way they transmit the news here is by a psychological network. Someone with a brain implant being the transmitter. And the Doctor notes that this is wrong. Like, really wrong. This technology should have been replaced a long time ago. Upstairs, Simon Pegg wants the imposter off the ship. Yes, this is one of the many Among Us episodes of Doctor Who. Try to tell me you don't still enjoy it. Like, try and pretend you don't sometimes just go back on it and play with your friends and, like, giggle. And, like, it's been so long since I played it that every time I was imposter, I would, like, my heart was beating. Simon Pegg pinpoints not any of our protagonists, but one of the women the Doctor spoke to. So, straight up to floor 500 with her. But even more than this, something still isn't right because there's a monster in the ceiling, commanding Simon Pegg in every action. This is where I'd like to point out that this just doesn't work very well. There's already frozen people being commanded around by a leader, so the fact that there's even more to it, well, you have to make the mystery more satisfying or scary than what you've already seen. This is just an example of where the answer doesn't really make the questions worth answering, other than supplementary details that we'll get to. Like, why is it so cold up there? Imposter Girl gets up to floor 500 and discovers that the top-ranking psychological news team are Orgonski. Game overed. So, who's broadcasting the news? She struts her way into the broadcasting room with a laser blaster and points it at Simon Pegg and demands to know who controls Satellite 5, because she has proof that everything being broadcasted, fake news, babes. But what was that in the ceiling? I think it might be about to eat you. Guys, I think I heard a salt grinder up there. Simon Pegg tells Imposter Girl that whatever is up in the ceiling has always been her boss, controlling everything. So, it's all an allegory for journalism and the news cycle. How well does it portray that? Here, the show makes its stance pretty clear that whoever controls the news has an incredibly heavy influence on society, which is That's obviously true. Knowledge is power, and you use Google to look at whatever you look at, you freak. The fact that the thing with full control over the news team seems to be a single monster is pretty telling. Obviously, no one person should control the news cycle, because that will always lead to a news bias, which is exactly why Imposter Girl says that the facts are being altered. This means that whatever is controlling Satellite 5 has an ulterior motive. What is that motive? Because having a disdain for the news and the rich people that control it in order to bolster their specific ideals, yeah, that isn't new. Lawyers and journalists, am I right? Like, ask your dad, he's got 50 jokes ready to go about them already. So, like I said, now the motive and the monster behind what is happening in Satellite 5 has to be more interesting, more scary than what we've already seen and been able to understand. Meanwhile, Science Nerd has gone off by himself and hooks himself up to a computer to learn the history of the microprocessor. He's not just done this for fun, though. He wants to go back home and bring his knowledge to become like a computer billionaire. He even pays to have the psychological network implanted. And, my God, the nurse in the scenes, the nurse that's giving him the surgery, she like steals the show of this episode. She's so good. That will do nicely. Science Nerd does this so he can soak up as much info as possible and call home using Rosa's phone. Then he can relay that info psychically to use when he gets back. This would obviously change the course of human history, and we're not about that. You don't see Rose using time travels for selfish gain, do you, Adam? So it turns out all the fake news that is being broadcasted is on purpose to set back the human race, to be controlled more easily. And just as the Doctor deduces this with little show and not tell, Simon Pegg clocks him and Rose. The element of surprise is gone. The Doctor, with his sonic screwdriver, hacks the elevator straight up to floor 500. Unfortunately, too late to save Imposter Girl, who is now an ice zombie, which isn't as scary as a regular zombie because they can't move. Real nail-biting stuff. But this is kind of a good revelation because Imposter Girl's friend is finally questioning everything, like a journalist should. Rose and the Doctor are restrained. So, when the Doctor and Rose get up to floor 500, they're greeted by Simon Pegg. It may interest you to know that this is not the fourth great and bountiful human empire. It's merely a place where humans happen to live. It's a place where humans are allowed to live by kind permission of my client, the mighty Jagrafess of the holy Hadrojasic Maxravenfo. Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't give these lines the charisma that Simon Pegg did, because I'm not Simon Pegg. Imposter Girl's friend gets very worried downstairs and decides to go up in the hacked elevator. This is where Simon Pegg admits all the villainous schemes in a very exposition-heavy couple of minutes. The Jagrafess is the leader of a consortium of alien banks, but needs very specific conditions to live, which is why it's freezing up on floor 500, and pumping down so much heat from the cooling system into the lower floors. The fake news is being broadcasted to create fear of aliens. Definitely not an allegory for real life, right? No, we've never seen xenophobia being encouraged by the news. That would never happen. Thus, the Jagrafess can completely control mankind and its economy. Dollar, dollar, dollar. Maybe the Jagrafess is just saving up for their wedding. Aww. And Simon Pegg is only helping the Jagrafess because it pays well, which is fitting for real life, but not very interesting for an episode of TV that's 45 minutes long and doesn't have enough time to go through his backstory. Like, oh, you're doing this for money? Everybody is. So, is the Jagrafess super scary or interesting or a crazy revolutionary monster design at least? No, it's a blob of goop with a mouth in the middle that is meant to represent the powers that be that control the news with harmful narratives in order to make more money. And they already did a blob of goop in episode 1. We for real? It's not even surprising given that they already gave way more than enough details for you to realize what's happening. So I guess the hope was that the monster reveal would be scary enough in itself and that would be the satisfying payoff. But when I was a kid, I remember being so scared of the ice zombies, but the Jagrafess was not memorable to me at all. Like, I could not remember what was up in the ceiling. And if you're failing to scare kids with this, I just don't know what to tell you. You failed. The themes of the episode aren't that interesting for adults either, and if it's not scary enough for kids, then you've made an episode of Doctor Who that everyone will forget, and I think that is the biggest crime of any media. Be really bad, like people say the Slavina. Be amazing, like the Daleks. Just don't be boring. People can't watch boring stuff and make fun of it and have fun that way. They can only just watch something boring and be like bored. Eventually you just got to write something ridiculous. It might be bad, but like at least it would be funny that you even did it. The worst thing about this episode, to me at least, is that there's not even character development between the Doctor and Rose.
Interruption. There actually is character development between the Doctor and Rose. I was just being too mean and stinky to see it. At the end of the episode, spoilers, the Doctor kicks Adam out, and then Adam is like, no, don't go. And the Doctor is like, no, I only take the best. I've got Rose. Epic. So they do grow closer, and I think as an audience member, you are meant to infer that the Doctor has grown more appreciative of Rose because he's seen what a bad companion will do. I actually think it's imperative that this episode comes here as the Doctor learns to appreciate Rose more, as next episode it will make sense as to why he lets something happen, kind of ish. I don't know. You'll find out, man. Shut up.
If you discount the very first scene where Rose looks like she's got the hang of time travel, nothing has changed or been learned yet. I mean, they go off on their own without Adam for a bit, so it's like Rose realizes, she likes the Doctor more. I wasn't really ever worried that he'd get in the way. Even on first watch. Back to the story, and Science Nerd is absorbing every piece of information in the news transmitter room to send home. But it also uploads what he knows, and he knows who the Doctor and Rose are. So upstairs, they're busted. And because of that, he beams up the key to the TARDIS in Science Nerd's pocket. But Imposter Girl's friend, to the rescue! We'll just call her Girl Boss. She overheard everything and runs to the executive transmitter and starts projecting the truth of it all, as well as stopping the TARDIS key from being teleported up, unlocking Rose and the Doctor's cyber cuffs, and most importantly, stopping the ventilation. Meaning, everything is about to blow up, babes! Simon Pegg, realizing what's about to happen, tries to leg it, but Imposter Girl legs him too, and they blow up together. Oh, I didn't even mention that Rose and the Doctor run away. They get out of there before it blows up. Like, they don't die in this episode. Thank God, they've still got 6 episodes left. The Doctor, absolutely reeling, takes Adam home. But obviously, that's what he wants. The Doctor leaves, but not before destroying his phone and kicking him in the nuts. I wish. Anyway, Adam has to live with his little psychic hole in his head that opens up whenever anybody clicks their fingers. And the episode ends with his mum coming home and realizing he's come back. Haven't seen you in ages. Isn't it funny? Time goes by like that. Uh-oh, Adam, there's a freaking hole in your head, you silly Billy. Shouldn't have done that. 4 out of 10. The Long Game, upon broadcast in the UK, made 8.01 million viewers fall asleep. This episode is just not very interesting. If you like it, that's great. That's one more thing in the world that you get to enjoy than me, and I'm happy for you. I know I could have analysed this episode more. There are lines of dialogue that are funny, little charming moments, and good makeup effects. It's just that I'd rather not just sit here and criticise every little thing that I don't like. Neither do I think that you would want to hear that. Okay, so what could they have done to make this episode better in my opinion? I think the answer is in Suki, aka Imposter Girl. This is the first time I'm going to offer my opinion on how to make an episode better. Though I'm not a writer, so I don't claim to know exactly how this episode got it wrong, but I think with some changes, this episode could have been compelling. The plot twist that Suki is a spy really comes out of nowhere, so the ending where she finally gets her revenge isn't as satisfying as it could be. I think the episode should start by showing where Suki comes from and the impact that the fake news broadcasts have had on her. She could be fighting a war that she knows was started on false pretenses because Satellite 5, and during a battle she sees her best friend die or something, which is when she decides to hatch a plan to destroy everybody on Satellite 5 with a group of others. Upon working there, Suki soon realizes that not everybody on Satellite 5 is evil, it's just their big boss lying, manipulating, and financially controlling them. So, when she learns she's being promoted, she calls her friends from home to do it now. Her friends are flying around the satellite placing explosives, and only Suki has the detonator. When Suki learns the truth of Satellite 5 and the Jaggerfest, she gets more nervous, weighing up whether she can blow up an entire ship of people that are basically innocent to stop the tyranny of the Jaggerfest. This is where the Doctor would come in and convince Suki not to do it, and then he would try to plug himself into the broadcasting machine to tell the truth, but it wouldn't work, because it's only programmed for humans. Rose would try to do it instead, but the Doctor would tell her it's too dangerous because she doesn't have the implant, but it would be the only option. The Doctor would see Rose take the risk to save her own kind, and that would obviously be incredibly meaningful to him. Not having the implant would mean Floor 500 would be drained of its power to sustain the machine. So the heat of the Jaggerfest would start setting everything on fire. This is when Adam, plugging himself into the system, would come in. This time, the TARDIS key would be beamed up, and the Doctor would show off a previously unknown power of the key. The TARDIS can materialize around one. This time though, Suki wouldn't be frozen, making her decision to stay and make sure the big boss dies with her much more impactful in my opinion. The last shot of Suki would be her screaming and crying, holding onto the boss, as the Doctor reaches out his hand hoping she'll come with him, but she doesn't. And an explosion from the ventilation overheating slams the TARDIS doors shut as we see Rose and the Doctor shocked. It'll be a little dark. Maybe I don't know if that's too dark. I mean, we've seen worse. I will say that in Doctor Who. You could even throw in a romantic element between Suki and her best friend if she needs to be there for the episode. At the end, after dropping Adam off, the Doctor, grateful for Rose's risk, would ask her where and when she wants to go the most. And Rose would say she wants to see her dad before his death. Would it be a good episode? Listen, I don't know. But would it be better? Yeah, probably. I mean, I hope so at least. The Doctor, Rose, and Adam's plot could stay relatively the same, just cut down for time on Suki's plot. The intro to her planet and the war could just be like a couple minutes long. Like, you don't need to do too much detail. People understand what war is like. I have a... This is what my poster is. My posters are like epic style. Yeah, I freaking love Pokemon. Okay, wait, something I forgot to mention about last episode is that Simon Pegg says, oh, I didn't install this Jagrafest myself. I got help. So it's like, ooh, we never get to find out who installed it. Whoa. Father's Day! Okay, Father's Day is one of my favorite episodes. The sci-fi elements are kind of sidelined so they can focus on the relationships between the characters. You might have noticed that Rose's dad is absent from her life, and Gwen mentioned that he was in heaven. That's because he passed really early in Rose's life after getting hit by a car, but Rose wants to go back in time and see him.
Interruption! I would just like to harken back to episode 2. In episode 2, Rose calls home after the Doctor does some jiggery pokery to her phone, and she's like, whoa, what the hell? My mum's freaking dead now. Where I am right now in the timeline and stuff. And then now she's used to time travel to the point where she's asking, can I go see my dead dad, man? This is all part of the ongoing story of Rose getting more used to time travel and almost becoming less human. Regular humans have to interact with time in a linear course of events. Being outside of that makes you quintessentially less human. People age, wither, and die. You have a limited amount of days with them. To go beyond that is to do what any other human simply cannot do. Rose already missed a year of her own life. She's gone from making a call beyond time to missing a year of her life to now meeting her dead dad. This is all to say, maybe this will be carried on in series 2? This whole storyline of Rose getting more used to time travel? All I'm saying is they are laying down the bricks. Basically, the more Rose time travels, the less Rose is connected to her regular home life. A regular home life is what everybody else has. I don't really know what else to say, like peace out and stuff.
I think this episode is where Russel T Davies' understanding of how to create compelling characters who act in ways so absurd, but so understandable, really shines. It accomplishes this so well because by now we know what motivates these people, what flaws they have, and how they're likely to react in a given circumstance. Rose is young. Because of this, she's impulsive sometimes, like putting herself in danger in Dalek, but behind this all is the motivation to help those in need. She came from utter mundanity and had no clear future, but now she has the chance to do amazing things and has faith in the Doctor that he will protect her if things go wrong. The Doctor's learning from Rose each episode to be kinder, to forgive himself, and allow his good graces to extend beyond what he has limited them to because of his role in the Time War. He's jaded, and Rose is breaking down his cold exterior episode by episode. So what will he do if, like Adam, Rose does something selfish? The episode starts with an introductory voiceover from Rose. Peter Allen Tyler, my dad. The most wonderful man in the world. And we see the framing device of this episode. Jackie, showing Rose as a child, pictures of her dad and telling his story. It's very easy to immediately get invested as this is something we've all experienced and probably have strong childhood memories of. Being told about a family member who was the life of the party and a great, warm, loving person. And we create them in our mind, almost filling in the memory of them that we don't have. Of course, in death, often people's bad traits are forsaken because they're not worth dwelling on anymore. For the most part, only the good is reminisced on. Jackie tells Rose that her dad died on the wedding day of their friends, and we cut to the TARDIS, where Rose is telling the Doctor all of this. She wants to go see her dad when he was still alive, and finally realize all her images of him, all his adventures. the way he spoke and how it felt when he was in the room. The doctor asks if she's sure and just wants to know she'll be okay. Ultimately, he grants her this wish, naive to how hard this will be for a 19-year-old. After seeing the last of the Daleks die, you can imagine that part of the Doctor's trauma from the Time War has healed, and therefore his aversion to family and domesticity that reminded him of his own has withered at least a little, enough to do this. Had he still been fully mourning the loss of them, he might not have allowed Rose to do this. He and we start one of the most emotionally touching episodes of all of Doctor Who. Just be careful what you wish for. Following the title sequence, we cut to the day of Jackie and Pete's wedding, with the Doctor and Rose in attendance, where Rose quietly says that she thought he'd be taller, and as subtly and slowly as the image of her memories fade and warp, he gets Jackie's name wrong in the ceremony as he stumbles on his words. As quickly as it happens, I think it's amazing that Rose starts with a small observation that her perception of him was slightly wrong, and he immediately follows it up by fumbling at the worst of moments, something I'm sure Rose would have never thought possible of such a wonderful man. We cut back to Rose and Jackie on the bed, as Jackie laments that nobody was there for him when he passed. It was a hit and run, and Jackie, as a last gasp of hope that it could all have been slightly less sorrowful, wishes that somebody could have been there for him, to comfort him in his last moments. Rose is going to be that somebody. She's going to see her father's death. They land at that exact moment, and Rose notes that she thought it would be a miserable day, grey and stormy, but it's so normal. I think it's a fantastic little piece of dialogue, because so often in life, these big moments are so mundane. You realise that life isn't a movie and the world at large doesn't give you relief, some real-life poetic symbolism to help you get through it. Every day, somebody's loved one dies. Every day is somebody's last, even when you're sitting there, bored. They get to the road where it all took place, that fateful day, as Rose lays out exactly what happened. Her dad being late, fetching a vase as a wedding present, and parking on the side of the road, getting out of his car, and it's all happening now. It's happening in front of them. This is the moment. The Doctor holds her hand and tells her to go to him, but she freezes. She can't do it. It's all too much. She just saw her dad die. As some time passes and we see Rose and the Doctor sitting on a bench together, we hear sirens of an ambulance, and she knows by the time they got there, it was too late. Rose asks if she can try again. The Doctor tells her that they can only do it one more time. Any more and it would be dangerous for time itself. We can see two sets of our protagonists. Something we know as an audience from most time travel movies is really bad, and that's why the Doctor tells Rose to wait till their past selves are gone. But our Rose runs past herself in the heat of the moment and tackles Pete out of the way of the car as the past versions of Rose and the Doctor seemingly fade from time. Of course, somebody as empathetic as Rose couldn't just let him die. It was short-sighted of the Doctor to think she would. He was wearing rose-tinted glasses. We see the Doctor visibly disappointed as Rose celebrates saving her dad, all the while pretending she doesn't know him. Rose introduces herself, and Pete notes that it's a great coincidence. Rose is his daughter's name. Pete says that he'd better be off because he's got a wedding to go to, and Rose says that she's invited to it as well. Pete asks if Rose's boyfriend, pointing at the Doctor, needs a lift too, and he looks fuming. Suddenly, we cut to an overview of the streets with a red overlay as something horrific screeches, as if what just happened let something horrible in. We cut to Pete's house, and he offers them a cup of tea and mentions that the milk is in the fridge. Well, it would be, wouldn't it? Where else would you put the milk? But Pete says he had an idea for a windowsill compartment to store milk and yogurt outside. Hopefully just for the winter, right, Pete? Right? Rose is grinning away as Pete says all this. As he steps out, Rose gushes over all of her dad's things. Third prize at the bowling, health drinks, and solar power plans. He was ever so clever. I think at this moment, it really hasn't sunk in for Rose just exactly what she's done. She's still using past tense for her dad, as well as ignoring the Doctor. But he's pissed at Rose for saving her dad, feeling used. He says that it obviously occurred to him to go back in time and save his planet, but he can't. There are established events and They're sacred. Of course, a part of us would like to go back and fix things if we could, but do we have that right? The Doctor is understandably bitter. He just witnessed Rose, against all his better advice, do the one thing he can't for his people: save them. She doesn't seem to realize this, and that just emboldens the Doctor's resentment even more. She doesn't see it as this big thing. It's just one person. How big of a difference can one person make? He calls her a stupid ape, echoing what he said in the first episode during an interplanetary threat with the lives of everybody on planet Earth at risk, which has obvious parallels to the Time War. His great shame. His mind has been transported back to then, feeling all the bitterness he used to. Because I'm sure he would like to go back too and save his father. It's just one person, right? The Doctor sees Rose as taking advantage of the situation. Instead of the universe and stars being enough, the universe has to do something for her, just like Adam. Rose fires back, and her perspective is completely different, believing the Doctor is feeling jealous and less significant and is just lashing out. No, I get it. For once, you're not the most important man in my life. Acting out of quick spite and disappointment in Rose, he demands for the TARDIS key back, threatening to leave. Rose obliges, but not without comment. I know how sad you are. You'll be back in a minute. It's rather pointed and comes off as quite harsh, but emotions are high for the both of them. I think this scene really shows off Rose's immaturity, not grasping the gravity of the situation, but still leveraging her positive impact on the Doctor. It's manipulative, sure, but Rose is 19, not old enough yet to understand effective communication, and the show portrays her as always passionate in her beliefs, like in Dalek, so sure of herself. It's that compassion that draws the Doctor to her, hoping she can teach him to forgive himself. And I think that's why Rose is so sure he'll come back, threatening removal of that support system. That being said, it's obviously also the Doctor's fault. He shouldn't have brought a 19-year-old back to the day her dad died and be like, yeah, no, she'll be fine with this. She'll be cool. Nothing can go wrong. Pete then pops his head round the corner. Boyfriend trouble is a bit more complicated than that, Pete. But Rose is kind of getting what she asked for here. She wants a father figure, and here he is. Just her situation isn't what she expected it to be, but is he. We then get even more shots of the red bird's eye view, and we see it attack a gardener, a woman drying her laundry, and a homeless person. Back at Pete's house, and there's a second reminder to Rose that Pete is a real person, not just a story. She's cleaning up a mess of chips and nuts on his table. It's subtle and only lasts a couple of seconds, but it's so down to earth. Was Pete as wonderful of a person as Jackie said? All these warm, comfy stories? Or did he not clean up after himself? Is those things you forget about somebody, or might just not mention when reminiscing? Another subtle thing is that when Pete comes back in, he's sort of bothered that Rose is cleaning up, given that to him, she's a stranger in his house. It's a small thing that clearly outlines that this isn't going to be simple. Yes, Rose saved him, but he isn't her dad yet. Our memory's going to come flooding in of a childhood now had. How's this going to work? Rose says to Pete that she thinks the Doctor left her, and Pete tries to comfort her. Pretty girl like you. If I was going out with you. And Rose stops him right there. Pete, you dog. And this is the first big thing. Pete making an unwanted comment and advance. Rose is 19 and Pete's middle-aged, but not actually an 800-year-old alien, which doesn't really make it better in that case, but let's not get into that at the moment. Rose goes on to say there's no chance, and there is like the Bermuda Triangle to him. Rose then offers her arm to Pete to escort her to her car. Sally sells seashells. So hard when there's just a ton of H's in a sentence, like H. It's funny. It's very Back to the Future, but then Pete says he's sure he met Rose before, and I don't need to talk about that. It's nice. There's familiarity, even outside of time. Over at the wedding, the groom notes that there's so many people missing. Don't worry, I'm sure it has nothing to do with that red bird's eye view we keep seeing. Everything will be okay, right? The groom's dad then takes his chance to say that he doesn't have to go through with the wedding. And this boomer stereotype of men hating their wives has only become more relevant to this day. He then ironically says that he'll be wishing he could turn back the clock. Dude, he doesn't know he's in Doctor Who. You can do that. idiot. But suddenly as he wishes this, the room goes cold. Dramatic irony, dramatic tension, dramatic foreboding, triple whammy. We then see the Doctor walking back to the TARDIS, all grumpy, but oh god. Why is this shot red? He thinks something is weird, so he looks up and sees nothing. So he just goes to the TARDIS, takes out his key, unlocks it, opens the door, and nothing's in there. It's not bigger on the inside, it's just a police box. This creates such a satisfying problem for the Doctor. He usually gets separated from the TARDIS, but this time there's nothing to fall back on. Something has gone terribly wrong. The Doctor doesn't need to see the things in the sky to realise this. His one constant companion, the TARDIS, is gone. He knows it must be what Rose did and starts running to the wedding. Rose and Pete are on their way too, in Pete's car, and he's telling her about a man he's met who's cutting him in on the copyright of something. Rose realizes, though, that it all sounds a bit dodgy and says that she thought he was a proper businessman. Pete shoots that down immediately. All the stories Jackie told Rose about her dad being an inventor and a businessman turn out not to be true. In fact, he's a bit of a grifter. Rose even compares him to Del Boy from Only Fools and Horses. Pete starts talking about Jackie, and Rose realizes she's going to be at the wedding too. Pete asks Rose if she knows her, so she says Jackie told her that she'd picked the most fantastic man in the world. But Pete says that she'd never say something like that. It's the first indication that Jackie wasn't entirely truthful about their marriage either, leading Rose to believe it was perfect. There's also the long-term reliance of memory at hand. Even looking back at hard times now, when we're struggling, we sometimes wish we were back there. But it's only because we know it all turns out okay. We forget the minutiae of each solemn moment because there's no use in remembering it. Those 5 minutes where you just stared at a wall, wondering why you're even there. But some rap music comes on the radio, and Rose notes that the song isn't out yet, and Rose goes to check her phone messages, which obviously surprises 1987 Pete. But the only message that plays is, "Watson, come here, I need you," over and over, which, fun fact, is the first phone call ever made. The Doctor's going to point that out like the little clever clogs he is, but I already knew that. But if what just happened on the phone wasn't enough, the car is following Pete's, and as they turn in, the driver holds their hand to their face as if they're about to crash and then seemingly fade from time like the original Rose and Doctor did. It's clear now that Pete's fate changing was wrong. The universe is trying to correct it, but how do we stop it? I think the driver following Pete slightly telegraphs the story, some impending doom or correction coming, but it's surprising to see how well the episode goes about dealing with that, as it uses the car for dramatically ironic narrative tension. Over at the wedding, and the groom's dad is calling friends, saying hardly anyone has arrived, before his call is interrupted again by the first phone call. But soon, the bride arrives. Everybody clap. Everybody cheer. One of the bridal party harshes the vibe by saying that there's lots of people missing. And like, don't tell her that. If anything goes wrong, just sort it out. You panic in secret and pretend that you're not making 500 origami swans under the table because the person that did it is actually giving birth right now. And I know that the bride just showed up in a meringue wedding dress, but the real star of the show is here. Jackie! Girl boss left no crumbs on that meringue as she mothers. I can't believe I wrote that. Girl boss is mothering as she left no crumbs. She's mothering. No, literally, she's a mother. She's brought baby Rose to the wedding. Where's her useless article of a dad got to? Here he is, nearly crashing into the same car that just materializes around a corner. Dad! Rose screams and uh-oh. Pete is like, Dad? Who's this diva? Then, in front of Rose, and well, Rose, Jackie starts screaming at Pete for being late and nearly crashing. Rose is just staring at Jackie, and like we all expect, Jackie immediately picks a fight, looking for something to use in court, obviously. Sue her, Jackie. Rose is shocked at her mother so young. So, yeah, we'll just pretend that they made an effort to make Camille Kajuri look younger. Rose then says she's never seen her hair like that, and the baby she's holding, that would be your baby. This obviously starts to freak out Jackie. A random stranger is just like, your makeup, I've never seen it like that before. Yeah, it's Jacqueline Hill, bitch. Tutorial just dropped. What about it? Jackie accuses Pete of cheating during their argument, and Pete comes up with a flimsy story about a coat rack dropping on him and another woman. Rose, obviously still in the middle of this, is just seeing this image of a father she had completely wither and die away. You feel really sorry for her. The music, the performances are all so good. Pete says that he's not so stupid to play around and then bring the girl to meet Jackie, but Jackie says he is that stupid. You bring home cut-price detergents, tonic water, Betamax tapes, and none of it works. I'm drowning in your rubbish. As it becomes a shouting match, Rose stops them to remind them they love each other. You're not like this. But they are. Rose is hurting, and in a bid to control the situation, in an act of denial, she almost cuts the charade and is just their daughter for a second. We now know that Jackie couldn't have forgotten all their struggles. They were far too dire, but in fact, she was protecting Rose, giving her a father figure that she deserved, just not one she could ever have. The argument ends, and Pete gives Rose his keys to straighten out his car and goes to talk to Jackie. We cut to a playground, and who's this? A kid is being pushed on the swings by his mother, and Raggy! Red's bird's eye view. All the kids disappear around him, and the last to go is his mum, his safety blanket. He runs away like any kid would. If Rose isn't careful, she could lose her mum too. Back at the wedding, Pete manages to calm down Jackie, telling her one day he'll get it right. Promises. He is trying, as Rose smiles watching on. These are the moments that Jackie told Rose about, and finally she's seeing it. But the piece is disturbed when this kid comes running around the corner screaming about monsters, the adults obviously not taking him seriously. Then, Rose hears the doctor shouting her name and is happy until she turns around and sees him running frantically. Get in the church! Maybe the monsters are real. She looks up to see the creature finally realized as a beast manifests itself out of cold and dark places. A Lovecraftian imagination brought into the corporeal realm from the land of what-ifs. It shrieks like a dragon in pain and has the wings of one, spreading vast and steadfast, ready to swoop and scoop you up in its webbing, as the sharp fins across its back cut through the wind like an element of matter it has no care for. It could then swallow you whole, with a mouth detached from its face and arms that prune you in. It shrieks like a demonic bird of prey and swoops down at Rose, but not before the doctor tackles her out of the way. Oi. More of the monsters appear and everybody screams as the doctor shouts at them to get in the church. They all panic, and the groom's dad tries to run away but gets swooped down on by one of the monsters. One of the creatures goes for the bride too, but when she screams, it gets startled and lunges after the vicar instead. Eventually, after some panicking, everybody gets inside. The CGI for the creatures are not bad at all for the time, especially on a lower budget like Doctor Who was on. The creature's wings even disturb the soil around the dad, which makes the effect more believable. Clearly, a lot of time was spent on these effects with care and effort. Just because it doesn't hold up to today's standards is not going to be the reason why I would ever criticize it. In the church, you can tell the Doctor is really out of his depth here, as he looks at the creatures swarming around the church windows. He's never seen a time disturbance this strong. He notes that they can't seem to get into the church. Maybe the older something is, the less the creature can damage it. Perhaps it's more alluring as well, because the creature didn't swoop for the young bride, instead going for the groom's dad. As the Doctor commands everybody to secure the church doors, Jackie runs to the Doctor, demanding answers. The Doctor tells Jackie that something happened that's damaged time, and these creatures are taking advantage of it, eating up the scraps. As Jackie's making a fuss, the Doctor is glad to tell her to shut up and check the doors. This is genuine shock and trauma, Jackie. Being told to shut up like that? You could sue! The groom runs to the Doctor, trying to tell him about his dad, but the Doctor, worrying he might be hysterical, tries to hysteria in this area. Worrying he might be hysterical, tries to tell him to stop. But he's not. The groom is being really brave and rising to the challenge, even though he just saw his dad die in front of his eyes. He doesn't panic, telling the Doctor about his dad's phone, the one that was playing the world's first telephone call. That's the very first phone call. Yeah, Doctor, I knew that. It's just more evidence that time is damaged on a bigger scale, though, so he addresses the church, telling them that time has been damaged and the monsters have come to sterilize the wound by consuming everything inside. Rose asks the Doctor, is this because... She can barely get the words out, finally realizing how big of a mistake she made. The Doctor doesn't even answer her, still furious, and just walks away. Like a father figure, he's not angry, he's just disappointed. Compounding Rose's regret, we see the repercussions. Compounding Rose's regret, we see the repercussions of her actions outside, with an empty child stroller in the middle of the road and a car deserted on the pavement. Rose really messed up. Previously, Rose has basically been the perfect companion to the Doctor, always showing him the way, encouraging him to make the right choice or doing it herself. But how far will the good graces she's earned go? The Doctor races into one of the church back rooms where Pete is securing the door. He starts talking to the Doctor, and he thinks the creatures are everywhere because there's smoke in the city but no sirens. The Doctor doesn't seem to pay this any attention though, which is very unlike him. This seems like something he would care about, but to him, there are bigger things to worry over. Outside, the car that was meant to hit Pete is continuously materializing and acting out the hit and run. It's very foreboding. Pete's fate following him like the Grim Reaper, and the Doctor immediately realizes this. The solution, the way to undo every bit of damage done, is for Pete to die like he was meant to. But how can he do that to Rose? Make her see her dad die for a second time on the same day? It's here when he starts to realize this was his mistake as well, because that's what he was going to do when this all started. He won't let this happen. It's just against his ethics. He won't let somebody die in his place or sacrifice them for the cause. In some shots from inside the church, behind the stained glass window, you can see the monster's shadows. And I think it's really effective. I've mentioned this before, but I think monsters are infinitely more scary the less you actually see them. It's a foreboding reminder of what's outside without actually showing them. Rose is sitting at the church's altar thinking about everything, and Pete comes out of the side room. He questions Rose as to why he gave her his car keys, why he trusted her with that. Rose looks so longingly at Pete, her eyes glazed over with tears. She desperately wants to connect with her dad, but can't. But Pete starts putting the pieces together. A wound in time, the Doctor saying this is all her fault. She called him dad. For happy families, everything can just feel right in place. It was always meant to be this way with these people. So when Pete says, Rose sounds like Jackie when she shouts, it's like her dad saying she belongs in this family. Even though Rose is 19, Pete can tell it's her. It's wonderfully warm and rich, this connection between father and daughter going beyond time. He touches her face and Rose melts in his hands. She finally has a dad. You are my Rose. My dad. I'm sure girls watching who grew up without a dad must break down at this scene. It's so touching and feels so genuine. Billie Piper here is doing an amazing job, as is the actor playing her dad, Sean Dingwall. At the front, the Doctor is making sure all the doors are secure as the bride and groom come sheepishly to ask him if they're going to be okay. It's such a heartwarming scene and a look into the Doctor's heart. He stops what he's doing immediately and talks to them, asking for their names and if they're having a boy or a girl. The bride says she doesn't want to know. She wants to be surprised. So the Doctor asks how they got started, and the groom tells him this story of meeting outside the Beatbox Club at 2 a.m. She'd lost her purse and had no money for a taxi, so he took her home and wrote his number on the back of her hand. Never got rid of her since, my dad said, and he goes quiet as the bride gives him this harrowed look. I don't know what this is all about, and I know we're not important. The Doctor stops her right there. Who said you're not important? I've travelled to all sorts of places, done things you couldn't even imagine. But you two, street corner, 2 a.m, getting a taxi home. I've never had a life like that. Yes, I'll try and save you. It's a beautiful piece of dialogue, and one that explains a lot about the Doctor. Why does he travel with humans so much? Maybe because he envies their simpler life and he wants to experience just a piece of it. He longs for simpler times and to experience the love that people do. He also processes a little bit of why Rose did what she did. He reflects that even the little moments in people's lives mean so much. So, what must her dad mean? It sets him up to give Rose an olive branch, to forgive her and help them grow closer, forging an even more meaningful bond. Over in the side room, Pete and Rose are still talking, starting with Pete getting his head around it all. Pete thought Rose would be useless, being related to him and all, and that's sobering for Rose to hear, but she doesn't want to. Rose explains how she got here in a time machine, and Pete asks what the future is like. What am I like? Have I gone grey? And Rose goes quiet, Pete looking really concerned. Have I gone bald? I think it's so funny. There's so much in common with tragedy and comedy. It feels useless to do one without the other. You don't laugh, you'll cry. And if you don't strike a balance, I don't think it would resonate with people as much as it could. But Rose can't bring herself to say anything. And I think Pete realizes here what's happened. He knows he's not meant to be here, but in what capacity? Injured? Hurt? Or not at all? Pete breaks the silence by asking if she's dating the Doctor, and Rose says no. And he's glad because he's a bit old for her. This makes Rose laugh, but if Pete only knew the half of it, like 400 instead of 800. But they're interrupted by that child from the park running in and hugging Rose. We hear Jackie close behind shouting for him, "Mickey!" Hold up, you're telling me? No. He grabs hold of what's passing and holds on for dear life. God help his poor girlfriend if he gets one. Listen, I know the subtitle guy was trying to avoid covering Mickey here, but it just looks like he got really high or just really sick of it. He saw this frame and got queasy. I have to go home. I just can't put it at the bottom like I usually do. Jackie is still major sus of Rose, understandably. A nice contrast in this episode is that despite Jackie raising Rose alone, Pete is the one that feels an innate connection to her. Yes, Rose accidentally calls her dad and he overhears things, but he trusts her with his car keys without even realizing and swears he met her before. He also readily accepts that Rose is his daughter because he feels it deep inside, whereas Jackie is immediately suspicious of Rose and outright rude to her. Maybe Rose would have been a dad's girl, and maybe Jackie took longer to forge a bond with her. Either way, Rose was right to feel a connection to her dad, but maybe it was just never meant to be. This shot of the Doctor talking to baby Rose is so funny. Now, Rose, you're not going to bring about the end of the world, are you? And the baby is just like, I don't know, man, I'm a baby. Can you make milk? Hot take in the Doctor Who fandom? I love the Doctor around kids. He's like a mad professor from their storybooks, and he knows that. Rose tries to touch the baby, as in Rose tries to touch Rose, so the Doctor stops her. This would be a paradox and only make things worse. In a rather cruel moment, the Doctor yells at her again to not touch the baby. It feels like overkill, like he's angry over something else and lashing out at her. Maybe, like Rose said earlier, he's not the most important man in her life anymore, and that hurts. Rose takes this to heart. I'm not stupid. You could have fooled me. They snapped at each other, and the Doctor, after a sobering moment of seeing the pain he's causing her, says he's sorry, and that he wouldn't have actually left her. Rose immediately says, I know. It juxtaposes the start of the episode where the Doctor is saying he would leave her and Rose denying it, all out of frustration. But given the events of the episode, the opposite is now being said out of a growing understanding. But what sticks is that Rose is still sure the Doctor would never leave her. It's a nice moment in the series to emphasize this, as we've seen them grow closer and closer, but this episode would put them on more equal ground, neither really knowing what to do. The Doctor then confirms this, as he tells Rose he has no idea how to fix everything, but Rose still believes in his capacity to be the hero. The Doctor then outlines that without help from his people, the ones he lost, then this might be impossible. And I think this pretty clearly telegraphs the relationship between Rose and the Doctor in this episode, but we'll talk about this in the end. If I'd realised, Rose stops, and the Doctor just wants her to say she's sorry. I think it's a great piece of dialogue. Rose doesn't need to finish the sentence because we already know what she's thinking. We're thinking the same thing. And Rose doesn't need to say what she's sorry for. We understand her motivations perfectly by her actions and know how close their bond is. Of course, just saying sorry would be enough. The Doctor then puts his hand to her face, in exact parallel to her father doing the same. They forged this deep connection over time in a way that her father never could. Holding her like this is a promise to protect her and always be there. They hug, but Rose notices that something in his jacket is really hot. It's the TARDIS key, and it drops to the ground as Rose tries to pick it up. The TARDIS key is glowing, a sign that the TARDIS isn't fully dead, and it's still connected somehow. Using a battery from the groom's dad's phone, the Doctor can give power to the TARDIS key and bring the ship to it. Honestly, this is my only problem with the episode. It feels like a get out of jail free card and an easy solution to everything. The Doctor says he can fix the paradox with the TARDIS. If this solution was to go through, it would feel like there were no real stakes in the story. Nothing the characters had to lose or sacrifice, and that doesn't sound very compelling or memorable. In winning, there must be sacrifice. Salvation is damnation and all that. For the moments where we think this will work, the episode loses a bit of its narrative weight for me, but it's still tense as we worry for her dad. The car is still circling. We now get one of the best scenes in the episode as Pete sits down with Rose to talk about everything as the Doctor tries to save the day. Pete asks why Rose came here in the first place, and she lies, saying it was just plain luck that she found herself here. It's not in the action of Rose here that we see the dialogue shift. It's in the reaction. Pete's face is slowly filled with doubt and concern. He wants to believe Rose, but he knows something is wrong. I think it's telling that he quickly goes from this face of dread to self-soothing, smiling while asking Rose if he and Jackie are still together in the future. Rose lies again and just says yes. Throughout the episode, she's been avoiding Pete's leading questions or giving very short answers, but now the conversation is going to go further and push her into more detail. Pete then asks if Rose is still living with them now, and this is the first lie she can tell with truth in it, so she smiles. She's technically still living in their house. Pete then asks if he's a good dad, and Rose tells this story of him reading her a bedtime story every night when she was little. This is what she wants to believe and hopes he would have done. She says he took them for picnics in the country every Saturday, indulging in the fantasy of her father again. She's choosing to overlook everything she's learned about her dad today because she deeply craves a connection with him, even if it's imaginary. She says that he was there for them all the time, and her smile starts to drop as she says, someone I could really rely on. The projections of this loving, attentive father are gone, its warmth withering with each passing lie, but this time it's one that hurts her to tell. He wasn't there. He couldn't have been. He's no longer Pete, her dad from her mum's memories. He's right in front of her, the cheat and the grifter. They stare into each other's eyes, and with their innate emotional bond, Pete doesn't need evidence about time travel and things he overheard from the Doctor. He knows Rose is lying. That's not me. Nah, that's not me! Act like a waste man, that's not me! But their conversation is interrupted by the Doctor at the front of the church. The key is working, and the TARDIS slowly starts to materialize. The Doctor speaks to everybody, announcing that nobody should touch the key. Any interruption will sabotage it. The Doctor then promises to the bride and groom that they will get married, a symbol of hope. But the shot immediately after is the car that was meant to kill Pete, a symbol of foreboding and dread, still going around the church, alluding that the wedding won't be without sacrifice. Some time goes by, and the Doctor and Rose are talking, with Pete behind them, who they probably think is out of earshot. The Doctor assures Rose that once everything is fixed, no one will remember this, and most importantly, the things she changed will stay changed. But Pete interrupts. You mean that I'll still be alive? He says that this is all his fault. He was so useless he couldn't even die properly. Rose tries to tell him that it's her fault, but Pete rebukes that. He's her dad. It's his job for it to be his fault. It's strange, and something that could only happen in sci-fi, but in Pete's acceptance of his cosmic fate, he performs his first truly fatherly act for a daughter he was never there for. He accepts the responsibility for Rose's actions, though only partly. He's also just feeling sorry for himself, putting himself down because he realizes, and has to face the reality of all his bad qualities. Right now, he's still performing the role of an unreliable dad, feeling sorry for himself instead of immediately working to fix his behavior and rectify the consequences of his actions. But Jackie overheard all of this too. How are you her dad? How old were you, 12? The doctor gets up and leaves. It's a bit too much Jackie for the day. She accuses Pete of giving her daughter a second-hand name, wondering how many others there are. So Pete grabs the baby. Oh, for God's sake, look! It's the same Rose! And goes to hand her over to her older self. The doctor sees this and runs over, but it's too late. The paradox has occurred. Rose has held herself. A monster, a bacteria of time, materializes inside the church. The doctor screams at everybody to get behind him and then announces to the beast, "I'm the oldest thing in here!" And it swoops in, killing him. That promise to protect her is broken, just like the innate promise of being a dad was also broken by Pete. The doctor, for the first time, has failed Rose. All hope is lost, as we see Rose stunned, locked in place. There is no fight or flight, and there's nothing left to do. But their misfortune compiles as one of the monsters flies into the TARDIS, disrupting the key's process, and with it, gets transported back to its original location. Rose runs over to the key, but it's cold. Oh my God. He's dead. The church goes dark, seemingly as if the light drained out of it along with the hope, the chance it instilled. Pete hugs Rose as she says it's all her fault. We see outside, the beasts are attacking the church, rubble finally breaking, as the security of the doctor is gone. Some time has passed, and Pete's in the side room, staring outside in silent horror. The car is still there, almost as if it's circling him like a shark. He watches time and time again as the car fades into reality around the corner, the driver swerving and throwing up his arm over his face as if he doesn't want to look. We get this really long close-up of Pete as he tries to swallow the situation, reckoning with the death fated for him and accepting it. The answer has been here all along. It's just not a nice one. It's really effective. I can be your hero, baby! It lasts long enough that you even start to get uncomfortable. How long will I have to sit with this? Pete's feeling the same thing. He can't wait forever. He doesn't like it, but he has to go. Outside, we get this beautiful shot of Rose just waiting, with people praying and counting the seconds in the back. Pete comes out of the side room with a drink in hand and then puts it down. This is the only section that survives of a deleted scene where Pete would drink to gain some liquid courage, but this was removed because they believed it would undercut the bravery of what he was about to do. He walks up to Rose and says, "The doctor really cared about you. He didn't want you to go through it again, not if there was another way." Nah, there isn't. Rose sits up with bated breath and bloodshot eyes, asking him what he means. "The car that should have killed me, love, is here. The doctor worked it out way back, but he tried to protect me. And he's not in charge anymore. I am." Pete is finally stepping up to be a good dad. He's putting her before himself and accepting that now he can show her what he should have been. In his act of self-sacrifice, his last moments are actually his first time being a true father to Rose, being courageous, brave, and stepping up. Rose sheepishly tries to tell him he can't do this, but Pete reframes it all. "Who am I, love? I, Daddy." This is what dads do. They step up. Throughout the episode, whenever Rose talks to him, he calls him Daddy. This is because he was only her dad when Rose was so young. He never got the chance to stop being her daddy, someone that goes to every dance recital and picks you up from school, to being her dad, someone that protects her and will always push her to do the best she can. Then there's this really heartwarming moment where Jackie comes up, really looks at Rose and finally sees that she's her daughter, all grown up, and they hug and cry is really beautiful. Pete then tells Jackie that he's meant to be gone and that she'll finally get rid of him, and they kiss goodbye. I never read those bedtime stories. I never took you on those picnics. I was never there for you. Rose interrupts. You would have been, but I can do this for you. I can be a proper dad to you now. It's so touching and skillfully written, summing up the episode in a couple sentences. Its themes and Pete's character. Pete says that he's lucky to have this time with her. No one else in the world gets that. And he's glad to know that his daughter is beautiful. And there were no dry eyes in the house. Pete's last words are, "Thanks for saving me." In a literal sense and the metaphorical, in death, Pete has redeemed himself. Rose cries and they hug as the music swells. It's a perfect moment of Doctor Who. Pete steps outside, the vase he was collecting as a wedding present in hand, as the monsters swoop and stalk him. But he's brave now in death's face. He starts running as he hears them shriek and sees the car coming round the corner. Goodbye, love. Pete is hit by the car and drops the vase. With the paradox fixed, the monsters fade from time, and everybody that they took comes back, including the Doctor, who tells her to go to her dad. After everything, Rose got to be there for him in his last moments. They were just a little longer than she thought. The memory at the start of this episode changes. This time, the driver stopped and waited for the police, but no one knew why Pete ran out. A woman comforted him and held his hand until he passed. Peter Allen Tyler, my dad, the most wonderful man in the world, died the 7th of November, 1987. 9 out of 10. Father's Day, upon broadcast in the UK, made 8.06 million viewers weep into the night and Freud roll in his grave. This episode is so good. It's heartwarming, gut-wrenching, and soul-crushing. It's so easy to understand what Rose is going through, especially if you lost a parent or had an absent one. You do imagine all the things you never got to say, things you would change, but you just can't. The episode also explores the dangers of time travel and why changing the past can be disastrous even if you want to, because now nobody knows why Pete ran out in front of the car. Everyone's going to wonder if he was going through something he never told anyone about, and they're going to worry that they didn't do enough. Rose wanted to save her dad, and in a way she did, but the cost of all her what-ifs is everybody else wishing they could turn back the clock too. This episode also has beautiful character moments for Rose and the Doctor as they grow closer. The Doctor forgives her for what she did, and when he comes back and realizes Pete has died anyway, now they know the same pain. The Doctor sacrificed his people to stop the suffering, and Rose had to sacrifice her dad. In a way, the experiences mirror each other. They both did what they had to at an immense loss. The Reapers, as they're called, were really well done for the time. Watching Doctor Who Unleashed, the behind-the-scenes program... Is that what it's called? Doctor Who Unleashed? You f***ing dingus. You silly Billy. Watching Doctor Who Confidential, the behind-the-scenes program, the team said they modelled the monsters on a mixture of a shark, dragon, bat, and praying mantis, taking elements of each and putting them together to create something otherworldly. They succeeded. It's pretty weird looking, but the Reapers are something that people tend to point out as being a flaw in this episode, and I have some opinions about that. To me, no, they don't represent damage in time very well. They're just Lovecraftian monsters. But they do sort of work for the themes of the episode, that being of loss and memory. The episode communicates that in death, often people's bad qualities are forgotten as we choose to remember the good things about them, disregarding the blemishes. To me, that's what the Reapers represent. A blemish in your memory, those of which you might ignore. But yes, it's not perfect, especially because the Doctor says the Reapers appear whenever there's damage in time, like a paradox. But for a show about time travel, they sure have never appeared again. I think something that could have worked better with the episode's themes would actually be something that they end up doing on their spin-off show for children. Spoilers ahead, click to the next episode if you want to avoid them. The spin-off is called The Sarah Jane Adventures. The spin-off follows Sarah Jane, an old companion from the classic series who was very popular. She would appear in one episode of the revival to set this spin-off up, and then go on to have her own adventures for children. I watched it as a kid, and it was great. It still is, but there was one villain who always stood out to me as the scariest, and that was the Trickster. The Trickster was an otherworldly being with an incredibly, and I mean this, incredibly scary appearance. One that was honestly way too scary for children, but that's partly what makes them so good. He would appear to people just before their death and offer them a deal to live, but one that would come at a greater sacrifice for the Trickster's own motivations. The Trickster would only grow more powerful the bigger the changes the deal would make. In one episode, Sarah Jane is tempted by a portal back in time placed by the Trickster, one that goes back to the day her parents abandoned her in unknown circumstances. Sarah Jane, desperately wanting a relationship with her parents, breaks their car so they can't leave and abandon her. This lets the Trickster in. Throughout the episode, everything that her parents touch dies or goes rotten. Bad luck following them everywhere. I think if the mists of time engulfed the church, as everything that Pete touches withers away, would create a better sense of all the bad qualities of Pete that were forgotten. Everything he does fails, and he hurts the people around him. And if that was conveyed by flowers withering in his hand, I think that might be more effective. Maybe as Pete decides to step up and in death become the man he is in Rose's heart, this effect could slowly start to wither too. The Sarah Jane Adventures is really good. I remember my mum saying that she watched her in Doctor Who when she was growing up and thinking, yeah, wow, this show really just keeps giving. My mum was very beautiful, by the way. This is her in her wedding dress. Look. When she was young, she hid behind the sofa at the Daleks. My mom was a big reason why, I loved Doctor Who so much, because she would, always put it on when it came on. And obviously I was a kid and I didn't know, I didn't know when Doctor Who was coming on. I didn't have the TV guide. Father's Day makes me cry every time because, my mum's gone now. And yeah, you just, listen, this episode is just really good. It does a better job of showing what grief is like than I can put into words. So go hug your mum now or your dad. Otherwise, I'm going to get you. I'm serious. I'm very serious about this. You will face my wrath.
We are at the midway point. Sheesh! This is heckin' crazy, guys. Holy guacamole. I'd just like to remind you guys, if you haven't drank some water in a while or something, that you should probably do that. And I also thank you for watching. And if you're enjoying the video, you should like and subscribe, because I'll probably do a video on Doctor Who Disney Season 2, or just Doctor Who Series 2, the one directly after this one. I've really enjoyed making this, and I've really hoped you liked it. Yeah. You're the best and stuff. Are you the best? Tell me you're the best. Yeah, let's go.
This is the second two-part episode of Series 1, and it completely eclipses the other. It's no disrespect. It's just that this one is incredibly scary, so much so that it necessitated edits from the BBC to tone it down. It features a subversive take on the zombie genre that is eerie and unsettling instead of gory, but doesn't shy away from the body horror aspect of something taking over. In fact, the process of turning is what they focus on. They turn something childlike, which would evoke feelings of warmth and trust, safety, into abstract dread. How come I'm not safe? It's seriously one of the best episodes of Doctor Who, of science fiction, and of TV in general. I have very fuzzy memories of watching this as a kid. My brother told me that he actually asked our mum to check in the closet to see if the monster was there in the middle of the night multiple times. And she then forbid us from ever watching that episode again. These 2 episodes were also the first to be written by Stephen Moffat, who would then go on to run the show from series 5, and given the quality of his standalone episodes under Russel T Davies, it's no surprise at all. The episode starts right in the middle of the action. The TARDIS is locked onto a ship hurtling through space, displaying a mauve alert, which is the universe's red alert. Mauve is basically pink, which is my favorite color, and that surprises everybody. They say, "But you're so manly and handsome and cool." And that's where I take out my toothpick that was in my mouth with my hand that was around a hot girl's shoulder, and I say nothing. I just stare into their soul, very uncomfortably, because I avoid eye contact like the plague. And they say, "Whoa, who are you?" The Doctor, who's a similar enigma, chases the ship, which is jumping through time. Now, only 30 seconds from crashing into London. It's a really great opener. Our team land about a month after the ship has crashed because the TARDIS couldn't fully track it. They go out to investigate, and they're in a really dimly lit alleyway at night, completely setting the vibe for the episode. The Doctor says whatever they were tracking must have landed close, and that's when we get this really eerie shot from up above, looking down on them for a for a foggy, contorting view, following them along as they walk and talk. The Doctor hears music from a building and decides to go inside what seems to be a nightclub to ask if anybody heard something crash. Rose jokes that it's not very Spock, just going around and asking. He should do a scan for alien tech. So the Doctor makes fun of a Union Jack t-shirt. Like, boom, roasted. Shut up. You're dog water, you're literally dog water. But Rose doesn't follow him inside the nightclub because she hears a child calling for his mummy. The call isn't very panicked though. It's long and drawn out, a bit ominous. She looks around and spots a young boy on a roof wearing a gas mask. Meanwhile, the Doctor goes inside the nightclub. It turns out to be a very old-fashioned jazz club. It's very atmospheric as a woman sings a wistful song about love and people chatter away as they smoke and drink under candlelight. He waits for the song to finish as the singer and him lock eyes and smile. Flirty vibes. Once they're done, he gets up on stage to ask if anybody's seen something fall from the sky recently. But something strange happens. Everybody laughs at him. Sirens start to blare out and everybody gets up in a panicked state. He only then looks around to realise that there are posters everywhere warning of air raids. It's 1941. The Blitz. Intercut with this, outside, Rose walks up a fire escape to the roof where the child was. He's on top of a shipping container for some reason with a rope attached. She grabs onto the rope thinking she can just hoist herself up. That must be how the child got there. But she suddenly gets pulled straight into the air. She's holding on to a barrage balloon, which is a type of armoured balloon designed to defend against bombs dropped from high altitudes. They kind of just expect you to, know what that is. I had no clue for a little bit. I had to Google it. I was a little confused. Why are there just balloons in the sky? The balloon takes off. Suddenly, she's over London in the height of the Blitz. Barrage balloons getting hit and exploding all around her, all while she's plastered with a Union Jack on her shirt. The visuals are really good for the time and budget, and it's really thrilling. They actually made an entire 3D model of old London and then cast that behind Rose with a green screen. It really doesn't look as bad as you would expect the green screen clips from 2005 from a lower budget TV program. At the club, the Doctor runs back outside, shouting for Rose, but gets distracted by a cat. Meowing? This is the scariest bit of the episode by far. What cat talks like that? But the Doctor has to put the cat down, sadly, because he then hears the TARDIS ringing. Then he remembers like, what? This isn't actually a police public call box. This isn't a beach, it's a bathtub. Behind him though, we see a mysterious young woman walking up and she stops to tell the doctor, don't answer it. When he decides to pick up the phone, no one speaks. He tries to joke around but then is interrupted by a child's voice. Are you my mummy? The doctor seems shocked. He doesn't offer help to the child, he just demands to know who it is. How could someone call the TARDIS? But the line goes dead, and the girl who might have the answers has walked off. Though, he hears a crash and decides to follow it, just to find a family rushing into their air raid bunker. Behind them, hiding, is the girl, and she sneaks into the family's home. Inside, she takes out a bag and starts raiding their cabinet for food. So, this must mean she's living rough in wartime London. Meanwhile, Rose is still hanging on for dear life mid-air during an air raid. However, we see a man in full RAF uniform watching her with binoculars from a balcony. A second man comes out wondering what he's doing, but he stays coy about it. The binoculars are futuristic with a zoom function that beeps as it goes along. We then see what he's looking at. Rose. Or should I say a specific part of her? In an American accent, he says, excellent bottom. Sir, she is dangling 100 feet in the air. To me, this is the first unnecessary shot of a woman's body in the revival. You don't need to actually zoom in on it. You can just say it. Though, I will say, it is refreshing to see a show take 9 episodes before it does something like this. Don't get me wrong. I get that it's a part of his character and one that is somehow redeemingly charming. But this is unnecessary direction. He then remarks to his male friend, but you've got an excellent bottom too, as he runs off. This handsome rogue is played by John Barrowman. Unfortunately, another actor in series 1 that has allegations of misconduct. We'll talk about them all at the end. But the good news, by the looks of it, he's a Bile Pan character from 2005.
Checkmate, right-wingers. The woke wins again.
Back at the house, the girl notices something in the dining room. So she goes outside and whistles. Kids come racing in, and she asks them if there's many more coming. So this girl isn't selfishly stealing for some menacing plan. She's just feeding hungry children during the war. Above them, though, in the air, Rose can't keep holding on to the rope and loses her grip and falls. Screaming, she suddenly finds herself hovering in a big blue beam. A familiar American voice tells her to turn off any electronics, like she's in a plane, reminding her of the Doctor's boots on the ground rudimentary methods. Can't anybody just do something? Spock. But there's no time to think about it, as she swiftly descends into Captain Jack's arms. This is an iconic character to the series, and Rose can tell. She's absolutely smitten with this man immediately and faints. But cut to a first-person shot. The same foggy, contorting view the child on the roof had as it looks at the children racing into the house. One child gossips about how much food there is on the table during a ration, but the girl tells him to stop, saying it's not polite as they're guests. It's interesting. There's a disconnect between her stealing and her good manners. She even tells the children to chew their food properly as she passes a dish across the table. She cares for them like a mother. The dish stops at an unexpected person, though. The Doctor has invited himself in. The children freak out, thinking they've been caught, but the girl, knowing that he shouldn't be here either, calms them down. The Doctor asks what they're doing, and they explain that Nancy, the girl, helps them with food and shelter. However, the Doctor followed Nancy because he wants to know something else. How does a phone that isn't a phone get a phone call? Nancy doesn't answer and avoids the question without the Doctor insisting. After all, how could she possibly know how? But he also wants to know something else. He asks the kids if they've seen a blonde in a Union Jack, a specific one. I didn't just wake up this morning with a craving. You'll notice that Stephen Moffat's scripts are often quite funny, and that's because he comes from a comedy background, so he injects that everywhere. Stephen Moffat was actually initially confused on how he should even approach writing for Doctor Who. Coming from a comedy background, he didn't know how to write dialogue without jokes, so he just put lots of jokes in. It works. It's a silly program. The kids haven't seen Rose, so the Doctor gets to the most pressing question. If they've seen the object he was following. He draws it for them, and I'm remembering what the drawing looks like. It's why does it look it looks so dumb. It's just he draws it for them, and Nancy looks at it with a slight glimmer of concern, as if she's seen it before. And then, knocking. Mummy? Are you in there, Mummy? Nancy runs to lock the door with an absolute urgency. It makes you uneasy, because the notion of a child eliciting that response is unsettling. What threat could they possibly pose? The child isn't being violent, yet Nancy, who's caring for all these other kids, won't let him in during an air raid. He's simply asking for his mummy. Perhaps a monster speaking in your mother's voice. The Doctor asks why Nancy's not letting him in. She responds, "It's not exactly a child." Nancy ushers everybody out, leaving them hungry. But the boy is still there waiting, an ominous presence that won't go away. He reaches through the hinge on the door. "Please let me in, Mummy." And we see a big scar on the back of his hand. He's suffered through something, yet the nurturing Nancy throws a vase at the door to stop him reaching through. This is where the threat is established, as Nancy tells the Doctor that the boy's touch is dangerous, because if he does touch you, he'll make you like him, and you don't want that because he's empty. All the while explaining this, the child's shadow is cast through the door, that of a kid with the power to make you like him. It's a fascinating idea, whilst still not an answer, because we don't know what that means. How does he do that? In what sense is he empty? Has he been hollowed out? Or has his soul been taken? Neither are good, and it allows the worst possibilities to fester in your mind whilst watching. These questions all elicit anxiety as long as they stay unanswered. It looms over the entire episode, just like his shadow here, to illustrate that the child has more power than you because they know more than you, a dynamic we are wholly unused to. But the tension building doesn't stop there, as the phone beside them rings and Nancy exclaims that it's him. The boy outside is the one that rang the TARDIS, and somehow he has the ability to control the phone inside here. It strips the element of safety felt by the separation of the door. It doesn't matter what is between you and him, he can still get in. There's a really nice Dutch tilt to the camera here too that I think is really effective. Only one other phone has rang this episode, and your mind is immediately cast back to that unsettling moment that Dutch tilt embodies. The shot is actually a golden ratio as well, don't fact check me, which is pretty cool as you don't see that often. Nancy's reaction to this is in the middle, and that's important because she knows something we don't. She's in the center of this somehow, and here it is. He's on the other line. Nancy was right. Then, the radio turns itself on and starts echoing the child's voice. Then, a wind-up music toy. And suddenly, everything with a speaker is his to play with. It's creepy, as these household items of comfort become something unsettling, manipulated by an entity shrouded in mystery. Nancy takes her chance to get away, but the Doctor, ever curious, stays to ask the boy some questions. No matter what though, the boy always asks for his mummy. Inquisitive, the Doctor opens the door, as you plead with him from behind the screen not to, but the empty child is gone. What a scene. Bravo, Vince, bravo. Up on the ship, Rose wakes back up and asks the man who he is. Captain Jack Harkness, 133 Squadron, Royal Air Force, American volunteer. Please forgive me for my American. I'm trying. I'm do Australian. Good day, mate. Go punch a koala. Jack hands Rose an ID card, though Rose can instantly tell that it's psychic paper, immediately putting this man at odds with the Doctor. But how does she know it's psychic? Well, the card just says that Jack is single and works out. Rose hands back the paper to Jack, and now it says that Rose is very available. I mean, who can blame her? Captain Jack with this hairstyle? Rose then looks around the ship and notes that it's very Spock, harping back to the start of the episode where she wanted the Doctor to be a bit more fancy. Though Jack notices burns on Rose's hands from the rope she was hanging on and tells her to sit down as he scans them. But he might have an ulterior motive, as he then says that he can smell a time agent from a mile away. Captain Jack is convinced that Rose is a time agent. I'm trying! Because she's clearly not from the Blitz. She had a mobile phone. He then ties Rose's hands together. Guys, there's some subtext in this scene. Are you picking it up? But then glowing orbs rush to her hands and heal the rope burns. Nanogenes. Subatomic robots. The air in here is full of them. Very Spock there, Jack. Then he invites her for a drink on the balcony. This is no ordinary balcony, though. Rose walks up the steps to realize she's on an invisible and cloaked ship, tethered to Big Ben. First rule of active camouflage. Park somewhere you'll remember. I love this line. Rose was smitten too. We then cut to Nancy stashing food away in an abandoned cart near a railway. So she's going to great odds to feed these kids. Genuinely, what a selfish thing to do. Nancy, you bitch. Feeding homeless children during a war? It's a selfless thing to do. Though, without her realizing, the Doctor has followed her here. I'm good at following. Got the nose for it. Do your ears have special powers too? Nancy. To be fair, my family always referred to Eccleston as Big Ears, which is very mean. I'm very sorry, Chris. Anyway, the Doctor followed Nancy because he's sure that whatever's going on with the child has something to do with the crash landing, and she had a reaction to his drawing of it.
I've made a severe and continuous lapse in my...
Nancy tells the Doctor that there was a bomb that dropped about a month ago that soldiers now guard, but didn't go off in strange circumstances. But before he goes to investigate, the Doctor should visit someone. And who might that be? The Doctor. Dun dun dun! What the bloody hell? Over at Big Ben, Captain Jack is still under the impression that Rose is a time agent. Time agent. In New York, I think. Mobster. Tells Rose that he has something the time agency would like to buy. A fully equipped Chula warship. And only Jack knows where it is. They flirt back and forth and it's charming. Rose calls him a freelancer, but he says he prefers criminal. She asks for the time, so he zaps on the lights to Big Ben. They're drinking champagne, and with the click of a button, he starts playing Glenn Miller and holds her hand as they slow dance. The Doctor's never been like this. He leaves things unsaid, even if he does feel them. Only ever a Dalek pointing out the love that he and Rose potentially share. It would be fair to say that if he does have a romantic element to him, it's slightly stunted, or perhaps as a faithful continuation from the classic series, he's kind of asexual. But clearly, Rose is interested in that flavour of life. But the Doctor, as an inactive player, never manifests anything outwardly from the politics of masculine romance. He doesn't have gadgets built to impress, used to make one swoon. They are simply tools to be used for the greater good. No cheap tricks. He doesn't have a facade of this masculine hero nature, but that makes him trustworthy. There are no ulterior motives, as there already seem to be for Jack and his Chula warship, but he's charming. Rose tells Jack that her partner deals with the business, but she doesn't know where he is. Simple solution though. He'll do a scan for alien tech. Finally, a professional. The Doctor, accompanied by Nancy, looks over the bomb site and sees that it's under heavy guard. Unusually heavy guard for a bomb. See, you usually want to get away from them if you didn't know. They go boom. The Doctor then soul reads Nancy because she's awfully protective over the kids, almost as if she's making up for something. She says that she lost her brother, Jamie, during an air raid looking for food. The same night the bomb fell, when he followed her and got hit. This can feel like it comes out of nowhere from the Doctor, but it really doesn't. He's surrounded by war right now, something that he's played a major part in. He knows the grief of losing the people close to him, and he can see that within Nancy. He, too, feels like he's making up for something. He's impressed by Nancy's resilience and fortitude to keep going and looking after all the kids. The Doctor reflects on the resilience of Britain during the war as he looks up at the sky filled with German bombers and knows that Britain never gives up. They never let them in here. It's all important. The little heroes of the war, like Nancy, the small victories, are just as important as the big ones. They are all here to maintain Great Britain, to leave it still intact for its protectors to come back to. The Doctor ushers Nancy to go do her part, so she leaves to go feed the kids. But the Doctor's going to the hospital first because Nancy says that once he sees it, he won't want to investigate the bomb. Following Nancy as she leaves, though, is the empty child. The Doctor walks to the hospital, confused to see it completely locked. What inside would necessitate the whole hospital being under lockdown, letting nobody in no matter how injured or on the brink of death? He uses the sonic screwdriver to break the lock and opens the gates. We know he's being reckless here, but we also know that he can't help himself. He walks inside to look upon, in confused horror, at rows upon rows of people in gas masks, just like the empty child, deftly still on their sick bed, not making a sound. Again, too, the expectation of safety under usual circumstances of a hospital is broken. The suspense is palpable as we zoom out and see the true extent of it. We were looking at the Doctor and his reaction, but this situation is much bigger than he thought. He walks into another room, and all is the same, rows upon rows of them. The silence only broken by a door creaking open behind him. You'll find them everywhere, the man dejects. Why are they still wearing gas masks? They're not. Who are you? Are you the Doctor? Dr. Constantine. And you are? Nancy sent me. Nancy. That must mean you've been asking about the bomb. Dr. Constantine goes on to explain that none of these patients were caught by the bomb. But what's wrong with them? Constantine can barely get his words out as he's got a nasty cough. But he tells the Doctor to examine one of the patients, though not to touch any flesh. Massive head trauma, mostly to the left side. Partial collapse of the chest cavity, mostly to the right. Scarring on the back of the hand, and the gas mask seems to be fused to the flesh, but I can't see any burns. Constantine tells the Doctor to examine another one, and he's exactly the same reading, and another. And another. Somehow, all of the patients have suffered exactly the same injury, and one that Constantine, for some reason, also shares. A scar on the back of his hand. Not only is the hospital unsafe, but an icon of sanctuary, a doctor, isn't either. This is where the episode begins to make you feel completely at odds with the security, every expectation of it perverted by an unknown force. Constantine reveals that there was only one casualty from the bomb, but that they survived. Their injuries were catastrophic. However, upon treatment, every nurse and doctor that touched him started to exhibit and harbour his exact injuries. Soon, everybody in the hospital had suffered the same fate. What would you say was the cause of death? The head trauma? No. Asphyxiation? No. The collapse of the chest cavity? No. Alright, what was the cause of death? There wasn't one. They're not dead. Constantine whacks his cane against a metal basin, and swiftly all the patients sit up. They have no heartbeat, no life signs, but they don't die. They're empty. Constantine has been here this entire time, looking after everybody, even as his cough started to kill him. He, like Nancy, were beacons of hope. Surviving all this, Constantine then starts to splutter, and in a rushed fashion tells the Doctor that the first patient, the child from the crash site of the bomb, was in room 802, and that he must find Nancy again, because she knows more than she's saying. Constantine, now in visible discomfort, grabs his neck. He then starts to struggle out the words.
Me.
Goodbye, Mummy.
As a gas mask forces itself out of his mouth and eyes to fuse with his flesh, the Doctor looks on in abject horror. He's never seen anything like it. He usually has all the answers, but this time, he has nothing. The body horror of being taken and contorted, bones being manipulated to uniform and appearance onto hundreds of other people as they all die but cease to stop living, is horrible. How would they even identify the bodies? As well as becoming overrun and controlled by only one motivation, to find our mummy. The sweet juxtaposing the dreadful. It's haunting. Are they lonely? Do they feel? Coming from inside the hospital, the Doctor hears Rose and Jack shouting for him until they find each other. Good evening. Hope we're not interrupting. Jack Harkness. I've been hearing all about you. You've just witnessed an incredible meeting of the greats. Rose subtly slips in that they're time agents, so the Doctor just goes along with it. Jack walks ahead as they talk. Rose told Jack that the Doctor's name is Mr. Spock because, and I quote, "Don't you ever get tired of Doctor? Doctor Who? She said it! That's the name of the show!" Rose then asks the Doctor, "What's a Chula warship?" As he stops in his tracks. Chula? Chula was actually the name of the Indian Bangladeshi restaurant that the writers went to talk about Doctor Who. When the Doctor hears the name, things start to connect for him, but we still have no idea. Over at the house, abandoned in favour of an air raid shelter, Nancy is collecting more food as the radio switches itself on. The door cracks open as the child lets himself in, and Nancy has nowhere to go, so she hides under the table, her life hanging in the balance of whether a child will find her. It's hide and seek gone horribly wrong. At the hospital, Jack scans the patients and is dumbfounded. The Doctor is furious with him. This all seems to converge on the bomb site. The bomb that Jack is trying to sell. The bomb is actually the ship that they were following in the beginning. Jack tells them it was an empty Chula ambulance, but he got more than he bargained for with all these empty people and gives up the act. It's space junk! His plan was to lead them to believe it was valuable, and upon purchase, aware ahead of time that a German bomb would drop on its exact location, the con would clean itself up, and they would go on, unaware that Jack scanned them. Rose now sees through his facade. The romantic act was meant to pull her in. She got conned. For her, the Doctor and Jack reflected different sides of the same coin, but he was always a bad penny. Sometimes you just write something down and it's like, yeah, that sounds sick. In reality, it's lame, but Jack tries to deflect, not taking responsibility, and denies that the casualties have anything to do with the ship. To recontextualize and prove Jack wrong, the Doctor explains to them what's going on, but has no idea why and who's doing this. At the house, Nancy is still hiding under the table as the empty child walks around it. It feels like she's being circled by a shark in child form. She thinks she has a chance to run and takes it. But she gets close to the door, the boy points to it, and it swings shut. She's locked in the room with her predator. At the hospital, all the patients suddenly rise from their beds, all asking for their mummy. They get up and slowly corner the Doctor, Rose, and Jack. In numbers, they have no reason to be fast. They're inevitable. The Doctor tells the others to not get touched. They're looking at what happens to them if they do. At the house, Nancy is panicking. "You're dead, Jamie! You're dead!" The boy is her brother. The episode ends with everybody cornered. No hope in sight. The Empty Child, upon broadcast in the UK, made 7.11 million viewers. Their pants, and I will rate it as a whole at the end of the second part. Regarding the necessitated edits of this episode, originally, sounds of bones cracking and popping accompanied the gas mask forcing its way out of Constantine's skull, but was deemed too scary by the BBC. As a child, this scene terrified me to my core. It still partly does, but adding the sounds of bones breaking would have been nightmare fuel. Overall, this first part is brilliant. The setting is dangerous enough, but that's just the backdrop to the real horror. It's set dressing, lovingly made by people who really gave it their all. The monster of the week is eerie and understated, undercutting any safety felt in a scene because it's always out there, lurking and following behind you. As well as this, Jack's betrayal comes as a good surprise, as his outward charm masks his true cunning nature, and we believe him because we see him through Rose's eyes. It parallels nicely with the first episode where we meet the Doctor in the same format. As to Rose, they seem like similar figures of authority. It's why the subversion of her expectations works so well. The small details are amazing too. The hospital being locked, the scar on their hands and the impending bomb, meaning they only have 2 hours to figure this all out before the possible answers gets lost to time. It's all in the back of your head, but it sets the atmosphere beautifully. Often when shows set up a big problem with a lot of questions, the answer to them can be disappointing. The mystery they promise to solve is swept under the rug. So, will this second part disappoint? Or will it elevate the material? Are your curiosities going to be left unsatiated? Or were the answers being hidden in plain sight? Dun dun dun! I haven't mentioned this yet, but Doctor Who does have a previously on Doctor Who in their 2-part episodes, and this one is really good. It goes over every detail in a minute flat, and if I had missed the previous episode, which was very possible with the technology of 2005, I would feel like I knew everything that's going on. The episode starts right where it ended last time. Cornered, the Doctor and friends have no hope. It seems there's no way out. But the Doctor has an idea. He shouts at the patients, "Go to your room!" For a moment, you just sit there like, what the hell is going on? Jamie, at the empty house, stops instantly. "I mean it. I'm very angry with you. I'm very, very cross." The Doctor shouts this again, and Jamie turns round, looking sad, and leaves. And the patients return to their beds too. They're all looking for their mummy. They're like kids. They're all the same. But this doesn't undercut their fear factor. It's uncanny for something so gruesome and macabre to have humanity to appeal to or manipulate. They're in stark contrast with their primary appearance, and it adds more layers to the mystery, as they seem to be a hive mind of sorts. But it reminds you, Jamie, patient 0, is just a kid. He got hit by a bomb following his sister because he was probably scared to be alone. He hasn't transmuted into an adult just because he has strong powers and is the source of the hive mind. But arguably, that makes it more scary. Children aren't predictable, and this one has the power to kill you. At the house, Jamie walks away, like he's been told off, as Nancy watches on, not relieved, but sad, reflecting on what became of her brother. She breaks down and cries. Now, more than ever, you understand why she looks after the other children. She blames herself for what happened to Jamie. But Jack is feeling relieved, joking around about self-cleaning cons, Pompeii being a good one. But you've got to remember to set your alarm for Volcano Day. It's odd because Jack is an asshole, right? But the performance is so good and charming that even now, his irreverence isn't that annoying. The Doctor, though, reminds him that this is almost definitely his fault somehow, but not without Jack pushing back. He doesn't want to take responsibility. His whole thing is that he runs away without facing up to what he's done. So, the Doctor tells him he forgot to set his alarm clock. It's Volcano Day. This neatly sets up the stakes of the episode. Things are only going to get worse. Jack's role in the story gets another element here too. He's not just about identity and romance, he's about consequences and guilt. There's only so many bad things you can do and justify to yourself before the consequences of your actions come to bite you. In this instance, the Doctor is blaming Jack for the infection, people of which he didn't, in strict terms, directly interact with, but has consequently hurt. There's only so many people you can scam before you scam somebody that now won't be able to support their family. They might not be able to afford rent for their house, and consequently, their family is homeless. It might be easy for Jack to justify scamming one person and not feeling too guilty, but that's because he's gone without directly seeing how his actions have a butterfly effect for everybody beyond his victims. Back at the house, and the all-clear sirens go off, as Nancy tries to run and get out the house before the family comes back in from their air raid shelter, but she gets caught. She initially gets spooked by their kid that looked like Jamie, again having a strong reaction to children, signifying her guilt over what happened. Even when a kid in a gas mask turns out not to be Jamie, children are still a reminder of what she's lost and what she feels guilty over. Now, these two themes, guilt and romance, are interacting in the story, with Jack being the picture of a romantic and just now reckoning with guilt in the form of denial, and Nancy being pictured as a mother figure to the kids, usually an unsexualized figure, feeling constant guilt over Jamie. At the hospital, the gang are at room 802, and the Doctor asks Jack to blast the door open. His sonic is working fine, he just wants to see what tech Jack has. He has a squareness gun, and shoots a square hole in the door. Doctor Who, everybody. But the Doctor's also trying to measure up Jack, see how impressive he is and what threat he might pose for his dynamic with Rose. I'm a poet, and I didn't know it. However, Jack's squareness gun might be cool, and Rose thinks so too, but it comes from Villengard, a weapons manufacturer that was destroyed. So once it breaks, he can't get a new one. A banana grove has grown in place of the factories, and the Doctor is to be credited with that. He blew them up. I told you, he loves blowing stuff. He just loves blowing it up. He loves blowing stuff up. Even though the Doctor is against weapons, he's not saying this here to win some battle of morals. He's one-upping Jack. It's a macho competition. Still, the Doctor is in the right, destroying weapons manufacturers and all, putting him on a moral high ground in this case in comparison to Jack. However, Rose is still interested in Jack. Maybe being a little bad is good. They go into room 802 to discover the room's reinforced observation glass has been broken. Jamie must have forced his way out, and the walls inside are covered in his drawings. The Doctor notices a tape recorder from Jamie's evaluations and presses play. Constantine is asking him questions, and all Jamie is saying is, "Are you my mummy?" The Doctor then realizes all the drawings are the same. There are women with different haircuts and colours. What the child has been doing isn't out of any selfish intention. It's not a plan or an operation controlled by someone else. This is out of anguish. A child's desperation for their mother, to know where she is, who she is. It's what he's been saying this entire time. We were just too scared to listen.
Interruption. It is pertinent that the Doctor is the one realizing how the empty child feels here. Early in the story, Dr. Constantine said that before the war, he was a grandfather and father, but no longer. This obviously mirrors the Doctor. The Doctor also earlier said he understands what being left alone in the cold is like in regards to the empty child. He feels left alone by what he lost in the war. The themes of the story are that of family, loss, and war, which tie into the grander themes of the Time War narrative. The Doctor is intuitively understanding what Jamie was feeling here because he too lost his family, presumably his mother as well, and both survived against the odds. After surviving, they changed. The Doctor was left with what he had become, a killer. Jamie is left empty, confused, lonely, angry. To save the day, the Doctor could save the empty child and restore Jamie to his original innocence. This would be to symbolically heal himself. Maybe he could return to who he was before the Time War.
Jamie and the patients are a perverse manifestation of childhood trauma. It simultaneously humanizes them, but also begs another question. What does it want to do to its mother? Is it lonely? Angry? both. Back at the house, Nancy is being kept there by the dad whilst his family go get a police officer to arrest her for stealing. But Nancy pulls an Uno reverse card on the dad. She demands wire cutters, a torch, as well as more food. She's been watching this house, and everybody thinks that the father's wife is having an affair with the butcher. That's why they have so much food during a ration. But Nancy knows it's him. Out of shame for his affair, in direct thematic opposite to Jack's pride and openness, the dad obliges Nancy. It's pertinent that Nancy is the one shaming someone else for their relations here. She's projecting her guilt over Jamie, a member of her family, onto the father of another. But with all these strong themes of romance, guilt, and shame, you wonder exactly why Nancy is the one to shame others here. How far does her interaction with the theme of romance go? To simply just be against any relations wouldn't make for very compelling characterization, but often people shame others for what they feel guilty over themselves. Cut back to Nancy and friends.
I meant to say Doctor and Friends.
And he feels a presence in the room. It's dark and sad. The Doctor's an empath, guys. A strange rattling starts in the background as he theorizes that if a child got hit by the Tula warship, altered somehow, it would be terribly afraid and powerful. We've seen that the boy can change people, conduct his voice through speakers, and even compelled a door to shut on Nancy. Perhaps these people are being converted into Tula warriors. But if Jamie can do all these things, what else could he do? The theorizing comes to a halt though, as the Doctor realizes something. He sent a powerful, dangerous, confused little boy to its room.
I'm here now. Can't you see me?
The tape stopped 30 seconds ago. It's a strange rattling. Was the tape running out? The child is here. Captain Jack tells him to get ready to run for it as he pulls out his squareness gun. I mean, a banana? The Doctor stole Jack's gun and replaced it with a banana. When did he have time to do this? Immersion completely broken. You had me at psychic powers and farting aliens in Downing Street, but now you've gone too far.
Bazinga!
The Doctor then takes out the swapped gun and shoots a square hole in the wall for them to escape. Don't drop the banana! Good source of potassium! Get serious. Get serious. Captain Jack then takes his squareness gun back and rewinds the hole. Yeah, immersion broken again. You can't rewind time.
Bazinga!
The empty child then starts punching a hole through the wall. So he's ripped. He's been doing his Pilates. Have you? That's okay. Just sit and watch till the end of this video. Sounds like a good idea, right? Please? Please. Anyway, they run away. If you haven't noticed yet, they do that a lot in this show. But they run straight into patients blocking them on both sides. Jack sees no way out of this, so he looks to the Doctor, who just has a sonic screwdriver, something Jack sees as useless and lame. But Rose, the badass that she is, as the men panic, takes Jack's squareness gun and shoots a hole in the floor under them for them to fall through. Jack quickly rewinds it, but they realised they'd dropped down into a full room of more patients. So guess what they do? They run away! In fact, Jack runs away so futuristically that he actually teleports. I'm not joking, he could have just teleported away this entire time instead of admitting he was conning them. Bro fumbled under zero pressure. Though, staying behind for as long as Jack did does show he started to care a little. But the Doctor and Rose are now stuck in a room they've locked themselves in with no obvious way out. Throughout this scene, there's a lot of masculine posturing and phallic imagery between the Doctor and Jack. Most obvious being the square gun getting swapped with a banana and Jack making fun of the sonic screwdriver. It's clear these guys feel they're in contest and need to get one up on the other. Over with Nancy, she finds the kids hiding in someone's shed and gives them some food. She's angry at them though, because they didn't go to a different hideout. They're meant to stay at different places every night so they don't get caught. It's out of care for their safety. She implores the older boy of the group to start thinking about how he'd look after everyone, because she might go out one night and get hit by a bomb during an air raid. After all, that's how she finds food. It shows the hardships of the young people of wartime England. Not every house they got sent to as sanctuary in the countryside was safe either. There were abusive caregivers and unfair treatment. These kids chose to come back to their homes, but the homes weren't there waiting anymore, and there was no way to contact their families. In the shed, one of the boys, illiterate, is writing a letter to his dad on a typewriter. A letter that obviously won't get to him, but hope is a thematic through line of the episode, with the Doctor giving wartime England as a great example of it and the strengths it instills. Whilst Nancy is talking to the kids, the boy stops typing to listen to her, but slowly the sound of the typewriter starts again as Nancy confesses she's going to the bomb site. She needs to know how this all started. Though, the kids don't want her to go. The empty child always comes for them, but Nancy silences their worries. No, he always comes after me. The typewriter stops, and the words printed across the paper are exactly why Nancy needs to put an end to this. It's a great reveal as you realise that the empty child really is wherever Nancy goes. It's following her, and surely she knows who Jamie's mother is. He's her brother. So, why doesn't she answer him? What would happen if she does? Again, just more questions, but really intriguing ones that would necessitate clever answers. Like, were the Chula warriors waging war against mummies? Fascinating. At the hospital, in their claustrophobic little room, Rose and the Doctor are in conversation. Rose is annoyed that Jack just disappeared, saying it's always the great-looking ones who do that. The Doctor is kind of insulted, so Rose tries to comfort him. I mean, men. And that doesn't help either. Throughout the series, Rose and the Doctor have always had chemistry, but it's confusing exactly what it's leading to. In Father's Day, the Doctor was almost a parental figure with tinges of jealousy over Pete's role, but they also subtly flirt consistently and share longing looks into each other's souls in big moments. But seeing the Doctor actively annoyed that Rose is interested in someone else is intriguing. It's like he hides that part of him, if he does indeed have those feelings, and they manifest in moments like this where he feels challenged. Think back to how quickly he grows to resent Mickey and insults them. It's petty, like you can easily become when you have a crush on someone. But for Rose, what does this all mean? For how long are they going to leave their potential feelings unsaid when Jack is here, immediately threatening their dynamic? For Rose, which would be better? If Jack was more like the Doctor, or if the Doctor was more like Jack? And speak of the devil, Jack's voice starts bellowing through an old-fashioned speaker. He teleported away and left them because his teleport is only linked to him, but he's working on patching them through as well. The Doctor asks how Jack is speaking to them, so he says his ship has ONCOM. This allows him to communicate through anything with a speaker grill. The Doctor points out that the empty child can do that too. So Rose asks if the child can phone us, and that's when his voice eerily patches through.
And I can hear you, coming to find you.
It really adds to the impending doom and tension as they're stuck in this room, but Jack cuts the child's frequency out for them and instead plays a song, the one that he and Rose danced to on his ship. The Doctor looks confused at Rose, who just says, "Our song. Are you jealous, Doctor? Are you jealous, Doctor?" Quick cut to Nancy at the bomb site. She's brought the wire cutters she got to cut through the barbed wire, sneak past the soldiers, and get to the bomb. In the snug little room, some time has passed, and the Doctor is trying to use his sonic screwdriver to no great effect in order to loosen the window's bars because he doesn't believe Jack will follow through and teleport them up. But it's obviously because a part of him doesn't want Jack to. The Doctor wants to be the hero. He's mad his spotlight has been taken in front of Rose. It's clear he's jealous of Jack and his gadgets, but only because it seems to him that Rose finds them more impressive. He's grasping at straws to find his own solution to the problem, instead of being saved by a man that right now, he's feeling a little challenged by. He didn't obviously seem jealous of Mickey in previous episodes, but that's because he didn't see him as a threat. Rose had already left Mickey in the dust for him on the day they met. But now there's another spaceman, and he has no trouble being romantic and showing how he's feeling in a way the Doctor isn't able to because he's very guarded. Probably linked to his trauma from the Time War where everybody close to him died, therefore losing his ability to be vulnerable. You could point out that the sonic screwdriver in this episode, especially in the context of the themes, is very phallic. Using it now in this situation is like the Doctor saying, "But look what I've got." it's good enough. The Doctor wants to know why Rose trusts Jack, because he's a bad boy. So she says that he's like you, except with dating and dancing. And please bear with me, but with all the posturing that the Doctor is a better man than Jack in this context, the Doctor is like a nice guy, and Jack is a bad boy that a lot of nice men find insulting. Nice guys wonder why women like bad boys, but the fact is that they're just usually more upfront and confident in what they want. If actually nice guys were just more confident and were to ask the girl they like on a date, instead of being too scared or out of some warped concept of courting or respect, they might find themselves, actually on dates. Actual nice guys, as in normal guys, don't need to be badder. They just need to be themselves and be brave enough to ask. Like the Doctor here. Thematically, bad boys here don't have the associated shame attached to romance. Therefore, they're more upfront with what they think and want. The Doctor is kind of embarrassed and insulted by Rose's supposition that he doesn't dance. You just assume I don't dance. It's clear he's talking about bonking here, right? Rose is sort of pleasantly surprised that he even alludes to bonking and jokes about it. Doesn't the world implode or something if you dance? The Doctor assures Rose he can dance, but he doesn't like boasting. It's a jab at Jack. The Doctor sees his way as crude and obvious, whereas he views it as a subtle art. But what Rose says, whilst she is joking, does reveal that maybe she thinks the Doctor takes himself too seriously. The idea of something actually starting between them is intimidating, even if she wants it to. But being more forward than him, Rose goes to turn up the music, and the Doctor looks back, sort of confused. Here, Rose actually wants to dance. But given what they just talked about with outright saying it, he's suffering from some stage fright. Rose tells him to show me your moves. And he responds with possibly the funniest line of the show, given the context. Rose, I'm trying to resonate concrete. Though he does eventually muster up the courage to take her invite, being brave enough. But he realizes something. That she has no rope burns or cuts on her hand from dangling from the barrage balloon. It's small, but interesting. Here lies an answer as to why they never just talk over their feelings. They have no downtime, no relaxing. An adventure or problem always arises. Rose answers his question though, and explains that Captain Jack's ship, full of nanogenes, fixed them. The Doctor gets jealous that Rose is calling Jack a captain, and that if he was one, he'd be defrocked. Defrocking is when someone's official status is taken away, but could also mean removing someone's dress, like a frock. Is this scene just all subtext? While talking about this, they finally get teleported to Jack's ship, proving that he wouldn't just leave them behind in danger. Maybe Jack's a bit more like the Doctor than he'd care to admit, originally being proud to call himself a criminal, however flirty he was being. On board, the Doctor notes that Jack's ship is a Chula warship, similar to the Chula ambulance that crashed, one that he characteristically stole. The Doctor clicks his fingers, and nanogenes burst into action around them. He can control them because, he's special like that, whatever. The Doctor says there must be millions of them on Jack's ship alone. This is where, depending on how Sherlock Holmes you are, you might start figuring out what's happened, but you still wouldn't know how to resolve it, which is neat. I think that's probably the sign of a good science fiction mystery.
Interruption! Okay, so when Captain Jack teleports them back to his ship, he says that it didn't look like they were talking, and Rose said, well, it didn't feel like dancing. To me, this is just like a really subtle way of saying that the Doctor and Rose don't really know what they are to each other. Are they just talkers, or are they dancers? Are we human? Or are we dancers?
Over at the crash site, Nancy gets caught and captured when running to the bomb. I'm not sure what she was going to do when she got to it. I guess she was just so desperate for answers, she'd have done anything. On Jack's ship, they're getting ready to travel to the crash site when Rose asks why Jack stopped being a time agent and took up a life of crime. Jack says that he woke up one day and found out the time agency stole 2 years of his memory and he'd like them back. He doesn't know what he did during those 2 years, so he says that the Doctor might be right not to trust him. It sets up the idea that Jack isn't aware of what he's capable of, what sort of man he is. But by staying to help the Doctor and Rose with what he's done, right now, he's got a choice of what kind of man he wants to be. As well as this, it also again thematically links to guilt. Without knowing what he did during those 2 years, Jack assumes he did things worth feeling guilty over. The problem being that if he doesn't know what he did, he has no way of making up for them, and therefore can feel that guilt forever. Often, people who can't make up for what they've done will either self-punish to make themselves feel better or act in accordance with who they think that makes them. Like children who are constantly told they're bad, eventually they'll just believe that about themselves, even if it's not true, and they'll act that way, thinking they can't change. This can be done even in isolation, especially with a metaphorical infinite well of guilt like Jack has. It can be hard to stop being a bad person when you have little evidence to the contrary. This also explains why Jack is comfortable conning people, but uncomfortable with facing up to consequences, as that gives him an opportunity to prove himself wrong. He can be a good person and make up for it after getting comfortable with being bad for so long. But to stay and fix what he might have caused here would imply every other time he's conned somebody was wrong to do so and in need of recompense. Still, this is his choice, who he wants to be, instead of letting his guilt define him. At the crash site, Nancy gets escorted to a room to be detained. As the officers are escorting her in, the officer, Algie, the guy who Jack said has a nice bottom at the start of the first part, asks the man in the room if he's gotten any better. And Nancy instantly recognizes the scar on his hand and begs them not to keep her in there with him. Algie tells the man to keep an eye on her. Yes, mummy, he says, as all soldiers do. Nancy tries to convince the man to let her go. She knows what he's feeling because she's seen it before, and the guard struggles to comprehend what's happening to him. She begs him to save her, let her go, but it's too late. He's turning. It's okay though! The Avengers are here! Turns out the main guard, Algie, has gotten to know Jack rather well, so Jack will distract him as Rose and the Doctor sneak past to the crash site. Yeah, in the year of our Lord 2025? Doctor Who's woke now! They would never do this in the past. Checkmate, liberals. Unfortunately, though, there's not much distraction going on, as Algie is calling Jack a different name than he usually does. He accidentally calls Jack Mummy. The pussy wasn't enough. I knew he was just experimenting. Algie drops to the floor as the rogue element takes control and transforms his body. We see it from multiple angles, and it's just as unnerving to watch it as before. We see the respirator protrude and force its way out of his throat. His skin darkens and fuses itself to goggles that burst out of his eye sockets as bones crack and he groans. The visuals they're haunting. It's sectioned off from everybody by barbed wire, so there's no way Algie was touched by any of the infected. The virus is becoming airborne. Can anybody else hear singing? Turns out Nancy only kept the guard subdued by singing a lullaby. It's beautifully creepy. The sentience of a child shared between them all, the anger, confusion, and desperation for their mother, subdued by a lullaby. There is no negotiating or reasoning with them. Only cheap tricks to buy you time. Rose and the Doctor come in, and he uses a sonic screwdriver to undo the handcuffs, and they all go outside as Jack and the Doctor uncover the bomb. What's up, Vin Vin? Oh yeah. Ugh. Someone won't leave me alone. You see? Just an ambulance. Jack tries to open the ship up, and now sees why it's been so heavily guarded. The soldiers have been trying to get in, thinking they found a German secret weapon since it looks so odd. As he tries to open it though, the emergency protocols to the ship after the crash initiate and a security alarm sounds. As if innately linked to the ship, Jamie senses the alarm and every patient gets up from their bed to start marching to the ship. If it's Volcano Day, it's about to erupt. The guard who was watching Nancy starts banging on the door to get out as the Doctor goes into panic mode. He tells Jack to secure the gates and gives Rose and Nancy the sonic screwdriver on a setting that reattaches barbed wire to go fix the way that Nancy came in. All around, the infected start marching slowly towards them, the sense of impending doom now greater than ever, and Jamie on his way. The hordes of people forced into Jamie's army reflects what's happening in the respective war, as the German war machine takes over Europe and threatens to surround Britain. However, with hope never lost being what holds it all together, and people like Rose anachronistically being who would have been here to carry on that spirit, she has something to say as she meets Nancy for the first time in the story. At the barbed wire, Nancy and Rose talk. Nancy wants to know who they are, why they're here. Rose explains that even though it's hard to believe, they're from the future. Though Nancy doesn't doubt that they came here using a time machine. She just looks up at the sky and sees barrage balloons and German bombers flying over London and says, "What future?" But Rose is from London after the war, and she's not speaking German. The future is staring Nancy in the face, but in the midst of a world war, it's impossible to believe it can be true. This conversation is so somber and touching, and highlights the power of going back to a time the audience knows the history of. I think as long as you do it respectfully, you can really portray what feels like the genuine feelings of the people back in that time. Nancy feels hopeless and lost. It seems destined that she'll lose all the kids she cares for, to the infection or to the German war machine. But the themes of hope in this episode never die, and Rose's existence is that hope. She tells Nancy this isn't the end, they win the war, as you're left wondering how they can win this battle. Nancy and Rose go back to the Tula ambulance ship, where Jack is still protesting that the ship is empty. The Doctor points out that there wouldn't be cough drops or bandages. In fact, they already know what's inside. Nanogenes. Millions of them. Enough nanogenes to rebuild a whole species. Is it Sherlocking for you yet? At this point, Jack realizes the consequences of his actions. All this time he protested his innocence, but it's time to face what he's done. When the ship crashes, the nanogenes escape. Billions upon billions of them, ready to fix all the cuts and bruises in the world. But what they find first is a dead child, probably killed earlier that night, and wearing a gas mask. Nothing to a nanogene. One problem though. These nanogenes, they're not like the ones on your ship. This lot have never seen a human being before. Don't know what a human being's supposed to look like. And all they've got to go on is one little body, and there's not a lot left. But they carry right on. They do what they're programmed to do. They patch it up. Can't tell what's gas mask and what's skull, but they do their best. Then off they fly, off they go. Work to be done. 'Cause you see, now they think they know what people should look like. And it's time to fix all the rest. And they won't ever stop. They won't ever stop. The human race is going to be torn down and rebuilt in the form of one terrified child looking for its mother, and nothing in the world can stop it! I didn't know! Jack can't deny it anymore, as distant groans of mummy and a horde of gas masks slumber forward. All the infected sensed the alarm and are here to defend the ship. It's an ambulance, yeah, but from wartime. It not only fixes people up and heals them, it gets them ready again for war. That's why the empty child is so strong, can communicate through any speaker to coordinate, has the power to compel matter and follows one order: recruit more soldiers. But it's just a little boy. There isn't a little boy born who wouldn't tear the world apart to save his mummy. And this little boy can. And as the incessant moaning of mummy only increases, Nancy starts crying. It's all my fault. The Doctor tries to comfort her, but when he's interrupted by the soldiers screaming for the one thing they've wanted this entire time, he realizes something while bombs drop all around them, sounding the alarm for Volcano Day, and characteristically, only Jack has the power to get out, to teleport to his ship. The Doctor tells him to go, and he does, like he always planned. Jack has chosen to fester in his guilt, let it define him, and lead a life of crime, trying to forget what happened here. But as one characterization of guilt and romance leaves the scene, the Doctor looks to the other. Nancy and him are feeling a similar shame, a repression, and it's time to face it, overcome the associated guilt. He's not your brother, is he? Teenage single mother in 1941. So you hid. You lied. You even lied to him. The gate holding the horde back opens, with their leader now here, Jamie, at the forefront. Now, the physical manifestation of Nancy's shame over her lust and consequent relations are here, right in front of her. She was a mother figure in the story because, well, she was a mother. It's obvious now. She shamed the father of the family she stole from because it was easy to. She knows such shame. It wasn't because he was gay or bi. It was just easy. Nancy cries as she reckons with the truth. Her guilt stopped her from telling it. The Doctor was here to help from the start, but her shame didn't allow her to seek that. If he knew this, if she told him about the bomb that wasn't a bomb, he might have been able to help and stop the infection somehow. Jack might be the bad guy here, but they could learn a thing or two from him about repression. Because Nancy hid the truth. She repressed it, and it made everything worse. The problem only grew. Honesty being the only solution. To own up, to be proud, to not let others shame you. With nowhere left to go, the German war machine overhead and the empty child breaking through the gate all seems lost. But hope was always here. The determination to never give up and never let them win. The small victories are just as important as all the big ones, and just as Nancy risked it all in air raids to feed the children going hungry, she has to risk it one more time. Bombs falling and threatening to engulf them, she stands stalwart as her country does, crying because it's hard. But there's always hope, and in hard times, hope is something you give yourself. He's going to keep asking Nancy. He's never going to stop. Tell him. Nancy steps forward and talks to Jamie as he walks through the gate.
Yes. Yes, I am your mummy.
Are you my mummy?
Yes.
But Jamie keeps asking. The damage was done. He's never going to understand. He's never going to stop asking. A few moments of anxious contemplation pass by as Nancy reaches in to hug her child. But wait! What's this? Nanogenes! Come on, you clever little nanogenes! Figure it out! The mother! She's the mother! The nanogenes fly around Nancy in her child's embrace as we sit here watching all the pieces of the mystery come together and being filled with this infectious feeling that it's all going to work out. That we're going to win, just as Britain did. And something happens. Nancy drops to the floor and releases Jamie from their hug as the Doctor rushes over to him. Oh, come on. Give me a day like this. Give me this one. As the Doctor goes to take Jamie's mask, he is given that day. He's saved. The nanogenes recognized Nancy's superior DNA as the mother and fixed their mistake. The Doctor laughs out of pure joy, picking up Jamie and lifting him up into the air. Not here. There's always hope. Watching the Doctor's glee in this scene is beautiful. Throughout this series, there's been so much sacrifice, so many lives needlessly lost, so much heartache and pain. But here, in wartime Britain of all places, surrounded by people that refused to give up, all the effort and heartache was worth it in the end. We win, even on Volcano Day. Oh yeah. The bomb is still going to hit this exact location. But Captain Jack comes swooping in with his ship and holds the bomb in his tractor beam. The same one he used for selfish gain on Rose, now saving everybody because it's the right thing to do. This is the kind of man he's choosing to be. He says goodbye to Rose and off he goes. A changed man. But the day's not done being saved. If Rose wants to see the Doctor's moves, he'll show them. He casts millions of nanogenes towards the hordes of patients, healing them, fixing them, saving them. Everybody lives, Rose! Just this once! Everybody lives! The Doctor runs to Constantine, helping him up, and informs him that he might find all his patients are okay now, completely healed, and just to say it's because he's a really good doctor. The Doctor sets the Chula warship to self-destruct when everybody's gone, because, as history says, there needs to be an explosion there. No more nanogene mishaps culminating in 90 minutes of fun. In the TARDIS, now after their successful day of saving the world, the Doctor celebrates. Look at you beaming away like your Father Christmas. Who says I'm not? Red bicycle when you were 12. This is one of my favourite lines of the entire show, hands down. But Rose has a question. What about Jack? Why did he say goodbye? We cut to Captain Jack on his ship, alone. The bomb is in stasis inside, and he asks his computer for solutions. They can't jettison the bomb. That will detonate it. They can't put it on an escape pod. There are no escape pods, not even for him. As Jack accepts his death as punishment, even mentioning he'd been sentenced to death once before, but characteristically ended up in bed with both of his executioners, and they stayed in touch. Can't say that about most executioners. He looks back on his life and is glad he had so much fun. He lived it his way, and he wouldn't change a thing. No shame in it at all. And sure, he messed up. But he accepts the responsibility now when it means most. For the first time in the story, there's really no way out of this one. To get out, you'd need a time machine. And as we zoom out from Captain Jack and his last moments, the honorless thief turned altruistic hero, we start to hear music. The camera moves through Jack's ship to then see the TARDIS doors open for him. Rose and the Doctor are on the other side, dancing. The Doctor might not be able to admit what he feels towards Rose, talk to her about it, but in relinquishing the repression of his more romantic side and recontextualizing the time war where he lost everybody, finally having to lose nobody to save the day, he will dance. No subtext there at all. Jack looks around. Much bigger on the inside. You'd better be. Welcome aboard, Captain Jack. Am I saluting right? Am I doing that right? I don't know. I've got no clue. 10 out of 10. The Doctor Dancers, upon broadcast in the UK, made 6.86 million viewers hide behind their sofas, cry, laugh, and celebrate a victory. This 2-part episode is a banger. Certified banger! It's funny, it's heartwarming, it's scary. It's a wonder how they would ever dare to top this. But time and time again, the writer of this episode, Stephen Moffat, will come back and write some of the best episodes of Doctor Who ever made under Russel T Davies. He would take over the show from Series 5, but that's for another video. What we have here is just plainly a masterpiece. You can tell that this is a huge turning point for the Doctor. Throughout the series, he's been grumpy, but to see him dancing out of joy from a healing experience where no one had to die, just this once! It's truly wonderful to see. Something you wouldn't know from just watching is that behind the scenes, the creators were agonizing over the locations. Originally, the Chula ambulance was intended to be in a warehouse, after being moved there by the soldiers. But on those cold nights of filming, the only location available to them that was appropriate was the railway. This caused stress among the creatives, not knowing how it would make sense in the script that the ambulance was there, but it became clear upon watching the finished product that this was a concern that held no weight whatsoever, as no one watching wondered why the ambulance was on the railway. Upon the arrival of said script, Moffat was immediately asked to return and write again for the show. What's up, everybody? It's Doctor Who Fan 91 here. Boomtown is what I say to my random teammates when we went around in Valorant. I'm not kidding. Boomtown is widely considered to be Series 1's weakest episode, and that is largely due to it, in my opinion, being a bottle episode. A bottle episode is an episode that uses very little budget, minimal sets, and usually a restricted cast. A famous example of this would be the Friends episode, the one where no one's ready. It takes place over one afternoon, only set in Monica's apartment, as everybody fails to get ready on time for Ross's event at the museum. It's probably most known for Joey putting on all of Chandler's clothes during an argument. Fun fact, Matt LeBlanc actually broke his elbow filming for that episode, though it probably wasn't fun for him. While a lot of people don't like Boomtown due to its slow pace and mildly outrageous plot, I think it has a lot of silly fun, deep conversation, and beautiful character moments. Because of the limited sets and budget, Doctor Who had a great opportunity to slow down and focus on the people in the story. And so far, we really like the people in Doctor Who, right? I mean, hopefully you do. So, it should be good. Nobody's gonna turn into an egg, he says. We start the episode with a scientist talking to someone in a very official looking building. They're warning a woman that no matter what they do, their plans for their nuclear power plant will only ever end in destruction. End of the world as you know it. The power plant will blow up. The Doctor would love that. Just hey, it's gonna blow up? I'm there. I love when things explode. But then something very odd occurs that could only read as ominous in Doctor Who. The woman the scientist is talking to farts. Dun dun dun. Yeah, we're doing the Slovene again. It's Margaret the Slovene, who was definitely the best one, played by Annette Badland. She survived the missile on Downing Street somehow, and she wants to blow up Cardiff this time. So, she eats the scientist. Gobbled. Get gobbled. Fun fact, they made up an entirely different alien language just for this episode. They called it Welsh. It's such an unrealistic language, like it completely took me out of the experience. I'm not joking. I don't know why they did this. I think Russell just finds it funny, but just because it's science fiction doesn't mean you can do just like anything you want. Anyway, Ricky is back. I mean, Mickey, he's in Wales for some reason. Turns out the gang is in Cardiff, and Mickey is here to give Rose her passport. She asked for it just in case they get lost, and they're here because Cardiff exists on a rift in time, and this recharges the TARDIS somehow. Don't worry about it. They show Mickey Doctor Who Series 1 Episode 3 The Unquiet Dead, where Gwyneth, a maid, closes a rift in time to stop TM, the Gelf, from coming through and wreaking havoc on the world in the form of zombies. This caused the scar in time in Cardiff to get bigger, so parking the TARDIS there is like refueling. Mickey is like, whoa, what the freaking hell? I knew you guys did wild stuff, but you just seem weirdly used to this. Especially you, Rose. It seems like I'm talking to a different person now. So Mickey feels a bit like he's been left behind and Rose has moved on, but he came all the way to Wales for her, so that tells you where his head's at, without the show needing to say anything. They all go outside, ready for a nice day out while the TARDIS recharges, but Mickey wonders why the ship is an old-fashioned police box. The Doctor explains that he landed in the 1960s when police boxes were still used. The TARDIS is meant to blend in with its surroundings, so it did just that, but it got stuck since then. The Doctor's smiling here, so you can tell he doesn't mind. He's just gotten used to it and likes it this way, which is charming. But Mickey goes 1,000 IQ and points out that because it's a police box, doesn't it stick out and get noticed all the time? The Doctor says, No one cares, and who asked? They ratio him and Mickey gets eaten by a bin again. Nah, it's because people don't care. They just want to go on with their day. They don't care about a blue box. They just walk past it. This would, in later series, be explained with something else. But you could easily explain this away by saying the Doctor is simply joking here. We cut back to Margaret giving a speech commemorating the unveiling of the power plant's design. She's going through with the power plant after she killed the scientist. She stopped on her way out, though, by a reporter asking her about the string of mysterious deaths surrounding the power plant project. My favourite excuse Margaret gives is that one of the men simply slipped on an icy patch. He was decapitated. It was a very icy patch. Classic. Margaret is basically eliminating everybody that tries to stop her plan. So Margaret takes the reporter to the bathroom where she takes her skin suit off in the stall, ready to kill her. But it turns out to be such a weirdly beautiful scene. The reporter reveals she's pregnant and soon to be married. There's this real sense of loneliness that Margaret starts to feel. Obviously, we know that she lost her family due to their own horrible decisions, and in no way is Margaret a good part of the world, but when the simple implication of loneliness is made, it's hard to not feel bad for her, especially when the music is so good. Oh, you tried to blow up the world, but oh no, the music's... Oh, this big green thing looks really sad. Margaret's presumably been living as a human this entire time, but can't let anybody get close to her at risk of them finding out what she really is. Margaret decides to let the reporter go, partly because she has a husband and is pregnant. You'd wonder where she is, and this would risk getting her caught. But she's also being merciful here. She could get away with it. However, she's starting to gain a sense of humanity, that of which she never had before. Like I said, it's weirdly beautiful to see her connect with another woman over motherhood and typical girl time bonding where they all go with each other to the bathroom. Question for the girlies, do you need to feel supported while peeing? I mean, I get it, it's a very vulnerable position. I like to cross streams with my friends. It builds a good connection. This bit especially hits hard after the topic of last episode. Nancy embracing motherhood and releasing her shame and guilt from the associated relations. This episode too is about guilt with a little theme of motherhood, you know? Themes. Anyway, the TARDIS gang has gone out for a spot of tea time and they're having lots of fun, chatting away. Even Mickey's getting involved. It's nice to see them just having wholesome fun with no danger. But the Doctor looks around and sees somebody reading a newspaper. However, the front page isn't something he wanted to see on such a happy day out. It's a picture of Margaret, the new mayor of Cardiff. So, off the gang go to City Hall to stop her. Like the Scooby-Doo gang, they're splitting up looking for clues, except clues is just Margaret. The Doctor tells Margaret's receptionist to notify her that the Doctor is here to see her. So she immediately climbs out the window and a Scooby-Doo chase ensues with Jack doing parkour and Mickey tripping over everything. The chase doesn't go so well as Mickey didn't get to his position in time. As Margaret gets away, she runs and teleports herself out. But with a sonic screwdriver, the Doctor reverses the teleport, so Margaret is directly running towards them. So she turns around and runs away and teleports out again, but the Doctor reverses it, and this happens again. It's very Chuckle Brothers to me. To you. Margaret gets tired of the tomfoolery and gives up because she's tired. Honestly, the little bits of humour, however slapstick, really elevate the episode to me. Like, haha, Mickey just fell over. Did you see that? Did you catch that one? Idiot. The episode's not taking itself too seriously, and I think that's a refreshing vibe after the last two pretty heavy episodes. You've got to remember that kids are watching. You can't have everything be so dark. You need to give them a refresher. The Doctor and gang get Margaret back in her office and grill her on her plan. It turns out Margaret needs an unstable nuclear power plant to blow up in order to get enough energy for her pan-dimensional skateboard to get enough energy to bounce off of, so that she can ride it into space, of course. She was a skater girl, she said see you later world, it wasn't green enough for her. I'm going to Rexicar, Corico Falipatoria. Listen, I'm not going to defend this plan, it's a bit stupid. Like, the skateboard is actually a surfboard, I just wanted to make that joke. And it was hidden under the model of the nuclear power plant the entire time. You'd think Margaret would hide it instead of inviting everybody to come see it. But something strange happens. The gang noticed the name of the nuclear power plant, which was going to be called Blyde Droog. You've got to be kidding, Russell. That word doesn't even have a vowel in it. What does Blyde Droog even mean? Bad wolf. Holy guacamole, Batman! Golly gee willikers! My lanta! Margaret says she picked this name out at random. And there's no reason to not believe her, but, you know, what could this mean? Why are these two words following the Doctor and Rose across time and space? How? Nah, it's probably nothing, right? Let's move on. We don't want to give the forums in 2005 too much to speculate on. I'm sure this will never come up again. We find out that Margaret wasn't even trying to get back home because she was found guilty of crimes back there and will be executed upon arrival. Though, with everything that the Doctor has seen of Margaret, he doesn't feel much of an urge to help her, and he intends to take her back to Raxacoricofallapatorius, which Rose is happy to finally say right. It's no biggie, I don't get a pat on the back for saying it right, I just get called a nerd. But the key idea of the episode is now set up. Is it right to send someone, even if they're a horrible, horrible person, knowingly to their death? More importantly, what role does that mean you're playing? Are you responsible for their death, or are you just delivering them to the justice their home has deliberated on? Should you feel bad for that? Is the death penalty moral? Can you say this is justice? What we do know is that Margaret can't stay here, but is this right? It's probably not a hard question for a lot of people. You know, she tried to explode the Earth and everybody on it, but the Doctor has all the power with the TARDIS. He can essentially play God as a time traveller. To what end should he pursue that? They take Margaret to the TARDIS to keep her there overnight as it recharges, and they fix it up a little. This now means they have to be in her presence, knowing full well her fate. Margaret thinks that because the gang are taking her to her death, it makes them her executioners. Mickey quickly claps back though and says that she deserves it. After all, he was the one that pushed the button to blow up her family. So Margaret points out that if he's so quick to sanction her death, that makes him just as bad as her. The episode has become an inspection of the death penalty, where we play God and decide who lives and dies. And it's not right. It's clear to point out that the Slitheen were trialed in their absence, meaning they couldn't defend themselves. It points a mirror back at those governments who permit unconstitutional action. We're not the ones who get to decide who lives, and we shouldn't be, especially when other lifelong punishments and reform exist. It's going to be a long, hard night, and Margaret knows that, so she simply challenges them to looking her in the eye, aware of her fate, and they all struggle to. Just because this might seem like justice, it doesn't make it any easier. Mickey tries to, but faced with the humanity of it, the eyes being the window to the soul, he can't. Like those who will allow these acts to go on but can't watch, taking the coward's way out of the consequences. Rose is immediately uncomfortable and avoids eye contact completely, like those who turn a blind eye to it. It's horrible, but if we don't pay attention to it, it's not there. The Doctor looks up from the TARDIS console and glances at her, completely unamused by it all. He seems to believe that she deserves it, or at least has just completely washed his hands of the situation. To me, at this point for the Doctor's development, it seems a little out of character that he would allow this to happen. We've come so far since he watched Cassandra dry up, and especially after the last episode, you would think he would be a bit more willing to forgive and find another way. Maybe we can do a Margaret Carroll, teach her the error of her ways, or how the Slitheen stole Christmas, which is great because she's already green. Some time has passed, and Mickey and Rose go outside and start catching up. Rose admits she didn't really need her passport, meaning she just wanted to see Mickey. He's really glad to hear it, and asks her if she wants to go get pizza. And since the TARDIS won't be done recharging till tomorrow morning, they could get a hotel room and spend the night. Mickey's tone is very unsure though. He's happy Rose wanted to see him, but doesn't know how she feels about him anymore. The intimacy that used to be something comfortable and expected is now something Mickey tentatively asks for. As Rose and Mickey walk off, it's revealed that the Doctor has been watching, almost like he's jealous. It's strange to see, but he's feeling insecure because of Mickey. Last episode, the Doctor clearly felt at odds with Jack, and that made sense because Jack is similar to him in a way. Jack could give Rose a fantastical, futuristic Spock life, but after the events of last episode, he's more in touch and has come to terms with his feelings towards her. That leaves him vulnerable though, thus feeling threatened by someone he never even gave a second thought to. It's funny, Mickey and the Doctor have swapped places in a way. Mickey used to be intimidated by the Doctor, but now it's the opposite way round. Love makes fools of us all. But stinky old Margaret in the corner is still yammering on, so there's not enough time to wallow. She starts reflecting on the Doctor's nature, assuming he doesn't stick around and face the consequences, always the first to leave. And well, she's kind of right. The Doctor has his own ethics. He will often save the day, but he never stays around to pick up the pieces and really see the effects of what he's done, whether it's good or bad. She's challenging him to sit in the consequences and asks if she can get a last request, dinner with the Doctor. So, Captain Jack gives them wrist straps that will zap her if she moves more than 10 feet away from him. Allegorically, if that's a word. The last time the Slovene were on screen, there were many parallels to the Iraq War. After we interfered with Iraq on false basis, we insurrected Saddam Hussein, but failed to replace him with any meaningful stand-in. Thus, the situation there pretty much only got worse. To bring the Slovene back and then question what the Doctor leaves behind, even though what he does is good, it's a nice parallel. At the dinner, Margaret points out where she was living, and when the Doctor is turned around, slips poison in his drink. The Doctor turns back, and he swaps their drinks around. Then Margaret tries to shoot a poison dart from her finger, but the Doctor catches it. And then she tries to breathe poison gas out of her mouth. He sprays some anti-poison in it. It's silly, it's slapstick. Some people don't like it. Some people think it's one of the funniest scenes of the show. I like it, but I don't think it would fit in many other episodes of Doctor Who. It has to be this more down-to-earth story. Otherwise, defeating the enemy this way would be very disappointing and downplay their threat. But don't worry, we've still got 15 minutes left. Outside, Mickey and Rose are out on their walk, and Rose is telling him all these stories from the TARDIS. It's one of the first mentions in the show of adventures outside the ones we've already seen. She talks about a planet called Woman Wept, because from a distance it looked like a woman lamenting. It gives the viewer a sense that the Doctor and Rose really travel together, and it's not always life-threatening. Sometimes they don't run into danger and just have a good time. It's an element that makes the show and characters feel lived in. Like, between episodes, the gang are out having fun, and we only see the good bits. But Rose goes on to tell another story, and you can see Mickey sort of switch off, as if hearing these stories hurt him in some way. Then he interrupts. I'm going out with Trisha Delaney. Suddenly, it makes sense. He's feeling left behind and wants Rose to know his life didn't stop just because she left. Her life is full of adventure, and because of some building resentment, he finds it a bit too much when he feels like Rose's life is surpassing his own. Rose is surprised, asking to make sure it's the same Trisha she's thinking of, almost as if she doesn't believe it. It doesn't make sense in her head. Rose says, she's a bit big. Cancelled, Rose. You are cancelled! Unfortunately, obviously some things in the show are going to be outdated, and there's no such thing as a perfect show. A lot of trans people have openly spoke up about Cassandra's representation not being particularly great, like this video by Mercurial Rose. And whilst I can see a lot of flaws in Doctor Who that I will discuss when they come up, I don't personally think its sins are beyond redemption or unforgivable. You can watch this beautifully made video by Lady Knight the Brave to hear some of the most eloquent discussions on Doctor Who and art versus the artist. I really love this video. I've watched it like 10 times. Anyway, Mickey says to Rose, you've been away, but in an apologetic tone, like he's trying to justify moving on. But there's an underlying tone of sadness, as if getting over Rose was really hard. Maybe he feels some resentment towards her for that, but still loves her, and that's why he sounds apologetic. But something strange happens. After Mickey's confession, he moves the conversation back to Rose's adventures, as if now that Rose knows he's moved on, they can continue to talk. He wanted them to be on a perceived even footing, no longer feeling like Rose's lapdog. Back at the dinner, Margaret is now trying to garner pity from the Doctor. She describes in graphic detail how the public execution she will receive once she returns to her planet will pan out. She describes it as slow and agonizing. The methods used are to prolong the pain, not to snuff out life. The Doctor defends himself by saying that he doesn't make the law. If Margaret knew the consequences, she shouldn't have broke them. And, well, the Doctor is right, but given the context, is this punishment fitting? I do admit that this would be more effective if Margaret hadn't tried to blow up the entire Earth. I don't really feel that much sympathy for her in that respect, but sometimes this is what sci-fi can be. It's an abstract look at a human concept. How well it performs that deconstruction of the subject matter can hinge entirely on how much I care for an alien character that is the primary engagement of that idea. Laying the groundwork that Margaret felt a level of genuine torment before letting a would-be victim go is enough for me at times to feel bad for her. Isn't that the mission statement of this episode? To encourage conflict with the idea of capital punishment. I think it achieves that. The Doctor being the one facing the brunt of that conflict is great too. Like Margaret said, he always runs away, not looking back. It serves as another narrative device to parallel the Time War. Yeah, I know, you think I'd go an episode without mentioning it. We know the Doctor looks back. That is the primary source of his trauma. Why he was so guarded at the start of this series. Maybe his staunch belief in justice, in this case, is because the Savine's family's plan involved the elimination of entire people, reminding him of the guilt that he feels for that. He could be projecting this onto her. Margaret then begs for asylum in the safety of a far-off family, where she promises she'll change. But the Doctor just thinks she'll start again. Isn't that the point of punishment? An effort to rehabilitate and get perpetrators to sit in their guilt and reflect on it. Wouldn't this be going easy? He reminds her that she's talking out of a dead woman's lips. There used to be a real Margaret Blaine. But Margaret still begs for a chance to change. But the Doctor can't trust her. It would be on him if she didn't. Outside, Mickey and Rose's conversation has slowed down. He's on a bench and Rose is looking out to the ocean, facing the opposite way. It's a quick way to show there's suddenly a distance between them. Mickey tries to get things moving on by talking about what hotel they might stay at. And Rose reminds him about Trisha. Like, obviously they can't do that. It all bubbles to the surface though, as Rose turns quickly around. She points out that Mickey doesn't even like Trisha, but Mickey's incensed, furious that Rose is acting like she knows how he feels. This is where the flaws of Mickey's narrative starts to show. If he was with Trisha, why did he come to see Rose? Why would he be asking her to stay the night? Did he want to cheat on Trisha? If so, why did he tell Rose about her? What he's saying here, though, starts to become clearer. Rose has left him behind, and he feels left behind. He hates that she thinks she knows how he's feeling when it's been such a long time for him. In episode 4, a year had unintentionally passed, and presumably it's been months since then. Mickey feels forgotten, but never forgot Rose, looking on every street corner for that blue box. It must be painful for him, having to go the long way round, sitting and stewing in his feelings as she races through his life, not having time to reflect on him. Rose passionately denounces Mickey's narrative, though, saying that she knows him, and knows for certain that Mickey is lying. Rose seems immature here though, right? She cannot accept that Mickey's moved on, even though she has. Because, well, she is immature. She's 19. This is how relationships feel when you're that age. It's like life or death, whether they ask you to the prom or to get chips together. But Mickey doesn't deny it. He goes straight through.
At least I know where she is.
This is what it's always been about today. That afternoon tea time, laughing the day away, Mickey felt included, validated. But now, the effect of that has worn off, and he wanted to hurt her the way he feels hurt. He created this narrative because it gave him this sense of security in Rose's presence, but it was all to mask his sense of abandonment. He yells at Rose for leaving him, making him feel like nothing. How can he compare to the doctor. He can't give her what the doctor gives her. It becomes even clearer where his resentment comes from when he continues to yell. It's for himself. He can't move on because he's not over her. He feels stupid because he can't help but come running back when she calls him. His narrative wasn't entirely to make Rose hurt, it was to make himself feel better. He continues in his burst of emotion, wanting to know if Rose will ever come back, or will he be waiting for the rest of his life, because right now, he feels like he would. In episode 1, the show sets up the idea that Mickey doesn't really deserve Rose. He doesn't treat her right. But in the timeline of the show, it's possible that they were dating for close to 3 years, and their relationship kind of ended in an instant when she ran off with the doctor. It would be totally understandable from Mickey's side that he felt no closure. Rather, that he had an open wound as he was accused of killing Rose for an entire year afterwards. It would be hard to move on if your girlfriend left you for an alien, and then your life revolved around proving you didn't kidnap her until she comes back a year later and barely even apologizes. In a perfect world, where everybody is incredibly emotionally mature, Mickey would have moved on. But that makes for boring writing. It's also key to point out that Rose asked him to come here, which would obviously bring back emotions. It's selfish of her. She leads 2 lives, expecting that Mickey will always be there, but only when it's convenient for her. They're both in the wrong. They both made mistakes. In the story, Rose meekly apologizes, realizing how her actions have affected him, not yet able to apologize fully because of guilt. Back at dinner, Margaret and the doctor's conversation takes a turn when, talking about the reporter, Margaret spared. She tells him that she's already changing. She let the reporter go even though she knew she'd be trouble. She couldn't do it this time. And the doctor believes her, but it doesn't make a difference to him. He sees it as nothing new, ordinary in fact. This is how people who do terrible things live with themselves. Because sometimes they spare someone. They take pity. They convince themselves it means something. That they're not truly a monster. But it'll never undo the damage they've caused. But Margaret coldly challenges him. Only a killer would know that. The doctor looks genuinely rattled by this. Margaret makes her incision deep into his nature, discerning from what she can tell is a life where the doctor never looks back because it would be too hard for him, recognizing the pain he leaves behind. Had he not landed in Van Statten's compound, the Dalek never would have escaped and killed. He nearly let the Gelf into this world and he couldn't stop it. Gwyneth had to sacrifice herself. Jabe died for him. He let Cassandra die because of that. You play with so many lives, you might as well be a god. So, Margaret asks once more for mercy, to be the one the god lets live. Damn. Whoa, dude, that's really deep. I mean, does every conversation about the nature of the Doctor have to be this deep? When they do it right and really challenge the morality of the Doctor, you know, it's perfect. He's complex and broken. That leads him to make mistakes. We know he does it for the right reasons, but that doesn't undo them. Sometimes he lacks humanity, and that's why he keeps the company of humans. They teach him to be better. Rose makes him better. The performances in this scene are stand out too. I really can't compliment the actors and direction enough. The extreme close-ups are so uncomfortable. The scene ends, and we're left to wonder what decision the Doctor will now make. Outside, Mickey is asking for reassurance that when everything is over, Rose will come back for him when... Earthquake! The restaurant glass shatters, streetlights surge and burst with sparks. Rose runs away, and Mickey is left watching her leave again. When the Doctor is here, something always happens. It'll always be him for Rose. Never Mickey. The Doctor and Margaret come running out and she asks him to take her handcuffs off. She's not as fast as him. She'll get shocked. But she doesn't run away. She's sticking with him. maybe Margaret has changed. Wait, did I say an earthquake? Uh-oh! TARDIS quake! I don't know. The time rift is opening. A massive power is surging through the TARDIS from the sky. Rose runs back to the time machine where the Doctor and Ragamet?
Great Lord Ragamet!
Where the Doctor and Margaret are now, as huge cracks open up on the Earth below. But triple uh-oh, it was a trap all along! One wrong move and she snaps like a promise. Sound like a pirate. As Margaret grabs Rose's neck in a chokehold. Turns out, Plan B was to use the nuclear power plant as bait for the Doctor, and then she would use the TARDIS as power to open the rift with her skateboard. Tony Hawk would have been really proud. I mean, like, Space Ollie's kickflips around the moon in Skate 3. You don't even need a TARDIS to go in space. You could just fall over something and you just shoot right back up into orbit. The idea's not lost on me. Unrealistic who? Stand back, boys! Surf's up! This is the most camp line I've ever heard. If Margaret's plan works, she'll ride a blast of energy right into space. But something happens. Something that's never happened before. With a massive power surging through the TARDIS, causing it to rip apart. It opens up to reveal its heart, its soul, to Margaret. The Doctor explains, "This ship's alive. You've opened its soul." Contrary to popular belief, this image isn't of Margaret staring into the soul of the TARDIS. She just accidentally opened up Discord in light mode. But Margaret stares into the light, gazing upon its infinite beauty and wisdom. Thank you. A huge flash of light engulfs the TARDIS interior. Nothing can be seen until it fades away and reveals that Margaret she's now an egg. Yeah, so the TARDIS turned Margaret into an egg. I know that sounds like a joke, but the TARDIS did indeed turn Margaret into an egg. The TARDIS is part chicken. Basically, Margaret's wish for a fresh start manifested in the TARDIS granting that because, yeah, as the Doctor said, the TARDIS is alive. It's a character in the show. The Doctor and Jack reverse the polarity, blah, 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 save the day. But not everything is solved. As Rose goes back to see Mickey, but she can't find him. We cut to him watching her from afar, and this time he chooses to leave on his own terms. He's hurt. He thought they could rekindle their relationship, but she ran to the stars yet again. Even when he needed her, maybe it really is time to let go, realize our own value. If this'll just keep happening again and again, then it's best to move on. If you love something, let it go. Yes. Rose ran to the TARDIS to save the day. Sorry, that really... Those Desperate Housewives. Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
It was the right thing to do, but that doesn't stop the natural feeling of abandonment Mickey's experiencing. So, Rose returns to the TARDIS, lamenting that Mickey deserves better and that she wishes she had a second chance, just like Margaret. But like, girl, Captain Jack is right there, man. Like, have your first chance. 7 out of 10. Boomtown, upon broadcast in the UK, was mocked by 7.68 million viewers. This episode is much maligned, especially at a time, called boring, silly, and like a soap opera. But what's with a soap opera slander? Wait, what the... Desperate Housewives is literally one of the best shows ever. I just got Desperate Housewives on my mind, I wrote that like months ago. I care about these characters by this point. So yeah, I will just sit here and listen to them talk about their feelings for 20 minutes. Even the abstract discussions on the death penalty are good. It's uncomfortable to watch at times. The ending is weirdly beautiful for how undeniably silly and camp it is. But this is something only sci-fi like this can do. I think sometimes you'd be a moron not to go this far. Not to turn someone into an egg after asking for a second chance. Margaret turning on them and revealing it was all an act, and that she planned this all along, never straying from the wrong path, just before getting a second chance, is even more symbolic commentary. We give these people who have done horrible thing. Second chance at life, even though they may not deserve it. But what's the alternative? Play with so many people's lives that we might as well be a god? Somebody called Plato, Aristotle, this is a philosopher. This was good. The only real complaint I have for this episode is that because the ending is a Deus Ex Machina, the Doctor never actually has to make a decision on what to do with Margaret. The ending bypassed what would have been an interesting dilemma to see the Doctor navigate. Honestly, I don't mind. The conversation at dinner was good enough to leave me thinking about everything, and, Margaret turns into an egg. I mean, that's just good TV. Annette Badland was asked to return for this episode after her fantastic performance in Aliens of London and World War III, after another script fell through. She was double booked with another show at the time, so she was rather sleep deprived for the filming, but you wouldn't be able to tell because she did, amazingly, once again. Love you, Annette. You ever stretch so hard it feels like an exorcism? What's up, everybody? It's Doctor Who fan 91 here. 91 here. 91 here. What's up, everybody? Wait. Did you say Bad Wolf? This is the two-part finale of Series 1, and a lot is riding on this. The finale can either tie everything together in a suspense-filled thriller or fall flat on its face and not really deliver anything for people to remember. Something that will stick in their minds and leave them wanting more from the show, perhaps Series 2. So, that's exactly the mission statement. Finish strong and knit everything together in a nice little bow. Every theme, every character arc, and waste no time getting silly with it. Uh-oh! The Doctor has found himself in the Big Brother house, the reality TV show where people compete for popularity, getting eliminated each week until only one remains in order to win fame, money, and the hearts of millions. I'm not kidding. This isn't a joke. This isn't fan fiction. I didn't write this. The house is voiced overed by Davina Droid, played by Davina McCall, the actual host of Big Brother at the time. The Doctor stumbles out of the elevator, disorientated, and is met by a girl welcoming him in. The Doctor was transmattered here, and that's why he feels so weird. On top of that, it's eviction day! I got a text! But, look at this. This is camp at its finest! You might be wondering, Rose? Where's Rose? Don't worry. She's been transmatted to The Weakest Link. If you don't know, The Weakest Link is an iconic game show originally from the UK, famously hosted by the fast, witty, and quite ruthless Anne Robinson. Contestants get asked questions and are eliminated one by one, the winner getting a prize. But it's far more iconic because of the host rather than the game. Anne Robinson was basically a walking, talking Glee Sue Sylvester one-liner machine. Whilst today, a lot of the things she said are definitely considered problematic, not unlike Sue Sylvester. Tons of people went on the show hoping to get roasted by her. It was like a badge of honor. There, Rose is met by a fellow contestant who tells her to obey the android. Get it? Anne Droid, actually voiced by Anne Robinson. Yeah, Russell really took advantage of the BBC's IP. Captain Jack is also teleported, but over to a makeover show, which is a parody of What Not to Wear. In the show, a participant would be chosen by friends and family calling in and telling them that someone is in desperate need of a makeover. That person's wardrobe would then be ridiculed and mocked by the hosts, and then the participant, who was really a hostage at this point, would be given a makeover and sometimes a haircut. Though the real objective of the show is to kill personal style, and because it was from the 2000s, fat shame women relentlessly. Don't get me wrong, there are some really heartwarming personal moments where people are sharing their confidence issues and trouble finding love, but the overall tone of the show, looking back, is rather degrading. I don't blame Russell for including this in his finale though. This was the norm. It was a type of stuff that was killing it on TV in the 2000s, but It is a shame it's included here and something I won't defend. So, Jack wakes up to see 2 robots towering over him, and they tell him he's getting a makeover. The 2 robots are the hosts, Trin E and Susanna, a play on the real-life hosts' names, Trini Woodall and Susanna Constantine, and again, actually voiced by them. And can I just say, I'm obsessed with the fact that they gave these robots have boobies. Like, why did they do that? Someone designed these 2... Damn it, Rob! I want the robots with boobies on my desk by 9 o'clock Monday! Jack is told to stand up, and a laser defabricates him. Ladies, your viewing figures just went up. The different games each person is put into do somewhat reflect on their character, however shallow it might be. The Doctor is in Big Brother, a show where, to a point, people are rewarded for game playing and hiding their bad qualities to win. The Doctor is rough around the edges and can fail to be personable, often coming off as rude and revealing an arrogance underneath. Rose is in The Weakest Link, which is a battle of the smarts. And while she is emotionally intelligent in regards to empathy, it does play up to jokes about her being blonde and therefore dumb. I resent that. God knows why. Captain Jack is in What Not to Wear, which features romance and appearance as its 2 major factors. This is more played up for laughs than anything, but does highlight his confidence, as uncharacteristically for a participant of the show, he doesn't need help with that. It's in the juxtaposition of the 2 games the Doctor and Rose are in that presents a pretty surface level analysis of their characters in absence of each other, but still interesting. Rose could not win The Weakest Link without the Doctor's knowledge, highlighting her vulnerability in alien environments. But the Doctor could not win Big Brother without Rose supplementing and helping him with his less desirable traits. Together, they would do well, but apart, they fail. Over in the Big Brother house, the Doctor meets sweet Linda with a Y, who wonders if people like her on the outside. Obviously, the Doctor doesn't really seem like the type of guy to watch Big Brother, so he lies and tells her everyone thinks she's sweet. And honestly, she is. We like Winda with a Y. The Doctor realizes he's trapped in here and knows something is up, and that's when he remembers they were on the TARDIS, celebrating another narrow escape when a powerful light drew them in. The transmat beam that took him had to be 15 million times more powerful than the TARDIS to get inside, which means someone wants him here. So he addresses the camera, knowing they're listening. I'm going to find my friends, and then I'm going to find you. The music swells up, and it's such a cool moment. You feel like the Doctor is going to go sicko mode because they messed with his friends. We see who's listening. Wait, I recognise that broadcasting method. It's from Doctor Who Series 1, Episode 7, The Long Game. But the broadcaster, it's not a frozen zombie. It's just some guy. It's just some dude. It's just a guy. Now the guy is talking to Elaine from Tracy Beaker, who's controlling the Weakest Link. What the frick is going on? Android starts asking questions, and it's not important what they are. One of the answers, though, is Torchwood. Wait, that's an anagram for Doctor Who! Yippee! And also the production code name for the first few episodes they filmed of the show, in order to keep some secrecy. Rose is just having a whale of a time, whilst the other contestants seem a little on edge for some reason. She gets an easy first question, and then just laughs at the second, mostly because it was about an alien thing. You know, she has no idea about that, and had no hope to get it right. We see Elaine from Tracy Beaker watching, wondering why on earth she's laughing. Sinister music swells up as she does, like her laughter is deeply concerning in this case. Oh my god. I think she knows. Knows what, Elaine? Put a pin in this, because I don't think Elaine knows anything. I don't think there's anything to know. It's more just foreboding, so when the twist happens, it's surprising. And they hope you forget this line. Or is it a mistake by the subtitle guy? Yes. She actually says, oh my god, I don't think she knows. And some people ask about this in forums because they look at the subtitles and it kind of morphs what they hear and take in. If you listen to it without subtitles, you would clearly hear the don't, but it's just quiet and slurred over enough that the subtitles trick you. It's kind of like in ghost shows where they're recording and then something sounds like this. They listen back and they're like, that just said you like poo. Do you like poo? What the hell? When actually the ghost was obviously saying, who are you? You don't speak ghost? Idiot. But yeah, subtitle guy, you're a gem, but you fricked up big time, buddy, and you will face my wrath. Just kidding, subtitling is woefully underpaid, so I excuse any mistake. Anyway, the guy says that on Big Brother, he's got a housemate that appeared out of nowhere. The games seem to be running themselves. Meanwhile, Captain Jack is getting his makeover, and not Trin E, but Susanna slaps his butt. Now, Jack, what would Jack E do? Sue for compensation. But then Jack does this. Yeah, they really wanted to see what they could get away with on a family show, huh? The robots want to do plastic surgery, but Susanna wants to do something more cutting edge. So, Trin E pulls a chainsaw out of her arm. Over on The Weakest Link, Android is doing her interview segment where she asks the contestants about themselves, and she asks what Rose does. Rose says she travels, and Android says that that's just another way of saying unemployed. Damn. Rose, get a job. Rose then votes another contestant out. It seems like nothing at first, but then she starts begging for another chance. Not in a jovial way, no, but seriously like she's in danger. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. And, yeah, goodbye forever laser style. If these people lose, they die. This was the original Hunger Games and Squid Game. They stole the idea. Call it out. Rose calls all the contestants sick for playing the game and is almost about to storm off before some poor guy also tries to run off. But Android weakens his link with staying alive. It's win or get game overed. Despite the silliness, this situation is genuinely tense, as we've never seen Rose completely separated from the Doctor, apart from in Father's Day. Even then, she had a dad. Now she has no one, and not even her characteristic empathy can help solve the issue. We can only hope the knowledge she's gathered from travelling is going to be enough, as you worry for her safety. Over at the Big Brother house, a girl is evicted and everybody is saying their goodbyes as the Doctor rolls his eyes. I'm a poet and I didn't know it. Not caring about the drama, knowing she'll get famous on the outside. But she gets sent to the elevator to leave, where she gets eviscerated by a laser. She's been evicted from life. Uh-oh. Stinky. Aliens, the Doctor is now on your case. The extreme nature of these games are to parallel and comment on, well, exactly that, mirroring real life, just not to the same extent. Game and reality shows have gotten more and more grueling for its contestants, and that's bad. You know, there's not much else to say. It's voyeuristic and often cruel. Just look at Beast Games. In the broadcast room, Elaine from Tracy Beaker is talking to her co-worker about the mysterious goings-on. He says that there's always been rumours of something happening, hidden from everybody, a secret of the controller. Who's that, you may ask? Just this girl who controls the station and is hooked up to a billion wires who's gone cuckoo crazy pops. This is reportedly an inside joke of the BBC that the actual controller is a robot who only talked about programming under the stress of such a job. Over on Big Brother, the Doctor wants answers. He learns that everybody gets chosen for these shows with no choice on the matter. And on some of the games, all the winner gets is their life. He also learns that damaging property gets you evicted, and angry that his friends are in danger, especially Rose. He immediately sonic screwdrivers one of the cameras to break it. It comes off as especially brave, since whoever transported him here has immense power, but this is the lengths he'll go for Rose. The Susanna and Trin E droids are still giving Jack his makeover when they say it's time for the face-off. Like a competition. No, they literally mean they want to take his face off. They want to give Jack a dog's head. So he pulls out a laser blaster to blast them. You might notice here he's got no clothes on. So where was he hiding the blaster? It was in his butt. This is Doctor Who. You are watching a recap and review of it, and you are a human on Earth. Just in case that took you out. It's kind of crazy they managed to squeeze that in to a family show. Like, imagine being the one reviewing this as you stare at Russell from across the table. You don't understand it was necessary. He needs to pull it out of his butt. The fact that Jack had the gun all that time insinuates that he could have left whenever he wanted, but he was enjoying his vanity being indulged so much that he forgot about the safety of his friends. Over on The Weakest Link, it's coming down to the wire, as another contestant is disintegrated. It's only Rose and a couple others. One dude, his name is Roderick, is saving Rose for last because he thinks she's dumb. While she time travels, what do you do, Roderick? He tells her that he's going to earn his prize from the Bad Wolf Corporation. And Rose is like, babes, that's the name of the episode. We get a flashback of every mention of it as creepy music plays, and Rose realizes if she's here because of the Bad Wolf, then it's no mistake. Bad Wolf is shrouded in mystery, just 2 words following them across time and space, and they don't know why. The only link is them. Over at the Big Brother house, the Doctor gets evicted for damaging property, but when he stands under the disintegrator beam, smiling like some madman, like, yes, officer, this is the man from my nightmares, nothing happens. Because whoever got the Doctor here got him here for a bigger reason. Why use all that power if it's just to see how well he would do in a reality show? The guy in the broadcast room controlling the house can't stop it though. It's all on automatic. Whatever's going on, the power is way beyond him. The Doctor sonics the door to the outside open and tries to convince Linda to come with him. He says something really interesting here that I don't see a lot of people talking about. Linda, you're sweet. From what I've seen of your world, do you think anybody votes for sweet? We'll come back to this. She finally takes his hand and they leave the house. They leave this guy behind though, which I think is so funny. The house is practically empty at this point, and that's definitely on purpose. If the Doctor had to save 10 people from it, then the cast of this episode would be so overstuffed and bloated that you wouldn't care about any of them. For all intensive purposes, the random guy could have run out with them, but didn't. But something happens when they leave and come out to see a giant, expansive room. Hold on. I've been here before. This is Satellite 5. This is the satellite that Girl Boss and Suki were from. Remember the Among Us episode? Series 1 of episode 7 of Doctor Who The Long Game? Yeah, I need Satellite 5 like I need a hole in the head. In passing conversation, the Doctor says he doesn't watch the shows from Satellite 5 because he doesn't pay for the license. And sweet Linda with a Y says that you get executed for that. This is a running joke in the UK because if you have live TV, you need to pay for the license, you know? Like the one I mentioned hours ago now. You knew it would come full circle. I planned this from the beginning. This license is so the BBC is actually ad-free and fully available for anyone to watch on TV or an iPlayer, which is great because my favourite show will always be ad-free for me. The joke though is that the people wanting money for your TV license can be incredibly pushy. They're actually not so lovingly called License Goons. That name was before goon meant something else. I just love the BBC joking about this. Anyway, the Doctor and Linda are getting to know each other and they're really getting on. Linda is very endearing and wants to travel with the Doctor if they get out, and the Doctor seems really happy about this. Yay, a new companion! Wait, no, don't, no. Take it back. Linda turns on the big light in the room during the conversation to reveal to the Doctor Satellite 5 is now owned by Bad Wolf. In the transmission room, Elaine from Tracy Beaker and Davies, the male broadcaster, are trying to alert the controller to the Doctor, Captain Jack, Rose, and Linda's troublemaking. They want to go to Archive 6 to figure out how this all happened. So Davies talks to the controller. He tells her they have a security problem. The controller simply tells him to continue working in a frantic and rushed voice, like she's filled with anxiety. He emphasizes that people have gotten out of the games, but again, continue working. He tries to tell her that they can't. Something's wrong. Contestants have gone out. And we hear something familiar. They are no one. Is that an epic reference to the smash hit episode 7 of series 1 of Doctor Who The Long Game? I love that episode. Elaine tries to get into Archive 6, but the controller stops her, jolting up as if it causes her literal pain. Archive 6 is out of bounds. At the end of the scene, the controller ominously mentions a solar flare coming soon. Honestly, the tension upstairs is very minor because you don't really know what's happening yet. It's all just contextualized from what the Doctor continually finds out, mirroring the journalistic themes of the last episode set on board Satellite 5. And I think that's great. But it's also in complete contrast to The Long Game, where you immediately see the villain and understand that they're evil, and by a similar point in that episode could completely figure out what's happening, instead of experiencing that through the characters that we know. Back with Jack, and he's fashioned himself a gun from the droid's blasters and is now off to find the Doctor with a device built to track people. Whilst Jack tries to find them, they've gone to a viewing deck. The Doctor sees that Earth is covered in smog. After all these years, even after he fixed things on Satellite 5 when he got rid of the Jagrafess, everything has gone wrong again. But it shouldn't be this way. It should be the fourth great and bountiful human empire. But it's not. 100 years ago, the Doctor came and left, not looking back like Margaret said he does. And he should have. He stopped the insidious news broadcasts, but left nothing in its place. Without the existing infrastructure, everything went wrong all over again. Mass media just morphed into its new place. Entertainment filling the place that the news had occupied. The Doctor caused this to happen. With his grief from the Time War not allowing him to look back, he left devastation in his wake. You know, episode 12, I'm questioning doing the voices, but I should have, that's really we're here now. Rose is in danger because of him. This highlights in full force some of the things that Margaret was saying last episode. The way the Doctor often ends up fixing things is just to remove the negative element in however much of a destructive method necessary. However, just removing the negative power does not necessarily fix things. Rather, it can leave a hole to be filled if infrastructure isn't rebuilt to stop it from happening again. Examples of this can be found easily in real life, like the removal of a dictator. Without providing sufficient aid to the country to rebuild and restructure, a worse situation can often manifest. But luckily, Captain Jack is here, and with his device, they can find Rose and save her. However, something is blocking it. Satellite 5 is transmitting way more than meets the eye. Could it have anything to do with Archive 6? Over at the weakest link, it's the final round. Roderick versus Rose. She's being asked questions she has no idea the answer to. This reminds me of a question at the end of my official GCSE history exam, where the final 32-mark question was on something we had never learned about, even once. I filled 2 pages about some made-up war and how it all went wrong. I was literally writing history fan fiction. I failed history. Also, the answer to one of the weakest link questions is Sheffield! Shout out Berry's Pork Sandwich Shop.
The oldest inhabitant of the Isop Galaxy is the face of what?
Bo! The face of Bo! Which is correct! Maybe Rose has learned enough with the Doctor to integrate into alien situations. But just as Rose starts slay girlbossing the weakest link, the Doctor locates her on the ship, which is like, you think she needs you here? Rose knows everything, actually. Then she gets a question wrong. It's like, okay, maybe hurry up, Doctor. Hurry up. Get a move on. Then she loses the whole thing. Ruggy. Without the Doctor, Rose is but a tourist to these far-off times and easily in harm's way. Bye-bye, Rose. You've been very good, but you are the weakest link. Say goodbye to your life. She had a good run in the show, and at the end of this episode, I'm going to be reviewing her role in the series as a whole because I really think she was vital. Just kidding! The Doctor's here! Rose runs to him. Everything's going to be alright. We can put this all behind us and fix things. Get Satellite 5 and the human race back on track. Healing the Doctor's trauma in the process as he looks back and realizes that he doesn't need to run away. The past can be hard to deal with, but ignoring it is never the answer. Resolving the issues of the past and facing hard truths, but allowing himself forgiveness is the solution to overcoming what he did and regaining faith in himself that he is the Doctor by nature and title. But as Rose runs to him, all hope is lost. The android shoots Rose and vaporizes her. It feels destined that with this blow, instead of moving on from it, the Doctor will become defined by his past. He will never let this go. Rose and the trauma from the Time War will sanction self-righteous vindication and violence from within him. The music here is phenomenal as Jack screams and threatens everybody. You killed her! Your stupid freaking game show killed her! It's one of my favorite moments of the entire show. The raw emotion in everybody's performance is astounding. Jack's furious at the injustice of a young life lost, while the Doctor drops to his knees in agony, despondent, 1,000 miles away because it's all his fault. You couldn't be blamed if you cried here. Rose was 19. She was empathetic and kind. She never took the easy path and always put the Doctor on the right one. He was selfish to take her out of her life and throw her into this one. He knew it was dangerous. Mickey even pointed it out in World War III. How could the Doctor admit that his life is dangerous, yet take Rose with him. But you've seen it. They make each other's lives so much better. In Dalek, she said she wouldn't have missed it for the world and did not blame himself. Here, though, who else is there? The Doctor, Jack, and Linda are taken away and imprisoned, and the Doctor seems like he's completely given up. His emotional anchor has been lost. He's falling back onto old habits of rumination. They are all to be executed. After briefing them on their punishment, the guard goes to close the door, and after it really feeling like the end, the Doctor turns to Captain Jack. Let's do it. Jesus Christ, you just dropkicked that guy! As quickly as it seemed it was over, our heroes are back with a vengeance, and for once it really seems like the Doctor will embrace his destructive impulses with one name, one reason in mind. Alarms are going off in the broadcasting room as a real sense of impending doom leers closer. The Doctor has a Gatling in the elevator going up to the broadcasting room. He's about to go, no Russian, and here we can see something clear as day. There was a big sentiment on the part of Russel T Davies that in reviving Doctor Who, they had to instill the sense that the Doctor wasn't a know-it-all upper-class rogue from the establishment. He was cool and edgy, a rogue to the establishment. I think moments like this really embody the energy of the Ninth Doctor. He was a badass. They arrive at the broadcasting room as the gang runs out. Okay, move away from the desk. Nobody try anything clever. Given that they just lost Rose, you really believe that the guns they're holding are to be used. The Doctor runs to the controller, holding his gun to her. The Doctor demands to know who's in charge. Who killed Rose Tyler? But Davies tells him that she can't answer, and he turns around, Gatling in hand. Don't shoot! Oh, don't be so thick, like I was ever gonna shoot. And he throws the gun to Davies. No matter what, the Doctor won't resort to base level instincts, especially with all the growth he's had over the series, reconnecting with his stunted empathy. In Dalek, 6 episodes ago now, Rose was the only one who could get him to stand down and process his rage, but now he's doing it on his own. Rose has really imprinted on him. It's a nice subversion of expectations, especially in male heroes who are always seen in revenge plots where their endless violence is seen as justified. Hey, I still love John Wick though. If anybody hurt my cat Vinny, I would dedicate my life to their destruction. I am the one who knocks. The Doctor demands to know more about the satellite, but I've got your gun. Okay, so shoot me. Why can't she answer? I know it's a quick moment, but it stands out to me as a definitive one. The wit and quick confidence in the face of danger, throwing away his gun because he can trust his words. Turns out the controller was installed into the system at only 5 years old, and everything about Satellite 5 goes through her. So much so, she can only recognize members of staff and won't be able to talk to the Doctor. The spoken word, his greatest weapon, is pointless here, and so is violence. Thematically, that really means something in the series. For once, the destructive, maladaptive tendencies of the Doctor will be of no use, whereas he started the series having recently destroyed his own planet. But neither will his wit or words yield any use. It'll have to be an outside force. Maybe Captain Jack or Rose? At the start of the series, he didn't know what he looked like because he was alone. Presumably, someone would have mentioned it if he had anybody close to him. In the novelization of The Day of the Doctor, Stephen Moffat explains this by saying that he had smashed all the mirrors in the TARDIS because he couldn't bear to look at himself after what he did. But now, the Doctor seemingly must look outwards to save the day. It's the power of friendship! Davies tells the Doctor that despite everything going through the controller, encrypted signals and secret messages seem to be coming and going still. Meanwhile, Captain Jack is looking around and he opens the door to Archive 6 with no trouble, rather different than before, almost like he was let in. And hello, big blue box! The controller was hiding it. It's confusing. She seems to have brought them into the games into danger, but she's also helping them. Once in the TARDIS, Jack notices a pair of Rose's jeans folded over the banister. It's a small moment of reflection. In media, this subtle grief feels more realistic. It's not all crying, but tiny moments of remembrance. It's also often more impactful to see someone hold in tears than it is to see them bawl their eyes out. But when Jack gets to the TARDIS console, he sees something interesting. Dun dun dun! There's a solar flare, just like the controller said. All servers are out. Doctor. The controller is calling out. Somehow the solar flare is allowing her to talk beyond her programming. Creepy music starts playing as it sinks in. She couldn't recognize him before. She couldn't address anybody other than employees. I grace you with my dramatic reading. I can't see. Blind. So blind all my life. All I can see is numbers, but I saw you. Solar flares hiding me. They can't hear me. My masters listen, but they can't hear me now. The sun is so bright. The doctor asks who her masters are. They wired my head. The name is forbidden. They control my thoughts. My masters. I had to be careful. They monitor transmission, but they don't watch the programs. I could hide you in the games. I knew that you would find me. The doctor furiously states that Rose died inside the games, but the controller shows little care. They've been hiding my masters, hiding in the dark space, watching and shaping the earth so many years. Always been there, guiding humanity hundreds and hundreds of years. The doctor demands to know who her masters are. They wait and plan and grow in numbers. They're so strong now, they're so strong, my masters. The doctor asks again, but speak of you. My masters fear the doctor. The doctor yells out, insisting she tell him who they are. But buzzing and zaps and groans of electricity surge. The solar flare is over. The controller isn't exacting some evil plan. In a twisted way, she's helping them, guiding them to stop the true force behind Satellite 5. Maybe this wasn't all the doctor's fault. And that's when Jack comes running out of Archive 6, declaring he discovered something big. It's not who's behind everything, but he's equally excited. He asks Linda to stand in the transmat. Zap! She's been eviscerated. But it's not that simple. Zap! She's on the other side of the room. She was teleported, but not killed by the transmat. That means Rose isn't gone. Rose is alive! So yeah, I might have lied, tricked and deceived you, but if you remember hours ago I said I loved spreading misinformation on the internet. Did that joke survive the 5th edit though? I don't know. We cut to see Rose freshly teleported, but teleported where? No, it can't be. Rose is looking at something off screen. I saw you die! It's a returning villain. But who? Margaret from the future? Did she hatch? Over in the broadcasting room with the next solar flare in 2 years. It seems hopeless to find out the truth when suddenly, coordinates 5.6.1, the controller cries out as if it hurts. She's going against her nature, the programming deep within her. The controller screams painfully as she gets teleported out, punished for her disobedience. We follow her there. Oh, my masters. As slow, electronic wheels come forward and a rustic bronze reflects in the metal behind. She decrees, "You can kill me, for I've brought your destruction." We thought the doctor came to floor 500 for revenge, but he found someone with much greater intent. Here, it is only the outward actions of someone else that helps the doctor, but with the controller now gone, Rose, Jack, and Linda are the only other ones in the story significant enough to help. Who will it be? Captain Jack, with help from Davies, has gotten up a map of all of the transmissions, but the Doctor notices an encrypted signal going to the edge of the solar system, hiding whatever is receiving it. Whatever it is, it's sitting on top of Earth, hiding from plain view. The Doctor cancels the signal to reveal what's hiding beneath it. A ginormous battleship. In fact, hundreds of them. The Doctor says it's impossible. He saw them die once. Rose saw it the second time. 200 ships. 500,000 Daleks. The Time War has a second coming. All the healing we've seen the Doctor go through could be ripped away in an instant. We saw what one Dalek surviving did to him. He broke down. Only Rose bringing him back up. But she's not here to hold his hand. To stop the Daleks, he would have to do it all over again. Transmissions open up from the signal, and the Doctor will now talk with the Daleks after being so sure he saw the last one choose death. After understanding his agony. Again, enjoy my dramatic reading.
I will talk to the Doctor.
Oh, will you? That's nice. Hello.
The Dalek stratagem nears completion. The fleet is almost ready. You will not intervene.
Oh, really? Why's that then?
We have your associate. You will obey or she will be exterminated.
No. Music flares and everybody looks to the Doctor in bewilderment. Armies of spiteful soldiers in front of him, threatening destruction beyond belief. He can't simply refuse.
Explain yourself.
I said no. The Dalek's voice blares.
What is the meaning of this negative?
It means no.
But she will be destroyed?
No. Because this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna rescue her. I'm gonna save Rose Tyler from the middle of the Dalek fleet. And then I'm gonna save the Earth. And then just to finish off, I'm gonna wipe every last stinking Dalek out of the sky!
But you have no weapons, no defenses, no plan.
Yeah. And doesn't that scare you to death? Rose? Yes, Doctor? I'm coming to get you. And with that, the Doctor cuts the transmission in utter defiance. This time, he's not playing their game. He refuses to let them have power over him. He's grown stronger and more resilient since their last meeting. They no longer have the power to manipulate his emotions and actions and force him into a decision we can't imagine him ever doing. Let alone again. The Daleks panic, initiating the final stratagem, the invasion of Earth, as they chant their universally feared mantra.
Exterminate!
Bad Wolf, upon broadcast in the UK, had 6.81 million viewers at the edge of their seat. I will rate this 2-part episode at its conclusion, capping the end of an incredibly well-crafted first-part finale with camp game shows and reality TV ramped up to the max. Everything about this is Doctor Who at its silliest, yet still so captivating. It's thanks to all the performances, the camera work, effects, and music to create an incredible mix of action and adventure that ties together well with the whole series, but also the last episode. Margaret spoke of the consequences of the Doctor's actions, and now here he is, faced with them, and it's all his fault. Rose could have died because he failed to replace a bad system with, well, anything. It's pure luck that Rose is alive because he was powerless to stop any of it. Russel T Davies does an amazing job building anticipation for answers, especially when there's a big reveal. Are the Daleks the Bad Wolf? Santa baby, don't hurry down the chimney to... We've come to the series finale. With perfect use of Daleks, especially for this series and the arc of the Time War. I've truly loved talking about this show with you guys. I really appreciate you sticking around for this long, and if you have, please don't forget to subscribe and like the video because there will be more of exactly this. So, with Rose trapped on a ship with thousands upon thousands of Daleks, how will the Doctor save her? What will the Doctor do in the face of his trauma and such destruction? The Daleks are hovering over Earth, ready to invade, and once again, the Doctor is faced with a decision he's had once before in the Time War. Is it us or them? Nobody or everybody? Will he play God? We've seen his hard exterior soften over the series as Rose helps him reconnect with his humanity and heal part of him. But what kind of man is he now? What would this new man do when faced with the same old decision once again? We start on the Dalek ship.
You know the Doctor? You will predict his actions?
I don't know. Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you.
Predict! Predict! predict?
I love this interaction. It's so matter of fact. The Daleks waste no time on social niceties. I think the Daleks would probably be horrible tippers, and I think they would make a mess too, but you try eating with a suction cup for a hand. The Daleks detect the TARDIS in flight towards them, so they launch missiles straight at it. How will the TARDIS survive? The extrapolator! Margaret's cosmic surfboard is back. It's being used as a force field generator. This is the best character. Bring back the extrapolator. Yes, so Russel T Davies, when are you going to bring back the extrapolator, please? Though, listen, if a rocket could destroy the TARDIS, I think a villain would have done that by now. Hell, I think a bored child with a big stick would have poked a few holes in it at least. And don't you find it funny that children just walk around and collect sticks? Getting more congratulated the more bigger the sticks are. But when I do it, it's somehow infantile, no matter how big the stick is. And for my next trick... I swear to God, I can do a better TARDIS impression. Let me just listen to it for a second. I can't do it. But what's not silly is that the Doctor teleports around Rose, which I think is a very underutilized thing the TARDIS can do. I love it. It just makes sense that the TARDIS can do that. Instead of teleporting right next to them and then having to open the door, it's like an automatic escalator. You step on it and boom, you're in a different place now. Tesco has that. Why not the TARDIS? Now, is this overpowered? Yes. You could literally save anybody from anything, any situation by doing this, but, you know, whatever. I know the first time you play the Pokemon game, you just leveled up your starter to 100 and roll the whole game. We're all guilty of doing things the easy way. It's good, though, that this is used sparingly, and often attempts are made to separate the Doctor from the TARDIS. In fact, using the TARDIS is so rarely the resolution to problems. But, uh-oh, now a Dalek is in the TARDIS because it was right next to Rose, but Captain Jack shoots it. We're in the US of A, baby. God bless America. Oh, say, can you see? The Doctor and Rose are reunited. They hug, and little 5-year-old me watching rejoices. Against the Daleks, this time, Rose and the Doctor won't be separated, and she can keep his emotions at bay. Captain Jack and Rose hug too. We're all one big happy family. It's a warm moment in otherwise dire circumstances, mirroring the Doctor dances. But here, trouble isn't over, and Rose definitely can't warm the heart of 500,000 Daleks to save the day. This isn't Disney. Wait a minute. Unfortunately, Jack used all his gun's power to blast the Dalek to smithereens. That's such a good word, by the way, smithereens. We should use it more. And that makes sense. Daleks are notoriously hard to destroy, so I like the answer here. It's not an anti-Dalek gun. To beat the Daleks, a smarter answer will always have to be found, which ups the stakes of every episode, including them. Outside, in the Dalek ship, a loud booming, chilling robotic voice bellows out, "Patience, my brethren," as a sinking feeling sets in that everything is about to get much worse. In the TARDIS, the reality of the situation is really setting in as they stare face to face with the Dalek they just destroyed. Rose thought they were extinct. She saw the last one die. Captain Jack says that they were the greatest threat in the universe, which really means something coming from him. So self-sufficient and capable. But one day, the Daleks just vanished. Symbolically, that's placing the Doctor above Jack here, by denoting that Jack couldn't stop the Daleks, but the Doctor did. Insinuates that Jack won't be the one to save the day. But it's nearly 500,000 Daleks. What can Linda or Rose do? The reason why Jack thought the Daleks vanished was because they went to fight the Time War on with the whole creation at stake. We've seen the ramifications of the Time War with the Autons from episode 1, whose planet was destroyed, and the Gelf who claimed to be so little in number because of it, and the Doctor believed them. He knew the consequences were universe-wide, but we've never heard him outright say it. Everything was at stake. That's why the pressure on him to end it was so great, that a man who so clearly cares about doing the right thing strayed so far from his morals to end it. The Doctor has clearly grappled with this over the series. We talk about the Time War so much. It weighs so heavily over his character. And here, he says that he almost thought it was worth it, destroying the Daleks and his own kind in one fell swoop. But it hits like a dagger to the back to find out the Time Lords all died, his family alike, for nothing. The Doctor has hardly talked about the Time War, only reacting to situations in a way that is informed by that experience. But now he's outright having a dialogue about it, admitting feelings he has over it. We've seen the Doctor become kinder and more forgiving, the hard exterior being chipped away by Rose, but it's still there. All the world's a stage and he must perform his role as the Doctor. No vulnerability, so he puts on a smile before he goes outside. The Doctor leaves the TARDIS as Rose pleads with him not to. Exterminate! Exterminate! Daleks all around him shoot, but the force field set up by Margaret's surfboard extrapolator is protecting him and everyone else. Is that it? The Doctor is Sigma. Dude, he doesn't even care. The Doctor tells Jack and Rose that they can come out. The force field will hold back anything. Almost anything. Jack, you're a snitch. You're the kid who reminded the teacher about homework. Yes, but I wasn't going to tell them that. Thanks. You got told off. You got told off. The Doctor steps forward to address the Daleks. Do you know what they call me in the ancient legends of the Dalek homeworld? The oncoming storm. That is very edgy, but honestly, it's cool as hell. I would crack a cold one open with the oncoming storm, because the beer tap also knows me by that name. Well, hey, lads. The Doctor, high on the feeling of power he has, being invulnerable to the Daleks right now, gets to revel in it. He's felt so powerless before, and now he wants them to feel the same way. So evokes that fear in them with old tales of his mythos. He wonders if, after losing so many times to him, the Dalek might just have one more emotion than hate, only reserved for the Doctor, and that's fear. Is it wishful thinking, or a maladaptive power fantasy? To cope with trauma, we relive and reframe it, bargaining with it. Is this speech his last point over them, or are the Daleks truly afraid? The Doctor asks how they even survived the Time War.
They survived through me.
Dun dun dun! Dude, it's a big ass Dalek! It's a Dalek, but it's Ice Spice or something. I don't. It's the Dalek Emperor. In the Time War, one Dalek ship remained in the end, the Emperor's, heavily damaged and falling through the time vortex. They eventually materialized here and rebuilt.
We waited here in the dark space, damaged but rebuilding. Centuries passed and we quietly infiltrated the systems of Earth, harvesting the waste of humanity. The prisoners, the refugees, the dispossessed, they all came to us. The bodies were filleted, pulped, sifted. The seed of the human race is perverted. Only one cell in a billion was fit to be nurtured.
This speech is so visceral. It's the talk of the human race as if it were cattle, being selectively breeded, with most being thrown out. It's eugenics. The Daleks were originally made as allegories for the big bads of World War II, and you can see why. Their total lack of humanity makes them represent the worst of us. Filleted, pulped, and sifted are words we use to describe the process of handling meat produce. To fillet means to remove the bones. To pulp means to crush and squash the meat into a shapeless mess. And to sift is to separate the meat through a kind of sieve. It's even more so dehumanizing that the Daleks specifically chose those most vulnerable. They don't see this as it is, a horrific, soul-crushing vetting system, we are simply nothing to them, a means to an end that the vulnerable were powerless to. The Doctor tells it for what it is. The Daleks created an army out of the dead, and Rose, in horror, with a face of pure disgust, agonizes that it makes them half human. The methods of this outcome are perverted, this time not out of just a touch, but slaughter. Rose can't change them here. She could only stumble into helping before, but now there's nothing to do. In killing one of these Daleks, you also kill a human. There's no good outcome. Rose can only go so far to heal the Doctor's trauma. In the face of 500,000 Daleks, it's now up to him to not let it get the better of him. But the notion of a half-human Dalek offends them.
Those words are blasphemy!
And a chorus of Daleks scream out,
Do not blaspheme! Do not blaspheme!
It's a scary thought. The rituals of human beings being co-opted by Daleks as a byproduct of sick eugenics, only picking the most Dalek of mankind. Religion used in the name of war, unashamed. The hatred of others was used to power such destruction. Those others, the human beings that were taken, being blasphemous to said purity, are now motivated not just by hate, but are righteously enacting the words of their image, of their god. But Daleks would never let this happen. To become anything but an image of pure Dalek is against their programming to conquer and destroy. Ironically, with such an aversion to blaspheme pure Dalek hatred, it is in the name of blasphemy the Dalek Emperor will dispel this notion. The truth is sickness to them, but they live it anyway.
Everything human has been purged. I cultivated pure and blessed Dalek.
Since when did the Daleks have a concept of blasphemy?
I reached into the dirt and made new life. I am the god of all Daleks.
Shouts of, "Worship him! Worship him!" fill the giant ship. Now a church. They're insane. If Daleks are anything, they are predictable. They will destroy anything different than them. But Daleks, spawned from human flesh and emotional confliction with delusions of grandeur, it's hard to know what they'll do, what lengths they'll go to. A Dalek is one thing. One thing. But humans have gone to war, sometimes without ever knowing truly why. Hiding in silence for hundreds of years, that's enough to drive anyone mad. But it's worse than that. Driven mad by your own flesh. The stink of humanity. You hate your own existence. And that makes you more deadly than ever. You know, not for lack of subtlety, but you kind of spelled it out there for us, Doctor. I think we got it. But realizing all this, they dip out. Yeah, they're out there, they dip out fast. The Dalek Emperor tries to tell them they may not leave his presence, the will of God being his power. But once inside the TARDIS, the Doctor, grieving, leans against the door as he hangs his head in shame, disgust, dread, and sadness. It was all for nothing. He killed his own people for nothing. And scene. Bravo! 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 This is truly one of the best crafted scenes of the entire show, and there's more to come! Oh, this finale is so good. So well written. Russell, you madman. I mean, you madman! I would never have a voice crack. The Doctor flies the TARDIS back to Satellite 5 and tells Davich and Elaine from Tracy Beaker to turn all transmitters up. Full power. The signals will jam the radio waves or something like that. I don't know. It's technobabble. But it will stop the Daleks transmatting on board. But Davies can't contact Earth to warn them because Earth suspended their broadcasting license because they stopped the programs. That is a fast licensing board. It's been about 5 minutes. Before the Doctor went, though, he told Davies to evacuate everybody, but Linda stayed because she didn't want to leave him. And if looks could kill, Rose has just obliterated Linda. She is jealous. The romantic chemistry is far more explicit, but also more shallow between the Doctor and Linda. It stems from the Doctor dances, when he came to terms with accepting his more romantic side and becoming better at openly expressing it. Characteristically, though, Rose wants to have her cake and eat it too. She can visit Mickey, flirt with Jack, and bring Adam on a date in time and space. But seeing the Doctor flirt with somebody else, that bothers her a lot. It's messy. It further complicates their relationship and confuses fans who aren't exactly sure what their dynamic is. But it's oddly compelling the more they refuse to talk about it. In Aliens in London, Rose said that the Doctor is much more important than a boyfriend. And that made sense at the time as a denial of romance. Instead, it was a deeper connection than that. But what would she say now? It's complicated. Over on floor 0, 100 people are stranded with not enough escape pods on board to evacuate everybody. Roderick, completely ignorant to the world-ending circumstances, is just yapping about getting his prize, while guards try to protect and evacuate everybody. Hashtag not my Roderick. But the Dalek fleet are on their way, as the Dalek Emperor is sending his fleets onto Earth and to converge on Satellite 5. The Doctor is manically scrambling around, and as he pulls vents among us, and sorry, it's like a verbal tick, you know, I just can't help it. Computer bits apart, it looks like he's desperate for an answer that isn't going to come. But then, oh, come on! It's obvious! A great big transmitter, this station! You gotta be kidding! The Doctor is going to create a delta wave transmitter! What is a delta wave, though? Something that fries anything in its path. One problem, it would take 3 days to make, and they only have about 22 minutes. And with just this image, you can tell how screwed they are. Using the extrapolator, Captain Jack has created a force field that now protects floor 500 to floor 495. So they have 5 floors of buffer between them and the Daleks when they come. Climbing 5 floors, as opposed to 500, just makes more sense. So they theorize this will protect the people on floor 0. Jack says that the guards from floor 500 had guns with bastic bullets that can penetrate a Dalek shell. Jack and his gang are going to go barricade the doors, and Linda says a hopeful goodbye to the Doctor, as behind them Rose tries to blow up Linda with her mind. It looks like the Doctor is about to kiss Linda with a Y for a moment. But it's like one of those awkward ones where they both shuffle about and then just go for a handshake, and unfortunately, I have had one of those. You just want the Earth to open up and swallow you whole. Knowing how dire the odds are, Captain Jack walks up to the Doctor. It's been fun, he says, like they both know this is the end, and they're just acknowledging that at least it's together. Rose tells him not to talk like that, but there's a really knowing look in Jack's eye. It's a great bit of acting where he knows the true reality is bleak, but likes that Rose is holding on to hope. It's optimism that shines brightly in situations like this. In a very sincere sequence, Jack looks into Rose's eyes, puts his hand around her face and says, "Rose, you are worth fighting for," and kisses her. It's definitely very cheesy, corny, whatever word you want to use, but it's also, for me, extremely beautiful, and if I'm honest, I love cheesy. Jack then turns to the Doctor. "Wish I'd never met you, Doctor. I was much better off as a coward." And he kisses the Doctor too! "Now this is woke garbage. You're gonna turn the frickin' frogs gay!" And people act like only now has Doctor Who become political. If you can call the very existence of gay people politics. It's a very fitting and earnest way for Jack to say goodbye. He's flirty and a bit sleazy. Jack's a slut, and that's fun. That's why we love him. A kiss makes perfect sense for him and Rose, originally introduced as a potential love interest for her, but it comes as a little surprise when he kisses the Doctor. This is a gay kiss on television in 2005, and the Doctor's first kiss in the revival. Jack's outward display of direct affection contrasts the Doctor's steely exterior that rarely lets much out, but it's his way of saying thank you, and that he totally fancies him. I like how Jack's parting line is, "See you in hell." I'm sure that definitely ruffled conservative feathers after what they just did, but it fits his character too. He's come a long way since scamming people. Now, he's laying his life on the line for what's right. But as a swashbuckling rogue, he knows he's done far too much wrong in his life to get into heaven. But he doesn't care. That's how much he's changed. He could die today and go to hell, but he wants to do the right thing. After his goodbyes, Jack goes down to floor 0 looking for volunteers to fight. And Roderick, #NotMyRoderick, is yapping again, saying Daleks aren't real, but it's like, then how come you have cooties, Roderick? Who gave you them? You been snogging a Dalek? Shout out Angus Fongs and Perfect Snogging. You should watch it, Roderick. Learn to have some fun. The Doctor and Rose, on floor 500, are sharing a few somber moments when the Doctor says that they could just leave, let history take its course. But Rose calls his bluff and tells him that he would never do that. And the Doctor points out that she never asked. Rose sums up the Doctor's feelings about her in this moment in a very tongue-in-cheek way. I'm just too good. And she's not wrong. She's been a perfect companion to him in the literal sense. Always by his side, helping him with everything, giving him a better life. It's for a reason here in this exact moment where they highlight this. They're so close and have such an affection for each other. But sometimes when you love something, you have to let it go.
Interruption! So I neglect to mention this, but it's actually a really important moment. The Doctor goes to check on the Delta Wave and sees, like, you can see on his face something is wrong, and he sinks into himself. He knows that Rose being here, she's in danger. He's obviously not sure that he can rig the Delta Wave up in time, but far flung from episode 1 where the Doctor did not even care that Mickey could have been dead. In fact, he kept forgetting about him, and he was stone cold while saying that Wilson was dead, and clearly incredibly bitter. He decides that in this exact second that he can't put Rose in danger like this. He's got to put her above his own safety. He lost her in Dalek. He lost her last episode. He got so lucky that wasn't forever, and he simply can't do it anymore. I think not only that, he doesn't want Rose to see him do this again. I think Rose is such an empathetic person that if she did see the Doctor do what he originally did to his home planet, she wouldn't travel with him. I don't think she could stomach it. In this decision, the Doctor needs to be alone. But far more than that, he wants Rose to be safe, and he decides that in an instant. This is not the same man from episode 1. The Doctor doesn't even deliberate on it. It's not even a question.
Rose Tyler, you're a genius! She just gave him the best idea to rig this Delta Wave up, and quick! The Doctor runs into the TARDIS. If he and Rose crossed their own timeline, like in Father's Day, they could harness enough energy to form the Delta Wave. He ushers Rose into the TARDIS and tells her to hang on whilst he runs outside to switch something on, but there was never a plan. There was never any way to form the Delta Wave like this. The Doctor holds up his sonic screwdriver to the TARDIS, and it starts to dematerialize, and the groans of time hum out, saying goodbye while Rose is left inside, shouting and demanding to know what he's doing. This is her reward for being too good. She screams for him to let her out, but it's too late. She's hurtling through the time vortex. The Doctor is left without his TARDIS and without Rose. He watched them both go at once. His eyes glaze over as if he's about to cry, but he doesn't. And it hurts. It's ultimately for her safety, though. He's letting her go because he knows the circumstances are dire. And far more dangerous than the sadistic game show ever was. Yet he lost her once to that, and came so close to the same in their last meeting with the Daleks. And that was only one of them. Here, he's showing a selflessness that he couldn't yet upon Mickey's challenges in World War III. He has emotionally matured past the desires of his ego for repair from Rose's hands, and in his actions here, has redeemed himself of his past mistakes pertaining to her safety. When it meant most, he relented and let go of the woman he loves. She should be with Mickey, her mum. A normal life. And it was selfish to take her out of it. On board the TARDIS, Rose turns around to hear something behind her, and a hologram of the Doctor is there. This is Emergency Program 1. Rose, now look. This is important. If this message is activated, that it can only mean one thing. We must be in danger. And I mean fatal. I'm dead, or about to die at any second with no chance of escape. And that's okay. Hope it's a good death. But I promise to look after you, and that's what I'm doing. The TARDIS is taking you home. Rose tries to protest and say she won't let him, and I bet you're fussing and moaning now. Typical. But hold on, and just listen a bit more. The TARDIS can never return for me. Emergency Program 1 means I'm facing an enemy that should never get their hands on this machine. So this is what you should do. Let the TARDIS die. Just let this old box gather dust. No one can open it. No one will even notice it. Let it become a strange little thing standing on a street corner. And over the years, the world will move on and the box will be buried. And if you want to remember me, then you can do one thing. That's all. One thing. And the hologram turns to Rose. Have a good life. Do that for me, Rose. Have a fantastic life. It's one of the most heartbreaking goodbyes of any show I've watched. The Doctor did the noble thing. By all measures, the right thing. It would be selfish to take down Rose with him. That makes it hurt all the more. You want them to stay together because they've enriched each other's lives like nobody else could. But the Doctor says goodbye out of that enriched and deep love. It's beautiful and scary that his choice to leave her is the kindest thing he's done. Otherwise, Rose might become one of the things that Margaret mythologized. Something, someone he daren't look back on. Rose, however, is furious and grief-stricken. As the TARDIS's groans halt, she comes to face the full reality that she's been left behind. That her life as she knew it is over. And that the man she had come to trust with everything in her heart is going to die. Rose tries, painfully so, to make the TARDIS go back, smashing buttons and releasing levers as she cries out, rejecting this reality. It's really over. She runs to the TARDIS doors in denial with what's outside. Maybe I'm still there. Maybe this didn't happen. She has a gaunt expression on her face as she's met with London. A grey flaplock cast across a grey sky on a grey day. The colour has bled out. And in contrast, the amazing things she's seen, there is even less appreciation for her world than she started with. She already made her choice. She chose to go with the Doctor, a rejection of her life in London, a normal life, and she can't take it. So she goes back into the TARDIS, bargaining with it, screaming for it to help her, but nothing works. So, dejected, she walks out. We get a shot of Mickey as he hears the TARDIS around the corner, and he comes running to Rose, like he said he always would. He tries to talk to her, but Rose just breaks down in tears and hugs him. On Satellite 5, Jack tries to talk to Rose with their communication device, but she's not there. Ever trying to keep everything in, the Doctor just tells him to get on with his work, and Jack realises he sent her home. He doesn't protest this, though. knowing it's the right thing to do. So he asks about the progress on the Delta Wave.
Tell him the truth, Doctor.
The Emperor has hijacked the transmission and is communicating with him again. He outlines that the Doctor knows there is no way of refining the wave. It will destroy everything in its path, meaning if he wants to destroy the Daleks, he would have to destroy humanity with it, mirroring the Time War. There is no saving anybody.
You would destroy Daleks and humans together. If I am God, the creator of all things, then what does that make you, Doctor?
It would make him a Dalek. But these are the only Daleks left in existence. Would two wrongs make a right? Would this be justice somehow? If he lets them live as they are, they will cause untold destruction. The only options left for the human race, as the Doctor says, is to die as a human or live as a Dalek. He knows what the decision of using the Delta Wave means, not only for himself, but for every human on Earth. There's a really nice camaraderie between the Doctor and Jack in this scene, and it works fantastically. They met when Jack was a rogue scammer with no honour, and now he's ready to die for him in the name of saving the world. The Doctor asks Jack what he would do, but he can't answer. Who could sanction that? In response, he affirms the Doctor's choice to send Rose home. It's all that matters to him here. You may be thinking, Doctor, you've got the Daleks on the phone. Have a little girl talk about that thing following you around across time and space. Bad Wolf. How the hell did they do that? Maybe the Dalek Emperor will tell you how he did it over some rum and raisin ice cream. So, he asks the Emperor, and he replies,
I did nothing.
The Doctor doesn't believe him, though. There should be no point in lying now. But the Emperor protests.
They're not part of my design. This is the truth of God.
The Doctor looks up to the Bad Wolf logo with the Dalek Emperor on FaceTime below it and wonders what answer could be worse than the Daleks. Who could have done this? Who is luring him here? I'm sorry, but this is such a good mystery. It's not invasive. There are just passing mentions of it. It doesn't take up a lot of time, but oh boy, when you get the answer to this. It's like drugs. In stark contrast, Rose is expectedly, thematically, having chips with Mickey and her mum. Jackie Tyler, the icon. Rose is feeling very sorry for herself. Chips is humanity, by the way. I don't know, should I have to... Rose is stuck on Earth knowing the man who changed her life is up in the stars, far in the future with no way to help. Jackie and Mickey are talking about new takeouts and mundane things as Rose looks out the window like she's in the music video. Jackie tries to get her to eat, but Rose can't stomach it.
200,000 years in the future, he's dying and there's nothing I can do.
But Jackie tries to comfort her by saying that it's far in the future, but it serves to show how disconnected Jackie is from Rose's new life. She doesn't understand that for Rose, it's happening right now. Currently, Rose feels powerless because she found such agency over her life with the Doctor, but now she's just sat here, eating chips. Jackie stops her and tells her to listen, and Rose turns her head round with a look of spite on it. Her mum's just happy he brought her home, where she can protect her. But it's clear Rose now looks down on a normal life. She gets really heated and shouts about what on earth she's meant to do. Just go back to normality, go to bed, go to work, eat chips. It's a nice parallel between the end of the world, where it felt like a relief and pure bliss to go eat chips with the Doctor after their first adventure in the TARDIS. They were surrounded by humanity bustling around them, and it felt like a warm hug at the time. But now we can look back and see that it was only as comforting as it was at that moment because it was with the Doctor, and this feeling has only grown. Rose would be fine with this if only it was with him. Mickey, insulted, quietly points out that it's what they do, Jackie and him. They have a normal life with work, bed, and chips. He's not single-mindedly mad, though, because he let a lot of his feelings for her go when they last met in Cardiff. Rose says that she just can't do it. a normal life. So Mickey, with a wry smile, half dejectedly mocks her.
Why, because you're better than I...
Rose screams out that she didn't mean it like that, but it was a better life. She's not talking about the adventures they had. She means that the Doctor never gives up, never fails to try to do the right thing, and never just let things happen. The Doctor stands up for himself, his values, and never cowers. She's talking about herself here too. She wants to go back and help. It's not right to just let it happen to him, and she would be a coward not to stand up for herself. The way that the Doctor lived showed her how she could take control of her life, and she doesn't want to let go of that. She storms out as she hits her emotional limit. She can't take it anymore. Jackie and Mickey just watch it happen. They've met the Doctor too, and they understand she's not wrong, but it hurts to feel less valued than they used to. Over on floor 500, the situation has worsened. The Daleks are coming now. So Jack preps Linda to track them and relay their movements. Rose, on Earth, is sitting down with Mickey as he talks about the kind of life she could live with him now. What should be a sobering moment is disrupted when slowly she looks up to see something that she could never expect. Spray painted all over the park she's in are the two words following the Doctor. Bad Wolf. Cinema! Rewatching Doctor Who for the first time almost 3 years ago now, this was the moment that sent chills down my spine. Because the Doctor isn't here anymore. Rose is. The Bad Wolf messages weren't for the Doctor. They're for Rose, stuck on Earth. She thought Bad Wolf was a warning, but maybe it's a message. While Rose is realizing her role in some cosmic fate, Satellite 5 has been fully breached by the Daleks. Like Jack planned, they breached floor 494, just below the extrapolator's force field. We see Roderick realize something is wrong when floor 0 all hear loud crashing echoes down the ship, the sense of isolation down there being palpable, as there's no way to escape. They just have to hope they go unnoticed. Over on Earth, Rose and Mickey are in the TARDIS, trying to figure out what to do. Rose explains that in theory it's simple. The TARDIS just needs to reverse back to its last location. Mickey doesn't understand how they're going to achieve this though. So Rose explains that the TARDIS is telepathic. If they could open up one of the panels on the console, that would reveal the heart of the TARDIS, and Rose could hopefully directly communicate with it. The look on Mickey's face is again like he's feeling left out. The moment, literally the moment that Rose left him in Cardiff, there's some big lore stuff going on. Like, Mickey just really feels left out. But the plan immediately sounds risky because last time this happened, the TARDIS turned someone into an egg, and I don't think I need to explain this to you, but we don't want that happening to Rose. However, this is truly the only option. Mickey worries that if she does get back, she'll die. She's choosing to go back to an active war zone, but Rose doesn't care. She says that there's nothing left her on Earth. She's completely let go of any attachment holding her down. Right now, she only cares about the Doctor, even above her own safety. Mickey agrees to help her, but you can tell he's holding back a lot of complex emotions as he sinks into himself, finishing the sentence. He's still reeling from the emotional consequences of their last meeting, even though he partly detached himself from Rose back then, realizing he's always going to come second to the Doctor, but that feeling is back again now. He still deeply cares for her, and that's why he respects her wishes. We really feel for Mickey in this moment. He's doing something completely selfless and brave. Whilst it is reckless, it's deeply complicated. The Doctor saved the present time world 2 times, saving Mickey on 2 separate occasions. It's understandable for them to feel an obligation to save the Doctor back, even though it's at great risk and for 2 wildly separate motivations. Though Rose is being rather callous here, not mincing her words and not having a regard for how cutting they are to Mickey. Whilst we deeply understand why she wants to go back, this is her immaturity showing in how she goes about it. She feels very isolated from anybody who fully understands how deeply the Doctor has changed her life for the better. If they had experienced it too, they would likely feel the same. Though, as she does what could be described as a doctor-like action, going into danger, not knowing if she'll be safe, just so she can save the day, potentially. She is exhibiting his worst qualities, not having the emotional strength to look back, in this case, at her older life, and see the harm she's doing to it. If I could be potentially pretentious for a moment, and say while some would describe this as bratty, I feel they're missing what's so compelling about it, and that's the complexity of it all. As I've outlined here, they just hear the dialogue and read it at face value. Over on Satellite 5, the Daleks have fully breached it. The first line of defense is a laser system that a lady volunteer from the weakest link tries to activate, but the Daleks have completely overridden them. Remember, the Daleks have full control of Satellite 5. The only reason they have to invade instead of blowing the ship up is because the Doctor and friends have taken partial control of it and have set up the extrapolated force field to protect the upper floors. The second line of defense are a group of volunteers from Floor Zero, but when they start to shoot their bastic bullets at the Daleks, nothing happens. The Daleks have a force field of their own that seems to absorb the bullets before they even hit their shell. The lady screams through the comm system at Jack. He completely lied. The bastic bullets don't work. These volunteers are sheer fodder as part of Jack's plan, something only to slow down the Dalek assault before they reach the Doctor. It's horrifying and completely morally egregious. But this is also what happened when Van Statten's bunker was faced with a singular Dalek. War is hell. And maybe the Doctor is becoming a bit like Van Statten. We don't know if the Doctor played a part in this plan or if it was only sanctioned by Jack. The story is taking advantage of the character of Jack in such a great way here. He is morally dubious, as we thought he was staying to do the right thing, but we find out his methods are far more cutthroat than honourable. Rose certainly would have stopped him from doing this. It's dubious as to whether the Doctor would have agreed to this, but nonetheless, it's done in his name. Back on Earth, Mickey and Rose have attached a chain from Mickey's car to the TARDIS console, trying to force it open. It's heartwarming to see Mickey go this far for Rose and the Doctor, potentially destroying his car. But after a few moments of anticipation, the chain breaks, the hopelessness and fear of complete failure mirroring the escalation of events on Satellite 5 to really set in the atmosphere of impending doom. Rose cries out and kicks the TARDIS in frustration, as we feel the same way. Okay, so nothing can get you ready for this level of camp. In tragedy, there is always comedy. As Linda tells Jack the Daleks have breached floor 495, and Jack celebrates this. It's like, buddy, that's not a good thing. But Jack has set up the android there. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. And Anne Robinson obliterates 3 Daleks. Nothing could be this silly, but this good. This moment is exactly why you should watch Series 1, and obviously beyond. However, then, the android gets exterminated, but hey, that's a free KD. Me and the girly pops go crazy over a free KD on Valorant. But not everything is going to plan. In fact, not at all. Linda thinks the Daleks are flying up the ventilation shafts, but then things take a turn when she realizes they aren't. They're going down. They thought Floor Zero would be safe. 495 floors from trouble, but the Daleks are cruel and clinical. Sucks to suck, Roderick. He gets exterminated. But so does everyone else on Floor Zero. And sweet Linda with a Y hears their screams. It's a really bitter moment. These people are helpless and vulnerable, and the Daleks knew it somehow. And they don't care about that. They're different from them, so they're target practice. The moments before this encapsulates Floor Zero's feelings of isolation and vulnerability well. You sit with Roderick. Everybody is silent, just hoping for the best or swallowing their dread. And just when you think they might be planning something different, you hear just what you don't want to hear. Exterminate! As the Daleks descend. You almost feel bad for Roderick. He was horrible, but does he deserve this? Or you just hate Roderick and are glad, but you know, everyone gets exterminated with him, and you somehow feel even worse for Linda, who has to listen to it happen, knowing she can't do anything to stop it. She turns off Floor Zero's comm system, and their screams stop. But it doesn't mean it's not happening. It's not a denial of the situation. It's the actuation of defeat. On Earth, Jackie and Rose are in the TARDIS now, as Rose is sat down on a chair, self-soothing. Jackie is trying to convince her that she should respect the Doctor's decision as virtuous. His intent was to keep her safe, so she should accept that and stay with her. Obviously, most of this is coming from her motivation to protect her daughter. So when the Doctor's choice aligns with her own desires, she no longer feels like she's overstepping on her daughter's autonomy, like she partially did in episode 4, World War III, when Rose chose to go with the Doctor over staying safe with her. But in one of the most emotionally charged moments of the show, Rose refutes Jackie's opinion with something we know from a crucial and soul-crushing day of time travel for her. She knows that her dad would never give up in a situation like this. But Jackie doesn't know what Rose knows. It's a heartbreaking moment of dramatic irony. The days she had with Pete are long gone, but Rose just met him. So when Jackie says that he'd agree with herself, Rose sharply replies that he wouldn't. That he'd say to try anything, do anything. We know that Pete's last choice was the ultimate act of bravery, sacrificing himself for the world and ingratiating himself with a new heartfelt admiration and tangible love from Rose. But for Jackie, that was the day when her husband, for motivations unknown, ran out in front of a car and died. So she's bitter and uninterested in talking about Pete right now. It's inappropriate. But for Rose, it couldn't be less so. So in the heat of the moment, she lets it out. Well, I know, because I met him, she boasts. And I think she says it proudly because she must. It's the hard exterior to mask the guilt she feels for making that day more horrible than it originally was fated to be. It was meant to be an accident, but because of her intervention, it became death with intent, an intent that no witnesses to it understand, including her mum. Jackie is quietly taken aback as she tells Rose not to be ridiculous, but Rose sits up and she challenges that. She says it again. The Doctor took me back in time and I met Dad. But Jackie doesn't want it to be true. She tells her not to say that. She wants to protect her own feelings, but she also doesn't want to be proven wrong by something that would be deeply hurtful if it was true. That Rose went back in time and met her own late dad. It's macabre. Rose is almost less human here. Death is saying goodbye, but for her, she can bend the rules now. But Rose knows how to prove it. The day that her dad died, there was someone with him. As she says this, her voice cracks, and her inflection is a mix of shame and genuine grief over what happened. Shame because she learned the deep consequences of altering events using time travel in a selfish way, but also grief over her father's death, of which now she was present for. She reminds her mum of the blonde girl that comforted Pete in his last moments, and her voice turns to assertion because she needs her mum to believe her. Rose takes a moment as Jackie just looks at her emotion and nuanced look of disgust, but a glimmer of empathy. As if it wasn't heartbreaking enough, Rose starts crying and begs for her mum to believe her.
You saw her from a distance, Mum. You saw her. That was me. You saw me.
Piper's acting here is brilliant and so nuanced. She's bursting with grief and shame as she cries out,
That was me.
But turns on a dime into anger and assertion when shouting,
You saw me.
All in seconds. Jackie screams at her in denial. Stop it! It's all too much to process at once. But Rose screams back. It's the truth and the attached trauma. And she won't have Jackie not validate it right now.
That's how good the Doctor is.
And Rose is back to protecting herself. It wasn't a good thing that happened, but she's using it as a shield for her primary motivation, to convince Jackie it's worth going back to the Doctor. But Jackie, not ready to accept what she's hearing, yells back again.
Don't stop it! Just stop it!
Parroting what she said before, but now out of unfeigned anger as she storms out, leaving Rose to weep alone. This is easily what Rose's future could be if she continues to be like this. She's become less attached to Earth, making her less human, and the people around her notice that difference. But can they accept it? In the future, everything is getting worse and fast. The Daleks are bombing whole continents. Europa, Pacifica, the New American Alliance, and Australasia. And in a "I deem it good" moment, the Dalek Emperor celebrates his ongoing slaughter.
This is perfection. I have created heaven on Earth.
And a last stand is being made on floor 500 with Elaine and Davies. They're flirting, guys. Now is not the time, but I do find it sweet. They say that they'll go for a drink when they survive this. It's meant to humanize these people that are originally vilified as reality TV producers, and rightly, I might add. They are a product of the environment that the Doctor left behind. But it's also to remind the audience that these people aren't just fodder. They have lives, loves, family. In war, this is everybody. This is what's being sacrificed for the Doctor. In a really nice moment from Mickey, Rose is starting to give up and thinks about just locking the TARDIS doors and walking away. But he refuses to let her give up now. They just need something stronger than Mickey's car. Like a truck? Supermom is here! Mrs. Jackie Slayler! The truck is from a man called Rodrigo, who owes Jackie a favour, don't ask why. Right, you've only got this till 6, so get on with it. She's trying to be a responsible mum, all whilst saving the world. I love it. I love mums. You were right about your dad, sweetheart. He was full of mad ideas, and it's exactly what he would have done. Go hug your mum right now. It's so touching. Jackie desperately wants to support her daughter, even though it's really hard. She's letting go of control out of such a deep love. It hurts that Rose went back and changed her husband's death, but the bond between mother and daughter is too strong here. She lost Pete. She's not about to let Rose lose the Doctor. On floor 500, the Daleks are here. And it just keeps getting worse. And, well, it's about to hit critical. Jack is making one last stand with Elaine from Tracy Beaker and Davies at a barricade. And I don't know why this shot is so funny to me, but it just lingers on the Daleks standing there, just not caring at all. While they're getting shot at, they just look bored. There's a little moment of hope where Elaine shoots the Dalek's eye stalk and it temporarily blinds it. But then, what you say? That you only meant well. What did you say? R.I.P. Elaine. Davies jumps up in a fury to shoot the Daleks point blank. But then, what you say? That you only say. Rip Davies. And oh yeah, that door that Linda is behind? That unbreakable one? Yeah, the Daleks are breaking it. Open the door or I'm gonna throw Daleks through your window, you dumb whore. R.I.P. Linda. You will be missed. But not by Rose. Linda here represents the people whose lives the Doctor touches. Without even intentionally trying to, he turns them into soldiers in a way. Linda wouldn't leave him despite knowing him for such a short time because he's brave, and she wanted to be that too. Compared to Rose, Linda is very innocent and characteristically sweet. You can even see this in her hair, it's very childlike. You would have expected her in normal circumstances to have evacuated, but she stayed explicitly because of the Doctor. But his companions aren't Time Lords. It's important to note that had the Doctor not sent Rose home, she would have likely been doing Linda's job here. Linda's presence is directly linked to Rose's absence, because without Linda throughout the episode, you wouldn't think that Rose was actually being replaced as companion. However tenuous the believability of that is, given how attached audiences should be to Rose at this point. The Doctor hears Linda's scream, and he knows exactly what he's done, how much death can be sanctioned in his name. Jack is also not looking so good. He's the last man standing in the force to slow the Dalek onslaught. Will he, the lovable rogue we've all come to adore, just be another name on the list? It shows just how desperate this situation is. That the Doctor, somebody who asked for Indra's name because he didn't want to lose somebody in such a horrible way and not leave them with the respect their life deserved. Not even a name. But here he doesn't know these people, but they're dying for him. But even if this did all work, it's all just to build the Delta Wave that would wipe out all Daleks, but also all of humankind on Earth, which is the Daleks' ultimate goal. All this death is just to sanction thousands of multitudes more of it. Over on Earth, they're on the cusp of something too. Mickey's revving the truck's engine on a full blast as Jackie and Rose cheer him on, telling him to go faster as the chain shakes and Mickey screams, holding his foot down until the chain is pulled straight. Is it enough force to open the heart of the TARDIS, though? In these gripping moments of tension, you really start to wonder if it's working. Is this going to be soul-crushing or triumphant? Rose starts to hear the sound of metal breaking and groaning as it grinds together. Suddenly, the chain breaks off. The material holding the TARDIS together comes with it, and Rose is met with that familiar, beaming glow. Staring straight into the soul of the TARDIS, Rose is overcome by something as she starts to absorb mysterious, luminescent yellow energy. The doors fling shut behind her, and the TARDIS immediately starts dematerializing, leaving Mickey and Jackie behind as they look around in shock and horror. What now? This scene is the culmination of everything on Earth with Rose's home life. Jackie learning to let her go out of love, even though it causes her immense pain. And Mickey helping her, even at the risk of death in the Doctor's name, because he cares for her so much that even after all the hurt she caused him, he still loves her. In the future, Jack starts getting backed into a corner by the Daleks as he screams to the Doctor that he's got mere seconds left. And to be honest, this screenshot makes him look backed up in another way. But Rose is coming as we see the TARDIS hurtling through the time vortex. Will she get here with enough time? Droves of energy are still flowing directly into her, signaling to us that something of incredible potency is surging inside of her. But as time runs out, so did Jack's bullets. So he goes to his pistol, which is always faster than reloading, by the way, and unloads all of it. It's just a last stand. Going out, giving everything you've got because the bullets aren't doing anything. But he's not giving up. Jack isn't that kind of guy anymore. We've seen him go from a smooth-talking con man who doesn't care about the repercussion of his actions to a righteous man with admirable qualities of bravery and leadership who makes hard decisions when no one else will. It's Volcano Day. But he's not running anymore. It's why it hurts so much as he backed up into the corner and we hear those words again. Exterminate! But Jack is a man who goes down in style. Of course he is. He throws his gun away and puts his arms outstretched like he's saying, "Come and get me." And ever the wisecrack, his last words are, "I kind of figured that." Epic one-liner for an epic guy. What you say, Captain Jack, that you meant well. It's ready. The Delta Wave is complete. The Doctor finished it, but it might be too little too late. The Daleks are here. They surrounded him completely with no TARDIS, no extrapolator force field to protect him, and words, his greatest weapon, are of no use against the Daleks. Golly gosh. Dramatic reading time. You really want to think about this? Because if I activate the signal, every living creature dies.
I am immortal.
Do you want to put that to the test?
I want to see you become like me. Hail the Doctor, the great exterminator. I'll do it. Then prove yourself, Doctor. What are you, coward or killer?
The Doctor shakes and shivers as his body aches with anxiety. He's reliving the exact moment he wishes he could forget so badly as he goes to push the lever to send the Delta Wave roaring, exterminating the Daleks once and for all, but taking the humans on Earth with it. We ask ourselves the same question the Doctor is. Is it worth it? His whole story since the Time War has felt like a footnote in it. But so much growth and healing has been tended to him by Rose, who possesses the one thing he lost in that harrowed decision, his humanity and heart, the meaning of his name, to heal, not to destroy. He anticipates the impact as his hands, unsteady as they'll ever be, shake with anxiety on the plunger to the Delta Wave, but he can't do it. Not again. As he slowly removes his hand from the lever, he earns back his title. Coward. Any day. It is the exact moment that the entire series has been leading up to. The moment that the Doctor can finally give himself grace, redeem himself, and honour his commitment to the good in the universe that he strayed so far from at the cusp of war and destruction that is mirrored and corporeal in front of him once again. At the start of this series, he relinquished his loneliness and allowed Rose in, only to give his misery company in a shared anguish between them over their respective planets' death. To a certain extent, he parts with his internal rage through Cassandra, as he lets her die for not giving the death of Earth the respect he so badly wished his planet could have died with. He lets Cassandra's life painfully end, as he felt he might deserve that fate too. He then meets Charles Dickens, and learns that even a life seemingly at its end can still be made better. The Slovenes' plot to destroy Earth allows him the chance to meet the good of humankind in Harriet Jones, and grow closer to Rose, who is his reason to keep going, and see if he can experience a similar perspective shift like Dickens did. He then reckons with the thing he hoped never to again, a Dalek. But through Rose, he gets to heal the part of him that still has the propensity to become what he hates in the face of such. In the long game, in Father's Day, he learns to forgive and truly empathize with Rose, despite the anger he feels. Maybe this is something he can give himself. Faced with the empty child, he learns that hope is never lost. He can play his part in his true name, with his humanity not shaken because Rose is by his side. In Boomtown, Margaret is reborn, given a second chance to do it all over again, and with his hope reinstated, he's finally prepared for such a redemption. But it all goes wrong when he realises he failed to stay around and pick up the pieces he leaves behind. Everywhere. On Satellite 5 especially. This mistake means he caused this great downfall. He lets the Daleks back in, spiritually and literally. He failed, but it takes a good man to admit his mistakes and try to put it right. In this case, death for him would be salvation. With the Doctor accepting his reward, his punishment, his fate, the Dalek Emperor's voice bellows throughout Floor 500, ordaining our hero's penance, that mankind will die because of his weakness. The Doctor asks of his fate.
You are the heathen. You will be exterminated.
And he's at peace with that. After 800 years of life, maybe it's time. The Doctor closes his eyes, knowing he did everything he could, but become the villain himself, never again making that decision he made in the Time War, to destroy evil by letting a planet perish alongside his soul. But then, a higher power than a self-declared god ordains exactly what he deserves. Rose Tyler! The familiar groaning of an old friend cast thousands of years out comes flooding in. The TARDIS is here with Rose. The doors swing open with the light of 1,000 suns shining through. And the Doctor falls to his knees in shock at the sight. The TARDIS's soul laid bare as Rose manifests herself in front of him in dazzling yellow embers. The Doctor desperately cries out, asking what she's done. She says that she looked into the heart of the TARDIS and it looked back. But the Doctor knows that this is wrong. It's fatally disturbing.
This is the abomination,
the Dalek Emperor decrees, as the Daleks screech, "Exterminate!" One of the Daleks dares to shoot at Rose, so she lifts her hand in defiance to the declaration. The energy of the blast, not at all great enough to even leave a mark. What is she? What has Rose become?
I am the bad wolf. I create myself. I take the words. I scatter them in time and space. A message to lead myself here.
Rose is the bad wolf. She, after absorbing the time vortex, is the one who inserted those words everywhere. A self-fulfilling prophecy, a loop of time only possible by controlling it. It is an acceptance of the Doctor, his soul open in that moment, that no matter what he has done in the past, Rose always wants to be there for him, for everything he is. But if we learned anything from the Doctor, it's that playing God has its consequences. You've got the entire vortex running through your head. You'll burn.
I want you safe.
I think the really simple dialogue from Rose works so well here. It makes sense that given her condition, she wouldn't be speaking in full sentences. So the words she chooses to use are really impactful. She also starts to sound like a god figure, putting her at odds with the Dalek Emperor. The Doctor is telling Rose that she can't handle what she's done. This is most certainly the end of her life. But all she cares to say in return is that no matter the cost, this was worth it. All to save the man she's come to love. She's speaking her most base level of instincts here. Now's the time to get it all out. And you don't have much of that left.
My Doctor, protected from the false god.
You cannot hurt me. I am immortal.
You are tiny. I can see the whole of time and space. Every single atom of existence, and I divide them.
And Rose Thanos snaps the Daleks! They all start melting to dust, Rose splitting every piece of them into nothingness, taking them out of time. The time war ends, but the god can't accept it.
I will not die! I cannot die!
The Emperor's ship bursts into light and implodes in on itself. The Doctor begs Rose to stop, but she's consumed by its power over life and summons it back. Jack shoots up with a deep breath in shock. Alive again. Probably in shock that God was just me when I finally get an Adderall prescription. Seriously, this video took me 1 year and 5 months. The Doctor knows this is wrong. This is playing God. Rose is experiencing everything at once with existence at her fingertips. And the Doctor knows it's going to kill her. Another soldier dying in this battle. The immense power is overwhelming Rose's body as she talks of everything she's seeing, the endless possibilities. But the Doctor stands up hearing this. He recognizes and relates the experiential, wondrous horrors. Everything Rose is seeing is what he sees every waking moment. It's the curse and gift of a Time Lord, and she's not designed to withstand it. As she whimpers, her head is aching under the pressure. So he takes her close, and she realizes her body is about to break. I think you need a doctor. They look deep into each other's eyes and embrace in a kiss to end all kisses. The swelling, emotive music and the incredible performances of all coalesce into this beautifully moving moment. It's the Starman and the long-lost girl saving each other. The time vortex ushers itself out of Rose and into its friend, the Doctor. He absorbed all the energy. Rose drops flat, fainting into the Doctor's arms, as he lets her down gently, and all the energy flows through him and out, back into the TARDIS doors. Captain Jack gets up in the corridor where he gave his life to protect the Doctor, and he walks over to a pile of ash. His own ashes, as he hears the TARDIS dematerializing and rushes over. But it's too late, and he has this muted look of despair as he realizes he'll probably never see them again. We cut to the TARDIS, some moments after Rose wakes up, wondering what happened, having forgot it all. The Doctor jovially replies, "Don't you remember?" As Rose hazily explains what she can barely recall, while the Doctor notices his hand glowing and looks solemnly concerned. He says that he was going to take her to so many magical places, like the planet Barcelona, where the dogs have no noses, and the two share a laugh. Rose blissfully enjoys the moment, but there's a somber underside to the Doctor's half. She asks why they can't go, and he says that maybe they will. Just not like this. See, there's something that I've purposely left out till this point. You may know the show. You may even know a little of it and still understand this. But I wanted for at least some of you to have this moment. The show started in 1963, with the Doctor played by the great actor William Hartnell. He went from a grumpy, cynically selfish old man who grabbed two school teachers against their will to travel with him, but then went on to grow more emotionally attached to his companions, and even becoming a more fun-loving character capable of truly enjoying the moment. I love his giggles. But Hartnell grew sick. He started being less able to star in the role, forgetting his lines and becoming tired easily, frustrated at himself because he truly loved the show, but he couldn't give it his all anymore. The show at the time was a booming success, and people wanted more of it, but the Doctor was Hartnell. He was great. Schoolboys held their jackets in the playground the iconic way that Hartnell did, both hands on the collar. But the creatives behind the show wanted to keep going, and why shouldn't they? Educating kids with historical episodes and scaring them the next week with the Daleks. They made the difficult decision to part with Hartnell, who gave his begrudged blessing, and recommended only one man to replace him: Patrick Troughton. They then found themselves with the difficult circumstance of explaining this in the show, and they came up with what would give the show one of the longest running legacies in TV history: Regeneration. With Rose left thoroughly confused at what the Doctor is talking about, she says, completely unenamored, "You're not making sense. I might never make sense again. I might have two heads. Or no head." He laughs, amused by himself. "Imagine me with no head." And don't say that's an improvement. But it's a bit dodgy, this process. You never know what you'll end up with. And bang! He convulses as his body bursts with energy and a flash of light runs through him. Rose rushes over, but he urges her to get away. She demands to know what's going on. "I absorbed all the energy of the time vortex and no one's meant to do that." He writhes in pain before bluntly looking to Rose. "Every cell in my body's dying." "Well, can't you do something?" "Yeah, I'm doing it now." See, Time Lords have this little trick. It's a sort of a way of cheating death. Except it means I'm going to change. And I'm not going to see you again. Rose's eyes are locked on the Doctor, taking in everything in silent denial. "Not like this. Not with this daft old face. Before I go, Don't say that! Rose, before I go, I just want to tell you, you were fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. His smile stretching ear to ear as Rose looks on, plain in the face. And do you know what? Rose shakes her head inch to inch, truly scared of the unknown for the second time in their adventures. In episode 2, Rose didn't trust the Doctor. She was scared of the horrible mistakes she might have been making running off with him. But now, she's scared of a life without him. Absolutely fantastic. And do you know what? So was I. And Rose returns the smile. The Doctor jolts forward, standing legs spread, with his arms shooting out from his sides, bursting with stardust and time energy from his head and hands as Rose is blinded by his light. A close-up reveals his face experiencing a metamorphosis into something unknown. Someone unknown. Until the energy lets go and his shoulders slump forward with relief to reveal a new person altogether. The 10th Doctor, played by David Tennant. Hello. Okay. Rose looks on in bewilderment. New teeth. That's weird. So, where was I? Oh, that's right. Barcelona. And with the same big wide smile, but with new teeth. We cut to the credits of one of the best series of television ever made. And do you know what? It really was. Absolutely fantastic. The real question, though, is for how much emotional damage can Jackie sue the Daleks for? 9.5 out of 10. The Parting of the Ways, upon broadcast in the UK, made 6.91 million viewers. Finally feel something. Truly, some of the greatest, most emotionally investing, character-driven writing ever done in sci-fi and on TV to revive one of the most special shows ever made. Bootstrap paradox. Some may complain that Rose only got back to Satellite 5 because of herself in the future. It's a bootstrap paradox, where the only reason something exists in the future is because you, yourself, made it in the past with foreknowledge that now comes from yourself? Some people find this very annoying to write into a story because it's something the viewer can't really work out for themselves, and that can cheapen the mystery behind it. For me, because they set up the power of the TARDIS's soul in Boomtown, it completely works. We know how powerful the heart of the TARDIS is, and it makes sense with the power of the time machine within. Rose could bend time itself. It also makes sense for a character that she would take the most drastic action possible, knowing little of the result, because she's 19 and in love. It works fantastically on an emotional level as Rose takes agency over her life that she felt no passion for, guiding herself to something she wanted more of. She takes that risk and it pays off, just as the viewers of the episode are encouraged to make their dreams a reality, to take control of their life and make it what they want. We don't know how far Bad Wolf guided this timeline. It could have drawn the Doctor and Rose's direction from before they even met. This would circumvent the traditional story of a woman sacrificing part of themselves in aid of a man. Instead, this was Rose's choice, not some determinism of gender roles in fiction. Rose did this of her own free will, based on the deterministic signs she sent herself. It doesn't remove her agency. It strengthens her characterization as someone determined to get what they want. It's also really cool. Like, Rose's eyes are all mystical, she teleports, she blows up Daleks. It's fun as hell. Deus Ex Machina. Some people complain that this series finale is a Deus Ex Machina. It is. Hope that helps. Regeneration, surprise? It unfortunately did not come as a shock to many viewers when Eccleston regenerated at the end of Series 1. News of Eccleston's exit, for reasons we'll get to, leaked to the press, and the BBC were forced to make an announcement that he was leaving the programme only days after his first episode was broadcast. Given that Doctor Who is not a new show, and regeneration was a known concept, people knew what that meant. A new Doctor was to be cast, and the favourite was David Tennant. However, the announcement of this was not done with grace, as Eccleston had agreed to keep his departure a secret, and then after the parting of the ways was broadcast, the BBC would report on it with comments from him. However, the rug was swept from under him, as with mounting pressure from the leak, the BBC felt it necessary to make the announcement early, without comment from Eccleston. But that didn't stop them fabricating a statement from him, saying that he was leaving due to the grueling filming schedule, which was far from the truth.
I hope this never happens to you, but at the time of my leaving, I agreed with Russell that I would go quietly and respectfully, and I would look after the show in publicity-wise, in terms of publicising it. And then, without saying anything to me, they announced that I was leaving. They didn't tell me they were going to do that. I was walking down the street and suddenly I got quite a lot of aggression. And more importantly, they should have said it. They created a quote and they attributed it to me, which said I was tired. Now the thing is about that, I found it too tiring. I didn't find it too tiring. I found it too tiring working with Russell and Phil and Julia. I didn't find it physically too tiring. When they said that, any other producer reading that would go, oh, well, we're not going to employ Chris Eccleston because he gets tired. So it was a lie.
The BBC were forced to retract their statement on behalf of Jane Tranter, who falsely attributed the quote to him. It's only recently that Eccleston has explicitly commented on his experience, after alluding to problems on set and the workplace politics. It's likely that the BBC feared his side of the story being published, so they released the false statement, as Eccleston's side is far from flattering. He would initially comment that he clashed with higher-ups, but would never say why or who.
To leave. Was it because you didn't work within that structure of a rigorous show-running show?
Myself and 3 individuals at the very top of the pyramid clashed. So off I went.
Okay.
But they're not here to say their side of it, so I'm not going to go into detail.
That's right, I'm going to be calling them later.
Good, excellent.
Then, later in 2021, at a convention, he admitted that he left because his relationship with Russel T Davies, Julie Gardner, and Phil Collinson had completely broken down after seeing mistreatment on set because of ill preparation, due to it being the first series of the revival. Being a veteran actor with much experience to compare it to, even then Eccleston didn't like what he was seeing.
This is the part where I hope I don't get pregnant. Why did you leave? Why did I leave? I left because my relationship with Russel T Davies, Julie Gardner and Phil Collinson completely broke down during the shooting of the first series, 13 episodes. I think it's fair to say that a behemoth like Doctor Who, anybody will tell you it's probably true of Lost, it's probably true of Sopranos, it's probably true of all the big shows, that the first series, nobody knows what they're doing. So the shooting of the first series was a nightmare, and I was right at the centre of it. I was probably more experienced even than Russell. I'd probably been on more television and film sets than anybody, and I could see what was going on. I reported it back, and I just got silence. And I got a lot of, well, we didn't know that was happening, and I was like, well, it's your job to know what's happening. So the relationship of trust broke down. So off I went.
But he did so with a promise that he would take care of the show and leave with grace so that it could continue on without problem. But the BBC's side of the bargain was not upkept, and the false quote is something Eccleston feels betrayed by. Later, in 2023, at another convention, Eccleston would emphatically state that he would only return to Doctor Who if they were to
sack Russel T Davies
sack Jane Tranter, sack Phil Collinson, sack Julie Gardner, and I'll come back.
He's become rather brazen with his comments, and is honestly great to see. He should tell his side of the story after they wronged him. It all could have been avoided if the BBC simply honoured their agreement, as it seemed he had no intentions of exposing whatever happened on set. Since his leaving, Eccleston almost appeared in Doctor Who's 50th anniversary special, but negotiations with Stephen Moffat did not end in success. Though, in 2021, Eccleston did return to the show in the form of audio adventures with the production company Big Finish, recently reuniting with Piper for them.
It means something to me, man.
It's unfortunate how his involvement with the show led to such turmoil, but he still frequently attends conventions for fans and is very appreciative of the community he's found from the show, and he was, and still is, especially fond of the response from children who loved his role.
Your name?
Chris Eccleston.
Where are you from?
Salford.
Your occupation is?
Unemployed Time Lord.
What was the best thing about playing Doctor Who?
The response of children like yourself.
Were you nervous about playing the Doctor?
Yes.
What did Christopher Eccleston bring to the role of Doctor Who?
These.
Does the Doctor fancy Rose Tyler?
Absolutely.
If you had Doctor Who as your specialist subject, how well would you do?
Terribly. Not half as well as you're going to do.
Efforts were made to conceal the departure of Eccleston, including a fake private screening to journalists of The Parting of the Ways. The episode, instead of ending on the regeneration, would finish on the Doctor looking at Rose's limp body as the TARDIS scans her, the reading fluctuating between alive and dead. This version has never been released, unfortunately. However, a fortunate byproduct of Eccleston's early exit is what he left behind. An incredibly cohesive series where he has one well-written, insanely emotionally rich character arc. His story culminates in the perfect moment for him to regenerate and metaphorically shed the inner turmoil that has haunted him for so long. He got a second chance to do it right, and he took it. His reward is being saved by Rose, but for him, salvation is damnation, and it gives his goodbye a strong bittersweet feeling that leaves you wanting more. But that's when you should stop, when people are still in love with what you're doing and don't have time to get sick of you. That's why for me, Series 1 is my favourite. It's endlessly rewatchable. The candle that shone twice as bright burnt half as long. The actors. Despite the events outside of the show and those on set, Eccleston and Piper delivered fantastic performances. Initial doubts over Piper's acting ability and the choice to cast her were dispelled almost immediately upon the airing of the first episode. She was able to provide an amazingly nuanced performance over the series with a range that no one could have expected of an actor with little experience. She pulled on the heartstrings of so many and has gone on to become one of the most cherished and celebrated companions of the entire show. Similarly, Eccleston brought life into his character and never failed to nail and exceed everything that the role asked of him. He is remembered as a darker incarnation of the Doctor, despite having lots of comedic moments and a quirky nature that isn't quite touched on by many who recount his run. Though, it is true that his strongest moments are when the stories are asking him to delve deep into darker emotions. His performance in Dalek and Father's Day are often touted as his greatest, and there's a reason for that. During the filming of Series 1, Eccleston's father was unfortunately dealing with the effects of dementia after being diagnosed in 2001, and spent time in hospital during the filming block in which Father's Day and Dalek took place. Eccleston would go on to say that he used the emotions he was feeling during that time and channeled it into his acting. This is most present in Dalek, where he unleashes his anger on the enemy in an incredibly compelling moment of rage. His performance in Father's Day is beautifully nuanced, and he would say that this was the hardest episode for him to film, as his role in the story was cut down due to him visiting his father in hospital. This is all to say that Eccleston couldn't have done better, and his chemistry alongside Piper brought out the best of them both.
And the National Television Award goes to Billie Piper.
Thank you so much. This means so much to me. I can't even begin to tell you. I'd really like to thank Russell, Julie, and Phil for taking a huge gamble, and I'd like to thank Christopher Eccleston for being such a fantastic doctor and teaching me so much. And I'd like to thank my agents, my lovely family, my gorgeous friends, and Mr. E, and my lovely boyfriend, and it's all so brilliant. Thank you so much.
If you are only listening, there is a trigger warning for essay, harassment, assault, and exposure.
An unfortunate truth, however, is that Series 1 heavily features 3 actors who have since had allegations levelled at them. Noel Clarke, who played Mickey, allegedly took advantage of his role as a producer, writer, and director to verbally abuse, bully, and inappropriately harass women on set and in private. In 2021, The Guardian published allegations from 20 different women, of which Noel Clarke denied all but one. Since then, his legal team has tried to disprove the allegations as part of a conspiracy against him. Though, why 20 random different women would all get together to destroy a man's career just for fun or something is beyond me. But I do have to commend Noel Clarke and his legal team on their bravery. It is remarkable how stupid they are willing to publicly be. You guys are an inspiration to idiot, loser, morons everywhere. Bruno Langley, who plays... Who does he play again? He was just so irrelevant. Was charged with 2 counts of assault in 2017, of which he pled guilty to. He was fired from his role on Coronation Street, of which he starred in over 700 episodes, but was only sentenced with a 12-month community order and to pay survivors £250. In 2021, Langley tried to launch a music career. His Spotify has 35 monthly listeners. What a loser. John Barrowman, who played Captain Jack, has admitted to exposing himself on numerous occasions after old public stories of what he would call tomfoolery came back into light after Noel Clarke's allegations. The cast from a Doctor Who spin-off had told stories of this happening on multiple occasions, wherein they were a consenting party to it and usually recount these events in good humour. Though, there is no way for me, personally, to validate just how many times Barrowman had done this when there were people present who did not consent to this behaviour. It is deeply troubling that people on set, especially those who were below him on the corporate ladder, could have been potentially exposed to this behaviour and felt pressured not to report it, or scared to speak up about it for fear of their job security. However, Barrowman has not been charged in relation to this, so I can only speculate, and of course, I'm not alleging anything. Whilst Barrowman's behaviour is, at best, an inappropriate inside joke, and at worst, potentially criminal and deeply troubling, I do see his name being mentioned in the same sentence as Noel Clarke and Bruno Langley. I say this in the truest intention, not to upset anybody or invalidate people's feelings surrounding this topic, but what Barrowman did is in no way as severe as Bruno Langley and allegedly Noel Clarke. Whilst I truly don't even think it matters what Barrowman's intentions were, it is important to highlight that they were far less sadistic than what they are being compared to. Personally, I'm avoiding supporting John Barrowman, but I encourage you to form your own opinions on this. Will they get a second series? Anticipation for a second series had been growing with the creatives behind the show, always holding out hope that their efforts had not been in vain to resurrect the Doctor. By the filming of Boomtown, much of the plans for Series 2 had already been outlined and scripts had started to be written in hope of the renewal. The first episode, Rose, was a smash hit upon broadcast, beating all expectations and outdoing the massively popular Ant and Dec's Saturday Night Takeaway. Though, as viewership decreased for The End of the World, discussions were starting to brew about moving the airing of the show to Sundays instead of the initial Saturday.
We were fully ready for it. They were ready to move the programme to a Sunday night if it wasn't working. Not ready, but it had been talked about, if the ratings are bad. Not to, I don't mean to cycle it away, I mean to protect it. I mean, people at the BBC really wanted it to work. And if it wasn't working on a Saturday, they would have tried a Sunday, they would have moved it. All those things were discussed. They never needed to. Hooray!
Russell was unsure about whether the programme was going to be a success, but upon hearing a cashier gossip to a customer about the Unquiet Dead, he was increasingly confident it was going to do well. Slowly, as the show hit its stride and viewership didn't decline dramatically, these executive conversations died. But one thing was for sure. The BBC announced the continuation of the programme after Rose had broadcast to nearly 10 million viewers. The Buffy influence. Perhaps what is the most pronounced change from the classic era of the show to the revival is the Buffy the Vampire Slayerification of it all. Unlike anybody before, Rose was given a life and an inner world that we are not only privy to, but focus on. Buffy the Vampire Slayer was a magnificent inspiration for this, as Russell would always watch and hope that Joyce, Buffy's mother, would be more involved.
It's funny because people often talk about the Buffy influence on the show. And what people often don't realise about influences is that they also show you what not to do. It's not just a matter of copying Buffy. It's like, right, I don't like that in Buffy. I never liked the uninvolvement of the mother in Buffy. I love Buffy. I think it's absolutely fantastic. Right? I don't want to criticise it. I'm just talking. Sure. Looking at the architecture of it, I would have had Buffy's mum much more involved. And I always watched it thinking, oh, come on, Joyce, get involved in the story. And so here you get my own show. And so it's like, right, Shaki, in you come, and Pete, this is going to be right at the heart of it.
So, when he started writing Doctor Who, he kept this in mind and expanded on that, giving Rose a boyfriend and a series arc that included Mickey and Jackie coming to terms with a new life. A more modern version of the show necessitated other changes, such as multiple series arcs and a big bad that all affected the plot in a way that had never before in the show. The term big bad wasn't even a thing until Buffy, and a largely serialized story wasn't something you would often see outside of soap operas before the vampire show became a smash hit. Though, the topic most joked about is Series 1's Earthbound nature, only taking place on Earth and satellites orbiting it in the future. It is rumoured that Russell was inspired by Buffy's Earthbound nature because it helped to pique the interest of people often disinterested in sci-fi and fantasy, preferring things to be more grounded. There's also kissing. What is the legacy of Series 1? Series 1 is often not talked about or revered among casual fans. Outside of the empty child and the Doctor dancers, it feels quite forgotten, as many come to love the show upon the arrival of David Tennant, and routinely skip over Series 1 to get to their favourite Doctor. That's fair enough. Watch the show how you want to. But I think you're missing out on some amazing stories and a superb incarnation of the Doctor. Despite the popular concept of skipping Series 1, it is deeply adored by many, and it was a crucial step in reviving the show with so much of that owed to Eccleston's performance. So, when people ask where they should start watching or what episode to show to a friend to pique their interest, I always say Rose. It's there for a reason. It's the perfect introduction to the show and informs you on everything as you continue watching because you want the lingering questions that the episode leaves to be answered. It is an episode designed to leave you wanting more, but did it have that effect? on a certain someone. Michael Grade. Remember one of the stinky nerds I was talking about hours ago? Probably days for you. Well, after so long with a grudge against the show, Michael Grade would go on to eat his words and love the revival. He did it with grace and had a slice of humble pie.
I have to say, as soon as I arrived back at the BBC many years later as the chairman, the first thing that greets me is that they've revived Doctor Who, and thank goodness they have, because the production values, the storytelling, Russel T Davies' scripts, the whole thing is absolutely magical. And
to get, I think it's 8.6 million they got on Saturday night, at the 6:40 slot.
I love it. I absolutely love it. It's brilliant.
Ultimately, putting the show on hiatus meant we got what we have now, and I'm personally thankful. It would be interesting to know what would have happened to Doctor Who in an alternate timeline where it never got cancelled. It was a show that always grew with the times and survived through change, so I think we would have gotten something similar eventually, but perhaps with less structural modernisation. The Lost Episode. Ooh. I mentioned earlier that a script for episode 11, eventually Boomtown, had fallen through and didn't come to fruition. Originally, Russell had asked his friend Paul Abbott to write for the slot, and he pitched the idea of an episode that explored the concept that the Doctor had bred Rose as a psychic experiment to create the perfect companion for himself. This idea was going to be made for about 3 weeks, until Abbott decided against writing it, with Russell joking that he was glad he wasn't going to ruin his characters. Though there is truth to his words, just not coming from him. This idea would have been far too dark and incredibly manipulative of the Doctor, especially given his budding romance with Rose. The TOCLAFANE. As I mentioned, there were still ongoing negotiations with the Terry Nation estate during the writing of Series 1, even after it was finished, on whether he would allow the Daleks, his creation, to feature in the show. It was reported he was demanding unreasonable editorial privileges over Dalek stories, but eventually a contract was written up and signed allowing for their use. But there was a significant amount of time where there was genuine doubt over their inclusion, so significant fallback plans were put into place and a new villain was created. The Doctor's new arch-nemesis would be football-sized spheres of death who revelled in violence and would have been the enemies in the Time War. The episode Dalek would have been extensively different, with the Doctor finding a TOCLAFANE in Van Statten's bunker, still unaware of what the creature was, even after a war against them. The episode's climax would be the lone sphere threatening Rose's life to force the Doctor to kill it, and it would die laughing at the Doctor's ignorance. In the finale, it would be revealed that the spheres were the future of mankind, dealing a massive blow to the Doctor's psyche after protecting the Earth as his pseudo-foster planet for so long. Weird red alien language signs? I cannot, for the life of me, find articles about this, or the video where I originally learnt this, but there is a secret alien language scattered across Series 1 as an Easter egg from a production assistant. I think it was initially a Dalek language, and they made signs for it, but they didn't end up being used, so they were just put on random different sets. If anybody knows more about this, please! Why does it look like that? You might have noticed that Series 1 looks a bit odd sometimes, a bit blurry. That's not because of the resolution, which is 576i, rather the intention to make digital recordings look like film. I'm no expert, but a blurring of the colour channels was likely used to diffuse the shot and for colour to bleed out, creating a blurry appearance, rather than the perceived sharpness of digital. Vaseline on the camera lens was also potentially used, alongside Pro Mist filters. This creates a glowing effect from light bouncing around and bleeding out. Post-production would also play its part, but I have very little knowledge on what they would have done back in 2005. I was 4. Intergalactic age gap. So The Doctor and Rose are kind of an item now. They're not boyfriend or girlfriend per se, but they have clearly fallen in love romantically, and there's much to say about that. No less the age gap. Rose is 19 and the Doctor is 800. Even if you're bad at math, those, you know, one is very big, one is very small. In real life, the age gap doesn't need to be hundreds of years for me to be creeped out. It just needs to be a handful and I'll start wondering why they robbed the cradle. But bear in mind, fictionally, these conversations sit well on a grey area that is hotly debated. I would really rather we don't indulge in harmful on-screen depictions of age gaps, but it happens. And you aren't evil either for watching shows with that in if you know full well why it is problematic and don't condone that part of any given show. That being said, writers can do better. They have control over their stories and can choose not to add to the problem. But just for a moment, if you've gotten over yourself and have accepted that Twilight is actually really fun and it's okay to like things that we associate with being girly, and especially things that teenage girls are interested in, then let's talk about Edward and Bella. I'm sure it needs no introduction, but Twilight is a movie franchise that follows Bella, a 17-year-old teenage girl, as she falls in love with an 107-year-old vampire named Edward. And it's super popular, if you didn't know. My friend went to a screening of it with live music played by an orchestra, and he wanted to go. It's just a coincidence he had a girlfriend to take to it. Edward is dark, mysterious, and kind of possessive and creepy. Edward would routinely watch Bella sleep all through the night because vampires in the Twilight universe don't sleep. I think it's meant to be comforting in some weird, insidious way. You know, this powerful vampire being so obsessed with you and your safety that they incessantly watch you sleep. I think this concept is done massive charity by the fact that the person doing it is really, really stinking hot. Robert Pattinson is stupidly handsome. His character can get away with a bunch of creepy stuff because we believe he has good intentions. It's called the halo effect. The more attractive you are, the more associated you are with virtuous good. It's why Jesus is always a hunk in movies. The more you want to frick someone, the more you're willing to forgive. You know, we're only human. I mean, come on. It's Robert Pattinson. That being said, Twilight is obviously problematic and features some very harmful ideas. In Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Buffy falls in love with a vampire called Angel. Buffy's only 16, and Angel is 270. Their relationship is full of meaningful character work and allegories for whatever the given episode is about. Angel is deep. He's been through a lot. He's scarred and offers a protecting hand to Buffy when she needs him. And the parallel that always sticks out to me is, it's like when a girl in school dates a guy 1 year older than them. Buffy the Vampire Slayer is all about following Buffy, not just as the Slayer, but as a teenage girl in high school and what that life is like. The monsters, the overarching series plots, the magic spells, they're all an allegory for coming of age, and Angel is no exception. Angel's actor is also really hot. Not sure he passes for 270, but that's because vampires, from the moment they get turned, stop aging. Do they keep maturing though? Well, yeah. Sometimes, but no they don't. But kind of. Their brains seem to stop developing, otherwise they would turn into mush after a while, right? But they continue to gain life experience. What does that exactly mean for them though? They live through and ruminate on life experiences but don't emotionally mature from them? How does that work? Well, they're vampires, okay? You know, they're not real. I don't have the answer for you. It's all just fun. Ignoring the fact that Angel was 26 when he got turned and first met Buffy when she was 16. Hey, that's something I would change, you know? I don't know why that was a necessary detail that the writers put in there. I mean, it's your story. You can just make the choice not to. But the actors don't look that far apart in age, right? So I guess that makes it better. Or does it? Pretty Little Liars was a cultural phenomenon, and still is. The first 2 series are really good in my opinion, and then slowly everything just gets more and more complicated, and just a hot mess. I still really like the characters, but it's hard not to go insane after a while, and especially for one good reason. The show follows 4 teenage girls after the disappearance of one of their friends, and then they start getting texts from somebody called A, someone that seemingly knows everything that their friend who disappeared did. But we're not here to talk about the mystery, we're here to talk about Ezria. Ezria is the ship name given to Arya and Ezra. At the start of the show, Arya, one of the main cast of the girls, is 16 years old, and Ezra is 22 to 24 years old. It's not entirely clear, but for this conversation, it doesn't make a difference. Arya and Ezra meet in the pilot episode in a bar and are instantly attracted to each other and make out in the bathroom. Later on, Arya comes into her English class and discovers that Ezra is her new English teacher. We're meant to believe that Ezra had no clue of her age at the bar, but how did Arya even get served if she was 16? Was her drink alcoholic? If it wasn't, why is she even at the bar top? Children aren't allowed at the bar top alone. But with Ezra there, I guess she does have adult supervision. One law avoided, but a million to break. The writers were like, go on, champ, get the high score. You can do it, buddy. Because they continue to date for the entire show. The finale is their wedding. And no, the show doesn't portray this as an abusive or predatory relationship whatsoever, except when they break up one time. And Arya almost mails a letter to the school saying she was being groomed. But the show isn't interested in examining that. They just forget about it when they get back together. The showrunner, Marlene King, even stated that they're soulmates. Their age? Just an obstacle that Ezra didn't know about until it was too late. Except that in season 4, in the episode entitled Threefall, Arya finds out that Ezra knew full well. He was writing a book about their friend's disappearance and wanted to find out more about Arya, who he was already researching. But even given that, his knowingly predatory behaviour, his sick, twisted desire to pursue her despite her age, is only ever examined in its ethics as a teacher-student relationship. And whilst that's a horrific part of it too, that abuse of authority and trust, it isn't the main problem. And the people behind the show know that. The main problem with their relationship is obviously the grooming. But the show completely ignores that because their age gap, sickeningly, is meant to be the appeal behind it. So they pivot the question and focus solely on people's reactions within the show to a teacher-student relationship. The show grooms young viewers to think that this type of relationship is okay. That age gap relationships are appealing. And it's sickening. And it's wrong. It's not helped that the actors portraying the relationship were close in age either. Ezra being 24 and Arya being 20. Seeing is believing. And seeing Arya's actor, Lucy Hale, at 16, beside Ezra's, Ian Harding, at 24, is a disgusting image, and one that would clearly telegraph a different story. So, what makes this different to Edward and Bella, Buffy and Angel? In their relationships, in their TV show and movies, there is a clear suspension of disbelief. You are first being asked to believe that vampires, demons, and magic exist, in order to experience an act of escapism and disassociate from reality just for a moment of watching their triumphs and defeats. It's not real. You know it never can be for you. That's why, for me, these pieces of entertainment can get away with portraying such things to a degree because of their derealization. You make Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Twilight ordinary, you strip it of its magical elements, its vampires and druids, and what you would have left would be something disgusting. Arya and Ezra all over again, teaching its young audience that it's okay. But the barrier for entry is at least there. Don't get me wrong, I still find it problematic. Despite how it might sound, this isn't my hill. I won't die on it. I just find that examining the extraordinary through a lens without the extra isn't always a fruitful endeavour. So, where does that leave us with the Doctor and Rose? Well, the Doctor isn't a vampire. You'd have to be really drunk and high while watching to think that. You know, the Doctor didn't get bitten by a vampire at 17 or 26, for God's sake. But there is a big extraordinary element to the show. It's fantasy. The dream of being whisked away by a wise, attractive, heroic figure and being shown the stars by them in a blue box that's bigger on the inside, all the while falling in love. It's not applicable to reality whatsoever, and that gives me solace, but the maturity difference is a problem. Yes, I don't like that one bit, so I'm not going to sit here and say that the Doctor falling in love with people much younger and far less experienced than them is right, even in the narrative. But it's no Arya and Ezra. It doesn't groom its audience. Christopher Eccleston was 40 when he played the Doctor, and Billie Piper was 23. You can see the years on Eccleston's forehead. You can see the age in his eyes. You know there's an age difference. They make no mistake about that. They're not trying to convince you it's okay in some perverse act of casting. But like Edward and Angel in their stories from the Fantastic, the Doctor might as well be a warlock. My favourite episode and our parting of the ways. I think it's time to say goodbye. I could talk for much longer, analyse even more, talk extensively about behind the scenes, but I think by now you get it. You've finished folding that laundry from days ago when you started this video. Hopefully, if not, go clean something. It's time for us to part. But just for old time's sake, I'll tell you my favourite episode. My favourite episode of the series, despite being a hard choice, believe me, would have to be the finale. All the character arcs coalesce and culminate together in the end. Rose has healed the Doctor, taught him to forgive himself, and thus he has gone from the man that would to the man that would never. Rose has had a profound impact on him, helping him heal from the emotional wound that was his final act in the Time War. His decision in the end to die at the Daleks' hands instead of fighting in mutually assured destruction, again, is made with a steadfast belief that he is now getting it right. He is determined to be the man that never would. Every time, even at great sacrifice, like a life together, now lost with Rose. Because they've fallen in love. Yet, left it unsaid. So when the Doctor sends her back to Earth, telling Rose to have a nice life, she can't imagine one without him. He pulled her from this mundane existence on Earth, one without passion or a clear future, and showed her the stars. She was apathetic at best to her world, and over the series she grows a resentment to the idea of ever going back. She simply can't give it up. Give him up. That's why she throws the confession that she met her dead dad in Jackie's face. Jackie is trying to convince her that she belongs on Earth with her. But Rose's feelings have only compounded being now separated from the Doctor. He saved her so many times, and now he's doing it for everybody on Earth. It's her turn to save him. She's going in blindly and has no idea what she'll be faced with if her plan even works. Rose is taking a leap of faith, potentially risking everything just for a chance to be there for him. Life has become not worth living if it's not with the Doctor. When she opens the heart of the TARDIS, she becomes the master of her own destiny, marking everywhere with the name of Bad Wolf, making sure it's her cosmic fate to always get led back to him. This is her choice. It always was. She saves him in a Deus Ex Machina, one that was set up episodes ago, but it still comes as a surprise. One that answers the series-long mystery and satisfyingly saves the man that we, along with her, have come to adore. She is his salvation, both narratively and thematically. Their kiss is the culmination of every sacrifice, every victory, and every bit of growth they've experienced together. It's poetic, it's touching, it's beautiful. That's why it's my favourite. Series 1 is fantastic. Fantastic! Everything ties together in a neat little bow. Though, it's no secret that Series 1 has its weaknesses. The long game is boring. The Slovene that feature in 3 episodes, nearly a quarter of the runtime, and not Doctor Who's strongest villains. Boomtown, whilst in my opinion great, is not full of adventure and is more down to earth and slower. The series also features some of Doctor Who's most immature moments. The Slovene farting, a bin eating Mickey and then burping, Margaret trying to surf on a cosmic skateboard and then turning into an egg. It has its weaknesses, but its strengths far outweigh its emotionally character-driven storytelling like in Father's Day. Its beautiful message of hope amongst the 2 terrifying episodes of An Empty Child and The Doctor Dances. Its subversive take on the trope of a machine gaining emotion in Dalek. Its unbelievable success in reviving and reintroducing a beloved show into the world. I said at the start of this video that Doctor Who would have only one more chance and that they had to take it. And I think it would be an understatement to say that they did.